Night had fallen, and the first lights were blooming across the city. Inside a bright, opulent hall, countless lamps glowed with a soft, enchanting radiance. This was Yunding Tower, the most luxurious club in Ice City. The annual Ice City auction was to be held here tonight. Guests in splendid evening gowns and tuxedos spoke in low voices, laughter mingled with the fizz of champagne bubbles, and the air was steeped in a joyful, festive mood. Suddenly, several low coughs sounded slightly abrupt amid the merriment. The hem of a white overcoat swayed, beneath it a silver-white suit exquisitely tailored to a tall, slender young man who was being escorted forward at an unhurried pace. His features were like a cold, clear moon, strikingly handsome, flawless. His brows were slightly lowered, his expression distant and aloof, yet the faint curve at the corner of his lips held a quiet smile, where noble pride and gentle warmth intertwined. Most striking of all was the trace of sickly pallor between his brows, like the last snow clinging to a branch. One gust of wind, and it would scatter into fine dust too fragile to withstand a touch. He truly embodied the saying, even the moon god falls short of this, and the spring immortal has no such form. The renowned figures whose names carried weight in every corner of the region noticed his arrival. They halted, their conversations appropriate, and even ingratiating smiles appearing on their faces as they stepped forward in an orderly fashion to greet him. Even some elderly men with heads of silver hair and towering status bent slightly at the waist when speaking with him as a sign of respect. Those who did not know the inside story watched on in astonishment, their faces filled with disbelief. These were the titans who, with a mere stamp of their feet, could make all of Ice City tremble thrice. Which one of them was not of immeasurable wealth, long entrenched in power at the very top? When had anyone ever seen them so humble, bowing their heads and bending their backs? Before the peerlessly aristocratic young man had even gone far, hushed discussions, voices deliberately lowered, began to ripple uncontrollably through the crowd. Who is that? He looks like someone with an enormous background. A mortal, sickly, fallen immortal, a jade-faced, bloodthirsty Azura. Xiao Wujie, young Master Xiao. What's his story? He looks so young. Why does he command such grand treatment? He is the adopted younger brother of the eldest daughter of the imperial capital's Chu family, Chu Liyue. All of the Chu family's industries and forces in Ice City are managed by him. On the surface, he is refined and elegant, as gentle as warm jade, but in truth his methods are ruthless. In Ice City, there is no one who does not show him at least 3 parts respect. How terrifying. Still, he doesn't look well. Could he be here for the potion? It's said he is afflicted with a strange poison and has little time left to live. Most likely he's here to bid on the potion. Upstairs in one of the private boxes, all was glittering and warmly lit. Xiao Wujie sat with elegant ease, long legs crossed as he reclined on a vintage-style sofa. His posture was noble, without losing its languid leisure, as he quietly waited for the auction to begin. He possessed an unusual art, and his hearing was extraordinary. He could hear every word of the conversations downstairs with perfect clarity, yet only responded with a faint, amused smile. They called him the legend of Ice City. Indeed, strictly speaking, he could even be considered the legend of this entire world, for he was the creator of this realm. This world was the fictional universe within a women's web novel titled Liyue, and he was the very author of that book. In the book, the female lead was named Chu Liyue, and the male lead was Xiao Wujie. Chu Liyue, a fated heroine, was cold and aloof, her grace peerless. Burdened with multiple hidden identities, she would become the greatest final boss of the story. She was born under the mandate of destiny with a prodigious innate talent, and her family placed their greatest hopes upon her. From a young age, she was sent away from the clan to undergo inhuman training, forging a personality that was icy proud and untouched by mortal smoke and fire. If there were anyone in this world who could truly touch her heart, it could only be the male lead, Xiao Wujie. Xiao Wujie was the younger brother Chu Liyue picked up in her childhood. He was 5 years younger than her. When Chu Liyue was 10, she rescued him from the jaws of a vicious stray dog on the street. Her initial intention had been to train a trusted subordinate, but gradually things deviated from that plan. Xiao Wujie's origins were shrouded in mystery. When Chu Liyue saved him, he was only 5. His blurred memories consisted entirely of wandering the streets and a life of constant bullying and humiliation. He had never tasted human warmth, so he regarded Chu Liyue as the only light in his life. His clean, attractive features and gentle, delicate disposition, coupled with extraordinary talent and ability, suited Chu Liyue's tastes perfectly. Both were young and starved of affection. As they sought warmth in each other, their bond grew ever closer. The relationship of master and servant was cast aside, and they instead became a pair of inseparable siblings. Until the year Chu Liyue turned 12, when a gunshot rang out without warning. By reflex, Xiao Wujie moved to shield her. What he blocked was not a bullet, but a syringe loaded with an unknown liquid. In that instant, Xiao Wujie only felt a wave of dizziness and blurred vision, with no violent reaction. Later, however, examinations revealed that an unknown virus had been implanted into his body. The virus was bizarre beyond measure, its origins a complete mystery. Chu Liyue spent astronomical sums hiring experts from every field of medicine, yet all of them were helpless, only able to offer vague conjectures. The virus seemed to be an unfinished product, no antidote could be found. It would continuously erode human cells until it ground a person's life down to nothing, and it had flare-up periods during which the entire body would be racked by unbearable pain. Because of this, Xiao Wujie's health declined bit by bit. He had not the slightest combat strength, and became a frail, chronically ill invalid, his life hanging by a thread from one day to the next. Their bond, tempered by trials of life and death, lodged him deep within Chu Liyue's heart. She treasured him as the gem in her palm, the sharpest point at the center of her heart. At the time, he had been declared unlikely to live more than 5 years. That he had survived to nearly 17 on the cusp of adulthood was entirely due to Chu Liyue burning through inexhaustible wealth and medical resources to keep him alive. According to the original outline, at 18, Chu Liyue would return to the imperial capital to take over the family and to seek a way to cure Xiao Wujie. Xiao Wujie would remain in Ice City to assume control of and manage her forces there. 5 years later, that is at the current point in time, Chu Liyue had stabilized the situation in the imperial capital. Using the net he had woven over many years as a foundation, Xiao Wujie began to tighten the threads sweeping through the entirety of Ice City. It was also during this period that Xiao Wujie succumbed to the poison and exited the stage. And in another space-time altogether, he was an orphan without father or mother, raised in an orphanage, making a living as an online novelist. Relying on a boundless imagination and a decent command of language, he had written several works with some measure of fame, and his solitary life was all in all not too bad. Yet fate was thin and brittle. During a routine checkup, he was diagnosed with cancer, and thereafter he lay long on a sickbed, his lingering illness refusing to heal. Until one day his condition suddenly deteriorated, bleeding would not stop, and as the heart monitor emitted a rapid series of beeps, his vision was swallowed entirely by darkness. When he opened his eyes again, he had become Xiao Wujie, the male lead of his own novel. However bizarre it seemed, it had indeed undeniably happened to him. Yes, he had transmigrated into his own book as the frail, sickly overlord. In terms of the setting, the original male lead was a character he had created by modeling it on himself and his own life experience in that other world, and could be regarded as himself within the book's universe. 2 bodies, 1 soul. Within this world, therefore, Xiao Wujie was both author and character, the origin of the story, and the one destined to walk its perilous path. Yet even as he grasped this truth, the script of fate he had once penned was already beginning to shift in his hands. What lay before him was no longer a story to be written, but a life to be lived anew. March should have been the season when all things revived and the air grew mild. Yet in Ice City, March remained bitterly cold, and in the past 2 days spring snow had once again begun to fall. Perhaps the wind had cut through him when he came in from outside, for this frail, ravaged body soon voiced its protest. Xiao Wujie leaned against the vintage leather sofa, his whole body chilled to the bone, one hand curled into a fist against his bloodless lips, as he coughed lightly again and again. His voice was hoarse and faint, and on his paper-white face there bloomed a flush of sickly, fragile color. Behind him, a stalwart man in a black suit spread a snowy white blanket over his body and handed him a hand warmer, an unreadable emotion flickering in the depths of his eyes. His name was Lu Zhufeng, once considered something of a legend himself. After being ambushed and nearly destroyed, he was saved by Xiao Wujie, and from then on he remained at his side, doing his bidding. He had followed this man for many years. Naturally, his understanding of him far surpassed that of ordinary people. This man was a peerless monster in human skin, a hidden powerhouse who played the pig while eating the tiger, yet in truth, he was also a sickly invalid who looked as though a single gust of wind could blow him over. Before they set out worried he might catch cold, Lu Zhufeng had tried to help him into a down jacket, but this unbearably pretentious man insisted on putting on a long coat just for the sake of appearances. And now see, he had caught a chill. Coughing now, utterly unconcerned with the limits of his own body, Xiao Wujie curled his long arms inward, tightening the blanket around himself. His icy, bony hands cupped the hand warmer, and little by little warmth seeped back into his limbs. He failed to notice Lu Zhufeng's gaze and thoughts behind him, for his own mind was busy weighing matters. His transmigration had been too strange, and because of it many of the original events had gone askew. In the book, Xiao Wujie was supposed to meet an end of dying halfway through his great undertaking, collapsing in mid-course, yet on the very day the original Xiao Wujie exited the stage, he had replaced him and continued to exist. According to the original setup, after Xiao Wujie's death, Chu Liyue would stabilize the situation in the imperial capital, then return to Ice City to carry out the sweeping operation he had failed to complete, and finally bring his remains back to the capital. In the time that followed, Chu Liyue would walk on alone, one hidden identity after another revealed, becoming the greatest final boss in the book. During those years of bearing the weight all by herself, she would often think of Xiao Wujie. She would gradually discover that her feelings for Xiao Wujie were far more complex and profound than she had imagined. Toward him, she felt not only sibling-like affection, gratitude, and guilt, but also a Menandwoman attachment she herself had never clearly recognized. Yet by the time she became aware of it, it was already too late. She could no longer find the one person who had once plucked at the frozen strings of her heart. But all of this had been altered by his transmigration. Xiao Wujie had not died. He now existed in place of the original and had completed the harvesting operation in Ice City. Chu Liyue meanwhile had not come to Ice City at all, but remained in the imperial capital pushing her plans forward. So in what manner was he to continue existing? Was he to indulge in food and pleasure, making sure this unexpected journey had not been in vain? Or continue to lie low, helping the female lead climb to the pinnacle of life? Or should he take himself as the axis, follow his own heart, and live exactly as he wished? Of these three paths, his inclination naturally leaned toward the third. The truly troublesome part, however, was that the book had not yet been finished when he died in that other world, which meant that even as its creator, he did not know how the story, or any of its characters, was ultimately meant to end. He held a unique affection for this book. When he began to write it, he had just been diagnosed, yet still brimmed with hope for life, vowing to wrestle with fate to the bitter end. Thus, he shaped the male and female leads into the idealized versions of what he longed to be. But the illness proved far more terrifying than he had imagined, and fate far more cruel. He had to admit that his will was gradually eroded by disease, that he had come to taste the fragility and transience of life and the hardships and regrets that marked a human existence. He felt keenly that in the human world few things could ever be truly complete, and that our brief lives seemed always to draw to a close in regret and tragedy. With that mindset, he decided to end the book in tragedy, to make it his personal swan song, with the fates of the characters mirroring the shadows of his own real-life experience. The ending he had wanted to write yet never had time to set down was this: after Chu Liyue accomplished everything and stood at the very peak of her life, she would find that after all the sails had passed, she could no longer locate any meaning in existence. In the end, she would stand before Xiao Wujie's grave and take her own life in devotion to him. Yet his transmigration had shattered too many of the original settings, and he could no longer grasp what course the future would take. Countless doubts and confusions coiled in his chest, dragging his thoughts deeper and deeper. But the persistent itch rising in his throat forced out a few more muffled coughs, violently cutting off his train of thought. Feeling the state of this body, he could not help but feel a throbbing headache. It was utterly wretched, like a candle guttering in the wind, ready to be snuffed out by the slightest stir of air. Those people downstairs were not wrong about one thing: the auction's heavy-hitting item, the forgetting reagent, was indeed of critical importance to him. The original owner had become a terminally ill invalid because of a virus, one he himself had written based directly on his own real-world experience of cancer, incurable, excruciating, and merciless. In his original world, it had been an incurable disease, but the novel he created was a fantastical answer script drawn from reality, yet surpassing it, in which there existed certain bizarre products requiring the brain as their storage medium. For instance, the forgetting reagent. Its name spoke of forgetting, yet it did not mean erasing everything or losing one's memories, but rather forgetting the torment of illness, allowing the body to be reborn. It was created by a mysterious organization called God, and was still only in the trial phase. The single dose appearing at this auction was the only sample ever released to the outside world. The effect it demanded the brain to store was this: to annihilate all harmful cells in the human body and stimulate the immune system, working wonders in treating severe illnesses. Yet current research remained incomplete. The reagent was highly toxic, and its destructive sweep would inevitably take a toll on normal cells as well. The forgetting reagent could suppress his illness, and he knew it was entangled in a vast web of interests with connections that ran deep even to Chu Liyue herself. At this thought, a stab of pain pierced his heart. In his previous life, he had already been tormented by sickness, dying and reviving in agony, wishing for death, yet unable to find it. He had never imagined that upon coming again, he still could not escape the clutches of disease. What a cruel joke! Why had he not simply written a healthy male lead? With a bitter self-mocking thought, he pushed aside his many questions for the time being. When all was said and done, he first had to survive before speaking of anything else. The self outside the book was already dead. If this bizarre new account were also written off, he would truly cease to exist. Only someone who has truly brushed against death can understand that compared to endless silence and darkness, being alive is after all the better choice. A world woven from black and white. Thick sentient night pressed inward upon every inch of space, devouring even starlight without a trace. The air hung heavy with suffocating oppression, an invisible hand clenched tight around the throat. A vast manor stood in silent stillness, its silhouette eerily distorted beneath the moonlight. This was the Liyue Manor in Bingqing. Silence. Boundless, absolute silence. Not a whisper of wind. Suddenly the savage roar of an engine tore through the distance, growing louder, faster, before surging wildly into the manor grounds, shattering the heart-pounding stillness. With a piercing screech of brakes, the car skidded to a halt. Yet before its momentum fully faded, the driver's door flew open. A man in a sleek black suit leapt out and swiftly lifted a slender, frail figure from the rear seat, cradling them at the waist. His features were godlike, refined, now matured beyond the boyish grace of 5 years past. Yet that face, so breathtaking it would never weary the gaze, was deathly pale, drained of all color. His eyes, once holding constellations within their depths, remained tightly shut. Long lashes trembled uncontrollably. The heart seized, clenched violently, as an indescribable ache flooded inward like a rising tide. Already waiting beside the car were several shadowed figures, faces obscured, who immediately closed in and rushed the man toward the main residence. The moment they entered the room, the man in black gently laid the figure upon the bed. Doctors in white coats, faces unseen, swarmed forward, instantly launching into relentless resuscitation. The beautiful fever-pale man stirred faintly, his eyes fluttering open. His thin lips parted in shallow, ragged breaths, while fresh blood welled unceasingly from his mouth. That vivid crimson bled starkly against the monochrome gloom, jarring, visceral, constricting the pupils, flooding the soul with primal dread, so profound the very frame seemed to freeze. Life's vital essence spilled outward unchecked. Upon the sickbed he lay like a shattered blossom, wilting, fragile on the cusp of irreversible decay. His eyelids strained open and shut, eyes clouded with unbearable pain, fractured and hazy gaze unfocused upon the ceiling. From his lips came a broken murmured plea, "Elder sister, I can't wait for you anymore." A whisper saturated with longing, echoing endlessly in the hollow silence. Then, suddenly, his impossibly long lashes stilled, no longer trembling. Those fractured glacial eyes closed forever. The entire scene froze. Utter silence descended upon the world. That searing crimson expanded infinitely, swallowing reason beneath waves of terror, until with a deafening crack the image shattered completely. In a dimly lit room, Chu Liyue's eyes snapped open, her body jolting upright from the sofa in one sharp, startled motion. Beneath strands of hair fallen across her brow, her usually deep, frost-veined eyes were veined with red, shimmering faintly with unshed tears, and something raw, something close to fear. She brushed the strands aside, her fingertips damp with a fine sheen of sweat already beading upon her forehead. She had lost count of how many times this nightmare had returned. In the dream, Xiao Wujie coughed up blood, his gaze despairing and unfocused, whispering, "Elder sister, I can't wait for you anymore," before closing his eyes forever, breath gone. Lately, each time she closed her eyes, the dream repeated itself, uncannily vivid, each recurrence drenching her in cold sweat. Had she not verified Xiao Wujie's condition again and again, she might truly have believed it had already happened. After a long while, the fear receded from her eyes, leaving only their familiar depth and chill, though if one looked closely, a faint, almost imperceptible tremor still lingered. She snatched up her phone, tapped in a number, and spoke. "Clear, cool, decisive move tonight at 8. The capital city, Ditu, shimmered, a majestic fusion of ancient grandeur and modern brilliance, nestled like a luminous pearl at the heart of China. By night, Ditu revealed another facet of its soul. The sky lowered like velvet, studded with countless stars, diamonds scattered across indigo, while the Milky Way arced across the heavens, a silver ribbon guiding the gaze into the infinite cosmos. Yet this night would not rest in peace. From the urban core, a skyscraper erupted in blinding flame, tearing through the hush of midnight. Night had fallen. Inside the tower, darkness reigned, except for the lone light burning atop the highest floor. Then, without warning, crimson serpents of fire surged skyward, racing upward with terrifying speed. Alarms shrieked throughout the building. A squad of broad-shouldered security guards burst into the corridor, sprinting toward fire extinguishers. The leader reached out, fingers nearly brushing metal, when his body convulsed and froze mid-motion. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared down at his own chest, where blood gushed forth in steady pulses. Before he could force out even a gasp, his knees buckled, and he collapsed, rigid, eyes wide open. A silenced pistol, though muffled, the direction of fire was instantly apparent to the others. Behind them now stood a woman clad in black tactical gear, weapon raised, her arrival utterly undetected. A black mask concealed half her face, revealing only eyes, deep, incisive, gleaming with the cold, unwavering clarity of stars in winter's sky. In the split second they turned, several more fell. Firearms were strictly prohibited in China. Even trained guards carried none. Exchanging grim glances, they broke formation and charged. Her aim was swift, precise. With effortless trigger pulls, the two leading guards dropped instantly. But these men were disciplined. No hesitation followed their comrades' fall. Without pause, they drove forward, closing the distance with lethal intent. The corridor was wide. She danced through their grasp, fluid, evasive, slipping between grasping hands with the grace of mist parting. She moved effortlessly among them, light as air, unbound by gravity, every motion seamless, instinct, like a mountain stream, powerful yet supple, fierce yet elegant. In the blur of motion, she struck with ruthless efficiency, one shot, one fall. 2/3 of the guards now lay motionless. The survivors lunged forward with renewed desperation. They knew her magazine must be nearly spent. A flicker crossed her gaze. She glanced upward, then pushed off the floor, light as a dragonfly's touch, and seized the chandelier overhead with one hand. With a sudden violent twist, she spun, entirely suspended, and emptied the remaining rounds in a single whirling arc. Crimson blossoms burst across the corridor. When the last bullet fled the barrel, every guard lay fallen, none left standing. She dropped lightly from the chandelier, blew gently across the smoking muzzle, and frowned, watching the flames creep steadily up the corridor stairs. Abruptly, the fire parted like a curtain. Two slender figures emerged, one tall, one slight, cloaked in black, stepping calmly from the inferno. Flames licked their cloaks, then died instantly. Evidence of advanced fire-resistant material. More figures followed in their wake, all draped in identical flame-retardant cloaks. Clearly, this conflagration bore their unmistakable signature. "Boss, how do you like the fireproof suit I made?" A petite figure shrouded in a black cloak spoke first, her voice charming, like a delicate bell, softly chiming in the ear. "Not bad." In stark contrast, a cool voice with a mature undertone emerged from beneath the cloak of a slender, tall figure. The woman in black attire slightly bowed softly, saying, "The target is on the top floor, or I have dealt with some of the bodyguards, but there should still be more up there." The slender, tall woman in black coldly instructed, "Take care of the bodies, Xiao Wujie, and others will accompany me." With that, she turned and walked towards the staircase, the faint sound of her footsteps echoing distinctly in the silence like the tolling of a bell in the dead of night. Meanwhile, the door to the top-floor office was tightly shut with bodyguards stationed both in front and behind. In the center of the office, a middle-aged man in his 40s dressed appropriately sat on a luxurious leather sofa, his face dark and brooding, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. His name was Gu Wuming, the public president of the company that owned this skyscraper. On this harrowing night of fire, he attempted to send a message via his phone only to find that all signals in the skyscraper and surrounding area were completely down, not a single text or call could go through. He dispatched bodyguards to retrieve the helicopter from downstairs, but half an hour later, not a single word had returned. Clearly someone was deliberately targeting him. Considering the events of recent days, he understood he had offended someone he could not afford to cross. Tonight, he might even meet his end here. A faint sound of footsteps reached his ears, causing his heart to skip a beat, as he quickly looked up, his gaze fixed intently on the office door. A clear, chilling scream erupted from outside, followed by the door to the office being pushed open. Gu Wuming instantly tensed, his entire body rigid as the slender figure appeared before him, her silhouette elongated by the flames outside. Two bodyguards rushed toward the slender figure without hesitation. Before Gu Wuming could register the action, the two bodyguards were already sent flying. The remaining bodyguards seized the opportunity as the first two flew out, charging towards the woman. Just a step away, he was suddenly met with a blur. A hand wrapped in a black glove ruthlessly clutched his throat, the air around him thinning instantaneously, a wave of suffocation crashing over him, mercilessly washing away his consciousness. His feet instinctively left the ground, his body soaring helplessly as if caught in a mighty wave, struggling desperately in the air. His hands instinctively grasped at the wrist of the hand, choking him, trying to find a sliver of escape. The next moment, a crisp crack echoed. The bodyguard's eyes widened in shock, yet the light in them flickered out like a dying candle, his body mercilessly tossed aside. Gu Wuming was still reeling from the ruthless efficiency of her actions when he suddenly felt a chill run through him. Before him, a pair of chilling, captivating eyes locked onto him. His pupils constricted as he swiftly leapt off the sofa, simultaneously drawing a gun from his waist, bullets instantly chambered as he fired several shots in quick succession. Even with a glimmer of hope to escape death, he had to fight back. Yet he barely caught a glimpse of a shadow before feeling a sharp pain in his wrist. The tip of a black boot had kicked his gun away. Then, with a sudden blast of wind, a kick was directed at his chest, and he could only instinctively raise his arms to. In the moment of impact, his body was sent hurtling back, crashing against the office door, a mouthful of blood uncontrollably spewing forth, utterly defenseless. Struggling while spitting blood, he felt fine red threads spread across his eyes, filled with horror. Outside the office, the battle also came to an end. A group of bodyguards lay scattered on the ground, blood staining large portions of the floor. Two individuals cloaked in black grabbed Gu Wuming, forcing him to kneel on the ground. "I have nowhere left to run. If I must die, let me at least know who has brought me down." Gu Wuming's gaze darkened as he looked at the cold, slender figure before him, his voice hoarse. The wide black cloak was opened, revealing her elongated figure, and as the black veil on her face was removed, Chu Liyue's stunningly beautiful visage was exposed to the air. She sat expressionlessly on the leather sofa, her long legs crossed, removing the blood-stained black gloves and tossing them into the trash. "Miss Chu, you are truly ruthless and have hidden yourself well," he remarked. "However, do not think that eliminating me will end this. Others will come for you." Gu Wuming was momentarily surprised at the sight of her face, but quickly regained his composure. He had never underestimated the person before him, yet her abilities clearly exceeded his expectations. Chu Liyue seemed oblivious, her cold, deep-set eyes reflecting the towering flames of the building and the splattered blood glimmering faintly with a profound and inscrutable depth. With a glance devoid of warmth, she looked at the fierce-faced Gu Wuming, lightly gesturing with her slender finger across. Seeing this, the person beside her immediately twisted his wrist, silencing the fearful man, blood gushing forth and staining large sections of the floor. She coldly rose and walked towards the exit, her voice indifferent and distant echoing in the room. "Clean it up thoroughly, make it look like the president of Rongguan Group succumbed to the pressure and committed arson." She added, "Also inform the people from my city to come and take care of it." As the wind howled outside, she suddenly halted, turning her head, leaving a perfect profile. A chilling glint flashed in her cold eyes, her voice sharp and devoid of warmth, filled with authority. "Tell Lu Zhufeng that it's still cold. I take good care of the people. If anyone falls ill, he will bear full responsibility. Ice City. Cloud Peak Building. In the opulent and bright private room, the auction is about to begin. Lu Zhufeng wakes the drowsy Xiao Wujie, offering a cup of hot water and a handful of pills on a tray. Xiao Wujie, whose frail body requires him to take medication regularly, hesitates to take it immediately and instead raises an eyebrow at Lu Zhufeng. Water, has it been poisoned? The medicine, I have kept it intact. It has definitely not been tampered with, Lu Zhufeng explained, expressionlessly watching as Xiao Wujie finished his medication and then crossed his arms, standing like an iron tower in the doorway. Today's auction is a grand scheme. In the event of any unexpected situations, he must react immediately to ensure Xiao Wujie's safety. Observing the subtly boiling atmosphere below, a slight smile curled at the corners of Xiao Wujie's lips. Wrapped in a blanket, he reclined elegantly on the sofa, his long fingers tapping rhythmically on the hand warmer. Amid thunderous applause, the auction officially commenced. A beautiful woman in a cheap house stepped onto the stage, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze, as exquisite items were presented one after another at her soft introductions. A bronze vessel with a history of 3,000 years starting at 5 million. A painting by the master by starting at 8 million. Shares of the top 10 enterprises in Ice City up to 10% starting at 10 million per share. A gasp erupted from the audience, followed by a flurry of bids. Xiao Wujie looked on with amusement, secretly facepalming upon hearing this auction item. This auction item was even more absurd than what he had written, regretting not having started with the classic 5 words, storage for the mind. The auction progressed smoothly, and under Lu Zhufeng's inscrutable gaze, Xiao Wujie also placed a bid for a finely tailored red suit. The overall cut was exquisite, the lines flowing, the collar featured a unique double-layer design, while the cuffs were adorned with custom metal buttons, showcasing taste in every detail. The dress pants were equally refined, tapering slightly at the ankles to enhance the silhouette and accentuate the legs. According to the introduction, the designer was a Baga Yalu from an island nation. Starting at 100,000, Xiao Wujie raised his paddle to 500,000, as if it were no big deal, leaving the audience in stunned silence, glancing curiously towards the private room. Before long, a pretty maid brought the item to the private room, and Xiao Wujie, momentarily fascinated, tossed the hand warmer aside to examine it closely. To be fair, the goods from the little Baga did possess some quality. Lu Zhufeng watched with an expressionless face and couldn't help but ask, "So novel, you didn't know about this auction item?" Xiao Wujie, holding the clothing and examining it, smiled faintly. "Must I know everything? The unknown within the known is what makes it interesting." Lu Zhufeng's face was filled with sarcasm as he plainly stated, "That's true. Once you've seen everything, it loses its meaning. It's best when it's partially revealed." Xiao Wujie pursed his lips, recalling that he had always written green novels. As they engaged in idle chatter, the atmosphere in the venue suddenly heated up, bubbling like water nearing a boil, hinting at reaching a climax. Amidst the eager and heated gazes of everyone present, a hostess elegantly carried a tray onto the stage. Even though the tray was covered with a black cloth obscuring the items, within the crowd felt their breaths grow heavier. The beautiful auctioneer timely introduced this heavyweight auction item. Next, we will present the final item of this auction, the Forgetting Agent. It originates from the extreme northern Forbidden Zone, where research on it began 3 years ago. Their aim was to develop a universal remedy capable of combating any known disease and stimulating the human immune system. After 3 years of research, the Forgetting Agent has finally taken shape. Although the current Forgetting Agent does not achieve ideal results, it can still combat nearly all known diseases while fundamentally enhancing the human immune system. In clinical trials of the Forgetting Agent, it was injected into a critically ill patient on the verge of death due to multiple organ failure, ultimately extending his life by nearly a year. Tests show that as long as one is not critically ill, the Forgetting Agent can greatly extend the lifespan of the injector, while healthy individuals might even gain an additional 5 to 10 years. Those present were no ordinary individuals, and the higher one stood, the more they understood the impermanence and preciousness of life, though no amount of power or wealth could buy a moment's delay. The Forgetting Agent was equivalent to a golden ticket, allowing them to seize peace from the scythe of time and illness, buying life with money, which was always worth it. Yet despite the burning desire in their hearts, the people in the venue did not completely lose their rationality, how instead their gazes discreetly shifted towards the upper private room. Those seated within were the most formidable competitors, including not only the local powerhouses of Ice City, but also many wealthy elites from outside. Rumor had it that even top families from the imperial capital were involved. The beautiful auctioneer calmly observed the crowd's reactions and continued, "The Forgetting Agent is currently the only one known and officially certified to be released to the outside world. Now let's begin the bidding for the final item, the Forgetting Agent. Starting price, 50 million. As soon as the words were spoken, someone began to bid. 70 million, 80 million, 85 million, 100 million. The atmosphere surged like boiling porridge, with bids continuously being raised, yet no one from the upper private room had placed a bid. At that moment, Xiao Wujie's cold and indifferent voice rang from his private room, rendering the venue suddenly silent. 500 million. Upon hearing the sounds from the private room, the previously fervent atmosphere fell into silence. The person upstairs displayed extraordinary prowess, raising the price fivefold, effectively eliminating nearly half of the bidders. In the opulent private room above, Lu Zhufeng gazed at Xiao Wujie in silence. Raising the price on one's own items disrupts the market order. Xiao Wujie's icy hand rubbed against the hand warmer, the light at the corner of his eye flickering ominously, his tone sarcastic. Using your words while stripping bare is certainly undesirable. One must at least uncover something, otherwise if everything is hidden, what am I here for? As everyone was momentarily stunned and hesitated on whether to bid, a voice filled with pressure emerged from the opposite private room, breaking the silence. 1 billion. Poverty indeed limited one's imagination. The two individuals jumped directly from 100 million to 1 billion, eliminating 80% of the crowd below. Though many felt helpless, they shrugged nonchalantly and began to watch the battle with interest. After all, their combined fortunes amounted to only tens or hundreds of billions. It was not worth going bankrupt over an imperfect forgetting agent. They were genuinely curious about what price this newly unveiled forgetting agent would ultimately reach. Within the private room, Xiao Wujie's lips curled into a gentle and friendly smile upon hearing this. However, that smile made Lu Zhufeng behind him feel a twinge of unease. Generally, when Xiao Wujie displayed such a smile, someone would inevitably face misfortune, be it losing their head or their entire clan. The bidding war shifted from downstairs to upstairs with the declaration of 1 billion, as other private rooms began to raise their bids in succession. 1.2 billion, 1.5 billion, 1.8 billion, 3 billion. Xiao Wujie raised the bid again, and once more his voice plunged the entire venue into a deathly silence. They are willing to spend. The upper private room also fell into a silence, not because they lacked the capability to continue, but because carrying on seemed increasingly unworthy. After all, the forgetting agent before them was still imperfect, and since God had released this one, it was uncertain whether a second would follow. Little did they know the forgetting agent was deeply entangled, and this one would become the only unique item to be passed down through the ages. Of course, that is a story for later. Just as the bidders upstairs hesitated on whether to continue, a calm voice emerged. This voice belonged to the one who had called out 1 billion, and Xiao Wujie immediately recognized it. He raised an eyebrow, his smile becoming more pronounced. Hooked. It seemed there was still more to reel in. No matter, after all, he was spending no money, and he was quickly running low on funds. He calmly followed up with 100 billion. At this price, both the upstairs and downstairs bidders were left dumbfounded. An imperfect forgetting agent was only worth around 30 billion at most. How did it suddenly leap to 100 billion? Can the game of money truly be played like this? After 100 billion, no one else in the venue raised their bids, only the mysterious bidder who had been aggressive remained. The crowd couldn't help but cast curious glances towards the private room of that mysterious bidder. They wished to know who would prevail in this contest of the strong, the spendthrift young master Xiao desperate to heal his illness, or the enigmatic big shot. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, the mysterious bidder once more spoke slowly. 150 billion. Xiao Wujie remained exceedingly calm and followed suit. 200 billion. 250 billion. 500 billion. The moment Xiao Wujie made his bid, the scene froze. Time stood still. Everyone almost forgot to breathe. The venue was eerily silent, as if even the sound of air moving could be heard. Truthfully, most of the attendees had never seen 500 billion in cash. It must have been a spectacular sight indeed. The mysterious bidder seemed taken aback by this price, momentarily at a loss for words. The beautiful auctioneer calmly announced, 500 billion once, 500 billion twice, 500 billion thrice. Perhaps this price was too shocking, and the mysterious bidder did not raise their bid again. Seeing this, the beautiful auctioneer immediately declared, congratulations to this gentleman for winning the forgetting agent at 500 billion. This auction has now concluded. Thank you to all the guests for attending. Please exit in an orderly manner. As her words fell, various parties began to leave the venue. Xiao Wujie leaned casually against the sofa, gently pinching his brow, a hint of weariness on his face. The auction had started at midnight and lasted 3 to 4 hours, coupled with the noisy atmosphere, leaving him somewhat fatigued. After everyone had left, the forgetting agent was brought to him. He rested for a moment, exchanged a glance with Lu Zhufeng, and then stood up to exit the private room. In the long corridor, Xiao Wujie walked among the crowd, followed closely by a large group of bodyguards, with Lu Zhufeng clearing the way ahead. The forgetting agent was placed in a box which Xiao Wujie personally held. As they approached the end of the corridor, their steps seemed to slow down. Just as Xiao Wujie was about to step out of the corridor, a whoosh of wind suddenly erupted. A man in a black suit emerged from nowhere, hands in a grabbing position, rushing towards Xiao Wujie with lightning. Almost simultaneously, Lu Zhufeng leaped forward, kicking the approaching black-clad man away with a bang. At the same time, dozens of individuals disguised as attendants sprang from various corners, their eyes fixed on the box in Xiao Wujie's hand, swiftly engaging in a scuffle with the bodyguards beside him. As bringing prohibited items into the venue was not allowed, neither side had any weapons, resulting in a chaotic scene of hand-to-hand combat. Xiao Wujie leisurely retreated to the side, observing the battle calmly to avoid getting caught up in it. These attackers exhibited exceptional quality and coordination. His bodyguards were momentarily at a disadvantage. If not for Lu Zhufeng holding back half of the attackers alone, they would have likely already lost. Seeing the battle stalemate, a black-clad man seized an opening, freeing his hands with the help of his companions, and suddenly lunged at Xiao Wujie. Lu Zhufeng attempted to intervene, but was firmly held back by several black-clad men. The attacking black-clad man's eyes sparkled with malicious intent, his claw-like hand reaching straight for Xiao Wujie's throat. What surprised him was that the sickly figure whom the intel described as weak and helpless faced his assault with a light and indifferent gaze, showing no sign of panic. But he had no time to ponder. Could a seemingly dying person really counterattack? Just as his hand was about to reach Xiao Wujie's throat, he suddenly felt a momentary daze in his mind. When he came to his senses, a slender pale hand had grasped his wrist. A beautiful woman in a qipao suddenly appeared beside Xiao Wujie, her delicate hand firmly grasping the wrist of the man in black. The man cursed inwardly, damn it, and prepared to retaliate. However, to his astonishment, the newcomer seemed delicate, yet her grip was astonishingly strong. Under the constraint of her palm, he found himself utterly unable to move. This woman in the qipao was none other than the auctioneer from earlier. Her exquisite face was now cold as ice, her gaze chillingly frigid. As the man in black was momentarily stunned, the delicate hand gripping his arm suddenly released, and a shimmering silver needle shot out from her fingertip, aimed directly at his brow. The man in black reacted swiftly, instantly sidestepping and retreating in a series of rapid movements. The silver needle grazed his cheek, leaving a gash that revealed no flesh beneath the skin. Clearly, he was wearing a disguise made from a human skin mask, preventing anyone from discerning his true identity. After forcing back the man in black, the woman in the qipao did not pursue further. Instead, she turned her gaze toward Xiao Wujie, her previous coldness dissipating, revealing a hint of tenderness. "Are you all right?" she softly asked. Xiao Wujie shook his head at her words and smiled. "Sister Qingyi arrived just in time. How could I be in any trouble?" The woman was named Lin Qingyi. She had met Xiao Wujie on some significant days in her life, and had since been by his side, acting alongside Lu Zhufeng as Xiao Wujie's right and left arms. However, while Lu Zhufeng protected the front, she remained in the shadows. Concerned for Xiao Wujie's safety, she had appeared at the auction as the auctioneer. While they conversed unperturbed, the battle had already turned. Lu Zhufeng had achieved overwhelming victory, driving back several men in black, who could only gather with a few others. At that moment, some individuals dressed in the internal attire of the cloud-top building quickly rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Upon seeing Xiao Wujie, they bowed and called out to him, "Boss," to the astonished gazes of the men in black. It was only then that the men in black realized this young man had been pretending all along. He was actually the owner of the cloud-top building, and today's auction must also be orchestrated by him, faking participation in the bidding. The leading man in black cast a cold glance at Xiao Wujie and said with a chilling tone, "I have heard that the elusive owner of the cloud-top building in Ice City is rarely seen, but I did not expect it to be Mr. Xiao." His voice revealed that he was the mysterious competitor who had fiercely contended with Xiao Wujie during the auction. Xiao Wujie narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold, enigmatic smile on his face, his gaze playful, flattering words, "But I wonder what your identities are." The man in black did not answer, merely scanning the surroundings with a cold gaze. As several of them exchanged silent glances, they suddenly charged towards the window and broke through. Xiao Wujie gestured to Lu Zhufeng, his voice calm, "Don't let them escape." Lu Zhufeng rolled his eyes at him and dashed out like the wind. In an antique and elegant room, a subtle fragrance lingered. Wisps of smoke rose gracefully from a delicate incense burner, enveloping the air with a faint, elegant sandalwood scent. Xiao Wujie comfortably leaned back in a soft chair, while Lin Qingyi, with her delicate fingers, poured him a cup of steaming tea and carefully draped a blanket over him. Noticing the fatigue that Xiao Wujie could not conceal on his face, she couldn't help but say softly, "You don't need to personally intervene, as long as the forgetting agent appears at the auction, they will definitely not let it go." Xiao Wujie gazed deeply out the window and softly replied, "Their target is not just the forgetting agent, it is also me. If I do not appear, they may not take the bait." As the behind-the-scenes owner of the cloud-top building, this auction was also his scheme, and he had long since secured control of the forgetting agent. The reason for placing it at the auction was that Ice City had long been cleaned out by him, posing no significant threat. However, many eyes outside of Ice City were still watching him, and he wanted to use this opportunity to see if he could catch some big fish. Unexpectedly, there truly were surprises. Indeed, many people did not wish for him to obtain the forgetting agent, hoping that this frail individual with a limited lifespan would die a few days earlier. "Are you planning to leave Ice City?" Lin Qing, he suddenly asked, looking at him. Xiao Wujie was momentarily taken aback and did not deny it. He indeed planned to leave Ice City after some time to head to the imperial capital. Ice City had been thoroughly swept clean by him, posing no major threats, and the real big fish were not here, but rather in the imperial capital. Moreover, concerning his health issues, finding a solution would likely require going to the imperial capital, as it was impossible to find a remedy in Ice City. Under such circumstances, leaving Ice City was the inevitable choice. Yes. However, you still need to take care of your health. Having just recovered from a major illness, you should not overexert yourself. Lin Qing, he did not press further, merely offering gentle reminders. She possessed extraordinary medical skills, well-versed in traditional Chinese medicine. Although Xiao Wujie had a private doctor on the surface, she was secretly responsible for his treatment and care. Xiao Wujie, with his frail physique, owed his survival to her dedicated efforts. The two whispered for a while, and the clock's hands pointed to the number 5. The night slowly descended, and the eastern horizon began to glow with a faint blush of dawn. Xiao Wujie rose from his chair softly, saying, "Lu Zhufeng should be about done. I will go take a look." Lin Qing's delicate brows slightly furrowed as she gently advised, "Your body is not suited for strenuous activity. You've been tired all day, so rest here for a while. The matter will be fine with Lu Zhufeng handling it." Xiao Wujie smiled warmly at her, shook his head, and then stood up, walking towards the door. "They are all highly trained assassins. A Lu Zhufeng won't be able to extract anything from them." Snow fell gently upon the silent land. The horizon was shrouded by leaden gray clouds hanging low enough to almost be touched. The cold air rising from the ground intertwined with the cloud cover, blurring the boundaries between heaven and earth, plunging the entire world into a chaotic gray and white. Suddenly, amidst the dead silence of the gray and white, several jumping black dots emerged. A few figures in black rushed up and down, their movements like lightning as they sprinted wildly. All of them looked distressed, fleeing hastily while exchanging rapid words. "What happened? We were so close to success. How did we suddenly stop and give that woman a chance? This sickly person is strange. I must have fallen into his trap. The intel was wrong. This sickly person is definitely not as weak as he seems. Damn it, no wonder they're willing to pay such a high price. Had I known it would be like this, I wouldn't have taken it for any amount of money. How could someone who manages such a large enterprise for Miss Chu be simple? I was too careless. What now? We didn't get the forgetting agent, and we didn't eliminate that sickly person either. All right, let's stop worrying about the mission, conserve our strength, and escape first." Just as they were exchanging words, quickly a sudden sneer echoed in their ears. "Escape? Where to?" The pupils of the black-clad figures shrank sharply, their hairs standing on end as they quickly huddled together, casting vicious glances around. Lu Zhufeng, dressed in a black suit, stepped out of the wind and snow, appearing before them like a ghost. His brows were raised and a smile played at the corner of his mouth, resembling a cold-hearted hunter observing his trapped prey's futile struggles. A mere assistant possesses such great ability. This kid truly knows how to act. The leader's gaze grew serious as he watched Lu Zhufeng, his brows knitting tightly, and then a ruthless glint emerged in his eyes as he spoke in a chilling tone. "Mr. Lu, do we really have to fight to the death?" Lu Zhufeng said nothing, merely gazing at him with a smile. The leader of the black-clad figures, seeing this, ceased further words, gesturing with his hand, as several of his companions quickly formed a formation surrounding Lu Zhufeng, in an instant closing in from all angles. Lu Zhufeng's smile took on a more mocking quality as he casually tossed aside his suit jacket, rolled up his shirt sleeves, and moved. In an instant, shadows intertwined in the wind, and snow swords clashed, and gunfire roared. Moments later, everything returned to silence. Lu Zhufeng calmly adjusted his suit jacket, impatiently kicking aside a black-clad figure lying in front of him, muttering with disdain, Killers, not very good at killing, but escaping is quite a skill." The distant sound of roaring engines approached, several black cars swiftly blocking his path. From the middle car, a figure quickly emerged, holding an umbrella, bending down to open the rear door. Black-clad bodyguards, having already exited other vehicles, stood in an orderly line awaiting. Xiao Wujie leaned out of the car, his tall figure supported by an attendant holding the umbrella. He walked toward the black-clad figures with a leisurely pace, radiating an air of otherworldly grace. In front of outsiders, Lu Zhufeng gave Xiao Wujie a face, slightly bowing, and said seriously, "Boss, they are all here. There are no fish that escape the net." Xiao Wujie nodded slightly, his voice calm. "Tie them up and remove the masks from their faces." With a swift motion from his subordinates, several black-clad figures were forced to kneel before him, revealing their true faces beneath the masks. After a fierce battle, they were beaten by Lu Zhufeng, sporting bruises and blood at the corners of their mouths, looking extremely disheveled. Xiao Wujie crouched down, his deep and enigmatic gaze sweeping across the faces of the few, finally settling on the leader's face, his tone playful. "Aren't you going to introduce yourself?" "Friends of SL." The black-clad figure's pupils instantly contracted, disbelief flooding his eyes. SL, also known as Sun Luo, is named after the realm of the Sun Luo underworld. It is the world's most mysterious and expensive assassin organization. If they don't intervene, it's fine, but once they do, the next meeting will be in Sun Luo's domain. As long as a deal is struck, there is no one they cannot kill. Its terror is unquestionable, but its mysterious style and exorbitant price mean that very few know of it, and the ability to recognize SL, while seeing through one's identity, further illustrates the depth of the person before him. You weren't hired by someone from my city to kill me. You're from the imperial capital, right? Or should I say from the Chu? Xiao Wujie's eyes sparkled like cold stars, hiding a mesmerizing aura that seemed capable of penetrating the black-clad man's soul through his gaze. The black-clad figure's pupils trembled violently, disbelief written all over his face. SL's confidentiality regarding transaction information is impeccable. Apart from the assassin who took the order, no one else can know. When it comes to life and death matters, no one would take it lightly. How did the person before him know? Xiao Wujie pressed his thin lips together slightly, and as the black-clad figure trembled, his gaze was fixed directly on him, his eyes faintly glowing with a strange light. The black-clad man stared into those eyes, which seemed to possess an alluring charm, drawing him in with just a glance, rendering his gaze hollow and his mind blank. He felt as if the sound of the wind and snow was roaring past his ears, and he abruptly came back to his senses. Looking around again, everything had mysteriously vanished, leaving only the white expanse of snow and a godlike figure standing silently before him. He looked up at the enigmatic figure before him and hoarsely exclaimed, "Illusion." Xiao Wujie looked down at him, chuckling lightly. "No wonder you're an A-level assassin of SL. Your reaction is quite quick." SL assassins are classified into 5 levels: A, B, C, D, and S, with D being the lowest and S the highest. The one before me is an A-level assassin, second only to S-level, and is considered an absolute high-level combat force in SL. However, during the time he fell into the illusion, Xiao Wujie had already obtained the information he wanted. They say Mr. Xiao has no martial prowess at all, but with this illusion technique, an ordinary person would be completely overshadowed in your presence. But as an A-level assassin of SL after special training, I can assure you that ordinary illusions cannot extract information from my mind. The black-clad man looked at Xiao Wujie, his voice hoarse, surprised yet sinister. Ordinary illusions. Xiao Wujie silently smiled. It's a pity he is no ordinary person. In a sense, this world is all his creation. He is certainly not an ordinary individual. As dawn broke, the light of day filtered through the clouds. The light poured down from behind him, as if rushing from the endless heights of the heavens, enveloping him in a hazy and mysterious radiance. In a world cloaked in silver, the wind and snow continued to howl. Xiao Wujie stood tall, the brilliance in his eyes dimming. Several black-clad figures lay motionless on the ground, their eyes tightly shut, faces serene. Some even wore smiles at the corners of their mouths, as if they had fallen into a deep sleep, lost in a dream, their bodies relaxed and at ease. The bodyguards watching this scene felt a chill run down their spines, breaking into cold sweats. They clearly witnessed the entire process. Their boss merely stood before these assassins without any movement, yet the assassins gradually became vacant, their expressions frozen in stupor, as if they had consumed fake liquor. Usually, even under severe torture, they would not utter a word, but now they spilled everything like pouring out beans, revealing every detail, as if they couldn't help but disclose even the times they snuck tomatoes and cucumbers from others' gardens as children. Then they seemed to fall into a deep sleep, even more unguarded than if they had smoked opium, allowing themselves to be slaughtered, their state eerily chilling. Lu Zhufeng was not as surprised as the others. As Xiao Wujie's most trusted aide, he was privy to many of Xiao Wujie's secrets. Unlike the trembling of others, he furrowed his brows slightly, his gaze towards Xiao Wujie laced with concern. Xiao Wujie's frail body lacked any martial strength, yet he possessed unfathomable abilities that could kill invisibly. However, this power did not come without burdens. The illusion technique he employed could cause confusion, trap minds in illusions, and manipulate the opponent's spirit to extract information. But it took a significant toll on the caster's mental state. Every time Lu Zhufeng saw Xiao Wujie perform, he would appear fatigued and mentally drained. Xiao Wujie was now recovering from a serious illness, his condition not fully robust, and after staying up all night performing such techniques, could inevitably burden his body. "Are you all right?" he immediately asked with concern. Xiao Wujie responded with a slight hum. Upon closer inspection, his face appeared even paler, fatigue haunting his brow, yet his gaze remained deep and contemplative. Given his current physical condition, casting illusions on such a large scale against these experts was indeed taxing. Fortunately, the crucial information had already been extracted, and he had made a decision regarding the mastermind behind it. The situation in Ice City was fully under his control, and in the imperial capital, Chu Liyue was acting ruthlessly, pursuing dual strategies, causing some individuals to become unsettled. Thinking of Chu Liyue, his cold gaze flickered slightly as he stared at the falling snow, his thoughts momentarily drifting. It was snowing again. The day she found him was also a snowy day. In a daze, the swirling snowflakes intertwined to form a stunningly beautiful cold visage. Merely thinking of her, solely thinking of her, the depths of this body's soul would uncontrollably ripple with emotions. It felt like an almost bone-deep longing and obsession. For the original Xiao Wujie, this person was truly etched into the deepest part of his soul. Even if turned to ashes, love would not cease to exist. But what about him? Who is he? He is this world, and also the creator of every individual within it. He holds unique feelings for this world and for the protagonists. Ancient scholars discussed poetry. Poetry is the expression of one's aspirations. It resides in the heart as aspiration, and when articulated, it becomes poetry. This speaks to the essence of poetry, where a poet's intentions and emotions are externalized. This applies not only to poetry, but also to literature. What is written in literature often reflects the author's own self. This can be seen in how he infuses various real-life experiences into the characters he creates. In a certain sense, this world and he are both expressions and reflections based on his own experiences combined with his thoughts and feelings. From this perspective, he is he. Thus, the original emotions of the protagonist can also be considered his emotions, yet he is ultimately not entirely he. He is the source and creator, but cannot fully replicate or replace. Many matters require him to handle them in his own way. Amidst the swirling snow, those beside Xiao Wujie dared not interrupt his dazed state at all. Until the surrounding cold air became unbearable, he couldn't help but cough lightly, a sickly flush appearing on his pale face. Lu Zhufeng with a stern expression spoke up, "I think thinking can also be done in the car. Damn it, what's wrong with him? Why does he have to stand in the snow to think? Does he think his life is too long?" The pretentiousness before him was already enough for him to endure, yet behind him was a protector who cherished him like life itself, who every time he fell ill and was discovered, the stance taken was almost to draw a knife and chop off his head. Just last night he received orders to be cautious in guarding him, or else he would be questioned. With the journey to the imperial capital imminent, if anything went wrong now, he feared he would soon meet his long-lost great-grandmother. Seeing Xiao Wujie's dazed expression seemingly indifferent to his words, Lu Zhufeng, fuming, clenched his rough fingers tightly together. In his urgency, beads of sweat nearly broke out on his forehead, until Xiao Wujie graciously hummed in acknowledgement, leaving behind the words, "Handle these people," before returning to the car under Lu Zhufeng's speechless yet anxious gaze. With the roar of the engine, everything fell silent once more, as if nothing had ever happened. The vast falling snow would cover everything that had transpired on this land. Snowflakes danced in the air, and amidst the world cloaked in silver, a tranquil manor stood silently. The thin layer of white snow gently covered the red brick exterior, with warm hues seeping through the crevices, creating a cozy contrast against the cold. Inside, a massive fireplace blazed in the center of the living room, the flickering flames casting warm, soft shadows on the vintage furniture and tapestries, starkly contrasting with the harshness outside. The room was filled with warmth, and following the principle of a head can be severed, but the hairstyle must remain intact. Blood may flow, but the shoes must be polished. The exquisite Xiao Wujie took off his equally refined suit, replacing it with a carefully coordinated lightweight casual outfit. A light blue work jacket paired with white casual pants appeared simple and refreshing, transforming his usual aloofness into a youthful charm akin to a mountain stream under the bright moon and gentle breeze. In truth, he was merely a 17-year-old boy, still half a year away from adulthood. However, the persona and aura forced upon him by the outside world often made people forget his true age. Perhaps having caught a chill from the outside, he was currently leaning back on the sofa, coughing lightly. Lu Zhufeng stood nervously beside him, watching him with concern. Xiao Wujie, whose name means no calamity, symbolizes a life free of disaster and filled with yet fate seemed to be particularly harsh on him, not only failing to grant him a smooth life, but also constantly throwing obstacles in his path, subjecting him to an inordinate amount of suffering. Lu Zhufeng and Xiao Wujie shared more than a simple master-servant relationship. They had a bond forged through life and death. To him, Xiao Wujie was not only a benefactor, but also someone he was determined to protect with all his strength. Being a few years older than Xiao Wujie, and having followed him from a young age, he was acutely aware of the hardships and tribulations Xiao had endured. It was better when Chu Liyue was by his side, but in recent years he had been alone, shouldering everything by himself, feeling increasingly isolated, and his already fragile health was deteriorating. Lu Zhufeng saw this and felt more anxious. "Should we call a doctor to check on you?" he tentatively asked in a low. Xiao Wujie lightly waved his hand and coughed a few times, asking, "Is everything cleared up?" "Yes, all the visible enterprises have been successfully acquired, and those disobedient ones have been uprooted. There are virtually no threats left here." It seems the years of strategic planning weren't in vain. Xiao Wujie murmured softly, his gaze slightly lowered. Lu Zhufeng felt a surge of admiration for the exquisite yet frail figure before him. 5 years ago, when Chu Liyue left, the industries and powers under her command were indeed major players in Ice City, yet there were still many rivals, and some hidden forces were even stronger. Xiao Wujie took over after Chu Liyue's departure when he was just 12 years old. No one believed such a young child could manage such a tangled web of power. Everyone scoffed secretly, trying to sabotage him, attempting to swallow this colossal entity. However, no one anticipated that this frail 12-year-old would swiftly integrate the internal forces, using the loyalty left by Chu Liyue, maneuvering among various factions and continuously growing stronger, dismantling the watchful rivals one by one. Now all the rivals had been brought to their knees, and the power left by Chu Liyue had expanded to an immeasurable extent. Xiao Wujie was undoubtedly the undisputed king of Ice City, casting a wide shadow. It is no exaggeration to say that when Xiao Wujie coughs, Ice City trembles thrice. Not only Ice City, but he had also extended his reach beyond its borders. Even Chu Liyue's rise in the imperial capital, clearing obstacles, could not have been without Xiao Wujie's assistance. Perhaps even she was unaware of how unfathomable the boy she regarded as a good child truly was. Both were lost in their thoughts, and the villa was momentarily silent. Suddenly, a servant bent over hurriedly approaching with a vibrating phone in both hands, respectfully presenting it to Xiao Wujie. Upon seeing the incoming call information on the phone, a unique glimmer appeared in Xiao Wujie's otherwise calm. He promptly took the phone and answered. A cool, refined voice immediately emerged from the phone, now laced with warmth and softness. Ajia, have you been behaving well lately? Yes, sister. Xiao Wujie's voice flowed like a gentle stream, soft yet clear. He seemed like a different person from the cold and indifferent demeanor he usually displayed. Lu Zhufeng, hearing the voice, suddenly looked up stunned, and then quickly lowered his head again. Though he had heard this countless times, he couldn't help but be taken aback every time. He was genuinely curious if they were using voice changers. How could they seamlessly transition between two completely different voices? It would be a waste not to pursue a career in voice acting with such exceptional talent. Meanwhile, he couldn't help but curse Xiao Wujie in his heart. What on earth have you been listening to? Every meal felt like a poison test. Even with a 5-star chef changing up the dishes, he barely took a bite. Working day and night without rest, he still had to endure the hardships of life. Several illnesses nearly prompted Chu Liyue far away in the imperial capital to come and chop off his head. Lu Zhufeng kept his head down, listlessly listening to the two engage in their peculiar phone conversation. Time passed without his notice, and just as Lu Zhufeng was about to doze off while standing, he heard Xiao Wujie sweetly say, "Sister, see you tomorrow," and then raised his gaze to see him hanging up the call. Thank heavens it's finally over. Pack your things, we leave at 6 tomorrow morning. As Xiao Wujie looked at Lu Zhufeng, his voice returned to its usual cool indifference. He gazed out the window, soft light spilling from above, casting small shadows on his stunningly handsome face, giving him an air of mystery. He indeed planned to head to the imperial capital soon, but he hadn't expected Chu Liyue would ask him to go at this time. He assumed she wouldn't hasten his trip to the capital. After all, she had always prioritized Xiao Wujie's safety, and while the situation there had stabilized significantly, it was still fraught with undercurrents. Chu Liyue couldn't possibly be unaware of this situation, yet still chose to send him to the capital now. Oh, it felt somewhat urgent, as if it was a misperception. Many things seemed to be different from what he had anticipated. The next day at 6, a luxurious private jet sliced through the silent night sky, heading towards the imperial capital. The imperial capital. Under the skyline of the city, bathed in the morning light, the Tianqi Group building stands majestically. Inside the building, the grandeur is breathtaking. Gorgeous crystal chandeliers hang from the ceiling, resembling stars fallen to the mortal realm, while the floor is paved with exquisite marble, smooth as a mirror reflecting the hurried figures of passing crowds. In the president's meeting room on the top floor, Chu Liyue, now transformed into the female president, sits at the head of the conference table, quietly listening to the reports from her subordinates. With an extraordinarily beautiful face, she emanates a sense of coldness. Her jade-like elbow rests lightly on the back of her chair, surrounded by a powerful aura that warns others to keep their distance. The people at the conference table below, who are usually quite renowned in the capital, now appear as meek as quails, wishing they could bury their heads into their laps. Perhaps lost in thought, Chu Liyue is noticeably distracted, unusually refraining from criticizing the proposal. After listening to everyone's reports in a somewhat detached manner, she returned to her office and quickly dealt with related documents, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, quietly gazing at the horizon outside. Her deep, indifferent eyes seem slightly unfocused, as if she can see through the thick clouds to what she longs for, occasionally surfacing with an inexplicable and inscrutable emotion. After an indeterminate amount of time, she glanced at the time, picked up her car keys, and walked towards the door in her high. As she passed by the mirror at the door, she caught a glimpse of herself, hesitated for a moment, and hurriedly changed into a vibrant red women's suit before departing briskly. On a luxurious private jet, Xiao Wujie sits elegantly in his seat, his handsome face extraordinarily beautiful, reminiscent of an otherworldly being. Though his lips appear pale, it does not detract from his innate nobility and grace. As the plane prepares to land, his gaze flickers, and he cannot help but examine his reflection in the nearby window. He is dressed in a striking red suit, the vivid color accentuating his pale skin, adding a touch of fragile beauty to his otherwise stunning appearance. His black hair is meticulously styled in a side-swept manner, with slightly long bangs resting on his forehead and thick voluminous locks on either side lying obediently against his scalp, the slightly tousled tips adding a touch of chaotic beauty. The maid beside him, who was serving tea, couldn't help but stare in awe, swallowing hard. Behind him, Lu Zhufeng looked at him with a face full of disbelief. So damn pretentious. The private jet lands at the spacious group's private airport. The moment he steps off the plane, Xiao Wujie locks his gaze onto the elegant figure in red standing in the distance. Even under the bright sun and magnificent scenery, she remains the most captivating focus in the world. At the same time, Chu Liyue's cold, noble gaze also fixates on Xiao Wujie as he steps out of the cabin. Their eyes meet across the distance, locking into each other's gaze. Both of their expressions are as serene as a quiet pool, yet filled with a complex emotion that feels both familiar and puzzling. Xiao Wujie, facing that gaze, steps down the stairs slowly. Before he reaches the bottom, Chu Liyue has already approached, waiting for him. Her cold eyes carry a hint of tenderness, quietly observing him until Xiao Wujie stands before her. Xiao Wujie's deep gaze slightly fluctuates as he watches the incredibly beautiful woman before him. Her stunningly beautiful face resembles a finely crafted work of art with a natural air of aloofness and detachment. The red fabric of her attire sways gently, and her waist-length hair dances lightly in the wind. Unmatched elegance, strikingly beautiful. Due to his deteriorating health, sickness has become a part of his life. The original Xiao Wujie feared that his sickly appearance would cause her concern, so despite missing her dearly, he had always avoided video calls. Calculating the time, they have not seen each other for 5 years. Meanwhile, Chu Liyue gazes at the exquisite young man, now slightly taller than her emotions complex and unclear after 5 years apart. Ultimately, she still arched her brows and smiled slightly, deliberately softening her usually cold and mature voice. Don't you recognize me? Hearing her voice, Xiao Wujie extends his arms to gently embrace her slender figure, his cool pale hands softly gripping her back. Burying his head in the crook of her neck, he inhales her enchanting rose scent and whispers, "Sister, I miss you." His voice is warm and gentle. Like the first breeze of dawn, it traverses through the green treetops, carrying an unnamed floral fragrance, quietly awakening the dormant senses. It flows like a babbling brook through the mountains, gently coursing through the heart. In an instant, it melts the stiffness of Chu Liyue's body. Some ripples stir in her usually calm and indifferent heart, her hands gently caressing his hair, patting his shoulder in response. Xiao Wujie embraces her for a long time, burying his head in Chu Liyue's neck. That embrace is too warm and fragrant, causing him to linger in it, showing no intention of letting go even as her body begins to stiffen. At first, Lu Zhufeng felt somewhat moved, but as time went on, he became utterly disillusioned, gazing at the sky with a face full of despair. Damn it, hugging and cuddling, isn't it ever going to end? Purely torturing single dogs. Once she regained her emotions, Chu Liyue gently patted Xiao Wujie, twice playfully teasing, "Ajie, are you planning to hold me like this all day?" Hearing her, Xiao Wujie released his hold on Chu Liyue, lifting his head from her shoulder, silently savoring the feelings from just moments ago. Chu Liyue lightly stroked his handsome face and softly said, "Shall we go home with sister?" The intonation rose gently, enticing him. Xiao Wujie chuckled softly, saying, "Of course I will only go home with sister." Lu Zhufeng couldn't help but roll his eyes dramatically upon hearing this. Chu Liyue smiled slightly at his words, taking Xiao Wujie's hand as they walked forward. At the same time, she cast a glance at the despondent Lu Zhufeng beside her, no longer showing the previous patience and tenderness towards Xiao Wujie, her voice icy like frost and snow. "You come along too." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhufeng's face darkened immediately. What a wonderful transformation. The change in tone is truly smooth and enjoyable. Inside the car, Lu Zhufeng undoubtedly took the role of the driver, while Xiao Wujie and Chu Liyue sat together, feeling the warmth of her hand and inhaling the rose fragrance enveloping him. Xiao Wujie felt immensely comfortable, daring to take a careful look at his coldly beautiful sister. He noticed that she was wearing a red suit identical to his that looked so much like a couple's outfit that one could easily believe they were heading to the altar. A glimmer of interest flashed in his clear eyes as he smiled and asked, "Sister, did you know what I would wear and chose this outfit accordingly?" Chu Liyue maintained a calm expression, pursing her lips slightly. "I don't know, perhaps it's just that Aju and I are in sync." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wujie's expression remained unchanged, but his gaze flickered slightly. According to his settings, Chu Liyue had romantic feelings for Xiao Wujie, but she only became aware of them after Xiao Wujie's departure, and they intensified over time. However, he was currently existing in place of the Xiao Wujie who was supposed to be offline, and everything had changed from what it originally was. Her attitude towards him left him somewhat uncertain. Nevertheless, he had always been a patient person. Chu Liyue did not notice the twists and turns of his thoughts. She quietly observed the breathtakingly beautiful young man she hadn't seen in 5 years while warming his hands. 5 years ago, he was only as tall as her shoulder, but now he was taller than her by a bit. His already handsome features now appeared astonishingly enchanting, combining a man's elegance with an air of delicate beauty. He gave off an impulse to be embraced and cherished. Indeed, the person before her perfectly illustrated how the word beautiful could apply to a man so fittingly. Looking at this stunning young man, her emotions became somewhat complex. The hurried trip to the capital was entirely due to the dream that had been haunting her during this time. The sensations in the dream felt too real. On one hand, she desperately wanted to see him safe, though she understood that even without the nightmare materializing, Xiao Wujie's physical condition was far from optimistic, and those superficial reassurances of him fine were merely kind lies to ease her worries. On the other hand, the tormenting nightmare made her realize that the cost of losing Xiao Wujie was something she might not be able to bear. She vividly remembered the feeling she experienced in the dream, where the world lost its color, and the sensation of her heart and body tearing apart made her understand that if something were to happen to Xiao Wujie in reality, she would likely find it unbearable, just like in the dream. As both of them harbored their own thoughts, they unconsciously arrived at their destination, the Liyue Manor, named after. The manor spanned nearly 1,000 acres with the grand entrance wide open, revealing the interior in its entirety like a lavish scroll unfolding. The entire manor was designed in a neoclassical style built with pure white marble, simple yet elegant. At the center of the complex stood the palace-like main residence with its multi-layered structure arranged in a breathtaking manner. Upon arriving at the main residence, Chu Liyue carefully took Xiao Wujie's hand as they got out of the car. A strikingly beautiful woman was already waiting by the door. Seeing them approach, she wore a polite smile and slightly bowed, saying miss. She then turned to Xiao Wujie with amazement and greeted young master, Xiao, long time no see. Xiao Wujie recognized her as AI Roman, the assistant and housekeeper who had been by Chu Liyue's side for many years. A fellow worker like Lu Zhufeng, yet much more pleasant to look at than him. Sister man, long time no see. It's only been a few years, but young Master Xiao is looking more handsome and charming than ever. Haha, not as beautiful and enchanting as Sister man. AI Roman laughed joyfully, wanting to compliment him further, but upon catching a glimpse of her superior's unclear expression, she quickly shut her mouth and turned to lead the way. Inside the main residence, the vintage decor was worth a fortune, yet elegant without being ostentatious. Because Chu Liyue preferred peace and quiet, there were not many people in the entire manor besides a few necessary servants. At that moment, the large living room was empty except for the few of them, although the heating was on the spacious room, felt somewhat chilly. Noticing this, Xiao Wujie couldn't help but huddle up and coughed lightly into his hand. Chu Liyue frowned slightly at this and instructed AI Roman beside her, make sure to raise the temperature a bit more. Without waiting for AI Roman to respond, she took Xiao Wujie to sit on the luxurious sofa, personally pouring a cup of hot water and bringing it to his lips. Drink some hot water. Xiao Wujie was unapologetic, taking several sips from her hand. He seemed to gulp it down hastily and began to cough violently. Seeing this, Chu Liyue quickly set down the cup and gently patted his back to help him breathe easier. Unseen by her, a hint of amusement flashed in Xiao Wujie's eyes. After coughing for a while, Xiao Wujie finally calmed down, appearing somewhat exhausted as he leaned slightly against Chu Liyue's shoulder, his eyes misty, looking frail and pitiful. Chu Liyue gently stroked his back, patiently advising, slow down, why the rush? It's cold, you need to wear more clothes. Don't always refuse to wear clothes just to look pretty. AI Roman couldn't help but exclaim. It was truly a sight to see her usually stern and few-spoken superior expressing so many words at once. In her impression, Chu Liyue had always been exceptionally capable and indifferent. The harsh environment and experiences had built high walls around her heart, and her extraordinary abilities allowed her to succeed in anything, like a destined empress towering above, looking down on the world with indifference. If there was anyone in this complex world who could make her care, it was undoubtedly Xiao Wujie before her. At least she had never seen Chu Liyue display such tenderness towards anyone other than Xiao Wujie. Chu Liyue's voice was low and melodious like tempered ice, and when she patiently advised him, her tone intentionally softened, flowing like spring water into his ears. Half embraced by her, Xiao Wujie felt supremely comfortable, but due to the shortness of breath from coughing, he was too weak to speak and could only nod his head repeatedly. His pitiful appearance evoked a strange feeling in Chu Liyue as she gently patted his back, like a comforting gesture, softly asking him, from now on this will be Ju's home in the capital. As night fell in the spacious and bright room on the third floor, Xiao Wujie had finished washing up. He wore a cream-colored silk robe and leaned against the soft, comfortable bed, looking somewhat drowsy. His body was frail, and after a day of exertion, he felt quite exhausted. However, he was always particular about the bed, and not long after getting used to the bed in Ice City, he found himself in the imperial capital feeling immensely fatigued, yet unable to fall asleep. At that moment, a soft knock sounded at the door. It was undoubtedly Chu Liyue. Although there were quite a few rooms on the third floor, only two were suitable for habitation. One was Chu Liyue's own room, and the other was this room next to hers. According to AI Roman, this room had been reserved for him since the Liyue Manor was built, and even though it had never been occupied, it was cleaned regularly. Xiao Wujie forced himself to muster some energy and softly said, "Come in." The door opened, and Chu Liyue walked in holding a steaming cup of milk. She wore an exquisite black silk nightgown, the smooth lines of the dress following the contours of her body, perfectly outlining her graceful figure. A black ribbon was tied gently around her waist in a bow, accentuating her slim waist and adding to her charm. She appeared to have just finished washing up, a hint of steam rising from her body, her damp long hair cascading down, giving her a lazy and casual look. She gracefully sat down by the bed, her deep and beautiful eyes gazing at Xiao Wujie as she softly asked, "You can't sleep, can you?" Breathing in her delightful rose scent, Xiao Wujie nodded slightly, appearing somewhat weary. Still as particular about the bed as before. Xiao Wujie was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this, then recalled that the Xiao Wujie he had written about also had a habit of being particular about beds. In writing this book, he had inadvertently infused a lot of himself into the character. The original Xiao Wujie really resembled another version of himself from a different realm. Chu Liyue brought the warm milk in front of him softly, saying, "Drink the milk first or it will help you sleep. Lie down, and rest will stay here with you." Xiao Wujie in a daze took the milk in front of him and drank it all in one go. Then he lay down on the bed, his gaze slightly unfocused as he looked at Chu Liyue's stunningly beautiful face. Chu Liyue took the empty cup from him, rinsed it out, poured some water for him to gargle, and then carefully tucked him in. Noticing him staring blankly at her, she reminded softly, "Close your eyes." The moment Xiao Wujie closed his eyes, he felt a pair of tender and smooth hands gently massaging his head and eyes. With the comfortable technique and pressure, he felt his mind going blank and his drowsiness deepened. He couldn't help but want to open his eyes to look at her, but her soothing, mellow voice whispered in his ear, "Good boy, sleep well. You'll fall asleep soon." Enjoying the comfortable massage and listening to her soft, magnetic voice, he gradually found it hard to keep his eyes open and unknowingly slipped into a state of slumber, quickly losing consciousness. Chu Liyue heard his breathing gradually become steady, moved her fingers to his temples, continuing to massage, gently, quietly watching him. His dark hair spilled across the pillow, his face resembling a finely carved masterpiece, his thick eyelashes fanning out like delicate feathers, gently fluttering with each even breath. His handsome face was unparalleled, as if transcendently beautiful. Feeling the warmth radiating through the boy's delicate skin beneath her palm, Chu Liyue was filled with a sense of genuine reassurance. This exquisitely fragile flower did not wither and bleed as in nightmares, but had returned to her side in a tangible way. Looking at his tranquil and beautiful sleeping face, Chu Liyue found herself unconsciously slowing her breathing, fearful of disturbing this serene beauty. Recalling the events in her dreams, her expression grew complex, her deep and beautiful eyes reflecting emotions that were difficult to describe. Uncertain how much time had passed, she only stopped her actions after confirming that Xiao Wujie was soundly asleep, quietly exiting the room. The next day, Chu Liyue woke up early, gently pushed open a corner of the door to see Xiao Wujie sleeping peacefully and did not disturb him, allowing him to continue resting. After instructing the kitchen to prepare Xiao Wujie's favorite breakfast, she hurriedly left. Shortly after, Lu Zhufeng, having finished breakfast, noticed that the beauty from DY had yet to rise despite the time and decided to check on the situation. To his horror, he found the man lying in bed, tightly cocooned in the blanket, his eyes closed, breathing heavily. The moment his hand touched Xiao Wujie's forehead, he knew he was in trouble. Trembling fingers dialed Chu Liyue's number, his voice shaking uncontrollably. "Chu. Miss Chu. Boss. Seems to be sick." It was noon. With a series of urgent taps from high-heeled shoes, Chu Liyue, dressed in professional attire, hurriedly walked in, her hair slightly disheveled by the wind. At this point, Xiao Wujie had an IV in his hand, lying in bed, receiving fluids, and due to his poor condition, he had fallen asleep again. She glanced at the Xiao Wujie lying in bed, then turned her gaze to Lu Zhufeng, who had been waiting by the bed, her eyes glinting with a cold light that seemed capable of freezing a person. Lu Zhufeng felt a chill run down his spine under her gaze. Nervously gripping the seam of his pants, he stammered it might be that he caught a chill from the heavy snow in Ice City a few days ago, plus the flight to the imperial capital. What is his condition now? Before Lu Zhufeng could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a wave of Chu Liyue's hand. She didn't want to hear any useless information. Figuring out his illness was the priority. The doctor said he has a fever and pneumonia. He needs to receive fluids and medication on schedule for the next few days and must rest well. Chu Liyue nodded upon hearing this, took out her phone, and made a call, telling the other end, "I won't be going to the company this afternoon. Call me if anything comes up." When Lu Zhufeng called her, she was in the middle of an important meeting. She had never been one to take calls during meetings, but since Lu Zhufeng called, it must relate to Xiao Wujie. For her, Xiao Wujie was undoubtedly more important than the meeting. After receiving the call and learning that he was ill, she felt a rush of anxiety and guilt. She was anxious because she knew Xiao Wujie's physical condition was quite concerning. What seemed like a minor illness to others could worsen and even threaten his life. She felt guilty for being too careless that morning and failing to notice his condition in time. This time it was just a fever. What about next time? She didn't dare to think further, fearing the scenes from her dreams would become reality. Fortunately, knowing that he was not in immediate danger, she quickly finished the meeting and urgently dealt with important documents before hurrying back. In the afternoon, there was nothing at the company that required her personal attention, as she didn't plan to go. With Xiao Wujie's condition, she couldn't ease her mind. If Lu Zhufeng knew what she was thinking, he would surely say, "This is just a daily routine, you'll get used to it." Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't dare to say it. That would be a joke. He still wanted to live a few more years. In the room, sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting dappled shadows in one corner. Chu Liyue quietly sat by Xiao Wujie's bedside, doing nothing but keeping him company in silence. On the bed, the stunning youth lay quietly with a high nose bridge casting slender shadows in the gentle light. His deep-set eyes, usually as profound as the night sky, were tightly shut, and his eyelashes fluttered gently. Perhaps due to his physical discomfort, even dreams failed to grant him peace. Strands of hair on his forehead were damp with sweat, slightly disheveled, with a few strands sticking to his pale cheeks caused by fever. The body beneath the blanket trembled occasionally, fingers unconsciously clutching the bedding, revealing his current discomfort. Chu Liyue extended her delicate hand to gently caress his face, softly wiping away the sweat from his forehead. With her other hand covering his cold palm, she tried to convey warmth to him. Watching the clock's hands make another rotation, she gently patted the youth's shoulder and softly called his name, "Ah Jie, wake up." From Lu Zhufeng, she learned he hadn't eaten breakfast, and had been sleeping since receiving in 4, so even if he continued to sleep, he needed to eat lunch. Under her persistent calls, Xiao Wujie finally slowly opened his eyes. Woken by the fever-induced pneumonia, he initially struggled with his breathing and began to cough violently. Seeing this, Chu Liyue quickly lifted him up, gently patting his back and helping him regulate his breath. After a while, Xiao Wujie coughed until his face turned red, his eyes filled with tears from the physical strain, gradually calming down under Chu Liyue's gentle touch. The intense coughing sent sharp pains through his chest as he weakly leaned against Chu Liyue, slightly opening his mouth and struggling to breathe deeply. Noticing this, the usually indifferent and strong Chu Liyue felt an uncontrollable pang of bitterness rise within her. She tried to soften her voice as if the beautiful youth in her arms was a fragile porcelain, fearing that even the slightest increase in volume could harm him. Ajia, if you're feeling better, is it okay if you eat something first? The sickly beauty in her embrace nodded weakly at her words. Lu Zhufeng entered carrying some light dishes carefully prepared in the kitchen. At this moment, Xiao Wujie had not finished his four with a needle still in his hand. He glanced at the food and then at his own hand. He then lifted his head, his wet eyes still glistening with moisture, staring intently at Chu Liyue. Without seeing this, Chu Liyue quickly understood, and after a few seconds of eye contact, she was the first to yield, smiling as she raised the bowl and chopsticks, feeding him as if he were a child. Xiao Wujie squinted slightly, unapologetically enjoying the exclusive service from his older sister. Beside him, Lu Zhufeng watched him, comfortable and content, wanting to say, "Step aside. Let me feed him." Even with a needle in his hand, even if both hands were disabled, he would still insist on taking the bowl and chopsticks himself, this spoiled brat. Since he was too engrossed to notice, he wisely left, not wanting to disturb someone's performance. This wasn't the first time Chu Liyue fed Xiao Wujie. In the past, when she was in Ice City, Xiao Wujie often fell ill, and there were many times when his condition was even more. Sometimes when he lay in bed and couldn't move, she would personally feed him, but back then he would always shyly resist, and she would have to insist. Unexpectedly, after years apart, they had now swapped roles. After not having fed anyone for years, she found herself a bit out of practice, gradually regaining her touch after several bites. Looking at the situation, it seemed she would have to get used to personally feeding him more often, but she didn't have to worry about being out of practice. However, the task was not heavy. Xiao Wujie's cat-like appetite made her frown. The soft, sticky rice was barely touched, and the light dishes were only taken a few bites before he shook his head, indicating he couldn't eat anymore. Perhaps due to the fever, he was easily thirsty, drinking more of the thin millet porridge, but even half a bowl was too much for him to handle. In the past, it was understandable for a child, but now he was almost an adult. How could he have such a small appetite? Chu Liyue patted his head and coaxed him, using all her skills to finally get a few more bites into his mouth. Xiao Wujie leaned against Chu Liyue's embrace, his head resting intentionally or unintentionally against her slightly open collar, one hand casually draped over her slender leg. Though he didn't show it, the warm, soft, and indescribably delightful sensation nearly made him lose his senses. The discomfort in his body felt greatly alleviated. To appear truly casual, he engaged in light conversation with Chu Liyue. "Sister, aren't you going to work this afternoon?" "I'm not going. So you have nothing else to do, just planning to keep me company?" "Nothing else, just accompanying you." "You're so nice." Chu Liyue was not very skilled at chatting. In her view, if something could be solved with action, why use words? Only in front of Xiao Wujie would she be so patient in answering every question. If it were anyone else, she would have slapped them to make them shut up long ago. Why so much nonsense? Hearing Xiao Wujie's soft murmur, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words, neither denying nor answering, just tightening her embrace slightly. She silently adjusted his head a bit higher. It hurt a bit from pressing for too long. This could be the price of being alluring. Xiao Wujie's words were sincere. In 2 lifetimes, he hadn't experienced much warmth. In his previous life, he grew up in an orphanage, not even knowing who his biological parents were. Relying on his exceptional abilities, he was neither rich nor poor, but he didn't have to depend on others and could achieve self-sufficiency. He had no romantic experiences and very few friends, having always wandered through life alone. But life is as fragile as grass, and the heart, like fine dust, hides the vast universe. He didn't think his humble origins or lonely situation were anything special. In this world, apart from oneself, no one could accompany you to the end. The strength to live should come from oneself, without sacrificing one's dignity for a bit of warmth. Many things are fortune to gain and death to lose. Thus he walked a long, long road alone, carrying the strength he gave himself. He had not harbored any sadness or complaints, but occasionally in the still of the night, tormented by illness, he would feel a hint of loneliness and regret. Therefore, he endowed the protagonists of his writing with strong, independent personalities, exceptional abilities, and noble origins. They were the figures he once aspired to become. Perhaps because he had never experienced such warmth, he left the only regret in his stories to the relationship between the protagonists, both having feelings for each other, yet separated by life and death. Yet the heavens played a joke on him, allowing him to replace the protagonist who was supposed to perish and continue to exist. At this moment, he felt warmth he had never experienced in 2 lifetimes. In this moment, he admitted that he had become somewhat addicted to this feeling. In this moment, he wished to make up for those past. Feeling the tightening arm around his waist, he gently shifted his body, finding a position in his sister's embrace that was more comfortable for both of them. This feeling is truly wonderful. Just need to be careful about the time next time. In the past 2 days, Xiao Wujie has been confined to the Liyue Manor by Chu Liyue for recuperation, with no staying indoors all day inevitably leads to boredom compounded by the illness from the previous days that left his mind in a fog. After regaining some strength, Xiao Wujie took out his phone to browse the trending news in the capital. He discovered that news about the complete downfall of the business giant Rongguang Group and the president of Rongguang Group committing suicide by arson had dominated the trending search list for several days, with the interest still soaring. The complete collapse of Rongguang Group prompted countless shareholders to flee overnight. A fire raged for an entire night before being extinguished, causing the entire building to collapse, and even the body of the president of Rongguang could not be preserved. Numerous media outlets unleashed a frenzy of exposure and analysis on this matter. The origins of this shocking news that swept across Huaxiao were uncovered, reportedly stemming from a strategic contest between the Tianqi Group and the Rongguang Group, two titans of commerce. The Tianqi Group is led by the young lady Chu Liyue from the prominent Chu family in the capital, while the Rongguang Group is helmed by a middle-aged man named Gu Wuming. Both groups are leaders in the high-tech sector and are in a competitive relationship seemingly at odds with each other, long-standing rivals. The clash between Tianqi and Rongguang originated from a biotechnological advancement, with the Tianqi Group under the leadership of Chu Liyue achieving a breakthrough first and applying for a patent. Rongguang, unwilling to see years of investment go to waste, made every effort to obstruct the market release of Tianqi's patented technology and sued them for allegedly stealing Rongguang's technological secrets, taking the dispute to court. Unfortunately, not only did they lose the lawsuit, but Tianqi also exposed evidence of illicit dealings, plunging them into a whirlpool of public opinion, causing their stock prices to plummet, nearing bankruptcy. Recently, reports emerged that the president, unable to bear the pressure, committed suicide by arson, marking the complete demise of Rongguang Group. The once mighty business empire collapsed overnight due to a single misstep, leaving one speechless. Xiao Wujie smiled faintly upon seeing these reports and analyses. He was well aware of the situation, and he knew that the entanglements behind it were far more complex. It is true that Tianqi is led by Chu Liyue, while Rongguang appears to be under the control of a man named Gu Wuming, but the real mastermind behind the scenes is Chu Liyue's second uncle Chu Feihong. Though the Chu family is a prestigious lineage, by the time of Chu Liyue's grandfather the family was dwindling in numbers. Elder Chu Yuntian had only one son, Chu Mingqing. Chu Liyue does have an older brother who is 7 years her senior, named Chu Nanfeng. Chu Nanfeng possesses decent talent, but has a carefree personality, despising business and power struggles. He is reluctant to shoulder the family burden and has made a name for himself in the entertainment industry, with his outstanding looks and acting skills becoming a famous superstar. In contrast, Chu Liyue, endowed with extraordinary talent since childhood and possessing a cool demeanor, naturally became the best successor of the family. Thus, she distanced herself from her parents and relatives at a young age to undergo rigorous training. As for her second uncle, he is the orphan of a close friend of Elder Chu, adopted by him as a son and treated almost like his own child. However, unlike her brother Chu Nanfeng's laid-back attitude, her second uncle is ambitious and resourceful, having lived under someone else's roof in his early years, appearing modest and maintaining brotherly harmony. As Elder Chu stepped down, 70% of the family's power was handed over to Chu Mingqing, while 30% went. Chu Feihong is also exceptionally skilled, and leveraging this 30% of power, seized opportunities to develop and grow his influence, nearly rivaling that of his elder brother Chu Mingqing. As his power solidified, his ambitions gradually surfaced. While he maintained a facade of harmony behind the scenes, he resorted to various schemes aimed at undermining Chu Mingqing's influence to seize control of the entire Chu family. If it were just Chu Feihong, it could be managed, but his son Chu Yichen, who is the same age as Chu Nanfeng, is also exceptionally talented. He quickly rose to control significant power, joining forces with Chu Feihong against Chu Mingqing. Chu Nanfeng's lack of initiative makes it difficult for him to assist Chu Mingqing, leading to a decline for Chu Mingqing in recent years as he faced enemies from within and without. Fortunately, Chu Liyue possesses formidable abilities. After returning to the capital, she quickly rose to prominence with thunderous methods, astonishing everyone. Coupled with the unexpected support from Xiao Wujie, who feigned weakness while aiding her from the shadows, she gradually reversed the decline. Rongguang is one of the economic lifelines under Chu Feihong and Chu Yichen. Chu Liyue has long wanted to eliminate it, but has been waiting for the right opportunity. She had long possessed evidence of the illicit dealings, but she understood that this alone would not suffice to topple the formidable Chu Feihong. Thus, she chose to remain silent, keeping the evidence close until the appropriate moment to deliver a fatal blow. Originally, she wouldn't have had the opportunity, but this recent technological breakthrough revealed a chance. For many years, biotechnology has been a crucial area of human technology, with major families in the capital involved in various tech enterprises. This particular technology is a novel human gene modification and recombination technique aimed at revolutionizing and breaking through old technologies, which is pivotal for the future direction of this field. The first to achieve a breakthrough would essentially seize the initiative, firmly grasping the lifeline of this field in a short time. Both Tianqi and Rongguang are the two leading enterprises at the forefront of this technology. Given the significance of the matter, Chu Liyue personally led the team, tirelessly pushing for technological breakthroughs, ultimately gaining an edge and achieving a breakthrough first. Rongguang had invested years in this technology, even attracting many shareholders under the guise of being the first to break through. Tianqi's lead undoubtedly rendered Rongguang's years of effort futile, causing their stock prices to plummet, plunging them into a massive economic crisis. Take advantage of his illness to strike at his life. At this moment, Chu Liyue exposed damaging information, placing them at the center of public scrutiny, making it difficult for them to manage their finances. Meanwhile, Tianqi ruthlessly harvested companies centered around them, completely dismantling Rongguang. As for Gu Wuming, being one of Chu Feihong's trusted subordinates, keeping him around posed a threat. Removing him would serve as a declaration of war against Chu Feihong. Though the news is unaware of these secrets, Chu Liyue gained immense fame for toppling Rongguang Group. With her stunning beauty, she was soon dubbed the most beautiful woman in Huaxiao and the queen of business in the capital. Many friends who immersed themselves in the internet and novels expressed, "This is the female lead from a novel coming to life. As a woman, I feel like kneeling before the screen. If only my sister could glance at me, I would gladly die. I would give 10 years of my brother's life just to marry such." Xiao Wujie found himself at a loss for words upon seeing this. If only the comment section could be so lively. What they don't realize is that this matter is far from over. After sharpening his sword for 2.5 years, how could Queen Liyue easily put down the blade without pulling it out by the roots? Moreover, he has arrived in the capital, and many plans are about to unfold. He doesn't mind sacrificing Chu Feihong as a flag for war. The real show is just beginning. On the very night that Xiao Wujie finished reading the trending news, he and Chu Liyue were gathered around a luxurious and spacious dining table for a meal, when Chu Liyue received a call from her mother by Jingxian. Old Master Chu Yintian was very pleased to learn that Xiao Wujie had arrived in the capital, especially since it had been a long time since Chu Liyue had returned to the old residence. He immediately suggested hosting a family banquet to gather everyone together and welcome Xiao Wujie. Chu Liyue glanced at Xiao Wujie's still pale and unwell face and was about to refuse. However, Xiao Wujie was quick to snatch the phone and gently said into the receiver, "Aunt Jing, it's a Jia. Whenever you plan to host it, my sister and I will definitely attend." "Oh, my dear Wujie, that's wonderful. Let's set it for tomorrow night. Aunt Jing will be waiting for you at the old residence." Bai Jingxian's voice on the phone was filled with excitement, and even through the phone one could sense her joy. After hanging up, Chu Liyue couldn't bring herself to scold him. She merely frowned slightly and said softly to him, "You haven't fully recovered, yet you shouldn't be running around like this." Xiao Wujie smiled gently and replied earnestly, "I didn't notify Grandpa Chu and Aunt Jing of my arrival in the capital, so now that they know, I should pay them a visit." Chu Liyue wanted to say something more, but was interrupted in time by Xiao Wujie. He leaned closer to Chu Liyue, raising an eyebrow, playfully, the corners of his mouth curling into a mischievous smile. "Besides, I truly want to see the expressions on Chu Feihong and Chu Yichen's faces." Chu Liyue couldn't help but smile at his rare playful demeanor. Hearing him say that, she decided not to argue further and affectionately ruffled his hair as if to agree. Very well, as long as he was happy. Under her watchful eyes, she wouldn't let him suffer any loss. The next afternoon, as the sun set, the sky was painted with a soft orange-earth hue and golden rays bathed the earth. A luxurious, yet understated car steadily drove into the Chu family residence, stopping not far from the main house. The driver got out first, respectfully opening the back door. Chu Liyue stepped out in a pair of silver high heels, her long and slender legs wrapped in sheer and alluring black stockings elegantly descending from the car. She wore a satin blouse with floral sleeves, 2 buttons undone at the top, exposing her fair snow-like skin and exquisite collarbone. Her deep, tranquil eyes slightly lifted, casting a cool gaze into the car, where a subtle smile appeared on her stunning face. Captivating and graceful, she exuded elegance. Her delicate white hands were exquisite, and the other hand that reached out from the car was equally refined, like a work of art. In the gentle light, Xiao Wujie was led out of the car by her. Dressed in a winard suit, the color reminiscent of aged fine wine, it accentuated his fair complexion and handsome features, radiating warmth and depth. His gaze was equally profound, as if harboring countless stories. The corners of his mouth held a faint, elusive smile that revealed a composed demeanor. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the scene was already picturesque. The appearance of the two added a vibrant touch to the originally tranquil picture. This stunning scene nearly captivated everyone. Each person couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts, what a pair of golden boy and jade girl. In front of the main house, Chu Mingcheng and his wife had been waiting there personally for an unknown duration. Though both were over 50, time had left no visible traces on their faces. Chu Mingcheng was tall and sturdy with an imposing appearance, his neatly combed black hair added to his authoritative presence, with not a single wrinkle on his dignified face. Bai Jingxian was also tall and slender, her wavy hair, casually cascading down, bearing a resemblance to Chu Liyue's delicate face adorned with exquisite makeup, her fiery red lips, paired with a bright red dress. Though over 50, she did not appear aged, but instead radiated the youthful vitality of a young girl. Chu Liyue led Xiao Wujie forward at a leisurely pace, coolly greeting mom and dad, without further words. Chu Mingcheng and Bai Jingxian seemed to have become accustomed to this, slightly curling their lips in a smile and nodding in acknowledgement before turning their gaze to Xiao Wujie, who was being led by Chu Liyue. They had seen Xiao Wujie before, although not frequently. They had maintained a good amount of contact through phone calls. They genuinely felt gratitude and admiration for him. If it weren't for Xiao Wujie, their daughter would have suffered from illness day in and day out, hanging by a thread. Without Xiao Wujie's strong support, Chu Liyue's path would undoubtedly have been much more difficult. At their reunion, the once youthful boy had quietly transformed into an extraordinarily handsome young man, evoking a rush of emotions within them. Meeting their gaze, Xiao Wujie respectfully called out Uncle Chu, Aunt Jing. Bai Jingxian, without further ado, immediately snapped back to reality and pulled Xiao Wujie into her embrace, her face filled with joy and affection. Wujie, my dear, are you getting used to life in the capital? I heard from Liyue that you were ill. Are you feeling better? Come inside quickly, but it's cold outside. Her incessant questioning made one wonder if Xiao Wujie were her biological son. Even the usually imposing Chu Mingcheng managed to muster a somewhat amiable smile, gently patting Xiao Wujie on the shoulder. Xiao Wujie was thus surrounded and led into the resplendent main house. In the living room, old Master Chu Yuntian had already been sitting there waiting for some time. Having come from a military background in his early years, old Master Chu later returned home to inherit the family business, stepping away from the military. Though he was nearing 80, he still appeared vigorous and strong, showing no signs of aging. Upon seeing Xiao Wujie, he immediately drew him close and showered him with greetings, his wrinkled face breaking into a joyful smile. Thus an odd scene unfolded in the opulent hall. The rightful and prestigious Chu family eldest daughter, Chu Liyue, sat nearby, with her long legs crossed, exuding a powerful aura that seemed to ward off strangers. Meanwhile, Xiao Wujie, picked up halfway by the Chu family, found himself sandwiched between old Master Chu and Bai Jingxian, who fussed over him, asking various questions. Xiao Wujie performed excellently, responding to every inquiry. His words were sweet as honey, occasionally uttering charming phrases that made the two laugh heartily, creating a scene of warmth and joy. The tall and imposing Chu Mingcheng stood far away, unable to interject, his expression wooden. Finally, he silently found a spot to sit down, choosing not to speak. In the brightly lit hall, this scene persisted for quite a while, until Xiao Wujie, feeling a bit dry in the throat from talking too much, couldn't help but cough twice. Seeing this, Chu Liyue, whose complexion was already somewhat dark, immediately pulled Xiao Wujie to her side and fed him some hot water, not allowing old Master Chu or Bai Jingxian to ask another question. Chu Yuntian glanced at Bai Jingxian with a slightly unnatural expression. Bai Jingxian signaled that she received the cue and nodded towards Chu Mingcheng, who was sitting idly beside them. Chu Mingcheng felt a twitch at the corner of his eye and quickly turned his face away, as if to say, I can't interfere in this matter. However, the three of them couldn't help but steal a glance at Chu Liyue, and then truly fell silent. All three felt guilty towards Chu Liyue. In order to cultivate her as the heir of the Chu family, they had sent her away from her parents and loved ones since childhood, leaving her to endure inhuman trials alone. Compared to the young ladies of other families, Chu Liyue really hadn't enjoyed any of the blessings she deserved. Fortunately, she did not disappoint their expectations and took on the heavy responsibility of the family. However, the cruel training and lack of affection also led to Chu Liyue not being close to them, maintaining a cold demeanor towards everyone. It had been more than half a year since Chu Liyue last returned to the old residence to meet them. If it weren't for Xiao Wujie coming to the capital, they wouldn't even know what reason to use to call her back. Just as the atmosphere in the hall became a bit awkward, a voice from outside announced the second master, second madam, and second young master have arrived. The Chu family's old residence was usually only occupied by the family head, so on ordinary days, it was just old Master Chu Mingcheng and Bai Jingxian living there. At this moment, Chu Feihong and his family hurriedly arrived from outside. In comparison to the imposing appearance of Chu Mingcheng and his wife, Chu Feihong and his wife's looks were rather dark and sinister, giving the impression of not being good people. In fact, they were truly not good people. But are there really absolute good people in this world? Their son Chu Yichen was tall and handsome, giving off the aura of a gentleman. Upon seeing the newcomers, Chu Mingcheng and Bai Jingxian subtly frowned, then quietly sat there, showing no intention of getting up to greet them. Chu Liyue didn't even cast a glance their way, her attention fully on the sickly beauty Xiao Wujie beside her. Xiao Wujie noticed this and merely smiled faintly without saying much. This peculiar atmosphere was ultimately broken by old Master Chu, who sat at the head of the table and somewhat helplessly beckoned them to sit down. He was not completely unaware of Chu Feihong's actions over the years. However, being kind-hearted and grateful, he couldn't completely sever ties with Chu Feihong who had once saved him despite feeling somewhat disheartened by his actions. Moreover, although Chu Feihong and Chu Mingxing were at odds, he still respected him. It was inappropriate for him to criticize Chu Feihong for the competitive and speculative matters that had long since faded from his own involvement. At his age, while not quite at the end of his days, death could come knocking at any moment. If he had any wishes left in his remaining years, it would undoubtedly be for these two brothers to live in harmony, but looking at the current situation, it seemed that hope was slim. After they sat down, Xiao Wujie was able to see Chu Feihong's face with his gaunt features, prominent cheekbones, and sunken eyes, the shadows beneath them resembling deep ravines, giving off a gloomy vibe. It seemed he hadn't had a decent night's sleep in days. Chu Feihong was indeed quite deep-minded, and despite his unpleasant appearance, he didn't show any signs of distress. Mu Wanqing, on the other hand, lacked such composure, her sharp gaze filled with a palpable resentment, glaring viciously at Chu Liyue. Only Chu Yichen appeared calm, as if nothing had ever happened. This proved the saying that those who can remain composed hide their depths. Yet the Chu family had secrets even deeper than his. Unknowingly, as soon as the Chu Feihong family sat down, before they could even warm their seats or exchange a word, someone announced that dinner was ready, and everyone moved to the dining room. At the large wooden dining table, old Master Chu sat at the head, with Chu Mingxing and Chu Feihong's couples on either side, followed by Chu Liyue and Chu Yichen. Xiao Wujie sat between by Jingxian and Chu Liyue. Don't ask why. The first reason is to conveniently keep an eye on the precious Wujie, and the second is that he is worried about his younger brother, Ju. At that moment, everyone was surprised to notice that the usually meticulously arranged seats seemed to have an extra chair. Just then a servant announced, "The eldest young master has arrived," making everyone suddenly realize. Thus, everyone present except Xiao Wujie looked on with a strange mix of confusion and disdain as a strangely dressed man walked in. Compared to the formally dressed individuals in the room, he appeared as if he had come from another time and space. As a highly popular entertainment star, he had just finished performing, and his clothes were made from various colorful silks stitched together, each piece shimmering with different metallic hues. With an exceptionally handsome face, a straight nose, and thin sensual lips, he wore a confident and slightly teasing smile. The newcomer was Chu family's crown prince, Chu Nanfeng, Chu Liyue's brother. However, this prince of the Chu family had little standing. As soon as he entered everyone's sight, old Master Chu's indifferent voice came through. "Nanfeng, are you back from performing as a clown at the circus?" Chu Nanfeng smiled awkwardly and was about to respond when he heard Chu Mingxing give a light snort. "Huh? Does he still need to perform?" Upon hearing this, Chu Nanfeng silently swallowed back the flattering words on his lips, lowering his head to sit at the seat on the edge. Nevertheless, Chu Yuntian and Chu Mingxing still wore unpleasant expressions. Here was a dignified man, the prince of the Chu family, who refused to inherit the family business and left all the burdens to his younger sister, who was 7 years his junior. An alumnus of a prestigious school, he had rushed into the entertainment industry early, dressing in such a way that he appeared neither human nor ghost, even causing some scandalous hot searches. Both of them wished they could throw this troublemaker out. How could a black donkey emerge from the Chu family's pure white sheep? In comparison, Xiao Wujie was much better, good-looking, kind, and obedient. He was simply superior in every way to this troublemaker. Chu Nanfeng had seen Xiao Wujie before, but he had changed significantly after not seeing him for several years. After greeting him, looking at Xiao Wujie's face that made him feel inferior, he couldn't help but want to pinch it. Seeing this, Bai Jingxian quickly pulled Xiao Wujie to her side, scolding him with a face full of disdain, "Stay away from my precious Wujie, he is feeling unwell." Meanwhile, Chu Liyue's emotionless, beautiful eyes gleamed with a cold light, staring fixedly at him. Watching their intense reactions, he touched his nose and cautiously sat back down in his seat. He admitted he was jealous. Who the hell is the real son of the Chu family? The crown prince. At the dining table, Chu Nanfeng suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Mu Wanqing keenly seized upon the phrase, "he is feeling unwell," and immediately wore a sarcastic expression, her face twisted with disdain, as she said, "I heard that Wu Jie has had poor health since childhood. How is it that now, nearly an adult, he still looks so sickly?" With that, everyone present except for Chu Feihong and his son, and Xiao Wujie himself, instantly frowned. Especially Chu Liyue, whose face darkened almost instantly, her gaze towards Mu Wanqing cold enough to freeze. Xiao Wujie's frail condition was not his choice, it was a result of saving Chu Liyue. The sacrifices Xiao Wujie made for the Chu family were well noted, and they were grateful and protective of him, unable to tolerate her biting remarks. Chu Liyue's eyes grew colder as she was about to say something, but Xiao Wujie gently held her hand to stop her. Instead, Bai Jingxian calmly retorted, "Wujie is merely suffering from a cold, nothing serious. Not only is he physically fine, but his spirit is even healthier, unlike some people who are always wishing the worst for others." Mu Wanqing's eyes twitched at her words, a thin, bitter smile forming on her lips. Her sister-in-law's tongue was as sharp as ever. No wonder she raised a detestable little brat like Chu Liyue. "Am I not just concerned about Wu Jie? You certainly seem to care a lot, but Wu Jie doesn't need your concern. Perhaps you should focus on your own troubles." You. Mu Wanqing and Chu Feihong beside her both turned ashen at her words, their expressions looking as if they had just swallowed something rotten. As for the incident involving Rongguang, they could only swallow their grievances, for the many dark secrets that had surfaced meant they had to remain hidden to avoid consequences. Gu Wuming's death and the theory of self-immolation were unbelievable. This was undoubtedly Chu Liyue's doing, yet to avoid exposure they had to pretend to be uninvolved. Yet upon hearing this, Chu Yuntian seemed to catch on to something, asking with a hint of concern, Fei Hong, I remember you had some shares in Rongguang. This incident must have affected you as well. Affected? More than just having shares. This old man truly knows how to strike at the heart. Chu Fei Hong, whose cunning was usually profound, was suddenly engulfed in a storm of emotions, unsure how to respond. It was Chu Yicheng who took over the conversation, his expression calm, as he said, Grandfather, don't worry. My father was deceived by underhanded individuals and didn't notice those dark dealings, but he has never participated in them. Now he is merely handling the aftermath to minimize losses. There are no other issues. Chu Nanfeng, who was seated quite close, couldn't help but open his mouth in disbelief, his expression akin to someone who had just heard an absurd claim. Was his face made of pigskin? How could he maintain a straight face and act so earnestly while spouting nonsense? Following this brief exchange, the atmosphere at the dining table fell back into a quiet and eerie silence. Chu Yuntian, sitting at the head of the table, tried several times to initiate a conversation to ease the awkward atmosphere, but seeing the contentious expressions on both sides, he swallowed the words back each time. Ultimately, it was by Jing Xian who broke the tension. Wujie, why are you eating so little? Don't you like sweet food? In the eerie silence, with nothing else to do but eat, she noticed Chu Liyue was helping Xiao Wujie with his food. She immediately became interested, grabbing a serving chopstick and joining the feeding brigade. The table was laden with a variety of dishes, and she wished to sample everything. Considering Xiao Wujie's condition, she mainly selected soft and sweet foods. During the feeding process, she gradually noticed that Xiao Wujie seemed to have a poor appetite, only eating a little of everything before stopping. Unlike Chu Nanfeng, who was a glutton and showed no signs of eating, less even as an entertainer. If Chu Nanfeng knew what she was thinking, he would surely cry in despair. You truly are like my mother. You never see me dieting, yet when I occasionally relax my standards, you think this of me. Back to Xiao Wujie, in her impression, a boy with such good looks and gentle temperament, like a male lead from a novel, should be a sweet-toothed darling. That's how it seemed to be written in novels. But Xiao Wujie appeared to have no interest in sweets. The sweet dishes she served him were barely touched, and he didn't drink a single drop of the sweet soup, while he ate a bit more of the spicy dishes that Chu Liyue served. What she didn't know was that while novels might often portray male leads this way, sitting before her was the author of those novels. Having lived in the north for a long time both in life and now, Xiao Wujie's eating habits leaned more towards those of a northerner, favoring spicy food. He had no aversion to desserts, but he couldn't eat even a hint of sweetness in his staple foods. If it weren't for his poor health and the need to avoid spicy foods, he would have preferred to dip his already spicy dishes in some chili sauce for an extra kick. Chu Liyue was aware of his eating habits, and to accommodate both his health and his taste, she specially chose some mildly spicy, but not irritating dishes, allowing her to feed him a few more bites. When Xiao Wujie heard by Jing Xuan's question, he was still slowly chewing on his food. Out of politeness, he immediately covered his mouth with his hand, intending to reply. Worried that he might choke while talking with food in his mouth, Chu Liyue, unusually proactive, interjected, he has a small appetite and doesn't like sweet flavors in his meals. Honestly, she was somewhat surprised by Xiao Wujie's aversion to sweet foods. In her experience and encounters, most people in a similar situation to him love sweet treats. Xiao Wujie was a rare exception. It could only be said that every mountain has its own peaks and valleys, and everyone has their own peculiarities. One cannot judge anyone solely from the perspective of the crowd. However, regardless of how picky he was or what preferences he had, she was more than willing to indulge him. With the guidance of Chu Liyue, by Jing Xian immediately found her direction and became even more enthusiastic. Under the precise guidance of several people, the exquisite rotating platter hardly ever stopped moving like a by Jing Xuan. Little Wujie, do you like this? Chu Liyue, a Jie, be good and drink some soup. Chu Mingqing. Chu Nanfeng. Chu Feihong. Mu Wanqing. Chu Yichen. In the end, it was Xiao Wujie who spoke up, indicating he couldn't eat anymore, allowing the constantly rotating platter to rest for a while. After being fed in turns by several people, Xiao Wujie quickly became full, sipping from a bowl of hot soup that Chu Liyue had prepared for him. Just when he thought this family banquet would end like this, Chu Yichen poured 2 glasses of red wine and pushed 1 glass. Everyone present held high positions and often discussed business over drinks. When it came to drinking, each of them was. However, everyone was well aware of the principle that drinking could lead to mistakes. Additionally, having tasted all sorts of fine wines in daily life, very few people drank at family banquets unless it was a special occasion. Chu Yichen's sudden action instantly drew everyone's attention. Looking at the vividly colored red wine in front of him, Xiao Wujie narrowed his eyes and looked at Chu Yichen with great interest. Ah, he's stirring trouble. Meeting Xiao Wujie's gaze, Chu Yichen revealed a warm smile and lightly raised his wine. Wujie, after such a long time apart, we should have a drink. He and Chu Nanfeng were the same age, but he was a few months younger, so he referred to himself as second brother in front of Xiao Wujie. Hearing this, Xiao Wujie also curled his lips into a pleasant and kind smile. Over the years, he had kept a low profile managing Chu Liyue's business in Ice City, but in reality, he had been subtly influencing many matters in the imperial capital. Though Chu Feihong and his wife were somewhat aware of this, they did not fully understand it, merely considering him a somewhat capable, yet terminally ill weakling not paying much attention. Only Chu Yichen secretly kept a close eye on him, even harboring some vague hostility. The SL assassin at the Ice City auction bore his shadow. Just as Xiao Wujie was about to lift the wine glass in front of him, he was pushed back slightly by Chu Liyue. She raised her deep cold eyes to look at Chu Yichen, her expression devoid of any emotion, her voice chillingly cold. His health is poor, he can't drink. Xiao Wujie had not drunk much when he was young, and after his health deteriorated, she had never let him touch a drop of alcohol. Knowing his poor health, Chu Yichen still urged him to drink, clearly with ill intentions. This cup of wine she would never allow Xiao Wujie to drink. Liyue, it's just a glass of red wine. Chu Yichen smiled as he spoke to her. Then I'll drink it for him. Chu Liyue's attitude remained cold and unyielding. Seeing her firm stance, a fleeting complex emotion crossed Chu Yichen's eyes. Xiao Wujie maintained a pure and kind smile, watching his reaction. Little brother, you're getting anxious. Liyue, it's just a glass of wine, no need to make such a fuss. Besides, Wujie has come to the imperial capital, so he must find something to do. You can't block him from drinking every time, can you? Seeing an opportunity, Mu Wanqing also chimed in with sarcasm. I brought him to the imperial capital to rest and recuperate. He doesn't need to do anything. Chu Liyue elegantly crossed her legs while leaning against the chair, one hand holding the wine glass and the other crossed over her chest. Her stunningly beautiful face displayed indifference, and her sharp gaze swept across the room, her cold and authoritative words causing everyone to shudder. From Chu Nanfeng's perspective, it was simply breathtaking. Doing nothing and living off others was his lifelong wish. Oh, why had no one ever said this to him? Hearing her domineering and cold words, a deep and unusual emotion flashed in Chu Yichen's eyes. He immediately stood up, directing his gaze towards Xiao Wujie beside her. Wujie, it's just a glass of wine, can't you share one with second brother? Standing under the soft light, shadows danced on his face, and his eyes, hidden in the dim light, resembled two unfathomable lakes, making it impossible to gauge his current emotions. He was tall and imposing, although his words were gentle, his aura was sharp and revealing. Sitting in the chair, Xiao Wujie with his pale face was indeed at a disadvantage in terms of presence. Everyone was puzzled by his intentions. Even Chu Feihong and his wife could not comprehend why he was doing this. Hearing this, Chu Liyue's face turned frosty, her eyes glimmering with cold light. She placed her long leg down, the sound of her slender high heels clicking against the ground as she prepared to rise and teach him a lesson. However, Xiao Wujie gently pressed on her shoulder and stood up first. Though his tall and slender figure was not as robust as Chu Yichen's, his straight posture and cool demeanor exuded an undeniable aura. Everyone's attention was drawn to him, and Chu Yichen across from him stared fixedly at him while holding his wine glass. Just when everyone thought he was about to say something, they saw him lean closer to Chu Liyue, and to everyone's shock, sit direct. He hooked his hands around Chu Liyue's elegant neck, burying his head into her shoulder, and a raspy yet soft voice emerged. Sister, am I really useless? I can't even handle a glass of wine without you shielding me. The expressions of everyone present were truly hard to describe. Chu Yichen cough. What is it with the current young people and their strange postures? Bai Jingshuana, what am I seeing? It feels like a scene from a domineering CEO with a soft, delicate little wife. Chu Nanfeng's mouth fell open wide enough to fit a goose egg. I thought you were going to do something serious, yet here you are acting so imposing. Damn. This kid looks harmless yet somehow a bit shady. Chu Liyue was also startled by his sudden action. The last time he sat like this on her lap was when he was about 10. After 5 years apart, he had grown taller than her, and when he suddenly sat down like this, it made her body involuntarily stiffen for a moment. However, sensing his emotions seemed a bit low, she couldn't care less, and immediately wrapped her arms around him, gently patting his shoulder, trying to soften her voice. No, Jie is doing great. Sister, you're lying to me. My health is poor, I only drag you down. As his plaintive voice came from Chu Liyue's shoulder, his head rubbed against her side. His words sounded mushy to others, but a wave of bitterness surged in Chu Liyue's heart. Xiao Wujie was inherently a very strong-willed person. He detested being looked at with pity or mocked for it. During the time when his health first declined, he often felt upset about his deteriorating condition. His physical decline began because of her, and to prevent her from feeling guilty, the young Xiao Wujie would hide away to where he thought she couldn't see, even when he felt sad. Whenever she thought of that scene, the usually strong-willed Chu Liyue would feel a deep sense of guilt and helplessness. Chu Liyue found herself momentarily speechless, only able to gently stroke his back with one hand, while the other hand softly kneaded the tender flesh of his neck to comfort him. Yet her gaze remained icy, devoid of any warmth, with anger nearly palpable. If looks could kill, Chu Yichen might have been sliced to pieces long ago. The brightly lit, luxurious, and spacious dining hall was filled with the sight of Chu Liyue, fussing over Xiao Wujie, giving off an illusion reminiscent of a foolish emperor and his favored concubine from ancient times. Everyone couldn't help but express in their hearts, "I am full, truly full. Please just stop feeding me." Chu Yichen watched this scene. Even with his deep scheming, his face turned nearly as dark as a pot's bottom, with several veins on his forehead throbbing uncontrollably. After a long while, Xiao Wujie gently lifted his head from Chu Liyue's fragrant shoulder, his eyes slightly reddened and glistening with moisture. God knows how long he had held back before forcing out a bit of physiological tears. Those green tea boys who say tears come easily really know how to show off. Chu Liyue reached out her finger, gently brushing the corner of his eye. It then softly ruffled his hair, embracing him without any intention of letting him go. At this moment, Xiao Wujie turned his sparkling gaze toward Chu Yichen and hoarsely said, "Brother Yichen, do you really wish for me to drink this cup of wine?" Chu Yichen was caught off guard by his sudden address and tone, leaving him at a loss for words. Then before either Chu Yichen or Chu Liyue could react, Xiao Wujie raised the wine cup that Chu Liyue had placed on the table sitting in her lap and toasted to Chu Yichen, downing it all in one go. Afterward, he leaned his head against Chu Liyue's shoulder, and in a perspective only visible to Chu Nanfeng and Chu Yichen, he smiled amicably at Chu Yichen. "I accept your challenge, young master. Chu Nanfeng. I've witnessed too many things tonight that I have never seen before, and I don't even know what to say." Chu Liyue, seeing him recklessly drinking, was engulfed in fury. After all, Xiao Wujie's body had little resistance to alcohol, and given his health, it was unwise for him to drink. Unable to admonish him openly in front of everyone, she could only lightly tap the top of his head to vent her anger. Then, disregarding the dazed looks from those around, she coldly picked up Xiao Wujie and exited the dining hall. "Everyone, this is just two." Chu Yichen, still holding the wine cup, stood under the light, his expression so remarkable it defied description. The knuckles of his fingers gripping the goblet turned slightly pale from the excessive force. Chu Yuntian, seated at the head of the table, cleared his throat a few times, signaling everyone to disperse. The awkward and bizarre family banquet came to an end. Inside the luxurious sports car speeding down the road, Chu Liyue had a fierce demeanor emanating a cold aura as she gazed at Xiao Wujie sitting beside her. His fair and handsome face was covered with a thin layer of blush, clearly indicating a slight intoxication. Chu Liyue was still very angry about his disobedience in drinking. Xiao Wujie, who usually abstained from alcohol and had a poor constitution indeed, had little resistance to alcohol, who just half a glass of red wine was enough to reveal his tipsiness. She was worried about his poor tolerance for alcohol, which was why she left the scene early with him, and as expected, it turned out just as she feared. Facing her icy gaze, Xiao Wujie looked at her with gentle and dreamy eyes like a lost deer in the deep mountains. It was this gaze that made Chu Liyue's heart tremble, reminding her of the dream, where Xiao Wujie coughed up blood, weakly calling out, "Sister, I can't wait for you anymore." That gaze was equally gentle and dreamy, yet tinged with a layer of helplessness and despair. That dream was truly terrifying. Even though she hadn't had that dream since Xiao Wujie arrived in the imperial capital, just thinking about it still made her. He seemed to be somewhat drunk, and the usually perceptive Xiao Wujie wore a slightly confused expression, as if he couldn't sense her cold displeasure. The alcohol was wreaking havoc in his body, causing him discomfort. His complexion flushed, he anxiously raked his fingers through his hair and began to fumble with his tie. Thinking of the dream and seeing him in such a state, Chu Liyue's anger began to dissipate, and the icy, unwavering aura around her gradually softened. Xiao Wujie, as if he could accurately sense her change, started to inch closer to her, continuing to tug at his tie. Chu Liyue let out a slight sigh of helplessness, realizing he had her completely under his thumb. She then pulled him closer into her embrace, placing his fidgeting hands on her lap, and patiently began to untangle the mess he had made of his tie. The tie was quickly undone and tossed aside, and feeling his neck freed, Xiao Wujie half closed his eyes, unbuttoning the top 3 buttons of his shirt, instantly revealing his alluring collarbone and pale chest. Perhaps feeling much more comfortable, he wrapped his arms around Chu Liyue's slender waist, nuzzling his face against her shoulder, the warm breath carrying the scent of red wine brushing against her long swan neck, causing a faint blush. For a moment, Chu Liyue felt herself weaken under his touch, a tingling sensation spreading throughout her body. A faint blush also appeared on her fair and delicate face as she looked at the flushed Xiao Wujie in her arms, half-exposed chest, unable to resist, biting her silver teeth, in frustration, secretly scolding him as a little seducer. She endured the waves of tingling sensations coursing through her body and pushed Xiao Wujie away from her. Then she spread his curled legs apart, allowing his lower body to lie flat on the back seat while she held him in her arms. One hand supporting Xiao Wujie's head, the other gently massaging his chest, helping to alleviate some of the discomfort. Xiao Wujie, originally frowning, relaxed, pressing his body closer to Chu Liyue, his arms wrapping around her delicate waist once more as if locked in place, and then he fell silent. After a while, Chu Liyue stopped her massage. Suddenly, inexplicably, she reached her finger toward his nose tip, sensing his steady breathing, and then remained still, quietly gazing at his sleeping face. In the dimly lit car, his tousled hair clung to his beautiful forehead, his face serene and gentle, exquisite, like a finely carved masterpiece by the creator with no flaws to be found. The collar of his shirt was slightly open, revealing a glimpse of his neck and the faint outline of his chest, exuding an unintentional allure. He was stunningly handsome, yet exuded a certain cuteness. Xiao Wujie was a very independent and self-reliant person, aside from being a bit clingy and spoiled. When sick, it was rare to see him display such childish behavior. Unable to resist, she reached out to caress his face, gently rubbing it, her eyes shimmering with complex emotions. She had long noticed Chu Yiqian's feelings for her, but he merely thought he was hiding them well. However, Xiao Wujie's actions left her somewhat uncertain. Although he was young and appeared gentle and weak, he was actually calm and wise. While others might not understand Chu Yiqian's actions, she was aware that it was a provocation driven by jealousy. Could Xiao Wujie, with his intelligence, really not comprehend? If he did understand, the green tea behavior she indulged would undoubtedly be to annoy Chu Yiqian. But then, knowing the state of his body, why did he still take that cup of wine, which concealed hostility and provocation? Chu Liyue had no doubt that with Xiao Wujie's cleverness there were 1,000 ways to avoid drinking that cup, yet he still drank it. Was this accepting Chu Yiqian's provocation and challenge? Some answers seemed to be right in front of her, just waiting to be grasped, yet every time she touched them they eluded her. Staring at Xiao Wujie's sleeping face, feeling the delicate touch of his skin beneath her hand, a wave of complex emotions surged within her. Xiao Wujie was her brother, whom she had raised and who had warmed her childhood, as well as her savior, possessing immense potential, yet choosing to silently support her from behind. In return, she had saved Xiao Wujie from the jaws of a vicious dog, giving him warmth he had never known and bestowed upon him a tenderness that belonged solely to him, melting a millennium of ice and snow just for him. It would not be an exaggeration to say they were the light in each other's cold lives. They shared warm moments together, had a bond of life and death, and in the eyes of many, even her own, their relationship seemed inextricably close. Yet that recurring nightmare made her realize so many things. However, when truly confronting reality, even someone as strong and decisive as her experienced hesitation and confusion, even fear and retreat. She gazed blankly at Xiao Wujie for a long time, her expression constantly shifting, ultimately returning to a cold sharpness. Looking at the sleeping Xiao Wujie in her arms, a smile that could overshadow everything blossomed on her exquisite face. No matter what lies ahead, I will accompany you for a lifetime and protect you for eternity. You need not do anything. The warmth of the world and a bright tomorrow I shall provide for you. The morning light gradually emerged, with golden rays piercing through the gaps in the curtains like fine threads, quietly slipping into the room and landing on Xiao Wujie's exquisitely art-like face. The light gradually intensified, ultimately forming a warm pressure on his eyelids, urging him to awaken from the chaotic darkness. Xiao Wujie slowly opened his eyes, his pupils reflecting dappled light and shadow as his consciousness began to awaken, like a slumbering lake ruffled by the morning breeze. The scene was as beautiful as a dream, but the only witness was a man in a black suit with a blank expression. It was Lu Zhufeng, who stood vigil at Xiao Wujie's bedside. Upon seeing Xiao Wujie awaken, he expressionlessly handed over a bowl of steaming hangover soup. Miss Chu instructed the kitchen to prepare this hangover soup early in the morning for you to drink once you wake up. Xiao Wujie said nothing in response, taking the hangover soup he offered and drinking it in one go. After downing the hot soup, he felt much more comfortable, though his head still throbbed slightly. Memories of last night flickered in his mind, like shattered glass failing to piece together a complete picture. He only remembered drinking that glass of red wine, and then somewhat embarrassingly being carried away from the dining room by Princess Chu Liyue, subsequently shoved into a car. After that, he felt a bit tipsy with no further memories. This body was truly excessively weak, unable to handle even a glass of red wine. But having drunk it, he felt no regret. If asked why he knowingly drank under such circumstances, he couldn't explain. Perhaps it was because he found Chu Yiqian displeasing. After all, life cannot always be understood clearly and distinctly. Some things are simply done out of impulse. Just a glass of wine and a foolish clown, what was there to fear? He threw off the covers, leaned against the headboard, and closed his eyes for a moment to ease his mind. Feeling his body dry and infused with the fragrance of shower gel, he noticed he had been changed into comfortable sleepwear, suggesting someone had helped him clean and change. "Did you help me change my clothes last night?" he casually asked Lu Zhufeng. "Miss Chu," Lu Zhufeng replied. Xiao Wujie suddenly opened his half-closed eyes. The commercial street of the imperial capital. The weather was clear and the sun shone brightly. Tall trees cast dappled shadows on both sides of the sidewalk, a gentle breeze bringing a touch of coolness. The buildings on the commercial street were colorful, with shop windows displaying a variety of goods from fashionable clothing to high-tech electronics, offering everything. Since today was not a holiday, and it was the morning work hours, there weren't many people on the commercial street. Xiao Wujie strolled leisurely along the street, dressed in clean and fitted casual attire. He wore a brown houndstooth work jacket on top, paired with simple, slightly flared dark blue jeans and white sneakers on his feet, giving off a laid-back, yet tasteful vibe. The crowd on the commercial street primarily consisted of young students and youth. Many girls in JK uniforms and casual wear blushed at the sight of his handsome face and elegant demeanor. Some bold and daring ones even approached him for photos and contact information. Each time this happened, Lu Zhufeng, dressed in casual sportswear behind Xiao Wujie and holding a cup of coffee, would step forward to shoo them away. Xiao Wujie would timely offer a polite smile to the pretty girls. Their faces would turn even redder, and as they left they would glance back at Lu Zhufeng, giving a light huff. Damn it! Just as Lu Zhufeng was about to lose his composure, Xiao Wujie stopped in front of a building. The architecture was ancient and elegant, reminiscent of Jiangnan Towers, with a plaque inscribed with the 3 characters, "See you in Pavilion." Xiao Wujie did not linger, casually saying, "Keep up," before stepping inside. Lu Zhufeng, on the edge of losing control, paused in surprise. Damn it, you insufferable fool. You've made me look like a vegetable in front of the beautiful girls while you act all high and mighty, turning me into a mere background character. Though it was his first time in the imperial capital, and at this place, Xiao Wujie navigated through it, as if he were very familiar with it. Before long he stopped in front of a private room, and nodded to Lu Zhufeng, "Open the door." "What? Jumping high in the bathroom, this is too much. Do you really think I have no temper?" He stared blankly at Xiao Wujie, who remained calm, as they exchanged glances. A few seconds later a gentle breeze brushed past his ear. Xiao Wujie, who was locking eyes with him, couldn't help but cover his mouth and cough lightly twice. Lu Zhufeng then averted his gaze, expressionless, and pushed open the wooden door, making a gesture of invitation. "You think you're so delicate, huh? Next time I'll bring your food right to your mouth, and see if you can eat it." As he pushed open the heavy wooden door, a faint scent of sandalwood wafted in. The private room was ancient and elegant, filled with classical charm and tranquil beauty. The window frames were intricately carved, and outside was a bamboo forest with bamboo leaves swaying gently in the wind, producing a rustling sound. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the bluestone floor like flecks of gold dust. At the intersection of light and shadow, a slender figure clad in a light blue qipao knelt before the tea table, savoring the fragrant tea. Her exquisite features were untainted by dust, her beautiful eyes slightly downcast, relishing the sweet flavor of the tea as a gentle breeze swirled her hair. Noticing the door being pushed open, she set down the tea in her hand, her soft and bright eyes gazing at Xiao Wujie, and her lips curled into a breathtaking smile. Lu Zhufeng looked at Xiao Wujie with a hint of confusion in his eyes. This guy really has some skills. What is this? Keeping the home front stable, while the outside is full of banners. Xiao Wujie wore a faint smile on his perfect face as he elegantly stepped through the door. "Sister Qingyi, you are becoming more beautiful by the day." Lu Zhufeng, standing behind Xiao Wujie, was about to close the door and act as the gatekeeper. "You come in as well." Upon hearing Xiao Wujie's calm voice, Lu Zhufeng paused for a moment. Was he afraid that staying here would be a distraction and affect Xiao Wujie's performance? However, he dared not voice it, and sat down opposite Lin Qingyi alongside Xiao Wujie. Lin Qingyi gently held the teapot and poured a cup of hot tea for each of them. The tea was clear in color, resembling the spring water of a mountain stream, with a faint green hue and a fragrant aroma. Xiao Wujie's slender fingers rested on the teacup, and after blowing gently on it twice, he took a sip. The tea slid into his mouth, initially presenting a slight astringency, which quickly transformed into a delicate and lingering sweetness, as if a clear spring was flowing gently over his taste buds. The aftertaste was long-lasting, with a persistent sweetness. At the moment of entry, the texture is as smooth as silk and refreshing. Soon after, a faint orchid fragrance intermingles with the aroma of beans, the scent long-lasting, yet understated, like a gentle breeze in the mountains, uplifting the spirit. The tea is brewed at the perfect temperature, as if having a most tender encounter with spring. Xiao Wujie couldn't help but praise. Lin Qingyi's charming face displayed a soft smile upon hearing this. Lu Zhufeng cast a glance at Xiao Wujie, grabbed his cup and downed it in one go, expressionless as he added, "Delicious." Lin Qingyi couldn't help but chuckle softly. Appreciating tea is not merely a material enjoyment, it is also a spiritual cleansing. Many people regard it merely as a beverage richer than plain water that quenches thirst, while those like Xiao Wujie, who savor the stories and sentiments within, are a rare few. The lingering aroma of the clear tea beckons from afar. Where in this vast world can one find a kindred spirit? She, a lover of tea, considers it a great fortune in life to meet someone who understands both tea and her. News just came in yesterday that Unbeknownst and Beishan have reached the extreme north, and I have brought the forgetting agent for it. From my preliminary studies, it truly has remarkable effects on your condition. If perfected, it may genuinely hold the hope of resolving your health issues. However, the technical difficulties involved are quite high and far removed from my studies. For the time being, no one may be able to resolve it. I am learning modern medical techniques and seeking reliable individuals, and I will push the research forward with all my effort. After tasting the tea, Lin Qingyi began to discuss important matters, her tone turning serious. Unbeknownst and Beishan have been instructed to proceed as planned, but they must be cautious. That place is not so simple. In the face of danger, preserving one's life is paramount. As for the forgetting agent, keep it with you for now. There is no need to rush into research. I have my plans, and when the time comes I will inform you. Xiao Wujie pondered for a moment before replying, as long as you have made a decision that is good. However, do not overexert yourself. Your health comes first. It's been a while since I checked your pulse. Let me do it for you. The view from Xiyuan Pavilion was magnificent, with the bamboo forest outside stretching endlessly, the bamboo towering into the clouds, slender stalks densely intertwined, forming a continuous green sea. Xiao Wujie admired the beautiful scenery of the bamboo, one hand resting on the table, as Lin Qingji's delicate fingers gently pressed against his wrist to check his pulse. The elegant room fell into a peaceful silence. A light breeze brushed by, causing the bamboo leaves to sway gently, producing a rustling sound that cleansed and calmed the soul like never before. After a long while, Lin Qingyi expressionlessly withdrew her delicate fingers from Xiao Wujie's wrist. Sister Qingyi, please don't wear that expression every time after checking my pulse. You look much more beautiful when you smile. Seeing this, Xiao Wujie teased you. Lin Qingyi sighed lightly at his words, yet her charming face still bore. What plans do you have for your visit to the imperial capital? She suddenly asked, gazing seriously at Xiao Wujie. Her beautiful eyes reflected firmness intertwined with tenderness, a myriad of meanings evident without words. On this long and winding road you do not walk alone. Tell me, and I can help you share the burden. Xiao Wujie paused for a moment, guessing her intent, and chuckled softly. Sister Qingyi, your concern is leading to chaos. Your health condition truly does not allow you to continue overworking yourself. Lin Qingyi spoke with a serious, the bout of poison you suffered in Ice City nearly cost you your life. There aren't so many coincidences in this world. That sudden and severe onset of poison was actually a signal of further deterioration in your health. Given your current condition, if you continue burning the candle at both ends, your righteous energy will be depleted within a year, with the poison brewing within you. At that time, the poison will become a daily occurrence, threatening your life at any moment. Once the poison infiltrates your entire body and the righteous energy is fully depleted, even a great immortal would struggle to preserve your life. Lu Zhufeng, who had been lost in thought nearby, straightened his back upon hearing her words, his expression changing instantly. Xiao Wujie fell silent for a moment before pointing towards the teapot, his voice calm. Sister Qingyi, look at the tea leaves in this pot. Although they are all longing, sharing the same space, each has its unique trajectory. Some stand upright, some float, and sink, each with different forms. Just like in the vast sea of people, everyone has their own fate and path. There are some things you cannot replace for me. Similarly, regarding my health, just do your best. There's no need to force it. In this world, it is hard to be comprehensive. Just do your best, and no matter the outcome, I will accept it calmly. Inside the purple clay teapot, the tea leaves unfurl in the hot water, spinning and floating gracefully. Regardless of their trajectories and forms, these tea leaves ultimately blend into the same cup of tea. Though individuals may vastly differ, under the harmonious blending of water and tea, they can merge into a stream endlessly flowing. Lin Qingji's beautiful eyes remained fixed on him, earnestly stating, in the vastness of life on this small boat, you are not the only one navigating alone. No matter the raging seas or towering mountains, I will always stand behind you. Those words you spoke I cannot articulate. I only want to say that you don't need to handle everything yourself. Many matters, Lin Qingyi, and I can assist you with. Just focus on recuperating your health. Lu Zhufeng spoke, his demeanor sharp and his tone serious. After a long pause, Xiao Wujie subtly curled his lips and assured softly, rest assured, I will take care of my own health, and I will not hesitate to ask for your help when needed. Upon arriving in the imperial capital, I need to make some arrangements. Once the arrangements are completed, I will not be personally involved too much. He had once traversed countless mountains and rivers, facing winds and snow alone. He had also endured many cold, lonely nights, suffering from pain and illness. He was unafraid of solitude and death, yet now it seemed he felt more acutely. He preferred to live. In the car, Lu Zhufeng asked in a deep voice back to the manor. No go to BYD Group, Xiao Wujie casually. Upon hearing the name, a cracked expression appeared on Lu Zhufeng's face. This was a shell company secretly established by Xiao Wujie, ostensibly claiming to connect collaborations and provide entrepreneurial funding. In reality, it was merely a scheme to profit from the price difference as a middleman and loan interest, while also secretly acquiring some companies to fill the gaps in Xiao Wujie's empire. Xiao Wujie's enterprises were indeed numerous, most of which he had named himself, all bearing some pretentious names like Mist, Rain, and Waves of the Ocean. Perhaps indifferent to this company, Xiao Wujie surprisingly let Lu Zhufeng name it this time. Upon hearing that it was merely a speculative endeavor where money was thrown around, one couldn't help but exclaim, Bayonga, the wicked capitalist. He immediately made a bold stroke, and the company was joyfully bestowed with the glorious name BYD. I initially thought it was just Xiao Wujie having too much money to spend, casually setting up a company for fun. After all, he had done this many times before. Little did I know that this rascal personally took charge behind the scenes, pouring in a massive amount of capital and hiring a large number of economic and management talents, turning it into a leading international enterprise in just a few years. Thus, dramatic dialogues often emerged in the business world. Entrepreneur A. Thanks to BYD Group for facilitating this cooperation. Entrepreneur B. Indeed. Thank you to BYD Group for the generous support. Entrepreneur C. Alas. Our company has recently encountered funding issues. Does anyone know which company has substantial capital? can help me through this crisis. Entrepreneur D. That BYD Group. Lu Zhufeng. BYD Group headquarters in the imperial capital. The exterior walls of the building are made of mirrored glass and titanium alloy featuring smooth lines and a modern feel, with the 3 golden letters BYD prominently displayed at the top. The font was designed by a top international designer exuding elegance and grandeur, resembling an eagle poised to soar, symbolizing the group's lofty ambitions and limitless possibilities. Today, BYD Group was also welcoming several esteemed guests, the second master of the Chu family and young man. BYD Group has various business ties with the prominent families and enterprises in the imperial capital, but most dealings are conducted through intermediaries, making personal visits quite rare. A professional agent under Xiao Wujie personally came to greet the two. He was a middle-aged man from America, appearing to be around 50 years old. His silver-gray hair was neatly styled with a defined facial contour and deep blue eyes sparkling with wisdom. The fine lines at the corners of his eyes hinted at the accumulation of time and rich experiences. To express gratitude for Xiao Wujie's trust and determination to grow together with the company, he had chosen a resounding Chinese name for himself, Billionaire Parker. Billionaire Parker was dressed in a well-fitted suit, wearing a friendly smile as he shook hands with Chu Feihong and Chu. Welcome, gentlemen, your presence honors our company. Having stayed in Huaxiao for many years, he could now communicate seamlessly in Chinese, though his pronunciation was somewhat foreign. I am honored that Mr. Parker has come to greet us personally. Chu Feihong said, his slender face also sporting a friendly smile, his words quite courteous. In fact, given his status, he need not lower himself in front of Billionaire Parker. However, he had come with a purpose, seeking to acquire some quality tech companies through BYD. The complete collapse of Rongguang was a severe blow to him, significantly reducing his competitiveness in the high-tech. Now that he had finally cleaned up the mess, he hoped to acquire some companies to support and quickly fill this gap. Chu Yichen was merely brought along as support. Unlike Chu Feihong's politeness, his face was cold and unapproachable. He remained skeptical of this company, which Chu Feihong trusted and had long-term cooperation with. He always felt that this company was not as simple as it seemed, and even suspected that the downfall of Rongguang had something to do with this enterprise. However, due to the lack of substantial evidence, and given that BYD had indeed helped Chu Feihong resolve several issues, he wasn't sure how to express this to him. In any case, BYD Group did not give him a good impression. Meanwhile, not far from them, Xiao Wujie and Lu Zhufeng sneezed simultaneously. Lu Zhufeng exclaimed, "Damn it, I never get sick. Is someone talking behind my back?" Mr. Parker, and your company's name must be derived from the English word beyond, symbolizing prosperity, growth, and the courage to scale new heights. Chu Feihong, hoping to foster a good relationship for the upcoming collaboration, intentionally initiated a topic to draw them closer. Yeah. Billionaire Parker, hearing this, became so excited that he spoke English. Mr. Chu truly possesses profound knowledge, immediately discerning the depth of this name. This name was chosen by the president's assistant and personally approved by the president. Thanks to the president's favor, I am the global agent for BYD. Thus, I chose to use the company's name as my Chinese name. I will not fail the president's expectations and vow to grow together with the company. Billionaire Parker said passionately. Mr. Parker, with exceptional abilities, has led BYD Group to grow stronger day by day. You will not disappoint us. Chu Feihong maintained his expression while responding. Behind him, Chu Yichen and a group of bodyguards nearly, damn that ridiculous name. I can hardly hold it together. But your company's president is known to be elusive. He must be quite charismatic. Chu Feihong shifted the conversation, speaking with a hint of probing curiosity. He was genuinely interested in who the mysterious president of BYD Group was. In just a few years, they had built a global leading enterprise of strength that was astonishing. The president is the most handsome, charming, and intelligent person I've ever seen. Such charisma is indeed unparalleled. Billionaire Parker spoke with admiration sincerely. He was also a cunning old fox, appearing excited and speechless while revealing no useful information. Who doesn't describe their superior as handsome, charming, and brilliantly intelligent? At least that was Chu Feihong's belief. However, upon hearing Billionaire Parker's flattery, Chu Yichen's brow suddenly twitched, and an image involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Though reluctant to admit it, that person was indeed the most attractive man he had ever seen. That person's strength was equally perplexing. So many high-level SL assassins had vanished after going to Ice City, leaving no trace behind, which was disturbingly bizarre. This thought just popped into his mind, and he couldn't help but ponder deeply, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. But ultimately, he self-comforted and dismissed it. He considered that he no longer underestimated Xiao Wujie, though still he found it hard to believe that Xiao Wujie could have raised BYD Group at such a young age. If that were the case, then he must be extremely hidden and frightening. They conversed all the way to Billionaire Parker's office. Just as both sides were about to sit down to begin their business discussion, a staff member rushed in and whispered a few words to Billionaire Parker. Then they saw Billionaire Parker's expression filled with uncontainable excitement as he said to them, "Please wait a moment," before hurriedly leaving. Chu Feihong and his son Chu Yichen did not wait long, as Billionaire Parker soon returned. He appeared radiant with a smile on his lips that was harder to suppress than an AK, and after sitting back down opposite Chu Feihong and Chu Yichen, he resumed his calm demeanor. Chu Yichen felt that there was something peculiar in the old man's gaze, as if he were different from before he left. Mr. Parker, have you encountered some joyful event? Chu Feihong did not notice anything unusual. He merely wanted to discuss today's business, so he did not mind lowering his stance to bridge the gap between them. It's nothing much. My wife sent word that she will come to see me. Bayanga Parker did not even blink, casually haha, that's indeed something to be happy about. Chu Feihong replied without changing his expression. Who are you kidding? You old fool. At your age, how can you be so happy about your wife coming to see you? You'd be lucky to hide from her. If you said it was a mistress coming to see you, I might believe it. Mr. Parker, I came here to discuss a business deal with you. I intend to acquire a batch of technology companies valued between 5 billion to 300 billion, and I would like your company to assist. Chu Feihong did not linger on pleasantries and got straight to the point. Oh, understood. I presume Mr. Chu already has his targets in mind. Feel free to share them, and we'll see if we can help. Upon hearing this, Chu Feihong's smile brightened a bit, and then he took out a piece of paper and slid it across to Bayanga Parker. Some companies he could handle on his own had already been covertly acquired by him. The companies listed on the paper were those he had trouble finding leads for or had been rejected for acquisition, so he planned to leverage BYD, this top-tier shell company, to push forward with the acquisitions. Bayanga Parker glanced at the paper for nearly 10 minutes without looking up, creating an unusually eerie silence in the room. Mr. Parker, what do you think? Do you have confidence in acquiring these companies? Chu Feihong asked, his gaze flickering slightly. It's just a piece of paper clearly written. Does this old man really need to look at it for so long? I have finished looking. Mr. Chu's vision is indeed unique. These companies almost all have good development prospects, so acquiring them will be challenging. Well, if it weren't challenging, would I need to find you? Chu Feihong politely inquired about Parker's confidence in acquiring the listed companies. We can help you acquire all these companies, but it involves a large amount of capital, so we need to agree on the related prices first. Upon hearing this, Chu Feihong was instantly overjoyed and revealed his first genuine smile of the day. He did not actually expect Bayanga Parker to help him acquire all the companies on the list. But he did not expect that this old man would dare to take them all on. The strength of the BYD group was even deeper. Rest assured, Mr. Parker, I come with sincerity. As long as you and your company can facilitate the acquisitions, the prices are negotiable. Chu Feihong said with a grin. Although he had suffered a heavy blow from Rongguang, his foundation remained. Since he dared to write those companies down, he had the confidence to take them on. He just lacked the channels. As long as the BYD group and Bayanga Parker could provide that assistance, money was not an issue. Bayanga Parker accepted the proposal, and both sides began to negotiate prices. What left Chu Feihong and his son speechless was that the prices they offered were higher than the market price, yet Bayanga Parker showed no signs of displeasure or overreaching. Yet he was picky about trivial matters, haggling over minor profits. Why would he hesitate to take on such a big deal, wasting time over small change? It felt as if he was deliberately wasting time. Mr. Chu, this company has unique achievements in quantum technology, making its acquisition challenging. We need to add 500,000. Mr. Chu, this company holds many patents. I do not ask for much, but I hope to add 300,000 to the price. Mr. Chu, there is also this company. Mr. Chu, your price is too high. It can be adjusted downward. Wasn't this an indication that they were paying too much? When did this old man become so kind-hearted? After finally negotiating a price, it was time to sign the contract, but just then Bayanga Parker called for several cups of coffee, claiming it was fine coffee imported from a specific country to celebrate the completion of this business deal. Bayanga Parker reclined comfortably, casually swirling the cup in his hand, enjoying himself leisurely, leaving Chu Feihong opposite him feeling quite pained. This old man should not be called Bayanga Parker. He should be called Jun Tamashido. It wasn't until Chu Feihong could no longer bear it and interrupted him that Bayanga Parker waved his hand and called over a female secretary to draft a contract based on today's discussions. Afterward, he leisurely resumed drinking his coffee. Before long, the female secretary returned with the contract, wearing an expression that suggested she had something to say. If you have something to say, just say it. Chu Yichen immediately noticed the secretary's unusual demeanor. The feeling from today's discussion was quite eerie, and the secretary's hesitance suddenly stirred unease in his heart. Well, just as Chu Yichen was about to lose patience, the secretary blurted out something that nearly made his blood run cold. It seems that all the companies listed in the contract were acquired 10 minutes ago. Impossible. The first to snap out of his stupor was Chu Feihong, who could not help but shout. The companies listed were ones he could not easily acquire, and he had to lower himself to seek cooperation with the BYD group. He had not received any news about any of these companies being acquired until the very moment he arrived at the BYD group. How could they have all been acquired within this short half hour? Even if they had been acquired, it couldn't be so coincidental. None left, all acquired. If someone was deliberately targeting him, who could have such power to sweep all these companies away in such a short time? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Chu Yichen asked coldly, his voice low. He had felt uneasy before, but did not expect the situation to be like this. It was indeed quite absurd. According to the data, These companies were acquired 10 minutes ago at a price 5 times their market value. The secretary struggled to formulate her words. Chu Feihong found it hard to believe and immediately instructed his subordinates to investigate. In no time they reported that the findings matched what the secretary had said. With a bang, Chu Feihong crushed the coffee cup in his hand, his face turning a deep shade of purple. Umph. Bayangda Parker snorted coldly. Is this how Mr. Chu conducts business, to waste my time? He disregarded Chu Feihong's expression and directly turned to leave. Chu Feihong nearly ground his teeth in frustration, his gaze sharp enough to pierce. Chu Yichen's expression was dark, but he appeared calmer than his father. His shadowed eyes scanned the office, seemingly devoid of surveillance. Yet he felt as if a pair of eyes were watching everything from behind. The headquarters of BYD Group top-floor office. Xiao Wujie stood quietly in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, his tall silhouette gently outlined by the surrounding neon lights and starlight. A gentle breeze brushed against the tips of his black hair, carrying a hint of coolness and the distant, unending hustle and bustle. His gaze was deep, penetrating the glass window as he gazed down at the twinkling lights below. Standing at the pinnacle of this skyscraper, the city lights outside resembled countless stars fallen to the mortal realm, weaving a dazzling net of brilliance. The veins of the city extended beneath his feet like a flowing painting. The outlines of the tall buildings appeared more three-dimensional in the night, with thousands of lights flickering like stars, each shining with its own story. He cherished this feeling of being alone atop a tall building, gazing far and wide. At this height, the clamor of the mundane world seemed to be cast far behind, leaving only himself and the infinite universe. Here loneliness was no longer a burden, but rather an enjoyment. Perhaps the true height was never a physical distance, but the boundaries that the spirit could reach. Observing the vastness of the heavens, he felt the insignificance of human life. Hearing the footsteps of time and the long river of history flowing slowly beneath him. Boss, there are many people outside the group. Since you acquired those companies this afternoon, they have been lurking here. Indeed, clever suspecting so quickly, are we? Bayangda Parker appeared behind Xiao Wujie, his eyes flickering as he softly interrupted. Huh. Chu Yichun has always been deeply suspicious of you. Your intention to poach was simply too obvious. If he doesn't suspect you, it would be a ghost. Xiao Wujie smirked slightly. Lu Zhufeng, who was sitting on the sofa drinking coffee, couldn't help but retort. He sipped his coffee while frowning. That old man Bayangda, are these imported coffee beans meant for people? Why is it so bitter? It's not even as good as that certain coffee. Bayangda Parker. After a while he hesitated and asked, boss, there are quite a few people lurking outside. Would you like to rest here tonight? Xiao Wujie looked at him with interest upon hearing his words. It is often said that foreigners think in a straightforward manner, not understanding the so-called human feelings of Huaxia. But this Lu Zhufeng's old man was not like that at all. This old fellow clearly meant to say that there were too many people outside. It was unwise to alert them, and it would be better to stay here tonight to avoid the storm. No matter how suspicious Chu Yichun was, he ultimately had no evidence, otherwise he wouldn't have only sent people to lurk here. Since there was no evidence, they couldn't stay for long and would naturally leave when they couldn't get what they wanted. Yet he did not explain clearly, merely making a suggestion, leaving the opportunity for performance to the boss, while indirectly expressing his own opinion. Old people are cunning and old horses are slippery. The old dog knows well. Bayangda Parker couldn't help but chuckle under Xiao Wujie's gaze. Xiao Wujie shook his head and said lightly, no need, you go help me forge a reasonable travel trace. There's no need to worry about the rest. Bayangda Parker's suggestion was not a problem, but since Chu Yichun had already suspected him, he naturally wouldn't only be lurking here, he would definitely send people to secretly investigate his movements. However, he did not intend to hide here for a night. The effect of avoiding battle could be achieved, but other means might also work. Since Chu Yichun wanted to lurk on him, he would oblige him today. Who knows who will be lurking? Outside BYD Group. The night enveloped every corner of the city, the dim yellow light of the street lamps struggling to penetrate the thick darkness, only illuminating a small area, leaving large shadows swaying uncertainly by the roadside. A strange atmosphere permeated the air, with occasional footsteps and whispers like falling leaves in the night wind, fleeting and ephemeral. On this seemingly calm night, surrounding the entire BYD Group, countless silent figures hid difficult to note. Their eyes were sharp, staring at every entrance and exit, breathing slowly and rhythmically, as if they had completely melded into the night. They had only one mission: to monitor and record every person and vehicle entering and exiting. Not even a mosquito could be easily overlooked. However, the remarkably handsome target had yet to appear. Further away, a low-profile black luxury car concealed in the night. Chu Feihong and his son Chu Yichun sat in the car with cold expressions. Chen, are you sure this matter is related to Xiao Wujie and Chu Liyue? As far as I know, Chu Liyue should be discussing business with an overseas company today and should be at a banquet in Huafu at this time. Chu Feihong spoke, his thin face clouded with gloom. Today's events were too coincidental. Even a ghost wouldn't believe it wasn't someone deliberately scheming against him. Not certain, but today's events are too strange. Oh, I always feel they are connected. Chu Yichun said expression. He had no evidence either, but there was always a feeling telling him that this incident was related to Xiao Wujie and Chu Liyue. Especially Xiao Wujie. Such manipulative behavior was not in Chu Liyue's style. She was too proud to stoop to such things. He understood, while that lurking here with such great effort might not yield any results, but whenever it involved Xiao Wujie, his typically proud composure would unconsciously slip away. While he and Chu Feihong waited gloomily and aimlessly, suddenly a melodious sound of a flute echoed in everyone's ears. The flute's sound, imbued with an ancient charm, was low and melodious, akin to a gentle breeze rustling through a bamboo forest or like waves crashing against the shore, making one unable to resist the urge to immerse oneself in it. Just as consciousness was about to blur, a sudden loud noise exploded in Chu Yichen's ears. He jolted awake, horrified to discover a tall figure enveloped in strange mist had directly shattered the windshield in front of the car with a punch. Then he casually grabbed 2 pieces of shattered glass and shot them towards him and Chu Feihong. Chu Yichen almost instinctively pushed the nearly dazed Chu Feihong aside. One shard grazed past his ear, and another cut a shallow 5-centimeter gash on Chu Feihong's neck. Chu Yichen quickly opened the car door, yanking the now alert and terrified Chu Feihong out of the car. At that moment, the originally low and melodious flute sound suddenly became high-pitched and passionate, like clouds and mist swirling in the mountains with an imposing momentum. The flute sound no longer drew people into immersion, but instead felt extremely piercing, causing headaches, as if an invisible giant hand tightly gripped their skulls, making every nerve tremble under a sharp blade. Some with slightly lower composure even began to bleed from their eyes, noses, and ears, and some had already collapsed to the ground, clutching their heads and struggling in pain. "Cover your ears, don't listen," Chu Yichen shouted, quickly pulling out 2 pairs of soundproof headphones and inserting them into his ears. Upon hearing this, everyone covered their ears, but the strange flute sound seemed to come from all directions. Even with their ears covered, it was utterly ineffective. It felt as if it was not a flute, but a swana, a tune sending souls to the netherworld. Chu Yichen surveyed his surroundings. The flute sound, though bizarre and indistinct, he quickly located its source. In front of them, a figure shrouded in mist stood atop a tree illuminated by moonlight, holding a jade flute. The silver light spilled across the earth on a moonlit night, as a bright moon hung high in the sky, casting a mysterious azure hue over the world. Chu Yichen and Chu Feihong, along with their companions, struggled to cover their ears, resisting the strange flute sound that could ensnare the mind and claim lives. As Chu Yichen covered his ears, he furrowed his brow, staring intently at the 2 figures shrouded in mist ahead. Dark arts. This was the first thought that crossed his mind. The world is vast, full of wonders. Even in today's rapidly advancing era, where technology has become humanity's greatest weapon, there are still extraordinary individuals possessing unique skills. He had seen such dark arts before, but few could wield them as mysteriously and insidiously, making them nearly impossible to defend against. His eyes were fixed on the silhouette wielding the flute, his gaze yearning to penetrate the mist and uncover the true face hidden beneath. These 2 shadowy figures enveloped in mist were none other than Xiao Wujie and Lu Zhufeng. While Chu Yichen pondered, Lu Zhufeng had already swiftly dispatched several bodyguards, making a beeline for Chu Feihong. His mission tonight was to take Chu Feihong's life. Chu Yichen was rather well hidden, making it difficult to get to him, but Chu Feihong, while not a pushover, depended on who he was facing. In front of this extraordinary former soldier king, Chu Feihong was hardly better than a chicken. At first he thought hiding out at BYD Group for a night was the best option, but Xiao Wujie calmly asserted that offense was the best defense. Usually Chu Feihong and Chu Yichen were cautious and vigilant. Even if they found each other unpleasant, it wouldn't be easy to kick them. Today, with the opportunity served on a platter, how could they let it pass? In a narrow confrontation, the brave would prevail. It was uncertain who would be playing whom. After all, the former soldier king and the elusive bug overlord teaming up had few rivals. Though it looked like they were outnumbered, they held the upper hand. In the blink of an eye, Lu Zhufeng was already before Chu Feihong, launching a powerful and swift fist aimed directly at his face. Chu Feihong was not a weakling without the strength to bind a chicken. He quickly raised his hand to block. However, Lu Zhufeng's strength exceeded all expectations, and when that fist struck his arm, it felt as though his bones might shatter. His entire body jolted, and he couldn't help but stumble back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Zhufeng delivered a kick straight towards his unprotected abdomen. Just as Chu Feihong was about to react, the sound of Xiao Wujie's flute suddenly shifted, causing a sharp pain to shoot through his mind, slowing his movements. Lu Zhufeng's kick landed solidly in his abdomen. He instantly spat out a mouthful of blood, his body soaring backward like a kite with a broken string. So fast, so powerful. Chu Feihong considered himself no slouch, yet facing Lu Zhufeng, he couldn't withstand even a single exchange, lacking the strength to resist. Just as Lu Zhufeng was about to deliver a fatal blow, Chu Yichen executed a whip kick, slicing through the air with a whoosh towards him. Lu Zhufeng showed no fear, sweeping his long leg to cut through the air, producing a sharp whistle. Their legs collided fiercely in midair, creating a loud bang, as if 2 solid iron stones had struck each other. A visible shockwave erupted where their legs connected, scattering dust all around, as if the very air was being distorted by this force. Both men shuddered slightly. At the same time, Lu Zufeng's right hand shot out quickly, aiming for Chu Yichen's ankle, while his left hand moved like lightning toward his chin. Chu Yichen reacted swiftly as well, leveraging the force. He pressed down hard with his toes, using Lu Zufeng's recoil to leap upward, rolling smoothly to land safely, evading this dual assault. He quickly retreated 2 steps, his movements as agile as a leopard, putting some distance between himself and Lu Zufeng. At the same time, he shouted at the bodyguards, "Protect the chairman, don't mind me. Concentrate your strength on that flutist." To ensure Chu Feihong's survival, he would hold Lu Zufeng back, while focusing efforts to take down Xiao Wujie. His thoughts were clear and organized. Moreover, he managed to maintain calmness amidst danger, not losing his composure. He was truly skilled. Though they were opponents, Lu Zufeng couldn't help but admire him. However, if he thought he could stop him, and that the group of incompetent bodyguards could take down Xiao Wujie, he was a bit too... With a sudden movement, he transformed into a black shadow racing towards Chu Yichen. Meanwhile, the bodyguards struggled against the encroaching sound waves, attempting to close in on Xiao Wujie. Yet the closer they got to the sound waves, the harder it became to resist, like invisible blades penetrating through all material barriers, invading everyone's senses without exception. Suddenly, the flute sound shifted once more, becoming even more intense and rapid. Everyone was horrified to see the trees beneath the mysterious figure begin to tremble violently, producing a sharp cracking sound, their trunks twisting at odd angles, while leaves fluttered chaotically. Centered around that tree, cracks began to spread across the concrete pavement. The nearest bodyguards began to bleed from their orifices, the whites of their eyes slowly turning crimson, tears mixing with blood as it cascaded down their cheeks. Blood trickled from their nostrils, ears, and mouths, forming intricate and terrifying patterns on their pale skin, until a clear cracking sound echoed, the sound of bones breaking. The bodyguards in front began to fall one by one, without any strength left to struggle. At this moment, bodyguards stationed elsewhere heard the commotion of the fight and rushed over. Those who barely held on shouted with all their might, "Find something to block your ears, don't listen." The newcomers were taken aback, but upon seeing the tragic situation, they immediately pulled out various headphones and earplugs to block their ears. Some, unable to find anything suitable to plug their ears, gritted their teeth and pulled out a not-so-clean piece of tissue from their pants. They hastily stuffed it into their ears. Yet before they could fully block their ears, the eerie flute sound surged into their ears, plunging them into a state of excruciating pain, feeling worse than death. A few quick-witted individuals managed to block their ears, and unable to hear the flute, immediately dashed toward Xiao Wujie. At the same time, they hurled various glowing throwing knives and daggers at him. To their astonishment, the mysterious figure enveloped in mist casually raised a hand, plucking a few leaves and flicking them with his fingers. The leaves collided with the flying knives and daggers, producing a chime before both fell to the ground. As they advanced rapidly, they kept a close watch on the mysterious figure, fearing he might unleash another uncounterable technique. Suddenly, they noticed a faint glimmer in the position of his eyes, followed by a flash before their eyes. And then there were those struggling desperately against the Zhao's haunting melody, watched in horror as several figures who had charged forward froze mid-motion, then turned blank-faced and hollow-eyed toward them. The moment those lifeless, soulless gazes locked onto them, the figures lunged forward with terrifying speed, seizing their throats with brutal, unrelenting force, veins bulging across clenched forearms. Yet they were utterly powerless to resist. The Zhao's influence had sapped all strength from their limbs. Suffocation surged over them like a rising tide, swift and inescapable. They tried to push back, but their feeble blows landed softly, painlessly, on their assailants' arms, accomplishing nothing. Within moments, their faces darkened to deep violet, eyes bulged wildly, nearly bursting from their sockets. Each breath grew agonizingly harder. Inhaling air became a desperate, futile luxury. Finally, their bodies went slack, arms dropped lifelessly, the light in their eyes flickered out entirely, leaving only chilling emptiness. Those behind recoiled in sheer terror, eyes wide with disbelief. Their former comrades had already begun a new wave of slaughter. No one present would escape alive. Elsewhere, after another clash with Lu Zufeng, Chu Yichen staggered backward, once more putting distance between himself and his opponent. His breath came in ragged gasps, his chest heaved violently, beads of sweat glistened across his brow, and upon closer inspection, even his fists trembled faintly. He had unleashed every ounce of his strength, yet remained unmistakably outmatched. Lu Zufeng had employed no dazzling techniques, only simple direct strikes, punches, kicks, precise, economical motions. Yet these rudimentary movements surpassed all artifice. Before absolute speed and overwhelming power, even the most refined techniques dissolved like mist. Truly the highest Tao is simplicity itself, whose supreme skill appears effortless. The man before him was undoubtedly among the most terrifying martial cultivators he had ever encountered. He also noticed the pitiful state of his subordinates, and gritted his teeth in silent fury. A pack of utter incompetents. Lu Zufeng, observing Chu Yichen, raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. This young man truly knew how to conceal his depth. He was almost on par with that insufferably fastidious fellow. Such an ability surely belied a far more complex identity than his surface appearance suggested. Yet he dared divert his focus, worried about others, while facing him. Clearly the pressure he'd applied had been insufficient. Just as he prepared to strike again, determined to subdue him outright, he froze. Something was wrong. That fastidious fellow was wrong. The Xiao's melody had abruptly faltered, then resumed, uneven and unstable. Clearly his breath had fractured. Without hesitation, Lu Zhufeng abandoned Chu Yichen, leaping instantly to Xiao Wujie's side. Xiao Wujie's face was deathly pale, fine pearl-like beads of cold sweat drenched his temples and soaked his hairline. His hand trembled violently around the Xiao, his breathing shallow and erratic. Lu Zhufeng's brow furrowed sharply. He recognized the signs at once: a sudden onset of illness. Xiao Wujie too understood his condition. The searing pain had struck like lightning from within, jolting his entire frame. Then it flooded outward in relentless waves, scouring every limb and organ. His breath stuttered. The Xiao's melody wavered, nearly collapsing, and even the thin veil of mist shrouding them began to fray and dissipate. This mist was a cultivated technique demanding unwavering focus and steady qi circulation. With Xiao Wujie now critically weakened, the illusion would not hold much longer. Go! A hoarse, threadbare whisper brushed Lu Zhufeng's ear. Without pause, Lu Zhufeng swept Xiao Wujie into his arms and leapt down from the tree, scanning the surroundings before sprinting straight for the car belonging to Chu Feihong and Chu Yichen, its windshield already shattered by his earlier assault. Damn it! That useless wretch collapsed without warning. Victory had been within grasp. Now murder night had devolved into a frantic flight. Chu Yichen too had sensed Xiao Wujie's sudden collapse and immediately formed a bold hypothesis. He lunged to intercept Lu Zhufeng, but arrived a heartbeat too late. Lu Zhufeng had already reached the driver's seat, cradling Xiao Wujie. He slammed the accelerator to the floor. The car roared forward like a wrathful dragon, tearing recklessly into the night. Chu Yichen watched the vehicle vanish into the distance, his expression darkening. He swiftly seized keys from one of the few remaining conscious bodyguards and gave chase. Inside the speeding car, Lu Zhufeng gripped the steering wheel with one hand while supporting Xiao Wujie, who slumped bonelessly across his lap, too weak even to sit upright. His handsome face was drained of all color. Cold sweat streamed down his temples like rivulets. His eyes fluttered half-closed, his whole body trembling faintly. Lu Zhufeng loathed the intimacy of this position. Goose flesh prickled his skin, but he held firm, careful not to let Xiao Wujie slip or fall. He glanced in the rearview mirror. Another car pursued them, brazen and unyielding. Had that wretched man not collapsed, he would have disembarked and ended Chu Yichen then and there. A coward who shrank from direct confrontation, yet now dared play the bold pursuer. Yet however furious he burned inside, he suppressed it. His sole priority now was securing the man in his arms. Delay was not an option. The windshield had been shattered earlier by Lu Zhufeng. Now as the car hurtled forward, frigid wind poured in like a ravenous beast. Inside the cabin the wind shrieked, a piercing metallic howl that nearly drowned out the engine's thunderous roar. Xiao Wujie broke into violent coughs. Though the biting cold and shrieking wind worsened his distress, they also numbed his pain receptors, sharpening his awareness just enough. He forced his mind to focus, assessing their predicament. Chu Yichen drove a bodyguard's vehicle, far inferior in performance to his own and Chu Feihong's luxury sedan. Though it clung tenaciously to their tail, it could not close the gap, nor could Lu Zhufeng shake it loose. Chu Yichen had clearly sensed Xiao Wujie's weakness before giving chase, yet he proved frustratingly difficult to eliminate outright. Xiao Wujie clenched his jaw in silent resentment, a disastrous miscalculation, but exhaled slowly, steadying himself. What had happened could not be undone. Emotion solved nothing. Mortal capacity was finite. True strength lay not in surrendering to turmoil, but in mastering one's own mind. He had believed his arrival alone had irrevocably altered fate's course, and with Lu Zhufeng by his side, eliminating Chu Feihong should have been assured. Yet even he, standing at the center of the storm, could not command every variable. Fate was an enigmatic force, seemingly capricious and elusive, yet often behaving like an inescapable incantation, twisting, turning only to arrive inevitably at its ordained destination. In the end, it was his own impatience that had undone him. He cast one cold glance into the rearview mirror, then spoke, voice glacial, to Hua Mansion. Beneath the neon glow of the imperial capital, skyscrapers rose like a steel forest, their surfaces humming with the pulse of electronic music and the whirring of machinery. Within this cyberpunk metropolis, two black sports cars raced along a wide, deserted avenue, a life-or-death chase unfolding at breakneck speed. Their bodies shimmered with an eerie, subdued light, gliding through the night like phantoms. Inside one car, Xiao Wujie's face was ashen. Icy wind howled into his lungs, slicing through his chest like a blade, making each breath agonizingly difficult. Lu Zhufeng gripped the wheel with one hand, while holding Xiao Wujie steady with the other. Yet despite the gale, sweat poured down his brow. He was frantic. Xiao Wujie's condition deteriorated visibly by the second. He had already pushed the vehicle to its absolute limit. Though only minutes had passed, it felt like an eternity, an age of torment. He longed, as his name implied, to chase the wind, and sees the sun itself traversing 1,000 li in the blink of an eye. Xiao Wujie's chest heaved erratically, the biting cold made deep breathing impossible, and oxygen deprivation blurred his consciousness, dimming his vision. Fortunately, the frost numbed his nerves. Though the pain remained, it no longer pierced his awareness with unbearable clarity, allowing him to clench his teeth and cling fiercely to wakefulness. He forced himself to stay alert, scanning the road ahead. The BYD Group headquarters lay within the commercial district, deserted after dark. The road stretched wide and empty, clear yet offering no escape from Chu Liye's relentless pursuit. Just ahead lay the city's core, where even at night crowds surged like tides. Only there amid that torrent of traffic could they hope to vanish into anonymity and shake off Chu Liye. How much longer he could endure, he did not know. The cold, dulled sensation, but not the suffering. Should his body finally yield, unconsciousness would claim him instantly. Returning directly to the Liyue manor would be tantamount to revealing his identity. Claiming he had been attending a banquet with Chu Liyue offered the perfect alibi. Lu Zhufeng had already contacted Chu Liyue, who was en route to the banquet, and she would be ready prepared to shield Xiao Wujie without hesitation. Their immediate priority was shedding this pursuer. In the blink of an eye, the two sports cars hurtled into the heart of the city, where lights burned brighter and towers clustered ever more densely. The epithet city that never sleeps materialized before them, even beneath the cloak of night. Streets teemed with pedestrians and flickered with luminous billboards. The roar of engines reverberated between buildings, drawing startled glances from nocturnal passersby. Lu Zhufeng wove deftly through lanes at high velocity, while Chu Liye held fast, unshaken, unyielding. With another sharp turn of the wheel, Lu Zhufeng steered both cars onto a bustling arterial road, its lanes thick with vehicles, its sidewalks alive with people. Lu Zhufeng stared intently ahead, his eyes stinging and watering uncontrollably under the assault of the wind, blurring his vision with involuntary tears. He jerked a hand up to wipe his eyes, then slammed it back onto the wheel. Veins pulsing, speed surging, yet control absolute, unwavering. In such chaos, a single misstep would spell catastrophe. With masterful precision, the cars sliced through the dense flow, sometimes missing oncoming vehicles by mere centimeters. Their brazen, reckless racing had thrown traffic into disarray. Several police cruisers now blared sirens. Under the kaleidoscopic neon glow, the spectacle unfolded like a meticulously choreographed cinematic sequence, dazzling, breathtaking. And beside them, in an adjacent lane, another car had silently fallen into step, its presence unnoticed until now. Inside sat a striking woman in sleek black leather, calm and composed behind the wheel, while beside her a petite figure draped in white sat serenely. She cradled a sniper rifle far too large for her frame, one eye pressed to the scope, locking onto her target. Rushu, a distance is optimal. Can you find the opening? The woman in black spoke, her voice cool and crystalline. Wait a moment longer, Wanjie. This isn't the ideal moment yet. The girl in white was Lung Rushua, her name evoking frost and stillness, yet her tone sparkled with playful charm. Her Jiechu Wan bore a name of gentle elegance, but modeled herself entirely upon their formidable leader, mirroring even her demeanor and discipline. Though the leader remained her idle, childhood indulgence in cute more ice cream had left her temperament distinctly softer. Unlike the leader or Wanjie, ethereal beauties whose icy composure kept even the scent of masculinity at bay, she'd never known romance. Still, rumor had it that today's rescue mission mattered deeply to the leader, though the target remained distant, obscured by haze, leaving his appearance unknown, and naturally his handsomeness very much in question. After all, no ordinary man could possibly measure up to their peerless leader. For several tense moments, Lu Zhufeng and Chu Liye remained locked in furious, inseparable pursuit. Then, just as a freight truck ahead signaled its intent to change lanes, Lu Zhufeng seized the opening. He wrenched the wheel hard and floored the accelerator, slipping past with inches to spare. The truck driver slammed on his brakes, leaning out the window to unleash a torrent of curses, only to catch a sudden glinting flash from the driver's seat. His gaze went vacant, his mind blank. His foot lifted instinctively from the brake pedal, sending the massive vehicle veering sideways. Chu Liye, seeing the danger, wrenched his wheel fully, gaining precious distance in a heartbeat. The violent turn sent his car into a wild, uncontrolled drift. The vehicle behind him lacked such mastery. Unable to brake in time, it plowed straight into the swerving freighter. One crash triggered another. Chain reaction collisions erupted in rapid succession. Chaos exploded across the avenue. Beside them, Lung Rushua gasped, brilliant. She watched Chu Liye's car lurch violently, struggling to right itself and resume pursuit. Without hesitation, she lowered her window, raised her silenced sniper rifle, aimed steadily at his rear tire, and fired once. Chu Liye's rear tire collapsed instantly, and the car flipped sideways toward the asphalt. Yet Chu Liye was formidable. Instinctively sensing disaster, he wrenched open the door and leapt clear, tumbling across the pavement in a controlled roll before coming to rest. Lung Rushua snapped her fingers, pack, and declared Wanjie mission accomplished. Withdraw. Before Chu Liye could even rise, the two women vanished into the night, swallowed whole by the city's roaring engine. Meanwhile, Lu Zhufeng maintained steady, blistering speed, the world outside dissolving into streaks of motion. Behind them, neon signs and headlights merged into a shimmering, dreamlike tapestry of light. He gently tapped Xiao Wujie's limp shoulder, still slumped against him, to confirm he remained conscious. Moments earlier, Xiao Wujie had summoned every shred of strength to cast an illusion upon the truck driver, a feat that had pushed his already critical condition past its breaking point. Lu Zhufeng tightened his arm, slightly steadying Xiao Wujie more securely, and murmured low and resolute, "Hold on. We're almost there." Hua Mansion. As the name suggests, it is the mansion of Huaxia. It is one of the most prestigious luxury clubs in the imperial capital and even the entire Huaxia. Tall pillars support the grand porch, while transparent glass curtain walls allow the internal lights to spill out unobstructed, harmonizing with the surrounding landscape lighting. Under the night sky, the entire building is illuminated by countless lights resembling a brilliant gem embedded in the land of the imperial capital. Accompanied by the roar of motorcycles, Chu Liyue strode in with a sullen expression. On the road in the center of the imperial capital, after a messy exit from his vehicle, he directly kicked over a foul-mouthed youth and snatched his motorcycle, speeding away. Due to the delay, he could not catch up with Lu Zhufeng's vehicle. The last time he lost sight of it, the car had disappeared not far from Hua Mansion. With a keen sense of smell, he raced to Hua Mansion on the motorcycle. He was confident that if the person in that car came to Hua Mansion, their speed would not surpass his. He headed straight for box 88 on the 8th floor, where Chu Liyue was. According to the usual pace of conversation, it should not have ended yet. If Chu Liyue had left alone, it would prove that his guess was almost spot on. But when he arrived at box 88 on the 8th floor, he was stunned. Not to mention, Chu Liyue, the large luxury box, was completely empty. He immediately grabbed a waiter in a tailcoat to inquire and learned that the banquet had ended over 2 hours ago, and everyone had already moved to the entertainment area on the 9th floor. Following the waiter's guidance, he climbed the stairs to the 9th floor, where everyone was located. There were many people on site, and at first glance he spotted a familiar face, Bayonda Parker, whom he had seen in the afternoon. Dressed appropriately in formal attire, he was mingling with a group of foreigners exchanging toasts. Chu Liyue could only grab another person accompanying him and darkly inquire about the situation. In his impression, Bayonda Parker should not have participated in today's meeting. The person he grabbed looked at his extremely sullen face with confusion, thinking he hadn't offended him. Why such a deadpan expression? However, due to his status, he answered honestly, as this young Master Chu was quite well known in the imperial capital. Someone a mere worker like him couldn't afford to offend. Bayonda Parker was invited at the last minute, and it was because of his connections that today's discussion went exceptionally smoothly, ending half an hour earlier than expected. Upon hearing this, Chu Liyue's expression darkened dangerously. This Bayonda Parker again. When he asked where Chu Liyue was, the response left him utterly dumbfounded. The person accompanying him told him that an hour ago someone reported that Chu Liyue's brother had arrived, and she had gone to the box to accompany him. He was also kindly directed to the room at the end of the corridor, where Chu Liyue had already been for over an hour. After hearing this, Chu Liyue shoved him aside and walked straight towards the box at the end of the corridor, leaving the person puzzled. Impossible. He couldn't accept that his judgment was wrong, but everything seemed too perfectly explainable, like a flaw. He did not believe there could be so many coincidences in the world. Ignoring the bodyguards at the box door, he pushed the door open and strode inside. Inside the box, the lighting was unusually dim, and the large screen in the center flickered violently, accompanied by a creepy sound, as if a horror movie was playing. He quickly walked to the center of the box, where Chu Liyue was snuggled up against Xiao Wujie, watching a horror film. Her legs were elegantly crossed, her face calm and unfazed, and even while leaning back on the sofa, her aura remained strong. Xiao Wujie still appeared like a fragile, pretty boy leaning against Chu Liyue's shoulder, his head resting on her fragrant. With his face buried in Chu Liyue's neck, he looked both curious and timid about watching. Seeing his arrival, Chu Liyue cast a cold gaze at him and asked in a chilling voice, "Chu Liyue, what do you mean? You barged into my place for no reason. You'd better give me a suitable explanation." Her cold and haughty voice carried no warmth, seeming as if it could freeze ice shards. "I encountered 2 petty thieves on the way and came to take a look." Chu Liyue replied with a forced smile. Bursting in recklessly and facing this scene truly left him momentarily at a loss for words. "Chu Liyue, are you here to be funny?" Chu Liyue mocked coldly. However, instead of hurrying to respond to her, he shifted his gaze to Xiao Wujie in her arms. His eyes carried an ambiguous emotion as he intently stared at Xiao Wujie, trying to read something from his face. But the dim lighting in the box made it difficult to see Xiao Wujie's expression. Only his figure was visible, without many details. From the moment Chu Liyue stood still and spoke, Xiao Wujie had already turned his gaze towards him. In the dim light, his clear eyes shimmered with a hint of moisture, resembling a delicate creature. "Chu Liyue, since you haven't come up with a suitable reason, please get out. Next time come back, when you have a good reason to stir trouble." Chu Liyue's harsh warning echoed again. Chu Liyue ignored Chu Liyue's warning, still fixated on Xiao Wujie. "Sister, I'm scared. Why does Ichin brother look scarier than the ugly monsters in the movies?" Xiao Wujie showed fear on his face, burying his head back into Chu Liyue's neck. His low voice carried a hint of timidity, as if he was genuinely frightened. "Be good. Don't be afraid. Chu Yichen, if you don't get out, don't blame me for being rude. After softly comforting him, Chu Liyue's cold eyes brewed with a storm as she glared at Chu Yichen. At that moment, she emanated a powerful and chilling aura, instilling fear in others, causing the temperature in the box to drop significantly. Chu Yichen's eyes twitched. After glancing at Chu Liyue, he returned his gaze to Xiao Wujie. Acting. I want to see how long you can keep this up. Xiao Wujie also raised his head again, timidly glancing at Chu Yichen before burying his face into the slightly open collar of Chu Liyue. Sister, I'm scared. It's all my fault. I must have done something wrong to make Yichen brother hate me. He'll change. But I'm really scared. Please don't let him look at me like that. Make him go. His voice trembled, laced with a sobbing tone, as if he had suffered immense fright and grievance. Chu Yichen. Chu Liyue's voice, filled with restrained anger, carried an indescribable force, compelling obedience. In her cold gaze, a boundless storm raged, terrifying enough to swallow one whole. Meanwhile, her hand gently stroked Xiao Wujie's hair like soothing an injured little beast. In the unseen shadows, one of Xiao Wujie's hands trembled incessantly, tightly clenched, the knuckles pressing it. Chu Liyue silently grasped it, gently prying open that tightly clenched fist, placing it on her lap and softly kneading it. Chu Yichen had no choice but to shift his gaze to meet Chu Liyue's eyes as the temperature in the box dropped to freezing point, as if something was about to explode. At that moment, a sudden commotion came from outside the door, followed by several police officers in uniform striding. Mr. Chu, you are suspected of illegal driving, disturbing traffic order, and stealing someone else's property. Please cooperate with us for an investigation. Hearing this, Chu Yichen glanced at the police officers beside him, then at the icy Chu Liyue, and finally shot an unwilling look at Xiao Wujie, who was buried in Chu Liyue's embrace, before turning to leave. Several police officers followed closely behind as they left. After they all departed, Xiao Wujie, nestled in Chu Liyue's arms, could no longer hold on, and spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing unconscious into Chu Liyue's embrace. As the first ray of sunlight slowly ascended from the eastern horizon, golden light penetrated the gentle morning mist like fine threads, gradually cascading over the black and white themed Liyue Manor. The manor in the morning light appeared exceptionally tranquil, as if everything was still immersed in the dreams of the night. The sun rose higher, gently illuminating the master bedroom through the exquisitely carved glass window. Chu Liyue quietly sat by Xiao Wujie's bedside, still dressed in the clothes from last night. It was evident that she had not slept at all the previous night. At this moment, her complexion looked somewhat haggard, with faint dark circles around her eyes. Her long, straight black hair fell softly on her shoulders, slightly disheveled, yet her natural beauty remained captivating. She stared intently at the man on the bed. No one knew how long she had been looking. The man on the bed wore an oxygen mask, his eyes tightly closed, and his pale face contrasted sharply with his prominent nose and delicate facial features. Even in his frail state, an indescribable charm could not be concealed. His thick black eyelashes cast a faint shadow on his pale cheeks like stars in the night sky, shimmering even in the deepest darkness. Sunlight streamed through the half-drawn curtains onto his face, intertwining with his slightly disheveled hair, bestowing upon him a semblance of vitality, making him appear less fragile. A knock-knock sound echoed at the door. A handsome man in a white coat walked in slowly, making his way to Xiao Wujie's bedside to conduct a thorough examination. Noticing Chu Liyue's unwavering gaze and her somewhat haggard appearance, he couldn't help but clear his throat. The situation has stabilized considerably, but it will take some time for him to wake up. His name is Yi Jinyu, a PhD graduate from a top university in the United States, a world-renowned medical expert and biochemist specializing in neurosurgery. Chu Liyue raised her head to look at him coldly, saying, "How did the medical records look? Is the follow-up treatment plan ready?" Yi Jinyu felt a headache coming on and hurriedly replied, "It's not that simple. I was busy all night last night, and many matters cannot be fully understood just by looking at the medical records. Once he wakes up, I will conduct a detailed examination and comprehensively assess his physical condition. I might also need to communicate with his previous private doctor, and only on that basis can we finalize the follow-up treatment." Chu Liyue fell silent at his words, continuing to focus on Xiao Wujie. "Although you are not formally trained in medicine, with your expertise in biochemistry, you can definitely participate in his treatment. Since you care so much about his condition, why not get personally involved?" Yi Jinyu's gaze flickered slightly as he... Chu Liyue remained silent for a long time, her beautiful eyes still fixed on the unconscious Xiao Wujie, her expression reflecting complex emotions that others could not comprehend. Eventually, she lightly closed her eyes and uttered a single word, as if resigned, afraid. No one knew the feelings that surged within her when she witnessed Xiao Wujie spitting blood and collapsing into her arms. That scene merged completely with the images from her dreams. The world said fate is predetermined, yet she stubbornly believed my fate is determined by me, not by the heavens. Born strong and uniquely gifted, she had never lost to anyone. Even when battling against the heavens, she had never felt fear. Xiao Wujie had once been predicted to live no longer than 5 years, and for that she had exhausted her resources and sought out renowned doctors. The fact that Xiao Wujie had lived until now was largely due to her efforts to wrest him from the hands of fate. She had never considered that she might be defeated by anyone, even by destiny. But when Xiao Wujie spat blood before her, and the scene matched that of her dreams, she felt an overwhelming chill, her heart racing and her soul trembling. She admitted that she was afraid. She was afraid that she could not outmaneuver the malevolent heavens. She was afraid that this exquisite and fragile rose would wither away before her eyes. Her words also caused Yi Jinyu's heart to tremble. Her response touched the softest part of his long cold heart. To be a doctor is to engage in a game of life and death against the Grim Reaper, with the Grim Reaper holding black and the doctor holding white. Every effort is made striving to win even a fraction of life from the heavens, as well as a victory against death. This requires the doctor to possess a compassionate heart that respects life, but it also necessitates cutting off emotional ties with a heart as strong as iron. Every move is deadly, every step is filled with anxiety, and once a move is made, there is no turning back. As long as the heart is entangled in emotions and hesitant in action, a single misstep could lead to total defeat. This is also why doctors can save others, but find it difficult to save themselves. This single word, afraid, contains too much, and only those who have experienced it deeply can understand. I guarantee that I will do my utmost to save this person, extending his life to the greatest extent possible. Yi Jinyu spoke in a hoarse voice, his tone filled with complex emotions. He is a top medical expert, globally performing no less than 1,000 surgeries each year and several surgeries every day, with countless individuals escaping the clutches of death because of him. To the world, he is a scalpel-wielding savior, slaying the king of hell and extinguishing malevolent spirits, a miraculous healer whose medicine cures all ailments. Yet he alone knows that he is not the omnipotent divine doctor that the world perceives. Human strength is limited, and it is difficult to triumph over the heavens. He has saved countless people trampled on death, yet has also faced numerous helpless moments, witnessing the pain of life and death, and being mocked by the Grim Reaper for his powerlessness. His beloved grandfather passed away in his arms. His dearest friend lay forever on the operating table. As a doctor, he has saved millions, but he could not save the ones he loved the most. Approaching 30, possessing both talent and beauty, yet unmarried and unromantic. He also admits that he is afraid. He even fears becoming emotionally involved. He does not know if he can endure the feeling of a beloved dying before his eyes while being powerless to help. His relationship with Chu Liyue is profound. He has always believed that although she comes from a student background, she is more suited to be a doctor than he is. For no matter the time or situation, she seems to maintain absolute calmness and rationality. He has never even seen any excess emotion in her eyes, let alone the sight of her being overwhelmed by emotions and feeling afraid. If this can be considered a regret, then today he has finally witnessed it. Indeed, people are ultimately emotional creatures. Even the calmest and most rational among them can be governed by emotions. It simply depends on who they are facing. However, I must remind you that his condition is truly dire. He is nearly of age, yet under such circumstances, even with all efforts, it will be difficult to keep him alive until 20. Based on his current condition, in about 6 months, he will enter what is considered the late stage of a conventional terminal illness, at which point his life will rapidly count down, teetering between life and death. After a long silence, he spoke again. At this moment, he returned to his cold, indifferent, and rational demeanor. He is a doctor, and the person before him, along with countless others behind him, are still waiting for him to gamble against death. Patients can sometimes be immersed in emotions, but he alone cannot. Do you have any other methods? Chu Liyue suddenly asked abruptly. She had keenly caught on to some key words. The notion that Xiao Wujie's life was short and difficult to treat was founded on one premise. That is, under conventional methods. So what about unconventional methods? She raised her gaze, locking eyes with Yi Jinyu, who also met her gaze. After a long time, Yi Jinyu took a deep breath, still gazing at Chu Liyue, and spoke, forgetfulness reagent. On the night when Xiao Wujie was unconscious and in a state of oblivion, news about Lord Chu heir Chu Feihong attacked and severely injured, sent to the hospital ICU, and young master Chu Yicheng involved in a car crash while racing at night in the center of the capital exploded on the trending list. If it were only this, it wouldn't be too much of a problem. With the strength of these two, it wouldn't be difficult to handle. However, shortly after these two trending topics, another sensational piece of news emerged, completely keeping these two in the spotlight. This news even dragged in the Rongguan group, which had been hanging on the trending list for quite some time and had now been utterly decimated. Someone revealed that the Rongguan group, known for engaging in extensive black market dealings, is actually controlled by the currently unconscious Lord Chu heir Chu Feihong, who lies in the ICU. In an instant, Chu Feihong was stripped of all dignity. Chu Feihong, whose original name remains unknown, was born in Jincheng. Due to the early death of his parents, he was adopted by the previous head of the Chu family, Chu Yuntian, who named him Chu Feihong. Thanks to the grace of Chu Yuntian, he was cultivated into a talented individual. When his adoptive father Chu Yuntian stepped down, he generously bestowed nearly 30% of the Chu family's power upon him, disregarding their bloodline separation. He made his first fortune in the tech industry using it as a foundation to establish leading enterprises such as Hongdao Rongguang and Feiying, with some under public control, while others were secretly manipulated from behind the scenes. As his power grew, he forgot the kindness of Chu Yuntian and disregarded the brotherly bond with the current head of the Chu family, Chu Mingqing, opposing both him and the eldest daughter of the Chu family, at every turn attempting to seize control of the entire Chu clan. In no time, Chu Feihong had become like a rat crossing the street, facing scorn from all sides. Chu Feihong is heartless and ungrateful, worse than a pig. Chu Feihong's actions are beastly. Chu Yuntian is blind to take in such an adopted son. Chu Yuntian thought, I am also an innocent victim in this situation. Chu Mingqing and his wife, Bai Jingxian, naturally paid attention to these news reports and were quite pleased with the unfolding events. However, upon seeing that Chu Yiqing was taken away by the police from the Huafu, they felt a sudden pang of concern. They knew that Chu Liyue had been at Huafu for a banquet and was negotiating business with an overseas company last night. Chu Yiqing's appearance at Huafu at that moment made them worry he might be causing trouble. Out of concern, they called Chu Liyue, who coldly replied, "It's fine." But the perceptive Bai Jingxian detected the emotional undercurrents in Chu Liyue's voice and immediately decided to go with Chu Mingqing to the Liyue manor to check on the situation. After all, this girl always bore her burdens alone and never shared anything with them. Upon arriving at Liyue manor and seeing Xiao Wujie lying unconscious on the bed, they understood the reason for Chu Liyue's distress. Noticing the vast manor with only a few scattered servants, and then looking at the unconscious Xiao Wujie and the emotionally troubled Chu Liyue, Bai Jingxian immediately wanted to kick Chu Mingqing out, deciding to stay and care for them for a couple of days. Chu Mingqing immediately voiced his opposition. Why not just hire a few more servants to take care of them? Without my lovely wife by my side, how can I sleep alone in an empty bed at night? Bai Jingxian kicked him away. Fool! You only think about such trivial matters. It's hard to have a reason to spend more time with our daughter. Don't disturb my bonding time with her. Chu Mingqing then insisted that he should stay as well to help her get closer to their daughter. Hearing this, Bai Jingxian was even more furious. Are you still not convinced that you're stupid? Can't you see our daughter is upset? Don't you think you should help her deal with the complicated company affairs? If our daughter feels better, won't that naturally bring us closer? If you lack this basic insight, how can you expect to stay here with her? Do you plan to be a nuisance to her? After sending away the resentful Chu Mingqing, Bai Jingxian began to stroll around Liyue Manor, getting familiar. To be honest, counting this time, she had visited Liyue Manor no more than 5 times and was not at all familiar with its internal structure. She planned to come often in the future, so it was necessary to get acquainted first. After all, if she didn't take the initiative to come, she couldn't expect her daughter to see her first. If that were the case, the next time she met her daughter might be when either Chu Mingqing or Chu Yuntian passed away. As she wandered around, she ended up in the kitchen and thought about preparing some food for her daughter and Xiao Wujie. After all, novels and dramas say that to win someone over, one must first win their stomach. Upon reaching the kitchen, she was surprised to find that the chefs on duty around the clock were even more numerous than the receptionist. AI Roman informed her that there weren't originally this many, but mainly because Xiao Wujie had a poor appetite and due to health reasons had many dietary restrictions. Thus, Chu Liyue spent a fortune hiring a chef team composed entirely of Michelin 3-star chefs to create a tailored menu for Xiao Wujie. Additionally, the chefs were on standby, 247. As soon as Xiao Wujie expressed any desire to eat, they would immediately start cooking. Whoever could get Xiao Wujie to eat more would be handsomely rewarded. As the maids were already scarce, their numbers had diminished even further since Xiao Wujie arrived, with many being replaced by robot servants. If it weren't for some tasks where robots couldn't fully replace humans, it seemed that Liyue Manor would become devoid of maids altogether. As for the reason, AI Roman knew but did not disclose. It was quite simple, as some of the maids had looks that displeased her boss when they gazed at Xiao Wujie. It was hard to evaluate. More importantly, she didn't dare. However, the reduction in maids had caused another person to be quite dissatisfied. That was Lu Zhufeng. Although Chu Liyue was aloof, she had a thing for good looks. Even the maids and chefs in the manor were all exceptionally attractive, a rare find. Since Lu Zhufeng arrived at Liyue Manor, he felt that the beauties on dating apps were no longer appealing. The maids here, all of them. Their petite figures, their maid outfits, their lovely legs, every day they could dazzle him. Yet gradually the maids were becoming fewer while the number of cooks increased, which made him extremely displeased. During his free time, he could only sneak glances at the female assistant and housekeeper, who was also a charming little temptress. AI Roman, however, was unaware of these matters. She gradually noticed that whenever anything related to Xiao Wujie arose, Chu Liyue would be particularly attentive, handling everything personally, without involving anyone else. Rocking him to sleep, feeding him, taking care of him. These were basic routines. She had even seen her boss wearing a shirt, a body-hugging skirt, and high heels, helping Xiao Wujie scrub a barely visible stain off a white shirt. Bai Jingxian, upon hearing this, was greatly moved. She couldn't help but fantasize that if her daughter were a man, she would probably fall hopelessly in love with him. This domineering, yet caring demeanor was truly her type. If she were a woman, it wouldn't be bad either. Cough, cough. In any case, she was far better than that wooden Chu Mingqing. Time passed just like that, and in the afternoon Chu Liyue, who had been keeping vigil over Xiao Wujie, suddenly came out instructing them to take good care of Xiao Wujie and not to let anyone disturb him before hurrying away. Bai Jingxian, an AI woman, took turns watching over Xiao Wujie waiting for Chu Liyue to return. However, instead of Chu Liyue, they were met with an unexpected guest. The afterglow of the setting sun spilled over the villa of Liyue Manor. Wisps of fragmented light danced gently in the air, streaming into the room, and finally tenderly caressing the exquisite face of Xiao Wujie. As the sunlight flickered across his face, every detail came alive. His perfect visage was outlined by the sunlight, casting soft lines with long eyelashes creating delicate shadows on his cheeks. His nose was straight and refined, and though his lips appeared pale, due to illness they shimmered with a captivating vitality in the golden glow. This scene was exceptionally beautiful, but it hinged on the premise that the extraordinarily beautiful and frail man could open his eyes and smile gently as he once did. Bai Jingxian felt her heart ache as she witnessed this scene. What a precious treasure. You have suffered, please wake up. It truly broke Aunt Jing's heart to watch. Suppressing the rising acidity in her heart, she glanced at the sky and decided to go downstairs to instruct the kitchen to prepare some food. If Wujie wakes up, he will surely need something to eat. Liyue looked so miserable that it was evident she hadn't eaten properly for several meals. Two treasures, truly not easy to deal with. Each one made her heart ache terribly. Just as she elegantly made her way down the staircase to the hall, she suddenly spotted a tall figure appearing in the doorway. He stood against the setting sun, his silhouette elongated and cast upon the ground, forming a black shadow. His outline appeared particularly distinct against the afterglow. His features were vague, yet the gloomy aura surrounding him was palpable. Chu-Yi-Chen, what are you doing here? Did the police release you so soon? Bai Jingxian asked indifferently upon recognizing the visitor. Oh, and what brings you here? Chu-Yi-Chen replied with a hint of surprise in his voice upon seeing Bai Jingxian. However, his voice lacked its usual firmness, instead filled with exhaustion and gloom. Chu Feihong was still unconscious in the ICU, and Mu Wanqing was a blunt and unrefined woman offering little help. All the burdens fell squarely on him. Since last night, he had been running non-stop without rest for a moment. Huh. Do I need to report to you for coming to— Why are you here instead of accompanying your father in the hospital and dealing with those messy issues? Bai Jingxian bluntly exposed his wounds and questioned. To be honest, she had never regarded the couple of Chu Feihong with any importance. Many matters were merely brushed aside for Chu Yunshen's sake. If she and Chu Mingqing truly wished to deal with them, even if they didn't die, they would at least suffer greatly. Yet the young Chu-Yi-Chen before her gave her a sense of danger. She had always been wary and on guard against him. Chu-Yi-Chen. My father does not require Aunt to worry about those matters. I merely came to see Wujie. Chu-Yi-Chen spoke with a blank expression. Despite Bai Jingxian's ruthless exposure of his wounds, he remained calm on the surface, but felt secretly angry inside. Yet he did not let emotions cloud his mind, always remembering the purpose of his visit today. The dim lights in the private room last night had prevented him from seeing clearly, but he sensed something was amiss with Xiao Wujie. If the police had come a moment later, he might have caught a glimpse of his foxtail. So stabilizing the situation briefly, he turned and came here, eager to verify the suspicions in his heart. Wujie is resting right now and cannot meet with you. We can talk next time. Bai Jingxian unhesitatingly refused and directly issued an eviction order. Chu-Yi-Chen was quite enigmatic. Although she could not discern his intentions, she firmly believed they could not be anything good. Whatever he wanted, she would stand against him. Regardless, she would not allow him to see Wujie today. Oh, if he is resting, then I will go wake him up. Say a few. Chu-Yi-Chen replied coldly. With Rongwang's downfall, BYD Group's troubles, and Chu Feihong's serious injury up to today's overwhelming public opinion, it seemed chaotic, yet it felt as if an invisible hand was pushing the events. But this instigator was simply too slippery. If one missed the opportunity, it would be hard to catch him again. He understood the principle of seizing opportunities, and today, he could not afford to miss his chance. Chu-Yi-Chen, who do you think you are? What right do you have to disturb Wujie's rest? You better leave quickly, or don't blame me for— Bai Jingxian's voice lost its usual softness, radiating a powerful pressure. The authority of the matriarch of the Chu family was unmistakably revealed at this moment. What if I insist on seeing Wujie? Chu-Yi-Chen not only remained unfazed by this momentum, but retorted coldly. Chu-Yi-Chen, are you threatening me? I may not be able to do anything to you, but if you dare to set foot upstairs today, I guarantee your father won't leave the— Bai Jingxian's gaze was sharp and profound, her brows slightly raised, her face serious, exuding an aura of intimidation that commanded respect. She stood in the light, her figure bathed in soft and radiant glow, her golden dress shimmering, her posture elegant and upright, resembling a regal and cold queen. Hearing this, Chu-Yi-Chen's eyes flickered with uncertainty. For safety and privacy, Chu Feihong was currently residing in the Chu family's private hospital. Looking at the unyielding and aggressive Bai Jingxian before him, he believed she had the capability. He had always thought the waters of the Chu family were deep. He had his own power and never participated in managing his father's enterprises. When those dark transactions were exposed, he was equally astonished. He did not believe that when Chu Yuntian passed on power to someone without blood relations, he would leave no safety net. He also did not believe that Chu Yuntian and Chu Mingsheng were completely unaware of his father's clandestine dealings. But their attitude of seeming to know yet pretending to be oblivious was truly perplexing. As a family with a legacy spanning countless years, how could the waters of the Chu family be so easy to navigate? His father still viewed everyone too simplistically. While he was lost in thought, Bai Jingxian suddenly spoke, "Chu Yichen, don't think I am unaware of your intentions. Your targeting of Wujie is merely because of Liyue. Let me tell you, as long as I am here, what you wish for will be absolutely impossible to achieve." Under the setting sun, her beautiful eyes sparkled with captivating light, and her words were strikingly powerful. Upon hearing this, Chu Yichen's form trembled slightly, his expression shifting as he finally cast her a complex glance, saying nothing more before turning to leave. The heavy metal door slowly opened, revealing a vast space with a high dome illuminated by an advanced lighting system simulating daylight. The space was incredibly spacious, rivaling that of a large sports arena comprised of a series of intricate corridors. The ceiling was adorned with precise sensors and surveillance equipment, while luminous panels embedded in the surrounding walls emitted a soft and even glow with a faint scent of disinfectant lingering in the air. This was the underground of Liyue Manor, a place few would expect to conceal a vast laboratory. In the emptiness, the sound of high heels echoed, and two tall figures appeared approaching from afar. It was Chu Liyue and Yi Jinyu. She had not left Liyue Manor, but had come here. Through the surveillance, she discovered the unexpected arrival of Chu Yichen and instinctively felt the urge to eliminate him. With a belly full of anger seeking an outlet, how dare he present himself? Unbeknownst to Bai Jingxuan, the details were overwhelming, leading to a direct kill. Both she and Yi Jinyu wore white lab coats, holding a stack of documents as they approached a room. As a blue light swept over their faces, the metal door clicked and opened automatically. Inside the room, it was spacious and empty, with a tranquil yet mysterious atmosphere created by the eerie blue. At the center of the laboratory stood a massive workbench neatly arranged with various microscopes, petri dishes, and a series of intricate analytical instruments for medical research. These devices reflected a cold gleam under the blue light, adding a touch of technological allure. Beside the workbench was a large computer workstation, its display flickering with data streams and complex charts showcasing various in-depth analyses currently underway. The most eye-catching feature was the walls of the laboratory, adorned with a variety of imaging films seemingly documenting various medical examination results. From X-rays to MRI scans, from CT imaging to PET-CT fusion images, each film detailed the condition within the patient's body. This laboratory was specifically constructed by Chu Liyue to study and analyze Xiao Wujie's condition, with instruments and images accurately detecting and recording his physical status and disease progression at various stages. Chu Liyue and Yi Jinyu sat down at the workbench, and Yi Jinyu opened the various documents he held. These were preliminary examination results and judgments made through various means during Xiao Wujie's coma. However, the content greatly differed from the medical records and diagnostic reports that Chu Liyue had given him regarding Xiao Wujie's past. It was said that these medical records and diagnostic reports were made by Xiao Wujie's private doctor during the 5 years he was away from Chu Liyue. As for why the medical records and diagnostic reports provided by Xiao Wujie differed so greatly from his preliminary examination and diagnosis results, it was difficult for him to comment. If he had to say, he could only claim that those records and diagnostic reports were filled with well-meaning lies. Yet he did not voice this, believing that Chu Liyue would understand everything after reading them. But he couldn't help but wonder what her feelings would be after reading them. It would surely be cruel. Chu Liyue silently flipped through the documents, her eyes focused and deep, her delicate face betraying no expression, making it difficult to gauge her inner thoughts. Yet the extremely low atmospheric pressure surrounding her and her fingers gripping the documents so tightly that the joints turned slightly white revealed some of her inner emotions at that moment. For a time, the only sound in the room was that of pages turning with no other noises. After a long while, Chu Liyue expressionlessly closed the documents in her hands, falling into silence resembling a cold statue. This was merely some preliminary examinations conducted during his coma. The results of in-depth examinations would likely be even worse than what was seen now. You must understand why I said it was difficult to keep him alive until the age of 20 using conventional methods. Yi Jinyu spoke solemnly. Chu Liyue seemed to have not heard him, showing no reaction. The eerie blue light cast small shadows on her delicate face, with strands of hair falling gently, obscuring half of her features, making her expression even harder to decipher. After a long time, she suddenly stood up and walked out of the laboratory. Moments later, she returned with a bottle of high-concentration fine wine and 2 tall glasses. With an expressionless face, she poured 2 glasses, pushing one towards Yi Jinyu. After lightly clinking their glasses, she tilted her long swan-like neck and drank it all in one go. She then poured herself 2 more glasses without caring about Yi Jinyu beside her, downing them in quick succession. After 3 cups of strong liquor, a blush appeared on her porcelain-like face. She slowly closed her beautiful eyes, and after a long while reopened them, a bittersweet smile resembling a cry tugging at her lips. Her blood felt as though it had turned cold, and each breath brought sharp pangs to her heart, like a fishbone lodged in her throat. It felt as if a knife had been brutally plunged into her heart, causing a suffocating ache that spread to every corner of her body. Frustration, regret, and heartache intertwined like threads, unbreakable and chaotic. She prided herself on her intelligence throughout her life. Yet she naively believed in the body examination reports filled with well-meaning lies that Xiao Wujie had sent her over the past 5 years. She considered herself calm and rational. Yet she had immersed herself in nightmarish fantasies and the joy of Xiao Wujie returning to her side, failing to notice the abnormalities in his body. She boasted of her unparalleled strength. Yet she had inadvertently allowed Xiao Wujie to suffer from Chu Yiqian's targeting, leading to a recurrence of her illness, while trying to deal with Chu Feihong and Chu Yiqian. She often considered herself extraordinary, but what had she truly accomplished? She was indeed a failure and a joke. She couldn't help but pour herself another glass of wine and drank it down. The cold wine entered her troubled heart. The more she swallowed her emotions, the more they coiled into knots, piling up like a mountain. Her delicate fingers gripping the tall glass turned white, nearly breaking. Surging emotions nearly drowned her, unable to be vented. In the next moment, the tall glass flew towards the wall, shattering into pieces. Yi Jinyu quietly watched her vent her emotions, not interfering or offering comfort. Many things like drinking water, only one knows whether it is cold or warm. No one else could intervene, nor should they. He only needed to do his part. Helping Chu Liyue to heal Xiao Wujie was worth 1,000 words. He believed that a natural powerhouse like Chu Liyue did not need others' pity or comfort. He also believed that she could manage her emotions well, regroup, challenge the heavens, and reclaim Xiao Wujie's life. Chu Liyue supported her forehead motionless, and when she lifted her head again, she did not know how much time had passed. I'm sorry, dear treasure. You must be suffering greatly in pain, right? In countless lonely nights enduring the torment of sickness. It's all my fault. It's all because of me. But I beg you, consider it my plea. Just hold on a bit longer, wait for me. The LED light strips on the laboratory ceiling emitted a soft, ethereal blue glow resembling a tranquil touch of the night sky, draping the laboratory in a layer of mystery. Chu Liyue had resumed her usual aloof demeanor, her deep, beautiful eyes resembling a serene pool in a secluded valley, revealing an indescribable coldness and pride. Her stunningly beautiful face was like an ice flower blooming in winter, beautiful yet unattainable. She had already engaged in thorough discussions with Yi Jinyu regarding Xiao Wujie's physical condition and the precautions he should take in daily life. With a focused and determined gaze, her exquisite face wore a serious expression. A notebook placed in front of her, where she diligently noted down every key point she deemed important. These were crucial reminders for raising a pet. How could she not write them down to reinforce her memory? Yi Jinyu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth at this sight. He remembered that Chu Liyue had an extraordinary memory, capable of reading complex academic papers with ease and retaining all the details. Was it really necessary for her to note down such common knowledge? After pondering, he decided to hold his tongue. Given Chu Liyue's reaction after reviewing Xiao Wujie's actual medical condition, he feared that if he dared to voice any dissent on such a matter concerning Xiao Wujie's health, she would undoubtedly silence him. Having discussed the current state of his health and various precautions, they had to broach the heaviest topic: Xiao Wujie's treatment. The virus within him is highly unusual. It continually devours healthy cells, using them as nutrients. This virus has an exceptionally long incubation period, during which the host shows no severe symptoms other than being frail and sickly. However, this weakness is due to the virus slowly consuming the host's healthy cells, gradually weakening their immunity and resilience. Once it has absorbed enough nutrients, it will enter an explosive phase, aggressively devouring the host's normal cells, leading to unbearable pain and unconsciousness. As the virus grows stronger, the incubation period will shorten, and the explosive phases will naturally become more frequent. With each outbreak, it spreads and reproduces extensively throughout the body, and once it erupts, the host's body will collapse entirely, teetering on the brink of life and death. Yi Jinyu slowly articulated his judgment about the virus within Xiao Wujie. Chu Liyue nodded slightly upon hearing this, acknowledging Yi Jinyu's prowess as a top-tier medical expert who could discern the full extent of the virus with just preliminary examinations. Such skill is indeed remarkable. This virus has an extremely strong survival ability, and ordinary medications cannot eradicate it completely. If it cannot be uprooted, it will be like an unquenchable wildfire, springing back to life with every breeze. It is evident that over the years you have used numerous advanced medications on him, consistently targeting the localized viruses, maximizing the extension of the virus incubation period while minimizing its explosive phases. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have survived to this day. However, you have overlooked one crucial point: both the human body and viruses develop a tolerance to medications. Once a drug fails to eradicate the virus completely and the virus develops resistance, its effectiveness will naturally diminish until it is null. There are very few medications capable of combating a virus of this caliber, and the options are limited. Once the virus develops resistance, there will be no cure, and the body will deteriorate rapidly. You must not have calculated the virus resistance cycle accurately, which is why Xiao Wujie managed to deceive you so easily. However, I noticed that there are components of traditional Chinese medicine in Xiao Wujie's body. After those medications proved ineffective, it seems a highly skilled traditional Chinese physician must have treated him with herbal medicine, otherwise his condition would only worsen. Yet as long as the virus cannot be eradicated, these treatments are merely a drop in the bucket. No matter how advanced the medical skills, there are times when it is beyond saving. Currently, there are not many conventional methods that work for him. Once that traditional Chinese physician by his side reaches a dead, and no one else will be able to save his life. Yi Jinyu continued, then took a deep breath and spoke gravely. If there is anything in this world that has hope of eradicating the virus within him, I believe it is only the forgetting serum. You probably considered this layer when you joined God and participated in the research for the forgetting serum. No. 2. Just the mention of God and the forgetting serum made his face reveal signs of dread and seriousness. God, derived from the meaning of God, deity, is an absolute taboo. Much like SL, it is not subject to the control of any person or nation. In a sense, it is even more terrifying than SL, which thrives on murder and operates for money. As long as you have enough money, you are their god. However, God is different. It is a gathering place for geniuses and madmen, collecting the world's most brilliant and insane minds who engage in reckless research and experiments day and night. Every year, it extends invitations to members globally, and those who are invited are all top masters in their respective fields. Many masters who have left a significant mark in human history are members. It is divided into several departments, including mechanical, biochemical, materials, intelligence, and medical, with each department almost gathering the best talents in that field. Here there are no rules. You can conduct any experiment that society finds intolerable, and the organization will Likewise, it's a survival of the fittest. If you lack strength, you may even be used as a test subject by others. He himself was a member of the medical department of God, and being within it, he understood all too well how terrifying this place was. At his level, he was only mid-tier in the medical department, with many who could surpass him. Only someone as extraordinary as Chu Liyue could excel in such an environment. The forgetting serum was a collaborative development between the medical department he belonged to and the biochemical department where Chu Liyue worked. There are a total of 3 versions of the forgetting serum, and the one in Xiao Wujie's possession is the forgetting serum No. 2, developed mainly by the biochemical department. Chu Liyue is one of the primary developers of this serum, so she had intercepted it early on and handed it over to the No. 2 serum mainly functions to eliminate the virus, but its development is not yet complete. While it targets the virus, it also affects some normal cells, and given Xiao Wujie's condition, he might find it hard to endure the potency of this medication. Moreover, the virus has existed in his body for too long and has spread too widely. If it is all removed, it will also cause irreversible damage to his body. Chu Liyue spoke solemnly. As one of the main developers of the No. 2 serum, she was fully aware of its pros and cons. Therefore, I believe we might also need the No. 3 serum, which primarily functions to stimulate regeneration to eliminate the virus and accelerate the regeneration of normal cells. However, this serum may be difficult to obtain as it is primarily developed by the medical department. Yi Jinyu's tone softened. Upon hearing this, Chu Liyue fell into silence, her expression contemplative. The No. 3 serum being difficult to obtain is one aspect. The other is that while this method is theoretically feasible, it does not guarantee success in practical application. After all, neither the No. 2 nor the No. 3 serum is fully developed, and the true feasibility of this plan remains to be debated. Do you know about the No. 1 serum? Yi Jinyu suddenly asked. Chu Liyue shook her head lightly. She had joined God relatively late, and when she arrived, only the development of the No. 2 and No. 3 serums was ongoing. The No. 1 serum seemed to have been completed many years ago. In fact, the development project for the forgetting serum No. 1 was initiated many years ago, but it was a joint effort between the military and the biochemical department. It is said that the purpose of the No. 1 serum was not to prolong human life, but to destroy it, consuming all of the bogus nutrients for use in military warfare. Later, due to its inhumane nature, it was ordered to be destroyed. However, whether it was actually destroyed is unknown, and no one has seen it. Because all the researchers of the No. 1 serum mysteriously disappeared later. What do you mean? Chu Liyue's pupils constricted sharply upon hearing this. I suspect the virus within Xiao Wujie is actually the No. 1 serum. Yi Jinyu looked at Chu Liyue and spoke each word slowly. Chu Liyue's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, shocked by his speculation. Of course, this is just my conjecture. I cannot guarantee its accuracy. However, aside from the No. 1 serum, I truly cannot think of any virus that could possess such power, leaving both you and me helpless. Additionally, I must remind you that from what I know, those guys in the medical department are already fighting over the ownership of the No. 3 serum. You'd better make plans early. After saying this, Yi Jinyu glanced at the silent Chu Liyue, stood up, and turned to leave, leaving her space to think. In the laboratory, only Chu Liyue remained engulfed in a prolonged silence and deep contemplation. The last rays of the setting sun gradually disappeared below the horizon, while the sky transformed from a brilliant orange to a deep blue-purple. As night fell slowly, stars began to light up the night sky one by one, resembling the distant lights of another world. In the warm and bright room, Chu Liyue had changed into a black ankle-length spaghetti strap nightgown, walking gracefully to sit by Xiao Wujie's large bed. Her long hair flowed loosely with delicate straps gently resting on her snowy smooth shoulders, outlining her graceful collarbone, both sexy and exquisite. As she gazed at the stunningly beautiful and frail man on the bed, there was an imperceptible tenderness flowing in her. Yi Jinyu told her that Xiao Wujie would wake up soon. After a simple wash, she took over from Bai Jingxian and quietly waited for him to awaken. She hoped that the first person Xiao Wujie would see when he opened his eyes would be her. The wind outside the window gently blew and time slipped away unnoticed like this gentle breeze. After a day and night of coma, Xiao Wujie's eyelids fluttered before slowly opening his tightly shut eyes. Having slept for so long, he found it somewhat difficult to adapt to the bright light, with his thick long eyelashes trembling slightly as he adjusted to the long-lost brightness. As his vision gradually focused, the first thing that came into view was Chu Liyue's breathtakingly beautiful face. He was about to call out sister when a sharp pain like needles pierced through his chest as he inhaled, and his throat also felt an itch and pain. He couldn't help but cough violently, and with the intense rising of his chest, a rush of air flooded in, intensifying the pain in his chest, as if it were being cut by a knife. The sharp pain spread throughout his chest, causing his handsome brows to furrow tightly. Chu Liyue quickly dialed Yi Jinyu's number, then swiftly lifted him into her embrace, gently patting his back to help him breathe easier. Within moments, Yi Jinyu along with Bai Jingxian and AI Roman hurriedly arrived at the room. Xiao Wujie coughed for a long time, the pain making it increasingly difficult to stop, as if he wanted to cough out his lungs. With the joint assistance of Yi Jinyu and Chu Liyue, he finally began to calm down. At this moment, he was weakly leaning against Chu Liyue's embrace, his chest rising and falling continuously, struggling to inhale the oxygen from the mask. His flawless face was pale, a few strands of hair sticking to his forehead due to the sweat, and his eyes hung low, and like a beautifully broken doll, he exuded a heart-wrenching sense of fragility. Seeing this, Chu Liyue felt a sharp pain in her heart, and her slender arms around him involuntarily tightened. Bai Jingxian carefully took a handkerchief and gently wiped the floating sweat from Xiao Wujie's forehead, her eyes unable to hide the pain and pity. "Baby, you've suffered," she unconsciously spoke in a very gentle tone, afraid of startling her frail darling even slightly. Sister Aunt Jing, I'm sorry for making you worry." Xiao Wujie leaned against Chu Liyue, speaking with difficulty in a fragmented manner. "Rest well, don't talk." He had just wanted to say something more when Chu Liyue coldly interrupted him. He obediently fell silent, gently adjusting his position in Chu Liyue's embrace to find a more comfortable spot, taking small breaths of oxygen. Yi Jinyu performed some temporary checks, confirmed that everything was fine, and then instructed about some precautions before leaving. Considering that Xiao Wujie hadn't eaten for a day and a night, Chu Liyue decided to give him only a little food to avoid upsetting his stomach. Bai Jingxian had already instructed the kitchen to prepare a pot of millet porridge after sending away Chu Yichen. She personally went downstairs to bring up a bowl of steaming hot porridge and fed it to Xiao Wujie. Chu Liyue held Xiao Wujie, allowing him to comfortably lean against her, while one hand gently massaged his chest, which felt stuffy and painful. Bai Jingxian patiently fed the porridge to Xiao Wujie spoonful by spoonful, each time blowing on the spoon to ensure it wouldn't be too hot for him. Xiao Wujie, his eyes lowered, had shed his usual cold and mysterious demeanor, nestling like an obedient child in the warm and comfortable embrace, accepting the meticulous feeding. In that warm and bright room, with soft lighting, this scene was incredibly heartwarming. It seemed to warm the years, enriching the flow of time, leaving an imprint in the softest places of the heart, bringing a lingering and profound feeling. In the endless flow of time, Xiao Wujie's normally cold heart was like the frozen ice of a winter night, hard and lonely. Yet at this moment it seemed as if a gentle ray of light penetrated the long cold winter like the first light of dawn in spring, quietly melting away his self-protective ice. An unprecedented feeling surged from deep within his heart, as if it were a touch from the depths of his soul, making the entire world feel softer at that moment. Those once hard edges melted silently, transforming into a clear stream that quietly flowed in the softest part of his heart. Late at night, due to his body still not having recovered and remaining weak even after sleeping for a day and a night, Xiao Wujie's spirit was still not quite good. After finishing the porridge and chatting with Bai Jingxian for a while, a layer of soft fatigue quickly enveloped his voice, prompting Chu Liyue to immediately send Bai Jingxian away. Looking at Xiao Wujie's slightly fatigued face and drooping eyelids, Chu Liyue's gaze flickered. After hesitating for a moment, she finally spoke up. "Ajie, can we talk for a bit?" Her tone carried seriousness and solemnity without anger, yet imposing, concealing a sharpness. Hearing this, Xiao Wujie lowered his head, his long eyelashes trembling, his pale lips pressed together, looking sickly and worn out, mumbling, "Sister. Tired. Want to sleep." Chu Liyue adjusted his face, disregarding his slightly evasive gaze, forcing him to meet her eyes, gently rubbing his cheek with her fingertip, and said seriously, "Ajie, there are some things I must clarify with you. I brought you to the imperial capital for two reasons. The first is to ensure your safety, and the second is to cure your... As for Chu Feihong and Chu Yichen, I will deal with them. You just need to focus on recovering till your body can no longer withstand such turmoil. And I will slowly settle the account with you regarding the 5 years you have concealed your illness, but from today on you cannot hide anything about your health from me. You must tell me about any abnormalities. I do not wish for such things to happen again. Oh, it will sadden me, hurt me, and also scare me. Do you know? When I saw you spitting blood unconscious, when I learned that your illness was deep in your bones and that your life was hanging by a thread, I felt as if I had lost the whole world. Yet she ultimately could not utter the words scared. Unconsciously, Xiao Wujie wrapped his arms around her waist, burying his head in her embrace, and after a long time a barely audible yet reassuring mmm escaped his lips. Chu Liyue gently patted his back, casually turning off the bright room light, leaving only a dim and soft bedside lamp. She softly said, "Sleep now," intending to lay him down and coax him to sleep. However, Xiao Wujie's arms around her slender waist tightened slightly as he suddenly lifted his head from her embrace, gazing at her with shimmering eyes. "Sister, hold me to sleep." Under the soft yellow light, Chu Liyue sat backlit, her face obscured in the half-light and half-darkness, making her expression hard to discern. After a long while, her low, husky voice came through. "All right, I'll hold you to sleep." In the month of April, the world awakens. The spring breeze caresses the face, bringing a hint of warmth. On this comfortable afternoon, sunlight cascades like golden threads over the vast golf course of Liyue Manor. The emerald grass glistens softly under the sun as if each blade is edged with a delicate layer of gold. Chu Liyue wears a lake blue satin dress layered with a sexy white low-cut camisole that reveals her long swan-like neck and skin as smooth as silk. Her slender legs are clad in white high boots, accentuating the delicate and perfect lines of her limbs. She gracefully strolls to the shade of the parasol, setting down the steaming cup of water she was holding, her deep and beautiful eyes gazing into the distance. In the distance, 3 figures stand side by side, swinging their golf clubs. They are Xiao Wujie, Lu Zhufeng, and AI Roman, all dressed in white t-shirts and sports pants, wearing professional golf shoes. Among the 3, the best golfer is undoubtedly Lu Zhufeng. He is strong and robust with impressive arm strength, coupled with exceptional skills. With each swing, the white golf ball emits a swoosh as it cuts through the air, flying away in a perfect arc. Xiao Wujie's skills are decent, yet he is delicate and weak. Despite his proficiency, the distance the ball can travel. The one performing the worst among the 3 is undoubtedly AI Roman. It's not that her skills are lacking, nor is she weak, she simply lacks her usual state. Xiao Wujie's recent illness has taken a toll on her. To accommodate Xiao Wujie, their boss has secluded himself, moving all business online. However, under the vast corporate umbrella, there are too many matters that cannot be resolved online. As a result, these responsibilities naturally fell on her shoulders, leaving her almost non-stop busy for 24 hours. Hair fell out in clumps, dark circles expanding around her eyes, and her sore eyes and tired legs almost left. Today, the boss finally had a change of heart, allowing her a day off to accompany Xiao Wujie for a round of golf to relax. What she truly wanted to say was that a better way to relax would be to let her return to her room to cultivate. But since the boss believed golf would help her unwind, could she really say that golfing would only tire her more? If only the leadership would consider their subordinates a bit more, their lives could be 1,000 times happier. However, despite the exhaustion, the bonuses are multiplied. This money she would earn even with tears in her eyes. Xiao Wujie doesn't particularly enjoy sports. Compared to playing golf during the day, he prefers to stroll through the golf course at night, feeling the breeze of the wilderness. In his past life, he would often buy a ticket to the golf course in the quiet depths of night, not to hit balls, but to wander aimlessly, allowing his heart to gradually settle. At night, the golf course is devoid of the hustle and bustle of the day, offering a tranquility and freedom that belongs solely to the individual. Beneath his feet lies soft, delicate grass, and above his head stretches an endless starry sky. Wandering within the noise and fatigue of the day, seemed to be carried away by the night, leaving only a sense of inner peace and relief. Whether strolling at night or swinging during the day, both are forms of cultivation. A life is a journey not just limited to the small pond before one, but encompassing the stars and the vast sea beyond. If one remains confined within the circles they draw for themselves, how can they appreciate the myriad of scenery? Moreover, he has been bettered in for days, and Chu Liyue has graciously allowed him to come out for some fresh air. Just being able to breathe the fresh air outside the room is enough to satisfy him. After playing for a while, the 3 noticed that Chu Liyue had been waiting at a distance for some time. They put away their clubs and walked towards the shade of the parasol. In Chu Liyue's view, sweat glimmered on the smooth skin of the young man, and his previously pale face now bore a slight flush. His hair was slightly damp with sweat, with a few strands perfectly sticking to his forehead, adding a touch of casual handsome. He was bathed in sunlight, his eyes clear and transparent. Upon sensing her gaze, he smiled gently, his tender smile, seemingly capable of penetrating the heart and reaching the depths of her soul. This beautiful scene resembled a painting. If possible, Chu Liyue hoped that all the beauty in this world could be intertwined with the youth in that painting. In a daze, the youth from the painting stood before her, bathed in light, his enchanting features like a finely sculpted work of art, impossible to find a flaw. The gentle smile at the corner of his mouth seemed to illuminate the entire world. He reached out to gently brush away a strand of hair that the wind had disheveled on her face, the subtle scent of sweat mingling with her perfume in the air. Involuntarily, she reached out to touch his face, tenderly wiping the sweat from his brow. Her usually calm and indifferent eyes, like a tranquil pool, were now stirred into a spring of soft emotions. Chu Liyue pulled Xiao Wujie to sit beside her, handing him the cup of hot water she had brought. The water was a bit hot. Holding the cup with one hand, Xiao Wujie gently blew at it before taking small sips. She then took his other idle hand, gently kneading the prominent veins on the back of his hand. Despite Yi Jinyu's careful attention, the recent days of 4 drips had left the back of Xiao Wujie's once flawless hand marred with bruises. Noticing her actions and gaze, Xiao Wujie smiled lightly at her and said, "It doesn't hurt, sister." Chu Liyue said nothing in response, continuing to gently knead. Beside them, Lu Zhufeng turned his head away, expressionlessly blowing at the wind, taking a few gulps from a bottle of mineral water, producing a burp. AI Rumen wore a face full of disbelief. Perhaps it won't be long before the boss' younger brother becomes the legitimate heir. After resting for a while, the 4 of them strolled towards the main residence. The sky was a deep blue, occasionally adorned with leisurely drifting white clouds. Xiao Wujie and Chu Liyue walked hand in front, while Lu Zhufeng and AI Rumen followed behind their respective masters. The bright sunlight cast 4 shadows on the ground. After returning to the main residence and taking a hot shower, Xiao Wujie felt drowsy while sitting on the comfortable leather sofa. He slightly tilted his head, resting it on Chu Liyue's shoulder, his eyes half closed, his voice soft with fatigue. "Sister, I'm sleepy." In the next moment, Chu Liyue picked him up horizontally and walked towards the room upstairs. She then placed him on the bed, holding him in her arms, gently patting his shoulder to coax him to sleep. Xiao Wujie stirred slightly, finding the most comfortable position in her embrace, his eyes gently closing. He admitted that he had grown somewhat fond of this embrace. Due to his illness, he felt cold and weak all day long, and his sleep quality was extremely poor. Yet whenever he sank into this warm and comfortable embrace that belonged solely to him, it felt as if a drifting broken ship had found a safe harbor. No matter how tumultuous the outside world, he could sleep soundly. A gentle breeze wafted in, causing the curtains to flutter slightly. Sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting dappled shadows in the room. Before long, Xiao Wujie's steady breathing filled the air. Chu Liyue quietly gazed at his beautiful sleeping face, her enchanting eyes shimmering. She softly placed a kiss on the young man's forehead. The door was not closed, and a passing maid inadvertently caught sight of this, seeing her mouth agape in shock as she quickly ran away. This time, after half a month of recuperation, Xiao Wujie finally returned to normal. Chu Liyue set aside all her affairs and stayed by his side, without leaving for an entire week, gradually resuming her routine under the tearful gaze of AI Rumen. Along with Xiao Wujie enduring the pain, there was also Chu Feihong, whose abdomen was injured due to Lu Zhufeng's kick, resulting in the displacement of his internal organs and varying degrees of damage. He spent 3 days in the ICU of the Chu family private hospital before escaping life-threatening danger, and after several days of observation, he was finally transferred to a regular ward. However, without continuing to sleep in the hospital for several months, it would be difficult to expect a return to his former. Naturally, Chu Liyue would not miss the opportunity that Xiao Wujie had exchanged with half his life. Oh, she fanned the flames, poured oil on the fire, and sprinkled salt on the wounds, doing it all. For a time, there were frequent reports of Chu Yi being in a state of unusual coma in the hospital, and of Chu Gongzi working late into the night for intravenous drips. Time flowed gently amid the trivialities of daily life. In the faint morning light, under the enchanting moonlight, life resembled a still pond rippling delicately under the gentle caress of the dawn, and the moonlight long and tranquil. Yet in an unguarded moment, ripples quietly broke the silence of the water's surface. A faint rose fragrance gently wafted through the air as soft light spilled through the exquisite and luxurious fixtures. The curtains were half drawn, allowing glimpses of the serene night view outside, with twinkling lights penetrating the thin fabric, casting mottled shadows on the windowsill. This was Chu Liyue's room. On the spacious bed, she sat against the headboard in a very charming, deep purple night. A laptop was placed in front of her, and her slender, delicate fingers danced like butterflies on the keyboard, while she cradled the still-awake Xiao Wujie in her arms. Since Xiao Wujie's illness, soothing him to sleep had become one of her daily routines. Initially, she would put him to sleep before returning to her own room next door to handle business or rest. As Xiao Wujie's health gradually improved, she began picking up the various tasks that she had thrown to the almost dead AI. Although AI Rumen was quite capable, her identity as a secretary assistant meant that amidst the myriad of complicated affairs, there were some matters she simply could not handle on behalf of Chu Liyue. Due to the accumulation of many tasks that required her personal attention, even though she had been working overtime for many days, she still couldn't return on time, and there were many complicated chores she had to bring back for online processing. But no matter how late she worked, Xiao Wujie would quietly sit in the hall waiting for her to return. Looking at the tasks still requiring her late-night attention, and then at Xiao Wujie's misty eyes that softened her heart, she lightly bit her silver teeth and directly carried him back to her room. While soothing him to sleep, she also attended to her ongoing tasks. The next morning, Lu Zhufeng, who served Xiao Wujie his medicine and called him to get up, found his room empty, the blankets cold as ice, showing no signs of anyone having slept there. He almost triggered the alarm at Liyue Manor, even preparing to post missing person notices, only to find Xiao Wujie sound asleep in Chu Liyue's room. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, this guy works fast." Today, Chu Liyue returned in time, and to ensure he rested better, she had already brought him back to her room and coaxed him to sleep early. However, Xiao Wujie had been quite energetic these past few days, and for a moment his eyelids wouldn't stay shut, so he leaned against her, watching her handle her tasks. Chu Liyue worked through her tasks at lightning speed, hardly any page lingering for more than 3 seconds. After a few glances, Xiao Wujie almost had his eyes dazzled and quickly diverted his gaze. Nestled in Chu Liyue's embrace, the alluring rose fragrance enveloped him, intertwining with his cool scent, creating a uniquely intoxicating aura that quietly blossomed in the air. Under the lamp, watching the beauty became increasingly invigorating. Her long hair cascaded down, a few strands falling beside her ears, the focused expression on her captivating face radiating a breathtaking beauty under the soft light. Beneath her lovely face was a long and elegant swan-like neck and an exquisitely alluring collarbone, and further down were the full curves and a waist slim enough to be grasped. Xiao Wujie gently shifted his position, leaning closer to her, his face pressed against her chest, his arms wrapping around her slender waist. His long fingers gently kneaded her delicate waist, the texture as soft and supple as the willow branches of early spring, making one reluctant to let go. Chu Liyue tightened her arms around him a bit more, allowing him to lean more comfortably, her fingers, with dark red nail polish, lightly scratching his chin, letting him play with her slender waist. Until Xiao Wujie's fingers accidentally brushed upwards, a shiver coursed through his entire body. She lightly bit her silver teeth, guiding Xiao Wujie's hand to rest on her slender waist, her red lips brushing against his ear as she softly coaxed, "Good boy, be good." That voice was low and husky, carrying a subtle tremor that was hard to detect. The enticing coaxing of "good boy" made Xiao Wujie's ears feel as if they were about to be pregnant, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. Chu Liyue had always been indulgent towards Xiao Wujie, never having the heart to scold him even a bit. Xiao Wujie had also always been obedient and well-behaved in front of her, never making her angry. Only during his childhood, when he was sick and uncomfortable, would he occasionally throw a small tantrum and refuse to take medicine. She had always been like a 1,000-year-old ice, never thawing, unaware of how to coax others, but she couldn't help but recall her childhood, being alone outside, enduring brutal training covered in wounds, while also suffering from the dual torment of hunger and loneliness. Seeing a mother carrying a bowl calling out "good boy" as she chased after a child to feed him, her young and cold heart would always twitch inexplicably. Until she thought she had learned to resist the erosion of suffering and loneliness, he entered her world like a beam of... She could ignore the entire world, but she couldn't bring herself to scold the sick and spoiled Xiao Wujie. Thus she attempted to mimic the mother she had seen calling him "good boy" and bringing the medicine to his lips. Perhaps the young Xiao Wujie had never heard anyone address him this way. Upon hearing Chu Liyue call him "good boy," he just stared at her in a daze, unmoving, allowing her to put the nauseating medicine in his mouth. After that, whenever Chu Liyue found herself at a loss, calling him "good boy" would always be effective. That term would resonate throughout their childhood, bringing warmth to those originally cold years. Xiao Wujie let out a quiet sigh in his heart, his eyes flickering slightly, quietly leaning in her embrace, appearing exceptionally obedient. After a while, Chu Liyue closed the laptop in her hands and looked at Xiao Wujie in her arms, softly asking. Xiao Wujie gently nodded. She then turned off the bright room light, and the room instantly plunged into darkness. She elegantly lay on her side, pulling Xiao Wujie into her embrace, letting him rest on her arm, and carefully tucked in every corner of the blanket. Her delicate hand gently stroked his back, her voice low and rich. "Sleep well, good boy." Dawn broke faintly, a delicate sliver of pearly light emerged in the eastern sky. The first golden ray pierced through the clouds, scattering like shimmering gold leaf into the fragrant chamber, spilling softly across the bed, where sheer curtains stirred in the breeze. Chu Liyue lay gracefully on her side, her silhouette elegant and poised. Her long feathery lashes trembled gently before parting to reveal deep, tranquil eyes. Xiao Wujie rested his head upon her arm, his handsome face nestled against her chest, one arm coiled tenderly around her slender waist as he slept soundly. She lightly pinched the bridge of her nose, then gazed quietly at his breathtaking, serene, sleeping visage. Her gaze flickered subtly. Then she sighed faintly and curved her lips into a wry smile. In truth, sleeping with Xiao Wujie was rather pleasant, save for the slight fatigue in her arm. Due to his frail constitution, his body remained perpetually cool. Cradling him felt like holding a smooth, temperate piece of jade, its texture exquisitely refined. His cologne and shampoo were meticulously formulated, a subtle, crisp fragrance laced with calming notes, like the pure, icy wind sweeping down from distant mountain peaks, hauntingly alluring. Yet what left her momentarily disoriented was how in barely over a month since arriving in the imperial capital, Xiao Wujie had already slipped seamlessly into sharing her bed. What a sly little fox spirit! Gently she unwound his arm from her waist, slipped a pillow into his embrace, and tiptoed out of the room. Unbeknownst to her the moment she stepped beyond the threshold, Xiao Wujie opened his eyes, his expression layered with quiet complexity. Before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the villa stood Xiao Wujie, tall and still, in ivory silk sleepwear, watching a sports car roar past the estate grounds and vanish into the distance. Behind him, Lu Zhufeng approached, holding a steaming cup of water in one hand, several pre-meal pills clenched tight. Noticing his distracted air, Lu Zhufeng immediately drawled with mocking sarcasm, "Oh, my esteemed master has deigned to rise. Ah, I see. Miss Chu has departed for work." Xiao Wujie accepted the cup without expression and swallowed the pills before his eyes. This assignment had been personally arranged by Chu Liyue herself. The reward a blank check, its amount left entirely to his discretion. "Do you have cigarettes?" Xiao Wujie asked abruptly. He knew Lu Zhufeng occasionally smoked, though in his own words, "I smoke solitude, not tobacco." "You've lost your mind. Your body can't withstand smoke." Lu Zhufeng's pupils contracted sharply. He sensed something deeply amiss in Xiao Wujie's demeanor. Xiao Wujie said nothing, only held his gaze, eyes inscrutable, heavy with unspoken meaning. Lu Zhufeng could never endure that suffocating silence, the kind that tightened the throat. Instinctively his hand darted into his inner pocket, muttering under his breath, "Go on, self-destruct. Self-destruct already." Xiao Wujie took the cigarette and lighter, placed the cigarette between his lips, and lit it. Lu Zhufeng's eyes bulged, veins throbbed fiercely at his temples. "Damn it, you're serious?" As tendrils of smoke rose from the burning tip, even two shallow inhalations stung his nostrils, but Xiao Wujie drew in a deep, defiant breath. Instantly, a searing, acrid burn shot down his throat, triggering an involuntary convulsion in his chest. Then came violent coughing. Tears welled unbidden at the corners of his eyes, and his cheeks flushed crimson under the sudden assault. Watching him double over, unable to straighten, Lu Zhufeng flared with fury, snatched the cigarette, crushed it beneath his heel, swept Xiao Wujie into his arms, and strode swiftly to the sofa, patting his back to ease the spasms. Xiao Wujie's chest burned with sharp stabbing pain, a metallic tang surged up his throat. Worse still, the acrid scent ricocheted wildly within his sinuses, intensifying the cough until it became uncontrollable. Only after a long while did the fit subside. When he finally stilled, he opened his palm, and there, stark against his skin, bloomed a smear of vivid crimson. That single sight ignited Lu Zhufeng. Ignoring Xiao Wujie's sweat-slicked brow and ragged gasps, he seized his shoulders with both hands and roared, "Xiao Wujie, what the hell are you trying to do? Are you courting death? You can't even tolerate the scent of smoke, yet you mimic a seasoned smoker's deep drag. Does your life feel too long?" Eyes blazing, blood vessels stark in his sclera, Lu Zhufeng gripped Xiao Wujie's shoulders tighter, forcing their gazes to lock. Only when Xiao Wujie winced and let out a low, pained groan did Lu Zhufeng startle, releasing his grip instantly. Yet his fury remained undimmed. "I was merely thinking. If even inhaling smoke chokes me, how could I possibly attempt anything else?" Xiao Wujie whispered hoarsely, breath shallow, eyelids lowered, voice thin and frayed. "You, what nonsense do you spout day in and day out?" Seeing him so drained and fragile, Lu Zhufeng felt as though he'd punched a cloud, utterly deflated, at a loss for words. With a resigned sigh, he released Xiao Wujie's shoulders, poured a cup of lukewarm water, and brought it to his lips for. Once Xiao Wujie had rinsed and his pallor eased, Lu Zhufeng asked, "So, has Big Sister Chu ceased to suffice? Do you wish to cross that line?" Xiao Wujie lifted his gaze, surprised, almost startled. He hadn't expected such perceptiveness. Indeed, contradictory, bewildering emotions had begun stirring within him. Reborn into this life, he refused to remain confined, as he had in his previous existence, to the rigid boundaries he himself had drawn, motionless, stagnant. He had invested considerable effort drawing closer to Chu Liyue, yet proximity had only deepened his uncertainty. Chu Liyue treated him with extraordinary kindness, so boundlessly generous that it left him dazed. She indulged every one of his whims, leaving him unable to decipher the true nature of her feelings toward him. Was it gratitude, sibling affection, or might there exist, however faintly, something more? As the architect of this bond, he could accept the former too without hesitation. Yet he was also an autonomous being. Deep down he yearned for a sentiment, uniquely hers, born solely for him, transcending those categories entirely. Were Lu Zhufeng privy to these thoughts, he would erupt in exasperated curses. "Born single, sleeps curled against you, lets you rest your hands on his waist. Blind are you?" Having lived 2 lifetimes, he had never known love, nor understood how to offer it. Though Chu Liyue held him each night, she often slipped away silently the moment she believed him asleep, returning only after long, unaccounted hours. Xiao Wujie knew she went to the laboratory, where she had taken his amnesia reagent weeks earlier. She had said nothing, yet he knew she kept the compound there, relentlessly refining its composition and efficacy. To be cherished so thoroughly, to be held so constantly in another's heart, was profoundly beautiful. So beautiful it unsettled him. So beautiful it made him wonder whether this was merely a dream. Lu Zhufeng watched the shifting expressions cross Xiao Wujie's face, astonishment, confusion, quiet turmoil, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Truly a single leaf obscures the mountain. Such a man, brilliant to the point of uncanny insight, stumbles into bewilderment over this. He'd feared some grave calamity had occurred. Damn it. Always staging dramatic spectacles to frighten people. Love is no instinct. It is a cultivated capacity. In this world, who offers kindness without cause? Feel it. Not with logic, but with your heart. Much lies plainly before you. Simply let things unfold naturally. He clapped Xiao Wujie lightly on the shoulder, offered a gentle smile, and strode away. Indeed, prolonged exposure to this overly dramatic fellow had elevated even his speech. Ah, the world's lovelorn souls, what can one even say? You have striven so earnestly to draw near. How could she possibly disappoint you? Since last month, when Hongda and Feiying Group were exposed for their connections with the already defunct Rongguan Group, the two major corporations have fallen into the biggest crisis since their establishment. The stock market has continued to plummet, with the highest drop exceeding 8.5, indicating a trend towards collapse. However, in the past 2 days, the stock prices of the two corporations have finally rebounded, showing a continuous upward trend. At the same time, police investigation results revealed that 3 executives, Li Zeng from Hongda Group and Wang from Feiying Group, had business dealings with the now-deceased President Gu Wuming of Rongguan involving improper transactions. The 3 have now been arrested, and there are no legal issues with other leaders, employees, or operations of the two groups. In his study, Xiao Wujie sat quietly in front of his computer, listening to the economic news in the video. After listening, his eyes flickered slightly, revealing a hint of contemplation. Chu Feihong is quite capable, and with Chu Yichen's assistance, it was expected that last time's dirt could hardly bring him down. However, with Chu Liyue and BYD Group's joint suppression, it is impossible for the shares of Hongda and Feiying to rebound so quickly. Unless Chu Feihong invests a massive amount of capital to revitalize the entire stock market, but where would he get such money? Xiao Wujie lightly tapped the keyboard with his fingers, quickly inputting a series of URLs, and soon entered a web page titled Ghost Trace with a ghostly backdrop. Ghost Trace is the largest intelligence organization under his command, with influence spread across the whole of Huaxiao, where spies can be found from high-ranking officials to street beggars. He quickly typed a few lines regarding the recent fluctuations in several dark industries in the capital and soon received some relevant intelligence information. After reading, he closed the page and a cold smile crept across his lips. Chu Feihong, you really dare. It seems he will soon be able to present Chu Liyue with a worthy gift. Once he delivers this gift, Chu Liyue should have more time to play with him. Just then there was a knock on the door, and Chu Liyue walked in wearing a Weinard silk blouse and a black pencil skirt, her figure elegant and graceful. What is a Jia doing smiling so happily? Her voice was cool, but the slight rise at the end added a touch of charm, giving Xiao Wujie a gripping feeling. He stood up, pulled Chu Liyue to sit in the boss chair, and directly sat down on her long legs clad in mature and sexy black stockings while she looked at him with mild surprise. Gently playing with a strand of Chu Liyue's hair, his eyes sparkled with a hint of brightness as he whispered, "Sister, can I go to Haijing Bay for 2 days? Upon hearing this, Chu Liyue raised her brow slightly and asked, "What are you going there for?" Haijing Bay is located on the outskirts of the eastern district of the capital, near the harbor, where foreign powers gather and chaos abounds, making it one of the more tumultuous areas. To investigate some matters. What matters? Xiao Wujie's gaze flickered, hesitating for a moment before whispering a few words in her ear. No. Upon hearing this, Chu Liyue's pupils constricted as she immediately refused. The danger level of this matter is too high. She knows Xiao Wujie is not simple, but his condition does not allow him to act recklessly. Last time he fell ill while dealing with Chu Feihong and Chu Yichen, and she vividly remembers him coughing up blood in her arms. This time she will not allow him to take risks. Although succeeding could completely take down Chu Feihong, Xiao Wujie's importance in her heart far outweighs this. I will send someone to investigate this matter. You are not allowed to go. Chu Liyue wrapped her arms around his waist, speaking coldly, with an undeniable authority in her voice. Isn't sister busy with some matters in Zhongxiu? Take me along, and we can go together afterward, can't we? Xiao Wujie said with a soft laugh. Zhongxiu, derived from Zhao Hua Zhongshinxiu, refers to a place where spiritual elegance gathers and is the most prosperous area in the eastern district of the capital. Chu Liyue has some matters that need her personal attention, but she hasn't gone recently to take care of Xiao Wujie. She knows that once she goes, it will take at least 2 to 3 days to finish, and Zhongxiu is quite far from the city center in the western district, requiring several hours for a round trip, making it impossible for her to return to see him every day. Now, hearing Xiao Wujie say this, she finds it feasible. Having him by her side would also provide peace of mind. After a brief consideration, she nodded in agreement. Xiao Wujie's smile widened, realizing that they are about to enter a sweet double play mode. In the VIP ward of the Chu family private hospital, Chu Feihong lay quietly on the hospital bed, his face appearing somewhat haggard, his skin lacking the luster of days gone by, showing a sickly pallor. Lu Zufeng's kick nearly cost him his life. After spending several days in the ICU and over a month recuperating in this VIP ward, he has only just shown some improvement. However, how long it will take for him to fully recover is still uncertain. Even so, his body will likely suffer from aftereffects and will never regain its former strength. Moreover, those damned scandals that surfaced from who knows where Had it not been for his connections with certain high-ranking officials and not leaving too many incriminating traces, he might already be in prison. Now the media storm has stirred up a cloud of dust and his assets have been severely impacted, with the stock market experiencing a cliff-like plunge, nearly collapsing. With the building about to topple, he has no choice but to take some extreme measures. They say he has dirty hands and feet entangled with many dark industries. He can only sneer at this. How many truly clean people are there in this world? Once he runs into trouble, who knows how many will fall with him? The truth of the world has always been so. He once harbored passion and good intentions, but what did he gain in return? The door suddenly swung open without a knock, and a man in a black suit with a devilish grin walked in. He casually sat down by the bed, raised an eyebrow, and smiled. "Boss Chu, you look much better. Indeed, money can fill the holes, and even your body seems to be recovering quickly." Chu Feihong coldly stared at him, remaining silent. The man was unperturbed by his demeanor, smiling as he pulled out an envelope from his pocket. Inside was naturally a check for an unimaginable sum. "I just came to check on Boss Chu and brought the payment for this. It would have been better if Boss Chu had agreed to cooperate earlier. I said there would be no shortchanging you." However, he paused, looking at Chu Feihong as he continued, "It's not too late now. Cooperating with Boss Chu has been quite pleasant. Next week, I have another big order. The harbor side will be relying on Boss Chu." Upon hearing this, Chu Feihong impatiently nodded and then changed the subject. "Have you completed the task I assigned you?" "Of course, the article is ready. I'm just waiting to gather some evidence." Upon hearing this, Chu Feihong's expression improved slightly, a hint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. The man glanced at his expression and smiled even more devilishly. It seems Boss Chu is also unwilling to swallow this humiliation and is ready to fight back. The sky was still hazy, and the sleepy Lu Zhufeng was quietly helping Xiao Wujie into his clothes, unable to hold back his murmurs. "I've already helped him wash up. Do I really need to help him change clothes too? What a pretentious thing, can't he go out in a bathrobe?" The incident began last night, when Chu Liyue accepted Xiao Wujie's suggestion and immediately made arrangements with Zhong Xiao. The four great families of the imperial capital are Yi, Chu, Hua, and Gu. The Yi and Chu families primarily exert their influence in the city center of the western district, while the Hua family dominates the northern district, and the eastern district is mainly the territory of the Gu family. Chu Liyue and the Gu family are not particularly close. Rather, Chu Feihong is closely associated with many prominent figures within the Gu family. The Gu Wuming, who previously fell into Chu Liyue's hands, is from this Gu family. This time the business that Chu Liyue was pressing was some cooperation projects with the second miss of the Gu family, Gu Junsi, which had yet to be finalized, requiring her to personally visit for discussions and handovers. Gu Junsi is also a decisive, domineering businesswoman. She and Chu Liyue are known as the unrivaled beauties of the imperial capital. Before Chu Liyue arrived, the titles of the most beautiful woman and the first miss of the imperial capital belonged solely to her. The two are not exactly at odds. Rather, as fellow exceptional women, there is a mutual admiration between the cold and elegant CEOs. However, due to significant business competition, they are certainly not close. When AI Rumen contacted the secretary on the other side to express their intentions, the reply was immediate, stating that discussions and arrangements could be conducted at any time. The decisive Chu Miss directly set the meeting for the next day, but the preliminary discussions before the meeting went on until 2 in the morning, with the schedule set to depart at 5 the next day. Xiao Wujie had been waiting for Chu Liyue to finish before going to sleep. 3 hours of sleep was utterly insufficient for his body. Thus, at 4:30 in the morning, Chu Liyue kicked open Lu Zufeng's door, asking him to help the deeply sleeping Xiao Wujie change his clothes while she packed up to leave. The sound of high heels clicking behind him prompted Lu Zhufeng to close his mouth and obediently continue helping Xiao Wujie into his clothes. Having been in a deep sleep, Xiao Wujie felt someone seemingly fiddling with him, furrowing his brow, his eyelashes fluttering, showing extreme non-cooperation, appearing as if he was half awake. Lu Zhufeng was sweating profusely, cursing inwardly. What kind of ridiculous clothes are these? So many belts and buttons. Chu Liyue had already donned an exquisite business outfit, quickly sitting by the bed, embracing him, while gently running her delicate smooth hand through his hair, her red lips close to his ears, softly coaxing, "Continue sleeping, my dear." Xiao Wujie instinctively nestled closer to her, burying his face in her neck, becoming much more obedient. Lu Zhufeng, who could punch a cow to death, exerted all his strength to manage to change his clothes without waking him. Chu Liyue wrapped him in a thick blanket and picked him up. Then, stepping elegantly in her high heels, she walked downstairs. On the way, the experienced driver, who had been driving for over a decade, broke into a cold sweat, afraid that any slight bump in the car would disturb the sleeping passenger. A few minutes earlier, a car ahead ran a red light, forcing him to slam on the brakes, and he heard a muffled grunt from the back, drowsy and discontent. Turning his head, he met the gaze of his boss, which seemed like it could devour him, and then through the rearview mirror he saw his boss, resembling a high-class flower, gently stroking the face of the extraordinarily beautiful sickly man in her arms, soothing him. "Good boy, it's all right, sleep well." The man, with his arm around his boss' waist, buried his face in her shoulder, unconsciously rubbing against her, while she held him close and carefully tucked the blanket around him. He couldn't help but take a few more glances, otherwise he might truly suspect that he hadn't woken up and had grabbed the wrong person. Who could tell him who exactly was in his boss' embrace? Is it the main consort or a concubine? If it's the main consort, he'd better showcase his good qualities and image to narrow the distance. Doubling his salary could just be a matter of blowing a breath next to his boss' pillow. 2 hours later, the car drove into a highly confidential 5-star hotel owned by the Zhong family. Perhaps having slept too late and feeling excessively drowsy, Xiao Wujie showed no signs of waking up even after Chu Liyue directly carried him out of the car, and the next moment the hotel manager and attendants witnessed this scene: an elegant and wealthy woman with a cold and exquisite demeanor cradling a man so good-looking it made people question their lives, elegantly striding in on 7-centimeter stiletto heels. Even though they were accustomed to seeing big shots, they couldn't help but be mesmerized. Not for any other reason, but because these two were undeniably stunning. Although the work guidelines explicitly stated to avoid judging by appearances, they were inherently shallow beauty connoisseurs. The male attendant was fine, but the female attendant, who was almost enchanted by Xiao Wujie's breathtakingly sickly appearance, felt that the cold and elegant fairy looking at her gave her chills down her spine. She quickly regained her senses, swaying her little hips and taking small steps ahead to lead the way. Upon entering the room and placing the person on the wide and comfortable bed, she noticed he seemed exceptionally drowsy, his pale face carrying a barely perceptible flush. Reaching out to touch his forehead, she immediately felt a wave of heat under her hand. The hotel's dedicated doctor soon arrived, bringing a thermometer close to his forehead, which quickly registered a temperature of 38.5. The doctor prescribed medicine, but considering Xiao Wujie's poor health, also prepared a few bottles for intravenous drip. As the needle was inserted into Xiao Wujie's vein, he couldn't help but let out a soft groan, his beautiful brows knitting together. In an instant, the doctor felt a terrifying aura spreading in the room, quickly filling the entire space. Chu Liyue immediately sat elegantly by the bed, scooping him into her embrace, while remembering to hold down his hand that wanted to move around due to the four. Xiao Wujie's eyelashes fluttered, his eyes half opened and half closed in drowsiness, his voice low and hoarse. "Where is this?" "A hotel. My hand hurts." "You have a fever and need IV. Be good and don't move around." Seeing his slightly cracked lips, Chu Liyue coldly shot a glance at the little nurse who was peeking at Xiao Wujie. The little nurse was momentarily stunned following Chu Liyue's gaze, and understanding quickly bringing a cup of warm water. She held the cup to Xiao Wujie's lips, gently coaxing, "Good boy, have some water." He instinctively drank a couple of sips from Chu Liyue's hand, then wrapped his arms around her slender waist, turning his face into her embrace. Watching his eyelashes tremble slightly with a few droplets of water glistening on his lips, making him look exceptionally enticing, Chu Liyue's gaze couldn't help but darken. The doctor, having finished his work, hurried out, dragging along the little nurse, who had a love-struck expression, almost as if she wanted to write, "So in love, so pampered," on her face. Today's young people really lack observational skills. Is that something you can see without paying? Paying is fine, but it might cost you your life. In the room, Chu Liyue's fingers brushed against Xiao Wujie's cheeks, softly coaxing him to sleep. "Good boy, sleep well." After a while, she glanced at the steady-breathing Xiao Wujie in her arms, then looked at her vibrating phone. She gently placed the person down, carefully tucking in each corner of the blanket before lowering her voice to leave. Outside the door, a tall woman in a black dress had arrived, unbeknownst to her. It was Chuan, who had previously helped Xiao Wujie escape from Chu Yichen's pursuit. "Alwan, keep an eye on him for me," Chu Liyue instructed softly before quickly leaving in her high heels. Around 10 in the morning, Xiao Wujie finally woke up, realizing that the 4 drip on his hand had been removed without. If he guessed correctly, it should be Chu Wan. The last time he escaped from Chu Yichen's entanglement, it was either her or Lung Ruxue who helped him. Lung Ruxue's personality is completely at odds with her name. She is lively, active, bold, and uninhibited. Such a task is probably beyond her capabilities. It seems only the quiet and reserved Chu Wan can reassure Chu Liyue. Just waking up, his mind felt somewhat heavy and his body was weak and unsteady. He propped himself up with his hands against the headboard, contemplating various matters. Chu Liyue could finish dealing with the matters at Zhongxiu within 3 days at most. His men had already quietly infiltrated Haijing Bay and discovered traces of some unsavory activities. According to intelligence, a large shipment is expected to arrive in 5 days, which will be the best time to capture evidence. After experiencing setbacks twice, Chu Feihong's person and power have both suffered heavy blows. How could he possibly swallow this anger? He had done everything cleanly, leaving no handle for Chu Feihong to grasp, but apart from him and Chu Liyue, no one in the capital had the motive and ability to target him like this. Silence can often be more unsettling than a raging storm. He must be lurking in the shadows, plotting something sinister, though for now, he couldn't decipher his thoughts. But when soldiers come, they block. When water comes, they cover. A mere little ghost blocking the way, how much of a storm can it stir? No matter what he conjures, he will let him know what it means to light a lamp in the toilet, seeking death. As his thoughts flowed, time slipped by quietly. Just as he began to feel drowsy again, the door was pushed open from the outside. Chu Liyue, looking worn out, casually tossed a stack of documents and hurried to sit by the bed. She carefully rubbed her slightly cold hands, then gently placed them on his forehead. Feeling his temperature had returned to normal, she visibly sighed in relief. She took a piece of chocolate from her pocket and gently inserted it into Xiao Wujie's mouth. She had been worried that he hadn't eaten a single grain. With the heart of a fierce tiger, she delicately savors a rose. In the guise of a tiger, she fights fiercely undaunted. The obstacles on the path ahead are merely stepping stones, the enemies encountered are merely food for the hunt. However, when returning to the rear, even a fierce tiger would retract its claws, slow its pace, and squint its eyes to savor the delicate rose that needs protection. Watching the person in front of him obediently accept the feeding with cheeks slightly puffed like a cute hamster, even his heart hardened through battles and bloodshed softened slightly. With a subtle smile in her eyes, she gently caressed his cheek. The chocolate slowly melted in his mouth, its rich and delicate sweetness spreading, dissipating the bitterness brought by the illness and intravenous fluids. It felt like drinking a cup of hot cocoa on a winter day, warming not just the mouth, but reaching deep into the heart, making the entire world seem softer. Xiao Wujie instinctively nestled into her embrace, resting his head on her fragrant shoulder, silently saying. In the living room of the sweet AI, Roman observed this scene with a complex and emotional gaze. Chu Liyue had truly placed Xiao Yi at the pinnacle of her heart. The usually calm and unruffled Chu Wan also had waves of emotion flickering in her beautiful eyes. She had always thought no ordinary man could make a celestial being like Chu Liyue care, but the scene before her clearly shattered her understanding built over the years. "They'll have someone bring food over, how about eating something?" Chu Liyue asked, gently wrapping her arms around him, her delicate fingers lightly rubbing his waist. She knew Xiao Wujie usually didn't want to eat when he was sick. "Sister, do you have plans this afternoon?" Xiao Wujie softly asked in response. "No, just keeping you company, my dear." Upon hearing this, AI Roman almost collapsed, but was quickly supported by the quick-witted Chu Wan. She knew she had something to do in the afternoon. "Okay, I just want to go out and stroll with my sister this afternoon," Xiao Wujie said, gazing hopefully at Chu Liyue. Having been bedridden in 2 lifetimes, he cherished the time of being awake and healthy, and even going out for some fresh air would be nice. Upon hearing this, a strange light suddenly sparkled in Chu Liyue's beautiful eyes. She could let AI Roman handle the matters for the afternoon, but there was an unavoidable business dinner that evening. This morning, she would only meet with some of the higher-ups, and it would be at the dinner that she would meet Gu Junzi. Such dinners usually have a considerable number of attendees, with young masters and ladies from various prominent families participating. An unwritten rule is that generally a man and a woman attend together. Someone like her needed to bring a male companion. In the past, it was only when absolutely unavoidable that she would drag Chu Nanfeng or Yi Jinyu to make up the numbers, but no one knew that the person in front of her had always been her ideal choice. She was initially worried that Xiao Wujie would not want to go out due to his illness and did not wish to force him to do anything. Since he did not oppose going out, accompanying him for a leisurely stroll in the afternoon and attending the dinner together that evening would be quite wonderful. However, she had to consider wrapping him up tightly, firstly for his health, and secondly, she feared this little fox spirit would charm away the souls of all the young ladies from the noble families present. "All right, but can my dear accompany sister to a business dinner tonight?" Chu Liyue readily agreed and gently expressed her request. In her usually inscrutable eyes, a peculiar light flickered. She truly hoped Xiao Wujie could be her male companion at the business dinner. Under her rare gaze filled with anticipation, Xiao Wujie smiled and agreed. "If you can push aside everything for me, how could I not fulfill this small request?" Lunch was brought in by the hotel staff on a cart, and Chu Liyue only ordered a few light dishes suitable for Xiao Wujie, while the rest were AI Roman's ideas. After all, if you want a donkey to run, you have to let it eat some grass. At the dining table, Xiao Wujie maintained a stable performance, his appetite like that of an immortal who could be satisfied with a breath of wind. AI Roman looked on dumbfounded. No wonder Xiao Yi maintained such a good figure. But she couldn't care about that, as she had to enjoy a hearty meal, as she had to work hard in the afternoon. Can't mention it. Every mention brings tears. She fears that one day she will gloriously collapse at her post, so she should eat more while she can. In the presidential suite's dressing room, Chu Liyue was carefully browsing on her phone. Being meticulous as she was, she never engaged in an unprepared battle. The replies below were numerous, with the most liked being, "I also want to be taken care of by a beautiful sister." "Sister, are you still missing a pleasing dog by your side?" Chu Liyue raised an eyebrow. "Are you dreaming about dog poop?" Looking further down, she saw, "What's the point of going out? What a waste of time. What I wanted to say is the previous line of flowers have fragrance and the moon has shadows." Chu Liyue, is this a legitimate website? She simply changed her approach and searched again. A comprehensive guide to accompanying a beautiful and obedient brother out. Indeed, life needs more affirmation and fewer doubts. With just a change in wording, the flood of various responses diminished significantly, while normal replies increased. Dress casually, yet beautifully, allowing him to relax, while firmly capturing his gaze. Chu Liyue glanced down at her professional attire, feeling that it made some sense. She gave it a like. 3-word mantra. Great ancestors have said material determines consciousness. Whatever he looks at more than once, take it all. Chu Liyue, is it really that simple? Shopping, dining, and movies. 3 essentials you can't go wrong. It's worth considering. Last-minute preparations may not be quick, but they are effective. After 10 minutes of intense study, Chu Liyue immediately felt her understanding and grasp of the matter had elevated to a new level. It's time to go out. Meanwhile, Xiao Wujie had changed into a casual white shirt and black trousers, sitting on the sofa, focusing on his phone to make plans. The Dongqing district was established relatively late with a concentration of overseas individuals, and everything is very modern. The notable places are all shopping malls and commercial streets. He was currently unwell and didn't dare to expose himself to the wind, so it was safer to go to an indoor mall, especially since he still needed to accompany Chu Liyue to a business dinner in the evening. At the same time, he couldn't help but ponder what they should do together that afternoon. Having been bedridden for so long, he was suddenly inspired, and he had never had the experience of going out with a woman. The more he thought about it, the more he lamented that he was indeed a useless person if he couldn't even play. What else could he do? Just then Chu Liyue walked out of the fitting room, and he instinctively looked up, unable to tear his gaze away. He saw the graceful and curvaceous Chu Liyue elegantly walking toward him. She had taken off her professional attire and was wearing a black crop top and a half-length shaped mermaid skirt, the waist-hugging design accentuating her slender waist, which was barely graspable. The subtle glimpse of her smooth skin at the waist revealed a flat, smooth abdomen and a tantalizing mermaid line. Coldly stunning yet charming. AI Roman struggled to wipe away the drool that almost escaped her lips. Forget about men, even she, a woman, couldn't resist. She truly found it hard to describe in normal words unless she resorted to swearing. Xiao Wujie was also stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but chuckle. Truly something from the heavens, unlike anything from the mortal realm. Sister, you're so beautiful. Ahem, hold it together. Can't use foul language. I, after all, am a scholar. She stood before Xiao Wujie, and they looked like a pair of heavenly match made in heaven, their extraordinary beauty captivating all who looked. She tossed her waterfall-like long hair over her shoulder, playfully pinching the soft flesh at Xiao Wujie's neck, smiling. Let's go, my dear. At 2 in the afternoon, they arrived at the most upscale luxury mall in Zhongxiu, Golden Years. The corridors were lined with top luxury brands from around the world, from elegant haute couture to exquisite handmade leather goods, from dazzling jewelry to rare wristwatches. Everything was overwhelming. Unlike the crowded foot traffic in typical malls, this place had very few customers due to the high prices. Xiao Wujie had his hands in his pockets while Chu Liyue wrapped her arms around his waist. The two walked gracefully, becoming the most eye-catching presence in this luxurious mall, for no other reason than they were simply too stunning. Chu Liyue's icy gaze held authority, and her sexy casual outfit could not conceal her overwhelming aura, akin to an unmatched empress. Xiao Wujie, on the other hand, appeared refined with a smile that added a touch of delicate fragility to his pale complexion. The two, one yin and one yang, one strong and one soft, embodied the coexistence of cold rain and spring breeze, yet carried an inexplicable harmony. Fortunately, the customers and staff here were accustomed to grand occasions, all well-mannered. Even if they were astonished by the beauty of the two, none dared to approach or take photos. However, the unwillingness to leave their sight was written all over their expressions. They are just too gorgeous. Looking at the gentle smile on Xiao Wujie's face, a hint of subtle softness flickered in Chu Liyue's cold gaze. The two wandered aimlessly for quite some time, and Chu Liyue recalled the travel plan she had prepared for today. The first point, dressing casually yet beautifully, allows him to relax while firmly capturing his gaze. She should have accomplished this and seemed to have done quite well. All along, this little fox had been intentionally or unintentionally glancing at her. The next point should be 3-word man. Whatever he looks at more than once, take it all. She knew that Xiao Wujie had a keen interest in fashion, so she immediately led him to the clothing section. She allowed Xiao Wujie to choose the stores that interested him, and he opted for a high-end fashion boutique that wasn't a mainstream brand. He wasn't particularly interested in luxury goods, but preferred those artistic pieces crafted by designers. Sure enough, the upscale mall in the Dongqing district did not disappoint him. Every piece in the store was a unique creation by designers, embodying exquisite craftsmanship and aesthetic pursuit. While Xiao Wujie admired the clothes, Chu Liyue took the opportunity to release her grip on his arm and gave the store manager, who greeted them, a knowing glance. The kindly-faced female manager immediately understood and respectfully approached Chu Liyue. Chu Liyue whispered a few words in her ear. After listening, the elegant female manager nearly couldn't resist offering her knee in submission. What Miss Chu, the renowned beauty of the capital, told her was it doesn't matter which piece he likes, just measure his size, and all styles in the store will be tailored for him to be delivered to Liyue Manor afterwards. Seeing Xiao Wujie's eyes sparkle with excitement, Chu Liyue couldn't help but smile. She clearly remembered how he had scanned all the items in the store when entering. Since he liked them so much, let's take them all home for him to enjoy slowly. After all, it was just about taking her beautiful dear out and pampering him. It couldn't be any simpler. They lingered for a long while in the boutique, where Xiao Wujie finally chose a sleek black trench coat with subtle design details. To surprise him, Chu Liyue theatrically swiped her card at checkout. A single coat cost 10 Lu. Chu Liyue slipped the trench coat onto Xiao Wujie's shoulders, mindful that he was still unwell and anxious he might catch a chill. They then visited several more stores. men's fashion boutiques, jewelry shops, and lifestyle emporiums. Though Xiao Wujie wished to accompany her through the women's section, she gently declined, promising instead to do so next time. As if. Moreover, the radiant, adoring gaze of her obedient treasure, coupled with the envious glances of onlookers, stirred within her usually composed and detached an unexpected flicker of vanity and deep, quiet satisfaction. It was their first outing together, and everything revolved around him. If it brought him joy, she would gladly shoulder the entire mall's annual revenue. Thus, from head to toe, every wearable or usable item Xiao Wujie so much as glanced at was promptly acquired by Chu Liyue, faithfully following her self-studied guidebook. Even the theatrical credit card swipe was led by Chu Liyue. Xiao Wujie's own black card remained untouched in his pocket. Yet he bore no trace of wounded pride, only quiet contentment. Truly, this soft rice was intoxicatingly delicious. Sister truly was the best. Word spread like wildfire among store managers. Miss Chu Liyue, the heiress, enters a shop and instantly reserves the entire floor. She is a walking ATM. The rumor ignited a frenzy. When would such overwhelming fortune descend upon them? Before long, every shop owner in the mall greeted Chu Liyue and Xiao Wujie with near devotional reverence. May the holy light shine upon me. After over an hour of strolling, Chu Liyue, who had been closely observing Xiao Wujie, immediately noticed the fatigue softening the lines of his brow. She swiftly guided him to sit on a nearby sofa, then gently pressed her palm to his forehead. No fever. When she asked if he felt unwell, he simply shook his head faintly. He merely felt physically drained, limp, weightless, yet otherwise perfectly fine. Chu Liyue's eyes flickered thoughtfully. Rule 3 of her guidebook, the triad: shopping, dining, cinema. Shopping. She had nearly purchased half the mall. Dining. Too early. Cinema. An ideal choice, seated, effortless, restful. In her memory, Xiao Wujie held genuine appreciation for artistic pursuits. Yet his preference would always take precedence. Shall we return to the hotel to rest? He shook his head. His breath hadn't fully returned, and the soft rice was far from exhausted. Xiao Jie, would you like to watch a film? She stroked his hair tenderly as she asked, voice hushed and warm. He nodded. Excellent. Preferably something that would rekindle his vitality. Noting his faint, labored breathing, Chu Liyue swept him up into her arms and strode purposefully toward the cinema on the top floor. Xiao Wujie instinctively wriggled slightly in her embrace. Delicious though this soft rice might be, it did rather undermine his masculine dignity. Chu Liyue shifted him higher in her arms and delivered a firm, measured pat to his backside. Stay still. Her tone was icy, commanding, unyielding. Xiao Wujie had never imagined his frostbitten elder sister would act so boldly in public, and embarrassment surged so fiercely, he nearly let out a whimper. He swallowed it down just in time. He still cared, after all, about preserving some semblance of composure. Then, catching the complex mix of awe, envy, and disbelief in the eyes of male passers-by and staff, he suddenly relaxed. Fine, let him feast on this soft rice to his heart's content. He shifted languidly, settling deeper into her arms like a contented, sun-warmed fish. En route, they passed a handsome young man carrying his girlfriend, though admittedly less striking than Xiao Wujie himself. Their paths crossed, he burdened, she effortlessly cradling her treasure. Chu Liyue's gaze remained steady and unmoved, fixed ahead, her aura undiminished. The young man, however, couldn't resist turning back, his mouth parted, eyes wide and vacant, as they locked on as Xiao Wujie nestled in her arms. Xiao Wujie offered the man a light, knowing arch of his brow and a silent, smug smile. Brother, you've got work to do. Just look at my treatment. The cinema was nearly empty. Xiao Wujie casually selected a romantic film. Screening room No. 6, reserved exclusively for the two of them. The film itself was unremarkable, a gentle campus love story. Mere embraces, perhaps a chaste kiss, offering Xiao Wujie little spark or stimulation. Chu Liyue, meanwhile, didn't glance at the screen once. Sensing his weariness, she massaged one temple with delicate precision, while her other hand kneaded the tension from his nape, soothing, grounding, tender. Halfway through, they left the theater. Life thrives on mystery and unpredictability. When a story's arc and ending lie bare before you, what remains to stir the soul? How could he be certain there would be no twist? Every foreshadowing, every subtle thread converged inevitably toward that singular conclusion, where then lies room for reversal. Some tales are fated from their very first line, the ending already inscribed in the stars. Why cling then to a finale written long before the journey began? As they exited the cinema, preparing to leave the mall, a distinctive-looking middle-aged man stepped into their path. Unfazed by Chu Liyue's formidable presence, he ushered them warmly into his shop. He was a photographer, and his shop a professional portrait studio. Its walls displayed his award-winning works and accolades earned across decades. He pursued neither wealth nor fame, but art alone. To let two living masterpieces pass before his lens without capture would have been an unforgivable sin against beauty itself. He led them before a Canon camera renowned for portraiture. The backdrop was a stark white wall bathed evenly in the glow of multiple softbox lights. Only one tall stool stood before the lens. Without hesitation, Chu Liyue seated Xiao Wujie upon it, her priority unwavering, his comfort above all, even in a photograph. Strangely, the photographer made no move to fetch a second stool for Chu Liyue. Even more strangely, he showed no sign of preparing to shoot, merely standing before the camera asking idle, irrelevant questions. Questions like what was their relationship? How long had they known each other? Had anyone ever remarked how perfectly matched they looked? Xiao Wujie leaned quietly against Chu Liyue, saying nothing. Chu Liyue, naturally reserved, would likely have kicked him out on the spot, if not for her desire to share this portrait with Xiao Wujie. What was all this unnecessary chatter? Take your questions to the underworld, to your great-grandmother. Xiao Wujie allowed a faint, knowing curve to lift the corner of his lips. There exist many kinds of photographers: those who learn, mechanically replicating others' techniques, rigid and derivative. Those who teach, possessing greater aesthetic sensibility and innovation, tailoring poses and expressions to each subject's unique essence and bearing. And those who wait, steeped in tradition, yet gifted with rare discernment. They reject artifice and ornamentation, seeking instead the raw, unvarnished truth of human presence, the soul laid bare. They wait for that singular fleeting moment, authentic, unguarded, luminous. Xiao Wujie's gaze shimmered, then he murmured softly, "Jia Jia." At once Chu Liyue lowered her face to meet his eyes, her arm tightening instinctively around his waist. Xiao Wujie held her gaze unwaveringly, his expression shifting, deepening, softening. Then, gently, radiantly, he smiled. His eyes blazed with starlight, vivid, tender, irresistible. "I love you, Jia Jia, so very much." In Chu Liyue's cool, still gaze, a tempest-stirred wind racing through ancient pines, waves rising in thousand-fold surges, blossoms erupting in riotous bloom. In that instant, time froze. The shutter clicked. All things aligned, perfectly. As the slanting sun rose, the sky gradually took on a gentle hue of orange and yellow. The black Maybach sports car gleamed with a metallic sheen under the sunset, its engine emitting a deep and powerful roar as it sped along the winding road. Chu Liyue sat in the back seat with Xiao Wujie by her side, the breathtaking sunset outside the window constantly shifting, mirroring the subtle and complex emotions swirling within her heart. Yi Jinyu once said her heart was like a still pond, impervious to the storms of the outside world, unable to stir even the slightest ripple. Yet at this moment her mind, typically unshakable in the face of anything, felt as chaotic as clouds scattered. She couldn't even recall how she had exited the mall. Even now her mind was a whirlwind of confusion. Throughout her life, she had been decisive and unyielding, looking down upon the world with nothing able to hinder her steps. She would never stoop to linger or evade anything. The dream that still left her drenched in cold sweat made her realize the complexity and depth of her feelings for Xiao Wujie. The dual salvation of life and soul allowed her to care for him as an elder sister, protecting and pampering him for over a decade. Upon waking, she sensed an unusual sentiment blossoming within her heart for him. Her first reaction was one of shocked disbelief. She recalled Lung Rushua telling her that after guarding her empty boudoir alone for too long, she was close to becoming a nun and should find a man to indulge in. At that time, she dismissed it, a born with unparalleled destiny and near-demonic talent. She stood atop the high mountain looking down on the world as mere dust. To her, the entire world was like a speck of dust, and how could she be like her, a delicate butterfly enamored with men? She remembered Lung Rushua lamenting that she lived like a solitary moon in the 9 heavens while the world was as lonely as snow. Realizing her heart was in turmoil, she even contemplated that perhaps she had simply been alone for too long. But that nightmarish dream, like a spell that would not release her, and the feeling that lingered in her heart, forced her to admit that in the vast sea of people, that feeling was born solely for one person. She was inherently decisive, quick to sever ties. Now that she had recognized her own heart, she naturally would not choose to evade it. She decided to give herself a chance to bring Xiao Wujie back to her side ahead of time. She was not a love-struck fool, impulsive and blinded by passion, as she would not fall into a love affair simply because of a fleeting heartbeat. She chose to immerse herself in the gentle currents of life, to calm her heart, to savor, and to settle. If that budding feeling in her heart blossomed beautifully, and as long as Xiao Wujie did not resist, she was willing to let the flames within her melt the ice on the surface, bestowing her gentleness upon him for a lifetime. If Xiao Wujie could not allow that feeling to thrive, or if love was one-sided while the flow of life was indifferent, she would continue to protect him as his elder sister for his lifetime, without worry. This was her selfish test for both herself and Xiao Wujie. For no matter the outcome, she could play her role well. After 5 years apart, she thought the little guy must have become even more handsome, for he was already born with such. Indeed, the little guy's looks would never disappoint. Upon seeing him for the first time, she was once again struck by his stunning appearance. She considered herself a perfectionist, naturally also a beauty enthusiast. The little guy was undoubtedly the most handsome man she had ever seen, without exception. Time is a merciless blade capable of erasing many things. She even thought that after 5 years apart, they might have grown distant. But when the little guy walked up to her, his unparalleled beauty on full display, and embraced her, she felt no inclination to resist. The little guy had fallen ill upon his arrival. She felt she should adopt an even more meticulous and patient attitude to care for him. After all, the capital was still fraught with danger, and she had dragged him into this murky water for her own sake. The little guy also surprised her with his clinginess. She certainly did not mind, for who could refuse such a beautiful, delicate, and obedient treasure? When he, as cunning as a fox, displayed his tea skills and drank from Chu Ichen's cup of hostile wine, she realized that the little guy's feelings for her might not be so simple. Yet, as she had said, she was not a love-struck fool. She would not be swayed by a hint of affection, and many matters should not be rushed. But watching the little guy in his drunken, enticing state, she found herself momentarily lost in desire. That night, she helped him take a bath. This could not be entirely blamed on her. She was indeed a severe beauty enthusiast, and the little guy was simply too captivating to resist. Moreover, she had bathed the little guy before when he was young. What had she not seen of him? The little guy not only had perfect looks, but also a physique worthy of 5-star praise. Though lean, he was well-defined with a six-pack that was just right. Due to his prolonged illness, his skin was cold and pale. Even soaking in the bathtub, she could not warm him significantly, making her heart ache. Feeling unwell, and having drunk alcohol, the little guy appeared to be sleeping uncomfortably. She cuddled him in her arms until midnight, when he finally slept soundly. But the most heartbreaking thing happened. The little guy fell ill while dealing with Chu Feihong. When Lu Zhufeng found her holding him as he struggled to breathe, she felt for the first time in many years what it meant for her heart to tremble. Her first thought was to rush to the hospital, but the little guy managed to stop her with great difficulty. He said they could not go to the hospital, nor could they leave now, otherwise everything he had done would be exposed. The little guy was truly prophetic. As she fabricated the scene, Chu Ichen arrived immediately afterward. The little guy didn't even have the strength to sit up, his body trembling slightly as he leaned against her. It was hard for her to imagine how much effort he exerted to pretend to be unfazed while dealing with Chu Ichen. Chu Ichen was indeed a formidable opponent, and no matter how she and the little guy provoked him, he refused to back down an inch. She could feel the little guy in her arms in pain, his fingers nearly breaking as his body reached its limit. If those 2 police officers had arrived, even a second later, she would have taken action against Chu Ichen. Although such an act would affect her, the little guy had risked his life for her. Could she still consider that? Just as expected, the moment the police left, the little guy spat out blood and collapsed in her arms. At that moment, that scene overlapped with her dream. She admitted that for the first time in her life, she felt afraid. The little guy lay unconscious on the hospital bed like a flower about to wither, as if even a gust of wind could carry him away. After waking, he became even more clingy, climbing into her bed before she even reacted. She felt it. He was drawing closer to her. She did not want to disappoint him, nor did she want to disappoint herself. She responded to his closeness, allowing him to engage in some intimate, even ambiguous behavior. Being with the little guy felt comfortable. He was intelligent, attentive, and obedient, skillfully managing the balance of their interactions. She thought she had developed feelings and willingly fallen into the little guy's trap. She thought she should give herself more time to wait until the situation stabilized a bit more and to help him regain his health. She would take the initiative. She had brought the little guy to the capital, and she should naturally be the first to confess or take other steps. But this little rascal was truly cunning. He clearly saw through the intentions of the photographer uncle, but chose to remain silent. When he spoke, it was astonishing. Just a few short words made her, who was usually calm, collapse instantly. When he looked at her with eyes seemingly filled with starlight, it was gentle and warm. She was captivated. At that moment, the sunset painted the sky gentle and romantic as a painting. Chu Liyue held her precious one tightly in her arms, her gaze constantly shifting, yet never straying from him. After an unknown period, she finally spoke, saying the first words after leaving the mall. "Good boy, are you serious?" Her beautiful eyes stared unblinkingly into Xiao Wujie's eyes, her voice low and hoarse. Xiao Wujie smiled lightly. Having been alone for too long, he could see through everything, yet he would not openly express his feelings. It was simply that when emotions rose, he spoke. His eyes flickered slightly as he took a gentle breath. In the next moment, he straightened up from Chu Liyue's embrace. His cool, pale lips pressed against Chu Liyue's seductive red lips. His movements were awkward and stiff, his lips lightly grazing his teeth, playfully nibbling, his tongue softly caressing. Then just a brief touch, he withdrew his eyes, holding a warm smile, as he quietly gazed at the breathtaking beauty. Chu Liyue was momentarily stunned, then smiled back. Her lipstick had been smeared on her lips by Xiao Wujie. At this moment, her smile was like an enchanting beauty, captivating all. Suddenly, she coldly glanced back at the driver who had been peeking through the rearview mirror. He was instantly horrified, trembling as he pulled down the partition. She then turned back to Xiao Wujie, pulling him tightly into her embrace, one hand gently rubbing his waist while the other hand lifted his chin. With a smile at the corner of her mouth, her seductive eyes, and low, alluring voice, she said, "Good boy, open your mouth." Her enticing red lips covered his cold, pale lips. As their breaths intertwined, their teeth lightly grazed, and their tongues entwined. I was born like a solitary moon in the 9 heavens, but the world was no longer lonely like snow. The sunlight filtered through the half-drawn curtains, casting 2 intertwined shadows on the sofa. Xiao Wujie was seated on the long, beautiful legs of Chu Liyue, their noses touching, lips brushing against each other. Chu Liyue's beautiful eyes fluttered slightly as she glanced at the treasure in her arms, whose eyelashes quivered, and became increasingly lost in the moment. A hint of a smile crossed her face as she gently guided him to explore new realms. Xiao Wujie had long since succumbed to the enchanting embrace of her tender affection, entranced by the soft temptation on his lips, completely unaware of the way back. His hands subconsciously rested on Chu Liyue's slender waist, lightly caressing her. Gradually, the air in his mouth became increasingly thin, just as it seemed on the verge of being completely depleted when Chu Liyue suddenly released his soft lips. Good treasure, breathe. Her voice was low and rich, captivating the heart and mind. Xiao Wujie leaned weakly against her, taking deep breaths. Hadn't the novels he read before all said that men were naturally gifted in this area? Was it the novels that deceived him, or was his sister Liyue just too skilled? It couldn't possibly be that he was inadequate. As he regained his senses, he felt his tongue go numb. A fairy. If he were to revert to his past life, he felt he could easily write a new book titled Sister Fairy is Too Strong, I'm Completely Numb Below. Xiao Wujie gasped slightly, feeling a few strands of Chu Liyue's hair brush against his face, tickling him. He couldn't help but glance up at her. At this moment, her hair was slightly disheveled, and her beautiful eyes sparkled like water, resembling a fairy just risen from the water, captivating all hearts. Although she seemed calm and composed, her slightly disordered breaths revealed some of her current state. Seeing the gaze of Xiao Wujie, she smiled gently and placed a light kiss on his forehead. Then she tightened her embrace a little more and leaned half of her body against the sofa. She took hold of Xiao Wujie's distinctly knuckled hand, playing with it gently, while with the other hand, she pinched the back of his neck and teased in a hushed voice. It seems both I and my good treasure need to practice more. Xiao Wujie nodded weakly, but in his heart he resolved to seize the initiative next time. Seeing that Xiao Wujie had rested enough, Chu Liyue immediately called in the makeup team, waiting outside as the time for the banquet was drawing near. The stylists entered one by one, instinctively lowering their heads, fearful of seeing anything they shouldn't. They had been notified to wait here an hour in advance for Miss Chu and her brother's return to prepare their makeup for the evening banquet. Not only had they waited for over an hour, but what they witnessed was the sight of Miss Chu entering holding someone, then swiftly closing and locking the door. Was it what they were thinking? Looking at the vibrant lipstick on Miss Chu's lips and the beautiful frail man with red marks on his lips, it was likely not far from what they imagined. The normal procedure for makeup began with selecting the evening gown. Stealing a glance at the two, the stylist made a bold decision, overturning the previously prepared gowns and replacing them all with couple outfits. The initial information he received indicated that the clients were a pair of siblings, but now it seemed the message was rather inaccurate. Indeed, when he presented a row of couple outfits in front of Miss Chu, her gaze towards him immediately held a hint. Then he heard the exhilarating, cool, and commanding voice of the proud lady. For this service fee, I will pay twice the amount. When the two sat together for styling, the stylists couldn't help but be amazed. The two were truly a match made in heaven. They sincerely thought so, and couldn't help but voice it. Shortly after, Miss Chu narrowed her eyes, slightly, a smile dancing in them. 3 times the fee. The stylists collectively decided to buy lottery tickets that night, as it seemed that soon there would be news in the capital about several new billionaires. Xiao Wujie could not help but support his forehead in secret. Chu Liyue was generally calm and rational, with stable emotions. Such an exposed emotional display, even somewhat exaggerated behavior, was rare for her. The repeated appearances today were enough to show that her mood was indeed very good. After a while, Xiao Wujie dressed in a couple's black formal wear, and Chu Liyue stepped out from their respective fitting rooms. Xiao Wujie wore a well-tailored black suit, his handsome features revealing a subtle smile, exuding an air. Chu Liyue donned a simple yet luxurious black long dress, its hem swaying gently with her steps, emanating an indescribable charm. With a powerful aura and unparalleled beauty, they exchanged glances, each seeing deep admiration and a hint of joy in the other's eyes. Chu Liyue gently wrapped her arms around Xiao Wujie's waist. Both stood tall and elegant as they descended the stairs and entered the car. Inside the car, Chu Liyue's phone suddenly buzzed a few times. Opening it revealed a photo, sent by the photographer uncle via WeChat, accompanied by several messages. I originally wanted to send the retouched picture, but after looking for a long time, I truly couldn't find anything that needed fixing. You two are the most perfect models I have ever seen. This photo is my most satisfying portrait work of my life. It is my honor to photograph you two. I will make this photo a collectible limited edition microspray photographic work for you. Wishing you two smooth sailing and happiness. In the photo, Xiao Wujie gazed up at Chu Liyue, his eyes seemingly filled with the stars and the sea. Chu Liyue held Xiao Wujie's waist, looking down at him, her eyes brimming with infinite charm and countless wonders. The most beautiful moment was captured in the form of a photo frozen in eternity. Perhaps there are always some things that time cannot take away. For example, this photo. This photo captured their most beautiful moment in this lifetime. No matter how many years pass, it will remain as timeless as this photo, becoming the most precious part of their hearts. The two looked at the photo in silence, and it was Xiao Wujie who broke the silence first. Do you like it, sister? If it weren't for his impromptu brilliance, that photographer uncle would likely have been sent to the crematorium queue instead of capturing this stunning photo. Hearing this, Chu Liyue lightly pinched the flesh at his waist, causing him to tremble all over, leaning even more weakly against her embrace. Her alluring red lips brushed against his ear, her warm breath on his neck, causing a faint blush to rise. Good treasure, you are being naughty. Collaborating with that photographer uncle to trick me. But I like it. As twilight descended, the outline of the city gradually blurred, replaced by twinkling stars and the lights illuminating the tall buildings. In the Zhongxiu building, named after the Zhongxiu district, countless lights lit up one after another behind the glass curtain wall, resembling countless stars falling to earth embedded in this modern architecture. A luxurious black Maybach came to a steady stop in front of the resplendent Zhongxiu building. Unlike before when the driver opened the back door, it was Xiao Wujie who stepped out first this time. He elegantly bent down, taking hold of Chu Liyue's delicate hand with one hand, while the other gentlemanly lifted the heavy, magnificent skirt of her gown. Once both stood firm, Chu Liyue affectionately stroked Xiao Wujie's hair. Standing together, their heights nearly matched thanks to her tall figure and exquisite high heels. At this height, it was exceedingly easy for her to touch Xiao Wujie's hair. With one arm linked with Xiao Wujie and the other holding her skirt, they elegantly walked into the building. On the 6th floor of the Zhongxiu building, the venue was reserved tonight by the second young lady of the Gu family, Gu Junxi. In the hall, dazzling lights and carefully arranged decorations created a luxurious and solemn atmosphere. By the time Chu Liyue and Xiao Wujie arrived, many guests had already gathered, quietly conversing in small groups. Their appearance immediately became the focus of the entire event, and it wasn't solely due to their striking looks. The attendees were all notable figures of the imperial capital, and it wasn't merely superficial, it was largely due to Chu Liyue's reputation and influence in the city. After all, who in the imperial capital did not know of the renowned and decisive princess of the Chu family, Chu Liyue? Many had come here today simply to catch a glimpse of the two exceptional women, Chu Liyue and Gu Junxi. If they could even attempt to get acquainted, even if just to appear before them and leave a good impression, it would surely make the trip. However, for guests like them at the periphery of the hall, even trying to get familiar faces was difficult. Indeed, they saw Chu Liyue and Xiao Wujie walking gracefully, as if on a red carpet. The black dress tightly wrapped around her graceful figure, outlining a smooth and captivating curve. The skirt swayed gently with her movements, resembling the most mysterious shadow in the night. Yet her exquisite face bore a cold expression, and the aura she exuded was both chilling and powerful, forming an invisible barrier that involuntarily made those wanting to approach slow their steps, keeping a respectful distance. Thus, they could only wear polite smiles, casting respectful and friendly glances at Chu Liyue, pretending to greet her as acquaintances. Chu Liyue would return a faint smile, yet her smile did not reach her eyes. After she and Xiao Wujie walked away, whispers began to arise. Truly a talented person lives up to their reputation. Miss Chu is indeed exceptional, cold and peerless. Indeed, that kind of aura is truly daunting. By the way, who is Miss Chu's male companion today? He looks unfamiliar. I'm not sure, but he is undeniably extraordinarily handsome. The hall was vast, and it took them over 20 minutes to reach the core area while holding hands. As they approached the core area, the status of the attendees grew increasingly distinguished. Even Chu Liyue had to pause for brief conversations with some heavyweight figures. However, each time they left hand in hand, it would spark quiet gasps. After all, everyone couldn't help but politely inquire about the unfamiliar Xiao Wujie. Which young master is this? What a handsome gentleman. How should we address you? Is this young master related to Chu Zong? To such questions, Chu Liyue replied succinctly, boyfriend. Short and powerful, it resonated clearly. She then turned without looking back, linking arms with Xiao Wujie as they continued forward, leaving everyone in shock. When did Miss Chu get such a beautiful boyfriend? How come we hadn't heard any news at all? Is their family's son completely out of the picture? As for Xiao Wujie's name, Chu Liyue chose not to reveal it, purely out of laziness, because she knew that within 10 minutes, all visible information about Xiao Wujie would be thoroughly investigated. She wasn't worried that this matter would cause a stir. After all, her treasure deserved the best in the world, and a proper title was necessary regardless. Moreover, those present were all sharp-minded, well aware of the principle that trouble often comes from the mouth. Such matters were merely topics for casual conversation in the upper circles. Once a scandal erupted, her wrath would descend like divine thunder, striking precisely at every head. Chu Liyue slowed her pace slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with concern as she looked at Xiao Wujie. Xiao Wujie immediately shook his head vigorously at her words. Not tired. Not tired at all. Although he did feel somewhat fatigued at that moment, he dared not say it out loud. He had no doubt that if he uttered even a single word of tiredness, Chu Liyue would definitely carry him the rest of the way. While he did enjoy living off her, he still wanted to maintain a bit of dignity. Seemingly sensing Xiao Wujie's thoughts, a hint of amusement flickered in Chu Liyue's beautiful eyes. Thank you for your hard work, my dear. Her cold yet graceful voice flowed with a hint of tenderness. After walking a bit further, Xiao Wujie began to question whether this hall would ever come to an end. Truly, he regretted writing such lavish stories in his next life. Finally, after much anticipation, he saw a woman with outstanding demeanor standing among the crowd, gazing in the direction of Chu Liyue and himself. At this banquet, the one with such a star-like status was undoubtedly the second young lady of the Gu family, Gu Junxi, who was of equal renown to Chu Liyue. The handsome companion beside her was also a familiar face, Yi Jinyu, the second young master of the Yi family. As a host of heavyweight figures saw Chu Liyue approaching gracefully, they automatically stepped back to clear a path. Gu Junxi also elegantly stepped forward a few paces. Her face was beautiful, her skin as fair as snow. The white gown gently draped over her, the delicate fabric swaying softly, resembling the purest cloud in the night sky. Her gaze was calm, yet profound, as if she could see through the hearts of others, yet she seemed disdainful of everything worldly. Unlike Chu Liyue, who was as aloof as the solitary moon in the 9 heavens, instilling awe. While possessing an ethereal elegance, she also exuded a profound restraint, a complex aura that was both approachable, yet ultimately distant. The two gently clasped hands, briefly touching before parting. They exchanged faint smiles, yet the warmth did not reach their eyes. This was neither their first acquaintance nor their first meeting. Perhaps it was because they were both proud daughters of heaven, each possessing their own arrogance and grace. Over the years, many have compared them, and mentioning one often brings the other to mind. Yet they maintained a delicate relationship, knowing yet not understanding, familiar, yet not intimate, and not enemies, but not friends, appreciating each other, yet not confidants. Perhaps these two exquisite flowers should stand proudly on their own cliffs, each exuding their own fragrance. However, at this moment, they found themselves drawn together by an invisible bond between people. This young man is. After a brief greeting, Gu Junxi immediately turned her gaze to the side of Chu Liyue, where Xiao Wujie stood. Her beautiful eyes were deep and inscrutable, revealing nothing of her emotions. Boyfriend, Chu Liyue replied unabashedly. Her deep and cold gaze locked onto Gu Junxi, an overwhelming aura emanating from her. She disliked the woman before her even more, especially the way she looked at Xiao Wujie. This woman was too beautiful and far too cunning. In a sense, this woman resembled the little fox beside her, both being beautiful and sly. Xiao Wujie listened as Chu Liyue repeatedly asserted boyfriend with increasing firmness, unable to suppress a subtle smile. He had never played this role before, nor had anyone ever called him so resolutely. Hearing it repeatedly felt as if a fine current was coursing through his heart. This feeling was rather pleasant. The first to show surprise was Yi Jinyu, who clearly remembered that not long ago the two were merely in a sibling relationship. How could it change so quickly? The surrounding people soon revealed shocked expressions. Miss Chu and Miss Gu consistently gave off an air of being above the mundane world. For years, suitors attempting to pursue them could line up from Earth to Mars, yet no one had ever witnessed any man engage in intimate actions or relationships with them. Over the years, countless noble families in the imperial capital have exhausted their resources and connections, yet none succeeded in bringing their young masters before the two ladies. When did Miss Chu descend into the mortal realm? Yet one must admit, although the man before them was unfamiliar, the two indeed looked well matched. Gu Junxi did not show any surprise, merely casting a deep glance at Xiao Wujie before nodding slightly in acknowledgement and lightly smiling, saying, "You two standing together is truly a feast for the eyes." The meeting time was set for 8 in the evening. With some time still left before then, they casually chatted for a bit before Chu Liyue pulled Xiao Wujie to a sofa and sat down, casually wrapping her arms around his waist, softly asking, "Are you feeling all right, my dear?" Xiao Wujie leaned wearily against her, shaking his head. He only felt a bit tired from walking too much otherwise. At the same time his mind wandered, he was thinking about Gu Junxi. The way Gu Junxi looked at him was strange. Though it was their first meeting, it felt as if she knew him well. He couldn't tell if it was his imagination, but he felt that Gu Junxi seemed to want to say something to him, yet not a single word escaped her lips. In any case, it left him with a strange feeling. Sensing his distraction, Chu Liyue's gaze dimmed slightly before she gently pressed her lips against his, then playfully nibbling on his soft lips. "What are you thinking about? So lost in thought?" Xiao Wujie immediately snapped back to reality, chuckling as he shook his head. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he suddenly licked his lips in a pure and innocent manner towards Chu Liyue, his eyes shimmering with desire. This fairy-like appearance made Chu Liyue's gaze darken, a surge of heat rising within her. If they weren't in public, she truly wished to push him down and take him right there. At that moment, she really felt that this little fox had a bit of a naughty side. Suppressing the fire within her heart, she picked up a slice of limousin cake from the table, gently scooping a spoonful and bringing it to Xiao Wujie's lips. Xiao Wujie's appetite was poor. On days she wasn't home, he often skipped dinner. Having had a fever in the morning, he spent the afternoon wandering around without rest. She worried he wouldn't be able to hold up if he didn't eat something. Xiao Wujie elegantly took the cake from her. Though he wasn't particularly interested in desserts, he ate every bite she offered without hesitation. The sweet and soft flavor melted on his tongue, reminiscent of the indescribable feeling of being pampered by Chu Liyue. Moreover, he merely had a poor appetite in small portions, but he wasn't picky. He had experienced the feeling of not having enough to eat and knew how uncomfortable that was. Human desires are like a rolling snowball growing larger and larger until one forgets their previous humble beginnings. After tasting all the delicacies, one may find them tasteless. Yet he knew that once hunger reached a certain point under the instinctual drive for survival, one could eat anything. Food's primary mission is to satiate hunger. Even with immense wealth, wastefulness remains shameful. Having accepted several more bites from Chu Liyue's feeding, he realized that if he continued, he might soon feel full. However, with 3/4 of the cake still remaining, seeing Chu Liyue doting on him and feeding him, he suddenly had an idea. He took the small spoon from her hand, scooped up a piece of cake, and with bright eyes brought it to her lips. "Sister, let's eat together." Glancing at the sparkling eyes of the little darling, and then at the spoon he had eaten from, a spark seemed to ignite in Chu Liyue's eyes, making them shine brightly. All right, she admitted she was moved, as she also wanted to accept her dear's offering. And this spoon? Did it count as an invisible kiss? Thus the two of them, seemingly unaware of their surroundings, took turns feeding each other, happily devouring over half the cake. Those around, appearing to chat casually, were actually closely watching them, filled with mixed emotions. All right, it was confirmed. The young masters of the major noble families in the imperial capital likely had no chance now. Since they were already having so much fun in front of us, why pretend to be pure and look elsewhere? When only a small piece of cake remained on the plate, Xiao Wujie felt that he was already quite full, yet this bite was meant. This posed a bit of a dilemma for him. He took a calming breath and glanced at Chu Liyue, who was intently staring at him with ambiguous eyes. He smiled slightly. He scooped up the last small piece of cake and brought it to his mouth, then wrapped his arm around Chu Liyue's slender waist, pressing his lips against her alluring red ones. Of course, he also made sure to glance around first, seemingly confirming that no one was watching them before offering her the sweet morsel. The crowd. You go ahead, we won't see anything. In the bright and magnificent hall, Xiao Wujie sat quietly on the sofa with Yi Jinyu beside him. Chu Liyue had already left the hall to engage in a conversation with Gu Junzi, and feeling uneasy about leaving Xiao Wujie alone, she called for Yi Jinyu to keep him company. Both of them were handsome and possessed an ethereal aura, and sitting together created an inexplicable sense of harmony. With faint smiles on their faces, they engaged in soft conversations, embodying the essence of what the ancients called the friendship of gentlemen is as pure as water. After a day of bustling around without rest, Xiao Wujie couldn't help but feel a bit weary. After exchanging a few simple pleasantries, he fell silent, elegantly leaning back on the sofa, his gaze calmly fixed ahead. Yi Jinyu, unlike his usual composed self, seemed rather intrigued as he continued to observe Xiao Wujie. He had been entrusted by Chu Liyue to take long-term responsibility for Xiao Wujie's medical treatment. He was filled with curiosity towards this patient who required his long-term service. Upon examining the person before him, he couldn't help but admit that Xiao Wujie was indeed strikingly beautiful, almost flawless. His features resembled a meticulously crafted work of art with distinct contours that retained a sense of softness, and his skin was as fair as marble covered in fresh snow. His long eyelashes cast a faint shadow under his eyes, and when closed they resembled fluttering butterfly wings gently quivering. What was most captivating were his eyes. They were deep and distant, seemingly harboring endless stories and memories, exuding a unique charm that could enthrall anyone. It was no exaggeration to say that every feature on Xiao Wujie's face was aligned with the aesthetic sensibilities of not only him, but also the majority of people. Moreover, unlike the handsome men of everyday life, he exuded a sickly frailty between his brows. This sickly frailty bestowed upon him a sense of broken beauty, evoking a desire to cradle him in one's arms and cherish him. It was no wonder that Chu Liyue, a person of cold pride and iron, could be utterly captivated by him, nurturing and pampering him as if he were a son. The first time he saw Xiao Wujie was when he was in a coma due to an illness. After a series of examinations, he felt nothing but pity and sorrow. This exceptionally handsome and outstanding young man was suffering from illness in the prime of his life, with his days numbered. At any moment, he could wither away like a flower in the wind. Even after many years of practicing medicine, he had never encountered a patient of such a young age with such dire health. In cases like this, death was not the frightening part. A living required immense willpower and courage. The feeling of enduring the agony of illness every single moment was even less bearable than death. Illness can wear down a person's will. Many start with a glimmer of hope for life, yet gradually lose their will to live under the relentless torment day after day. Later he felt that Xiao Wujie was lucky. He was not facing the dual threats of illness and death alone. At the very least, he had Chu Liyue, who poured everything into preserving his life, caring for him meticulously, even indulging him without boundaries. Even when it came to a simple needle insertion, Chu Liyue would hold him in his arms and comfort him for a long time, wanting nothing more than to present the entire world to him. He was far luckier than those patients in hospital rooms who suffered alone, enduring torment, and ultimately passing away in despair. Yet gradually he found that the Xiao Wujie alone was a different person from the one who appeared before Chu Liyue. When Chu Liyue was by his side, he appeared delicate like a flower in a greenhouse, as if he needed Chu Liyue's protection and affection in all matters. But when he was alone, regardless of the painful treatments or severe side effects, he seemed to handle it all with indifference. It wasn't that he felt no pain or discomfort, it was as if through the trials of solitude and suffering, he had learned to silently bear everything on his own. During those moments, he always felt that there was a transcendent quality about him, as if it did not belong to this mundane world. This quality was neither haughty nor indifferent, nor was it self-appreciating. It resembled a tranquility and composure that had settled after being tempered by the passage of time. As the second young master of the Yi family, he naturally knew some secrets that were difficult for ordinary people to touch. Combining these hidden messages with some clues, he felt that the significant events that had occurred in the imperial capital over the past month or two seemed to bear the shadow of Xiao Wujie. For instance, on the night he was called by Chu Liyue to treat Xiao Wujie, he detected several strands of blood on Xiao Wujie's clothes that were clearly incompatible with his own blood type. It was around that time that the news broke about Chu Feihong being attacked and severely injured, requiring admission to the ICU. Following that, news of Chu Feihong's involvement with the underworld and his suspicious activities began to surface. These events seemed like coincidences at first glance, but upon closer reflection, they appeared more like a scripted story. Every timing was so precise, and every outcome maximized Chu Liyue's benefits. He did not go to verify, but he believed that if the bloodstains on the clothes were compared with those of Chu Feihong and the blood of his bodyguards who had been hospitalized, there would surely be discoveries. The person before him seemed to have 1,000 faces shrouded in mist, making it impossible to see through the layers of disguise concealing his true nature. The enigmatic and mysterious aura that Xiao Wujie emanated was the most direct and profound impression he left on him. He had also noticed some of the ambiguous gestures between him and Chu Liyue earlier. If it were in the past, he might have thought like others that Xiao Wujie was young and frivolous, lost in lust. But now he believed that this was yet another layer of protection, that Xiao Wujie had cloaked himself in disguising himself as a child lacking self-control, making it difficult for others to feel wary. Or perhaps he simply did not care what others thought of him. You really are a complex and interesting person. Looking at Xiao Wujie's deep and tranquil demeanor, no longer lost in emotion towards Chu Liyue, Yi Jinyu chuckled softly. Isn't Mr. Yi the same? Xiao Wujie replied with a light smile. Human nature is such that everyone has their own stories. Who isn't complex and interesting? His deep gaze, which seemed to see through one's soul, sent a chill down Yi Jinyu's spine. Under Xiao Wujie's gaze, he felt that all his secrets were laid bare, as if exposed to the light. This feeling was terrifying. Even Chu Liyue had never made him feel this way. The person before him was perhaps far more frightening than he had imagined. After sitting silently for more than 2 hours, today's conversation seemed to have come to an end. Gu Junzi was the first to appear in the hall, attending to a crowd of guests before gracefully walking towards Xiao Wujie and Yi Jinyu. After nodding to Yi Jinyu, she suddenly turned her gaze towards the elegantly standing Xiao Wujie. She extended a hand, her voice warm. Young Master Xiao, it is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Gu Junzi. Xiao Wujie. It is an honor to meet you, Sister Gu. Xiao Wujie replied with a gentle smile, extending his hand to lightly shake hers. Gu Junzi chuckled lightly at Xiao Wujie's words and suddenly took half a step closer to him. In an instant, the distance between them was less than an arm's length, and the fresh fragrance from her enveloped Xiao Wujie, creating a somewhat ambiguous posture. She stood on her tiptoes, her red lips close to Xiao Wujie's ear, her voice barely above a whisper. Young Master Xiao, be careful, there might be eyes on the other side of the wall. As dawn broke, the sky began to show a faint light of dawn. In the presidential suite of the hotel, Chu Liyue elegantly leaned against the headboard, cradling the delicate and frowning Xiao Wujie in her arms. The presidential suite had excellent soundproofing, yet the faint sounds of commotion from outside the hotel could still. Chu Liyue placed 2 earplugs in Xiao Wujie's ears, her fingers gently smoothing out his furrowed brow as delicate kisses landed softly by his ear. Sleep peacefully, my dear. After patiently showering him with gentle kisses and soothing whispers for a long while, Xiao Wujie finally drifted back into a deep slumber. Looking at his pale complexion, she gently smoothed out his hand that was hanging within 4 drip, and Chu Liyue couldn't help but furrow her beautiful brows. Xiao Wujie's body was simply too weak. After a long day of running around yesterday, without rest, he was punished harshly by her that night. In the night, she was awakened by the heat emanating from him, discovering that Xiao Wujie was burning with an unusual fever, with an unnatural flush on his cheeks. Her slender, warm hand rested on his forehead, the heat radiating from him almost scorching her palm. Due to the late hour, the doctor arrived a bit slowly, and when the thermometer touched his forehead, it displayed a shocking 39.6 degrees. Because of the high fever, Xiao Wujie slept very restlessly. Although he was exhausted to the point of losing consciousness, discomfort in his body made his breathing heavy, and his fingers instinctively clutched her clothing tightly. After administering an antipyretic injection and setting up in 4 drip, the fever finally subsided by 4 in the morning, allowing him to sleep more peacefully. It was during Xiao Wujie's illness that several news stories exploded across the headlines of the capital, even during once siblings, now suddenly a couple. The capital's most beautiful woman, Chu Liyue, is revealed to be dating the younger brother she raised herself. Miss Chu Liyue has been single for many years, and her first love is the younger brother she raised herself. A breathtaking sibling romance has emerged in the capital. Besides the headlines and articles, several pictures were attached. There were images of Chu Liyue carrying Xiao Wujie into the hotel, her wrapping her arm around his waist, while shopping and them walking together in the mall, and the two wearing matching outfits at a banquet, the most provocative being the one where Xiao Wujie was kissing Chu Liyue while holding a piece of cake. Chu Liyue had originally been immensely famous in high society, but after the downfall of Rongguan Group, she entered the public eye as seen in Chapter 15, and now she had fully ascended to the pinnacle of the entertainment industry, becoming a national goddess. Just after settling Xiao Wujie, Chu Liyue received a call from her company's public relations department to inform her. She was taken aback and casually clicked on the trending topic, discovering that this news had occupied nearly half of the top 50 spots on the trending list. If the news of Rongwang's collapse, Chu Feihong's attack leading him to ICU, and the fact that Chu Feihong was the mastermind behind Rongguan Group caused an uproar, then the news about her and Xiao Wujie was an explosion. She immediately instructed the public relations department to work on removing the trending topic, and then she wanted to take Xiao Wujie to a different hotel. If all went as expected, this place would soon be surrounded tightly. Public opinion is a double-edged sword that can reveal the truth, but can also distort facts in an instant. When public opinion forms a tidal wave, whether it is a voice of justice or baseless accusations, it can have immeasurable effects on those involved. She was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of public opinion, but underestimated its speed of dissemination. Before she could arrange for related matters, the entire hotel was already surrounded. If it weren't for the strong security at the hotel, the reporters outside would likely have already thrust microphones into her and Xiao Wujie's faces. The public relations department was working hard to remove the trending topic, but this explosive news had been embellished and exaggerated by some with ulterior motives, making it impossible to suppress. As the news spread further, Chu Liyue's phone had not stopped ringing. Ignoring the caller ID that displayed her mother, Chu Liyue directly pressed the power button. She understood that someone was sabotaging her, and there was no way to resolve it immediately. She could only wait for the heat to cool down naturally before concentrating her efforts to have it all removed. Moreover, even if the sky were to fall, it could not affect her sick darling's rest. Everything had to wait until her darling was well rested. With nothing to do for the time being, she gently caressed Xiao Wujie's cool, tender face while browsing the trending topic. Clicking on a trending topic titled, "Miss Chu Liyue has been single for many years. Her first love is the younger brother she raised herself," she was greeted with several sweet photos of her and Xiao Wujie. Strangely, they were quite well captured. They portrayed her and her darling in a very sweet light. Especially that picture of the little enchantress kissing her on the sofa, with even the crumbs of cake on their lips clearly visible. It could even be used as a lock screen cover. However, it puzzled her as to which person had the audacity to successfully take candid shots of them under their noses. Her senses were far sharper than ordinary people, and Xiao Wujie possessed extraordinary skills, even being able to keenly detect the emotional fluctuations of those around him. What kind of means could allow both of them to remain completely unaware? Though this trending topic could cause her some impact, it was not any scandal. It was merely generated through operations to create enormous heat, and once the heat passed, it would likely be replaced by other matters without her intervention. However, the subtle yet eerie methods made her feel somewhat uneasy. She had a vague sense that this incident would not. With these thoughts in mind, she continued browsing the trending topics, observing the public's opinion. As she expected, there were all kinds of comments roughly divided into two camps, one side cheering and the other side scolding. "Sister is cool, brother is handsome, love it." Alike. "The brother is so beautiful, ew, I want to take him home." "Everything exists in dreams." "Wishing the two of you happiness and a long-lasting union." "Thank you." As for those keyboard warriors spewing nonsense, she would let them know that while they could eat shit freely, they could not speak recklessly. Interestingly, this news not only made her a national goddess, but also unexpectedly elevated the oblivious Xiao Wujie to a top male celebrity. Xiao Wujie was suddenly awarded several titles as the top male in the capital. The capital's #1 kept man. The capital's #1 little milk dog. The capital's #1 male fox spirit. He directly became the crowned king of multiple titles in the capital. Only one title was a second in looks. Beneath the brother, above 10,000. The level of fame was so high that countless unknown figures in the entertainment industry might not be able to reach it even after a year of hard work. Looking at the person nestled against her chest with a dependent expression, she bore a subtle smile in her eyes as she placed a kiss on his lips. "My dear, you always hide yourself beneath my brilliance. This time you cannot remain hidden. In fact, there is no need to hide. My dear is worthy of the best in the world." Xiao Wujie nestled comfortably in Chu Liyue's embrace, his hands expertly wrapped around her waist like a radar, his head resting against her soft chest with unwavering precision. It wasn't until 1 o'clock in the afternoon that he finally stirred from his deep slumber. The first thing he saw upon opening his eyes was Chu Liyue's stunningly beautiful face, one that he could gaze at for a lifetime without growing tired. Noticing he was awake, Chu Liyue's lips curled into a slight smile, her voice filled with affection. "You're awake, my precious." Looking at Xiao Wujie, who had just opened his eyes with a gaze filled with watery allure, she gently kissed his eyelids. Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere, my dear? After being tenderly kissed a few times on his eyes, he stared at her for a while, his eyes still carrying a thin veil of moisture, his expression dazed and dreamy. Finally managing to gather himself, Xiao Wujie sat up from her embrace and lightly shook his head. I don't feel uncomfortable, he replied, his voice slightly hoarse and deep. Chu Liyue adjusted her body, which had grown sore from being held for too long. She then picked up a thermos from the bedside, poured a cup of warm water, and brought it to his lips. After drinking the warm water that Chu Liyue offered, Xiao Wujie's consciousness finally became completely clear. Aside from a slight heaviness in his chest, his physical condition was manageable. Removing the earplugs, he immediately detected the faint sounds of commotion from outside. Sister, what's happening outside? He asked Chu Liyue softly, his brow furrowing in confusion. Upon hearing his question, Chu Liyue's expression became serious and she quickly handed her phone to him. Xiao Wujie took the phone with some confusion, and upon seeing the clear, scandalous photos on the screen, his pupils constricted sharply. He immediately brought the phone closer to his face, then browsed through the contents with a grave expression. A long silence ensued. After a while, he finally set the phone down, his gaze clouded with uncertainty. Sister, who do you think is behind this? Xiao Wujie asked earnestly in a low voice. It was clear that someone had orchestrated this, with a full array of articles, photos, and corroborating materials appearing overnight indicating premeditation. There weren't many people who had the capability to target Chu Liyue so brazenly. Chu Feihong. Chu Liyue paused for a moment, then spoke with a hint of determination in her voice. In fact, the prime suspect in the Zhongxiu area should be Gu Junzi. Since Chu Feihong was still in the hospital overwhelmed with a mountain of problems at his company, he logically shouldn't have the energy or capability to create such a disturbance against them. However, various judgments and her gut feeling told her that this person was likely not Gu Junzi. Sister, why don't you suspect Gu Junzi? Xiao Wujie's gaze flickered as he asked again. Although Gu Junzi appears to be flourishing on the surface, she isn't doing so well in reality. The Gu family is ranked at the bottom of the 4 great clans in the capital, and she does not hold absolute power within her family. For years, she has been biding her time, never making enemies. Even if she had the ability, she had no motive to act in such a manner. Moreover, it's that warning she gave you, Chu Liyue said in a low voice. Xiao Wujie nodded, slightly agreeing that Chu Liyue's thoughts were largely in line with his own. However, Gu Junzi must know something, otherwise her remark about there being eyes on the other side of the wall wouldn't have come true so quickly. And it was clear that Chu Feihong, alone frustrated as he was, did not have such power. There had to be other entanglements behind this. However, sister, you do have a point that isn't quite right. Suddenly shifting his tone, Xiao Wujie said softly, his eyes falling. Chu Liyue paused, looking at him earnestly. Why would Gu Junzi lack a motive to target you? He emphasized the term sister, Gu gently leaning closer to Chu Liyue's embrace, his lips brushing against her delicate earlobe, his voice low and husky. After all, you're my dear sister. He paused for a moment before suddenly extending his tongue to lightly lick her shimmering earlobe. So enchanting. His voice was like a midnight whisper, low and seductive. With a hint of a smile in his eyes before retreating from Chu Liyue's embrace, he made sure to blow a breath against the sensitive skin behind her ear. This was a small act of revenge for when Chu Liyue saw Gu Junzi approaching him yesterday and nearly suffocated him with a kiss on the hotel bed. When his tongue touched Chu Liyue's earlobe, she felt a shiver run through her body. After saying that teasingly bold remark, he carelessly blew a breath against the sensitive skin behind her ear. Chu Liyue felt a spark ignite within her, instantly transforming into a scorching flame that spread throughout her entire being. She promptly grasped the slender waist of the little imp before her, pulling him tightly against her warm and soft embrace. Then without hesitation, she pressed her red lips against his cool ones, freeing one hand to grip his chin, forcing his mouth open as she launched into a merciless assault of kissing and nibbling. The metallic taste of blood quickly enveloped their mouths, prompting her to bite down harder on his lower lip, breaking. The little imp in her arms let out a muffled groan of pain, the blood staining his originally pale lips a mesmerizing crimson, while tiny droplets of mist clung to his long eyelashes, threatening to fall. Chu Liyue couldn't help but soften her approach, transforming her bites into tender licks, gently sucking on the crimson blood. One hand gently brushed over his eye corner, tenderly wiping away the droplets hanging from his long lashes. With the other hand, she soothingly kneaded the delicate flesh at the nape of his neck. The little imp, once rigid, quickly turned into a puddle of spring water in her embrace, allowing her to conquer without any resistance. After an indeterminate amount of time, she finally released the charming little creature, who was nearly suffocating from her advances, one hand around his waist, while the other gently caressed his now burning lips. The little one thought he could still turn the tables. Xiao Wujie felt as if he had lost all his bones, melting in her embrace, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for air, like someone who had just resurfaced after holding their breath for too long. His eyes were cast down, silent, appearing utterly bullied. Seeing this, Chu Liyue couldn't help but smile, her smile captivating and enchanting like a satisfied fairy. She couldn't resist leaning her red lips toward Xiao Wujie's ear, mimicking her earlier actions as she extended her fragrant tongue to lightly lick his earlobe. Naughty dear, She blew a breath against the sensitive skin behind Xiao Wujie's ear. Will you dare to do it again, next time? Xiao Wujie leaned silently against Chu Liyue's embrace for a long while, his eyes blinking softly with a hazy, drowsy glint. It truly was blissful. Indeed, only an elder sister knew how to cherish someone so tenderly. Yet, he wanted to be on top. Even a simple kiss left him utterly subdued. What if? In that very moment, his yearning to heal his condition and elevate his martial prowess surged to its zenith. Had Chu Liyue known his inner thoughts, she would surely have intervened once more to fortify his resolve. After a brief pause, the lust-tinted haze in Xiao Wujie's gaze swiftly dissolved, clarity returning to his eyes. After all, they had already slipped into a passive stance, and passivity by nature could not be endured idly. He was certain Chu Feihong lay at the heart of this affair, yet what baffled him was how the man had managed to photograph 3 individuals, each possessing exquisitely refined perception, without any of them detecting even a whisper of intrusion. He referred to 3 people because he knew Lu Zhufeng had long since followed him concealed in the shadows to guard him. Elder sister, do you know of any technique capable of evading our perception? Xiao Wujie asked softly, his voice barely above a whisper. Within his mind, he retraced every known method, yet none seemed capable of slipping past the vigilance of all 3. Perhaps there is. Chu Liyue suddenly replied, her tone imbued with quiet certainty. Xiao Wujie blinked, momentarily stunned. Esoteric arts. Fixing her gaze steadily upon his eyes, Chu Liyue uttered the 2 words with solemn gravity, words that sent a jolt through Xiao Wujie's pupils. Instantly, revelation dawned. Of course, how could he have forgotten the very art he mastered most deeply? In his own design of this world, esoteric arts were rare, but never exclusive to him alone. If esoteric arts were involved, everything fell seamlessly into place. A concealment technique paired with a Japanese-made ultra-telephoto lens deployed from sufficient distance. Even they would struggle to detect it. To verify his hypothesis, he retrieved his phone once more and scrutinized the photographs. The images were sharply rendered, not surveillance footage. Strong longitudinal compression and pronounced background blur confirmed the use of a telephoto lens. The lens must have been extraordinary, capable of capturing from across several buildings, even a widow bathing in her bathroom, with crystalline clarity. At that thought, the clouds parted, revealing azure skies. Clarity flooded his mind. Unbidden, he drew Chu Liyue's fair, slender hand to his lips and pressed a gentle kiss upon its back. Elder sister, how brilliantly perceptive you are. Chu Liyue smiled faintly, her eyes alighting upon his rare animated excitement. She understood he had already unraveled the method behind the intrusion. Yet she drew him closer, slipping an arm around his waist and pressing him firmly into her embrace, resting her delicate chin lightly upon his shoulder. A rare moment of uncharacteristic verbosity. My dear, I know you master esoteric and wondrous arts. Encountering a fellow practitioner may naturally stir your enthusiasm. But whoever succeeded in eluding our perception has already proven themselves formidable. Never underestimate them. Focus on restoring your health. Leave these matters to me, all right. After a few more admonishing words, she revealed her true intent. She wished Xiao Wujie to rest undisturbed. She refused to let him bear the strain of such taxing, soul-wearing affairs. Were it not for the profound transformation in their relationship, she might even regret having agreed to bring him here. She knew Xiao Wujie concealed immense depth, but his adversary was clearly no mere novice. This time it was merely stolen photographs. Next time, what if a bullet flew from the shadows? Should heaven itself collapse, she would bear it alone. She would not allow even a single trace of harm to touch the cherished one nestled in her arms. Xiao Wujie's fingers gently traced the warm, supple palm of her hand as though he hadn't heard her at all, and spoke instead with quiet determination. Elder sister, I suggest you conclude your business here as planned, suppress the trending topic, and prepare for our departure to Haijingbei tomorrow night. I intend to meet Gu Junsi. She undoubtedly knows something, and her attitude remains enigmatic. There may well be unexpected revelations. Chu Liyue abruptly turned him to face her, her beautiful eyes locking onto his, cold, sharp, and unyielding. She no longer called him my dear. Her voice hardened, resonating with ironclad authority. Ajia, this matter admits no negotiation. Xiao Wujie sighed inwardly. He knew Chu Liyue's resolve was unshakable. Yet, foolish girl, care, companionship, tenderness, warmth. Even that hazy, ineffable thing called, you have bestowed upon me so many things I never experienced across 2 lifetimes. How then could I stand idly by accepting your sacrifice without lifting a finger in return? Xiao Wujie's hands gently encircled her slender waist, his face buried itself in the curve of her neck, where he softly kissed and gently nipped her pristine swan-like throat. Elder sister, I refuse. His voice was tender, plaintive, even trembling with a husky, tear-laced quiver. Chu Liyue's heart trembled at his touch and voice. She bit down lightly on her teeth, then softened her tone, her palm stroking his head. Be good. Obey me. Hearing that tone, Xiao Wujie knew he had found an opening. Chu Liyue had always yielded to gentleness, especially where he was concerned. Instantly, he intensified his efforts, nuzzling wildly against her neck, even forcing tears to well in his eyes and smearing them onto her skin. No, I refuse. I will go regardless. If you forbid me from helping, you might as well watch me die. He emphasized the word, die, with crushing weight, the very word Chu Liyue dreaded most. True to form, Chu Liyue seized his jaw forcibly, turning his face to meet hers, her voice edged with restrained fury. Silence. Xiao Wujie's eyes shimmered with thick moisture. A dew clung to his long lashes. His lips slightly pouted as he gazed up at her. People online say I'm your kept plaything. Useless. I refuse to be useless. If you insist I remain a helpless idle pet, then better I. He left the forbidden word unspoken, the one that haunted Chu Liyue. Instead, he gave a soft, defiant sniff and deliberately averted his gaze elsewhere. The message was unmistakable. I refuse to be a useless idle pet who does nothing. Fine. Force me to act, and I'll suffer. I'll ache, and I'll die. You decide. Though she knew he was likely feigning, Chu Liyue still couldn't bear the sight of him looking as though the entire world had abandoned him. She reached out, gently wiping away the physiological salt water he'd squeezed from his eyes, speaking with fierce, unyielding authority. Let anyone dare utter such words, I'll rip their tongues from their mouths. Her tone remained stern, but her voice had already softened almost imperceptibly. Xiao Wujie said nothing, nor did he look at her, only continued to sniff softly. His resolve remained absolute. I suffer. I ache. If need be, I'll die. You? Chu Liyue faltered, speechless before his stubbornness. She understood his pride, his refusal to lean on others in all things. She knew his thoughtfulness, his unwillingness to let her shoulder burdens alone. Yet she offered the whole world to him willingly, and would sooner shatter heaven than let him endure even a sliver of harm. Chu Liyue grasped his intentions fully, and knew too that even if she refused he would never comply, meekly content to stay safely behind while she charged forward alone. Her resolve melted. Instinctively she reached to draw him close, but Xiao Wujie resisted fiercely, refusing intimacy until she relented. Chu Liyue closed her eyes briefly, then surrendered with a resigned sigh. Very well. Only then did he allow himself to be drawn into her embrace, his lips curling into a quiet, satisfied smile as he sank gratefully into that intoxicating haven of tenderness. Phew. Acting is exhausting. Yet, foolish girl, let me make this clear. I am willing, gladly, to be your pliant, obedient treasure. But do grant me the privilege of letting you feel just once what it is to be protected by me. The two of them quietly cherished the warmth for a while, until Chu Liyue called for someone to bring some food up. After a bit of commotion, it was nearly 3 in the afternoon. Chu Liyue clearly remembered that Xiao Wujie had only nibbled on her lips until now and hadn't eaten anything else. Soon a servant carrying a tray rang the doorbell. The meal was quite simple: congee boiled eggs accompanied by a few light side dishes, leading one to question whether these were indeed items from a 5-star hotel's kitchen. Chu Liyue placed the boiled egg she had peeled herself into the small plate in front of Xiao Wujie and pushed a bit of mildly spicy dipping sauce toward him. Xiao Wujie then rearranged the dishes, moving the ones he thought she would enjoy closer to her. They quietly relished this rare moment of tranquility, occasionally exchanging glances, but remaining silent. Without the need for words, the quiet affection flowed gently within the stillness. Just as this long overdue yet warm lunch was about to conclude, Chu Liyue's phone rang. Miss Chu, there are too many media reporters and onlookers outside. It might be difficult to drive out. The cautious voice of AI Roman came through the phone. You should borrow more security forces from the hotel to wait downstairs. Take our people and drive the car out. Just wait. Miss Chu, isn't this too dangerous? After all, the crowd outside was no ordinary size, and adding more people might trample the capital of the island nation. It's fine, just do as I say. With that, Chu Liyue decisively hung up the phone. She glanced at Xiao Wujie sitting across from her, gently wiped away a bit of congee from the corner of his mouth, and softly laughed. Ajay, are you afraid? Due to Xiao Wujie's physical condition, she had always only allowed him to work behind the scenes, never permitting him to appear easily in noisy public places. This situation, surrounded by cameras and microphones, was something Xiao Wujie had likely never experienced. Not afraid, just treat it as them giving me and my sister free couple advertising. Xiao Wujie chuckled softly at her words. In truth, he did have a slight fear of cameras, but this time he was not facing the tide of public opinion alone. Looking into the bright and gentle gaze of the person in front of him, even the slight tension of experiencing this for the first time dissipated like the wind. Moments later, Chu Liyue and Xiao Wujie, dressed in matching suits, elegantly emerged from the elevator. In the lobby downstairs, several hotel managers had been waiting for them for quite some time. Upon seeing them come down, they respectfully guided them into a hotel car. What they could do was escort these two esteemed guests to the entrance and provide some protection, but whether they could leave smoothly was a concern in their hearts. After all, on one side were the distinguished and extraordinary guests, while on the other were the media and crowds that could turn into a torrent of spittle. They couldn't afford to offend either side. On both sides of the car stood rows of bodyguards that seemed to stretch endlessly towards the entrance. This was the maximum security the hotel could provide. Inside the car, the atmosphere was momentarily quiet, as Chu Liyue squeezed Xiao Wujie's hand in a As they got closer to the entrance, the mass of dark figures became clearer, and the disquieting noise grew increasingly. When the car stopped at the entrance, Chu Liyue was the first to get out, carefully shielding Xiao Wujie as he emerged from the vehicle. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, Xiao Wujie couldn't help but be taken aback. The throng outside was a perfect illustration of what it meant to be in a sea of people. Upon seeing them exit the car, the waves of people erupted in exclamations, surging even more fiercely towards the entrance. The security guard tremblingly opened the door as a large number of bodyguards rushed forward to block the torrent of people threatening to engulf Xiao Wujie and Chu Liyue. Two-thirds of the bodyguards struggled to clear the path in front, while the remaining third formed a circle around the two. Yet they were soon compressed together, barely managing to keep the crowd at bay. At this moment, Xiao Wujie's face paled slightly, with beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. It wasn't fear in his heart, but the incessant flashing of camera lights and the unending clamor of noise that made him quite uncomfortable. Chu Liyue's exquisite face bore a cold expression, her powerful aura capable of exuding pressure. She tightly wrapped one arm around Xiao Wujie's waist, pulling him close to her, fearful that someone careless might bump into him. Outside the wall of bodyguards, reporters eagerly tried to thrust microphones in front of them, all clamoring to ask various questions. "Miss Chu, may I ask if you and Mr. Xiao are biological siblings?" Chu Liyue did not shy away. "Are you an idiot? Miss Chu, may I ask how many years apart you are from your brother?" 5 years. They say women 3 years older than men are like gold bricks. Women 4 years older have no meaning. Women 5 years older are like old cows eating young grass. Is Miss Chu a case of that? Chu Liyue abruptly raised her gaze. "I guarantee you'll lose your job." With the bodyguards pushing forward with all their might, they struggled against the tide of people moving upstream. Due to Chu Liyue's immense fame in the capital, more reporters focused their attention on her, and as time passed, some began to turn their sights to Xiao Wujie, who was carefully protected by Chu Liyue. "Mr. Xiao, do you truly have feelings for Miss Chu?" Xiao Wujie replied, "Yes." "Mr. Xiao, with your outstanding appearance, have many people pursued you and confessed their feelings?" "Yes." While dealing with other reporters, Chu Liyue suddenly turned her head sharply. "Mr. Xiao, why did you give up on other suitors and choose to be with your sister who raised you?" Xiao Wujie rolled his eyes. "Because I'm a flirt. Can I not seduce people?" Meanwhile, Ai Roman, hearing the commotion, immediately directed the bodyguards accompanying her to clear a path from behind the crowd. However, due to the limited number of bodyguards accompanying Chu Liyue on this outing, even though they were exceptionally trained, their speed in clearing a path was still exceedingly slow. Thus, with both groups advancing simultaneously, Chu Liyue and Xiao Wujie finally caught sight of the car waiting for them ahead through the crowd. As they moved into the densest part of the crowd, their progress became increasingly slow, basically moving a centimeter every 10 seconds. These cunning reporters and onlookers quickly noticed the bodyguard team that was coming to their aid from the back, starting to block the way to prevent the two groups from merging. At this moment, both Chu Liyue and Xiao Wujie frowned slightly. It would be difficult to get out like this. Just when they felt helpless, a series of dignified and synchronized chants echoed from behind. A group of Special Forces soldiers dressed in camouflage and holding firearms swiftly sliced through the crowd like a long knife, dividing the surging throng into two halves. "Special Forces drill. Unauthorized personnel must not block the road." The voice was cold and commanding, instilling fear in the hearts of many. The reporters wondered, how come we didn't know there were Special Forces drills here today? What a coincidence. Even more coincidentally, they had opened a path that allowed Chu Liyue and Xiao Wujie to quickly take advantage of to get into a car. The two quickly seized this opportunity to each get into a car, swiftly departing in different directions. After a long while, this grand Special Forces drill finally came to an end. By the time the reporters steadied themselves, there was no trace of Xiao Wujie and Chu Liyue to be found. In a corner that was hard to notice, a figure was faintly emerging. Few made it. But why did he feel that the little green tea seemed to glance in his direction? The Paramila sports car sped along the highway while Xiao Wujie gazed intently out the window, the scenery outside reflecting and shifting in his pupils. Things seemed to be growing increasingly interesting. Chu Fei Hong Gujun Ci and the mysterious practitioner. Now, even that person disregarded the risks of exposure and came to the East District. The world is ever-changing, and today's landscape may not be tomorrow's. The human heart is like a tangled web woven with emotions that are unpredictable. He truly did not expect that a mere Chu Fei Hong could involve so many things. Indeed, reality is far more complex and splendid than fiction. In novels, the main and supporting characters are always distinct, whether the brilliant protagonist or the supporting role. Living in the shadows, they all follow the predetermined path, obediently walking toward the expected conclusion. Yet in the great book of reality, everyone is the protagonist of their own story. Even knowing that fate has its own design, they still struggle fiercely against the heavens for that fleeting glimpse of dawn. This meeting with Gujun Ci felt even more complex and splendid than he had imagined. He had already contacted her in the hotel expressing his intentions, and the other party seemed to be waiting for him, her attitude surprisingly warm. What was even more interesting was that the meeting place was not a company clubhouse, but her private residence. He truly wanted to see what this cunning woman was hiding in her gourd. Unlike others with their icy beauty and ethereal presence, her private residence exuded a strong sense of warmth. It was not a sprawling mansion, but a modestly sized villa garden. With a palette of light beige and creamy white complemented by deep brown wooden accents, it was both elegant and warm, giving a strong sense of home. As soon as Xiao Wujie stepped out of the car, an elderly man resembling a butler approached with a polite smile. The old man was exceptionally well-mannered, respectful, and enthusiastic. Without any unnecessary words, he simply greeted Xiao Wujie and led him inside. Unlike the solemnity of typical aristocratic residences, joyful laughter from children occasionally echoed here, mixed with the cheerful calls of some maids. Young master, young miss, slow down. As the old man led him into a garden with pavilions and flowing water, he discovered the source of the sounds. On the emerald lawn, a lively girl was leading a 3- or 4-year-old child running and flying a kite, while a few young maids nervously followed beside them. Not far away, a woman was sitting there weaving something, occasionally lifting her head to glance at them. Time was gentle, and the years were fleeting. In this moment of shifting winds and clouds in the imperial capital, arriving at such a place gave one the illusion of stepping into a paradise. The garden wasn't very large, and seeing the old man bring Xiao Wujie and the lively girl immediately raised her arm and shouted, "Butler Grandpa, do you see how high this kite is flying? High, truly high. Young miss is amazing, and young master Zhou is too." The old man responded with a smile. He then led Xiao Wujie to a stone table to sit down, respectfully stating that the young miss would arrive shortly before turning to leave. Perhaps because few strangers stepped foot here, the child, upon seeing Xiao Wujie sitting at the stone table, stumbled over wide-eyed and curiously staring at him. It was not until Xiao Wujie looked at him with the same gaze that the child reacted, his small face flushed with 2 red spots, his eyes darting away, and his little hands shyly tangling together. After a while, he mustered his courage, raised his head, and said softly, "Brother, you are really handsome." After saying this, he instantly lowered his head in embarrassment, unable to look at Xiao Wujie again, and began to play with his fingers. "You're very handsome too." Xiao Wujie smiled and pinched his soft little face, chuckling softly. Upon hearing this, the child immediately raised his head in surprise, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Xiao Wujie, his cheeks thoroughly flushed. Really? Really? After hearing Xiao Wujie's gentle reply, with a rising intonation, the child shyly nudged closer to him, as if saying, "I like you, and I want you to hold me." This put Xiao Wujie in a bit of a dilemma. He was always the one being held. Oh, how could he hold someone? Fortunately, the lively girl arrived just in time to rescue him, swiftly pulling the child away from his chaotic embrace. She effortlessly lifted him up and gently patted his little bottom, causing the restless child to become obedient. She then turned to Xiao Wujie and with a commanding presence said loudly, "Sorry, brother. The child doesn't know better. I hope you can forgive." Just looking at the exceptionally handsome man in front of her who smiled gently at her, she couldn't help but blush, her voice growing softer until it was barely audible. Xiao Wujie guessed what she was thinking. "Damn, he's so handsome, I wish I could grow up and marry him." Meanwhile, the woman who had been sitting in the distance also walked over. "Asia, don't disturb the guest." Her voice was gentle and pleasant, yet seemed to carry an undeniable scent. Pulling the girl holding the child closer, the woman lowered her gaze and apologized to Xiao Wujie. "I'm sorry, young sir, please don't mind." The woman was dressed simply, yet her beauty was strikingly elegant, her demeanor refined, though a lingering shadow of melancholy always seemed to cloud her features. After speaking, she didn't wait for Xiao Wujie's reaction, but took the 2 children and walked away. "Young master Xiao, I'm sorry for being late. I hope they didn't disturb you." Just as they hadn't gone far, a gentle voice suddenly came from behind Xiao Wujie. Turning around, he saw Gu Junci in a white dress gracefully approaching with a tea tray. Xiao Wujie chuckled and shook his head, and after she sat down, he smiled and said, "Sister Gu, you don't need to be so polite, just call me by my name." Gu Junci smiled and nodded, pouring him a cup of tea. Upon seeing his puzzled gaze following the 3 departing figures, she softly explained, "That is my mother, and the 2 children are my second sister and younger brother." Xiao Wujie nodded lightly. He knew that Gu Junci's father had passed away early, leaving behind a widow and 3 children. Gu Junci was the eldest daughter, ranked second among the Gu family women, known as Miss Gu Heir. In the Gu family, Gu Junci's father had 2 sons. Her father had an older brother above him. The old master of the Gu family favored the second son and intended to support him to compete with the eldest. With the old master's favoritism, Gu Junci's father and his uncle were reasonably evenly matched, but unexpectedly her father passed away early. In an instant, Gu Junci's position in the family plummeted, and her mother was in despair, nearly contemplating suicide. It was at this time that the now adult Gu Junci turned the tide, quickly consolidating her father's remaining power, creating a formidable presence against her uncle, becoming the new pillar of their branch. In the past 2 years, the old master of the Gu family had grown increasingly frail, merely occupying the title of family head, while real power had passed to Gu Junci and her uncle, resulting in both holding half of the Gu family's influence, with neither able to overpower the other. With this thought, Xiao Wujie seemed to understand Gu Junci's intentions. In this world, there are few moments of tranquility. More often, it is merely someone bearing burdens and moving forward. Sister Gu, it must be quite hard for you to create such a carefree paradise for your beloved family all by yourself. Xiao Wujie took a gentle sip of the tea before him. The fragrance of the tea wafted intertwining sweetness and bitterness. Gu Junci was momentarily taken aback, then a tender smile graced her lips, her voice warm. In life there are always things one must fight to protect. It's not about whether it's hard or not, but about whether one is willing. After speaking, her gaze softened as she looked into the distance. The setting sun cast a gentle orange-earth hue across the sky, with the afterglow lightly falling like gauze on the grass. In the distance, the two children were laughing and running, holding colorful kites, drawing beautiful arcs in the sky. As the light gradually softened, the surrounding scenery became more dreamlike, as if a delicate and enchanting painting slowly unfolded, freezing the beauty of this moment in the river of time, leaving one utterly enchanted. The sun was about to set, and the evening breeze brought a hint of coolness. After quietly watching this beautiful scene for a while, Xiao Wujie couldn't help but cover his mouth and cough lightly twice. This light cough interrupted Gu Junkai's thoughts, which were immersed in unspoken emotions. She glanced at Xiao Wujie with a hint of apology. Suddenly, she said something that surprised Xiao Wujie. Qingyi asked me to take special care of you. If you were to fall ill while under my watch, that would truly be my fault. Xiao Wujie was taken aback and looked up in surprise, asking, Sister Gu, are you familiar with Sister Qingyi? Gu Junkai nodded slightly, standing up and guiding him inside, while saying, I met her in Gusu. She saved my life, and she told me that you are her savior, a benefactor in life. Without you she wouldn't be here, and without her I wouldn't exist. In a certain sense you also owe me a debt of rebirth. Hearing her say this, Xiao Wujie suddenly remembered something. In another timeline, his former self, who had poor writing skills, had exaggeratedly mentioned that Lin Qingyi had saved many people from beggars to the young ladies of the imperial capital's Gu family. With a shaky foundation, the earth trembles. He couldn't remember the things he had written digging his own grave. He couldn't help but mentally chastise himself truly. Well, he couldn't just scold himself. However, upon reconsideration, he felt relieved. His crossing had fundamentally disrupted all the previous plots. Many things in the real world also deviated from his haphazard settings. For example, he had never explicitly stated which young lady of the Gu family Lin Qingyi had saved, yet it just so happened to be the present Gu Junkai. He hadn't even written about that steward and the maids, yet they all appeared vividly before him. He believed that many characters he had not mentioned would also appear, and many dramatic events would certainly catch him off guard. But isn't that what makes it interesting? Gu Junkai led him to a reception room, and the two sat down at a small round table. No wonder I found Sister Gu looking at me with such a strange gaze, as if she already knew me, Xiao Wujie said with a light smile. It's not that I knew early on, as she spent most of her time in Ice City, and every time I wanted to see her, she would find various excuses to avoid it. Recently, she suddenly arrived in the imperial capital, seemingly intending to stay for a long time. Not long ago, when I sought her help to treat my mother's health, she mentioned your existence. Upon learning that you were in the East District, she extraordinarily asked me to look after you. She smiled at Xiao Wujie, her eyes carrying a teasing glimmer. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wujie couldn't help but cough lightly. To dampen this woman's arrogance, he decided to take the initiative. Sister Gu, I'm already aware of this. However, I doubt Sister Qingyi's influence is significant enough to make you risk revealing information to me. If you are willing to meet me, who is deeply embroiled in public opinion, you must have other plans, right? Gu Junkai's expression shifted slightly, her gaze locking onto him, her emotions unreadable. How do you know that? Let me take a guess. Xiao Wujie smiled as he looked at her, then slowly began to speak. He'll start with when Sister Gu first met me and revealed some information. If I say anything incorrect, please correct me, Sister Gu. This recent public opinion turmoil aimed at us has been orchestrated by someone behind the scenes, and it has been my frequent appearances in public since coming to the East District have given the mastermind an opportunity, but solely relying on them, it's hard to stir up such a big commotion in Zhongxiu. Therefore, this matter involves the Gu family as well. At this point, Xiao Wujie paused slightly, his gaze deep as he looked at Gu Junkai. Gu Junkai's emotions were ambiguous, and she merely said softly, continue. Xiao Wujie smiled lightly, then continued, I suspect that Sister Gu did not participate in this matter, but has noticed another branch of the Gu family getting involved. Sister Gu knows that if something goes wrong, you will immediately become the primary suspect for me and my sister Liyue. Therefore, in order to clear your name and give Sister Qingyi some face, Sister Gu has hinted at me. At this point, Xiao Wujie paused again, glancing at the solemn and silent Gu Junkai, before continuing, today Sister Gu agreed to meet me and set the location at a private residence, allowing me to see that beautiful life like a paradise. Sister Gu is proving to me that you have your own helplessness and difficulties. The fact that you dared to hint at me despite the risks already gives Sister Qingyi great face, and you've made your utmost effort to help me. Upon hearing this, Gu Junkai let out a light breath, her lovely eyes sparkling with a hint of brilliance as she softly said, a mortal illness of fallen immortal, of blood-red azura. The crownless king of Ice City truly lives up to his name. How pitiful are the pedants of the imperial capital, relying on their ancestral heritage, self-proclaiming superiority, yet they treat you as a golden canary raised by the young lady of Chu. Unbeknownst to them, there are always people beyond others, and the true masters often stir up storms in corners they disdain. Xiao Wujie chuckled lightly upon hearing this, looking into Gu Junkai's eyes, and saying, "It seems I did not guess wrong, but I have an even bolder hypothesis. Even without this incident, Sister Gu would still find me. I suspect. Sister Gu is betting that I know there are things I desire in the East District, betting that I will definitely come to the East District." Gu Junkai's pupils suddenly contracted. This thing is something Sister Gu has control over, but just based on what you know, it won't achieve the effect you desire. Sister Gu knows who is behind the scenes trying to harm me, and is aware of the unclean collaboration with another branch. You also sense the peculiar movements in Haijing Bay. Sister Gu feels that an opportunity has arisen, and as long as you seize this chance, you can completely destroy another branch of the Gu family. Thus, Sister Gu urgently needs a reliable partner. And after careful consideration, you chose me. Xiao Wujie's gaze remained fixed on Gu Junsai, articulating the last sentence word by word. At this moment, Gu Junkai's pupils trembled violently, her emotions shifting continuously. Xiao Wujie remained silent, quietly watching her, savoring the fruits of his discourse. Seeing Gu Junkai's complex expression, he let out a sigh of relief. He knew his judgment was correct. This seemingly tangled situation finally made sense, and the matters of Haijing Bay would likely have more guarantees. After a long while, Gu Junkai smiled lightly, her expression somewhat complex, then softly said, "No wonder Qingyi is so exceptionally clever, yet willingly lives in your shadow. Impressive." But after expressing her admiration, her eyes regained their usual confidence. She enjoyed dealing with intelligent people. Only such a smart partner could give her more confidence to take risks. Initially, she had approached Xiao Wujie with a mindset of continued observation and testing, but she didn't expect him to be so astute. She immediately stopped wasting words, pulling out a USB drive from her pocket and handing it to Xiao Wujie. "This contains things that can help you. I will assist you with the matters of Haijing Bay in 3 days. Oh, let's all be prepared." After a pause, she glanced out the window, watching the children still running outside despite the darkness, and a beautiful smile appeared on her face. "May we both succeed and better protect what we want to safeguard." At this, Xiao Wujie felt a momentary daze. Protect. He had once walked a long, solitary road, believing there was nothing in this world that could make him care. Now he suddenly felt as if he had something he wanted to protect. "Can we drink?" Gu Junkai suddenly asked. "Due to health reasons, I can't drink too much," Xiao Wujie replied softly. Gu Junkai picked up the champagne in the center of the round table, pouring it evenly into a pair of high-stemmed glasses for both herself and Xiao Wujie. With graceful gestures, the liquid filled the glasses evenly. To a successful collaboration. The two lightly clinked glasses and drank them in one go. Gu Junkai was thinking about how to advance the cooperation. Xiao Wujie thought about enjoying a little drink as it was dark outside, a perfect time to do something good. As Xiao Wujie left Gu Junzi's private residence, the sky had turned completely dark. The lights of the high-rise buildings flickered like countless stars, echoing the distant constellations on the skyline. On the streets, neon lights cast vibrant shadows, guiding pedestrians in their direction. The flow of traffic was incessant, with tail lights forming flowing red ribbons that weaved through the wide roads. The seasoned driver with over a decade of experience stared straight ahead, maintaining a steady speed, wary of jostling the elderly gentleman in the back seat. In the back seat, Xiao Wujie gently rubbed his slightly flushed face. This time, he wasn't intoxicated after just half a glass of wine. The alcohol merely warmed his cheeks, but it wasn't enough to fully mature the flush, requiring his manual encouragement. At that moment, his phone beside him rang, displaying the caller as Sister. A gentle smile flickered in his eyes as Xiao Wujie deliberately waited a few seconds before pressing the answer button. "Sweetheart, haven't you come back yet?" The deliberately softened, cold, and aloof tone of the mature woman carried a hint of concern, causing Xiao Wujie's heart to flutter slightly. "Wu, sister." His voice was slightly hoarse, laced with a soft weariness. It resembled a murmured babble between half-consciousness, evoking a gentle scratch within the listener's heart. "What's wrong, sweetheart?" The voice on the phone became more magnetic and tender, filled with deep affection. There was a moment of silence. The person on the other end waited quietly. "I miss you, sister." His voice remained low and soft, but devoid of any trace of intoxication. The sound of the wind outside the car rushed by while the phone line fell into a long silence. Xiao Wujie also fell silent, his gaze hazy and gentle as he watched the countless lights and the vast galaxy flowing past the car window. "Among the myriad lights which one could offer me warmth, among the vast stars which ray could grant me hope." He gazed at the quiet night, the lights of the human world, seemingly in search of this answer. The rhythmic sound of high heels tap-tap resonated in his ears, each sound striking at his heart. In a daze, he lost track of how long it had been as the wind carried a soft whisper into his ear. "I'm waiting for you, sweetheart." Of course, it also penetrated deep into his heart. The sports car continued to speed steadily down the highway, both of them in silence, neither hanging up the call. With the phone pressed to his ear, he listened to the sounds of the wind around them and their soft breaths. This time the car did not head towards the hotel, but entered a villa area. The triangular pointed roof, the light shining from the windows, resembled something he had once longed for: home. The bright headlights illuminated the road ahead, and from a distance he saw the silhouette standing in front of the villa, holding a phone. He hung up the phone, and the car came to a steady stop in front of the villa. Without waiting for the driver to get out and open the door, the silhouette had already opened the back door. Due to the backlighting, Xiao Wujie couldn't clearly see her expression. He could only vaguely see her delicate nose twitch slightly, and then a warm, soft palm covered his face, fingers gently rubbing against his slightly heated cheek. "Have you been drinking?" The voice was low and rich, devoid of joy or sorrow. A few fragrant strands of hair fell onto his face, causing a slight itch. He gave a barely noticeable in response, saying little more. "Not feeling well." "No." This time he answered quickly, decisively. He was not a person with a strong desire to win, but today that woman named Gu Junzi had successfully ignited his competitive spirit. He did not need to speak much as his heart was bright. Why say more? Only because that woman made him feel unsettled. She thought she could manipulate hearts, deliberately presenting what she claimed to protect right before him. He saw the softness hidden beneath her armor, but it also stirred a thread of uncontrollable jealousy deep within him. He argued passionately, pressing her step by step, leaving her breathless. Yet he still felt defeated utterly and completely. He came for profit, while she came to protect. Unconsciously, he wanted to feign drunkenness, obsessively wanting to prove that he too could protect. Moreover, he had someone willing to protect him. But at this moment, he suddenly no longer wanted to pretend. No need for proof, whether pretending or not, there was always someone who had been protecting him. Home. The words were short, yet they made his heart tremble. With the backlighting, he could not see her face clearly, but he distinctly saw his own human world. He remained motionless, his feather-like long eyelashes trembling, gazing gently at the charming face he could not clearly see. "I don't want to leave. I want a hug." In the next instant, the alluring scent of roses enveloped him. His feet left the ground as he fell into an embrace that made him nearly obsessed. The tap-tap of high heels echoed with a barely perceptible urgency in the sparsely furnished villa. The only room lit up was fully equipped with a carpet, a large bed, and heating. In Chu Liyue's embrace, Xiao Wujie was enraptured, his arms wrapped around her neck, his head buried in her shoulder, gently kissing and nibbling with both tenderness and urgency. A thin layer of fragrant sweat formed on Chu Liyue's forehead as she trembled, quickly walking towards the room. Upon entering, Xiao Wujie turned off the bright room light. In the room, only a flickering bedside lamp remained. As Chu Liyue had just placed him on the bed and was about to rise, his legs immediately entwined around her waist like a water snake. With a slight force, he pulled her onto himself, his thin lips accurately sealing her red lips, his tongue eagerly prying at her teeth. Neither of them had much resistance towards each other. Xiao Wujie's actions were like lighting a fire, instantly burning away her last remnants of rationality. She opened her red lips, as if bewitched. The taste of sweetness and iron spread between their lips, and under the dim yellow light, they sank deeply into each other. Xiao Wujie boldly guided her hand over his well-defined abdomen, until she, in a moment of lost reason, pinched his waist hard, causing him to groan, which made her instantly regain some clarity. Gritting her teeth, she adjusted Xiao Wujie's body, trembling as she spoke, "Sweetheart, be good." At this moment, Xiao Wujie's eyes were completely red, staring blankly at her. "Sister, you give me." Accompanied by the violent rise and fall of his chest, his voice was hoarse and unrecognizable. "Sweetheart, good boy, be good. Not right now." Chu Liyue's words brought Xiao Wujie back to some semblance of reason, but the discomfort in his body was unbearable, causing him to lean against Chu Liyue's shoulder, breathing heavily. "Sweetheart, are you uncomfortable?" Seeing him tremble and unable to control himself, Chu Liyue quickly embraced him, her red lips pressing close to his ear. "Be good and listen. Sister will help you." Her voice was enticing, causing the uncomfortable Xiao Wujie to tremble in spirit. In the dimly lit room, two enchanting figures embraced. Crumpled tissues were tossed into the trash can. Chu Liyue picked up the disheveled Xiao Wujie and pressed him into the bathtub filled with foam. She sat on the edge of the tub, flicking water with her fingers, carefully washing Xiao Wujie's body. Her soft, delicate hand, damp with water, glided over Xiao Wujie's pale skin, stirring a sensation in him akin to a kitten's playful scratch. He glanced deeply at that slender, delicate hand. It was this very hand that nearly sent his soul out of his body. The bathroom was filled with steam, and under the soft light, Chu Liyue's stunning face, so beautiful that it made him forget to breathe, appeared hazily in the mist like a dream. Feeling the tingling sensation beneath his skin and gazing at that breathtaking beauty, his breath gradually became uneven and uncontrollable. Suddenly, he sat up in the bathtub, disregarding the droplets of water on his arms that clung to Chu Liyue's slender waist. His upper body emerged from the foam, pressing tightly against Chu Liyue's soft frame. With one hand holding hers against his well-defined abs, his face unconsciously leaned towards her snow-white gently biting the thin strap of her nightgown on her shoulder, he let it slide down, his lips slightly parted, kissing and sucking, leaving behind kiss marks like strawberries on her fragrant shoulder and neck. "Sister, I still want." His lips brushed against the sensitive skin behind Chu Liyue's ear, his voice hoarse and seductive. Taking advantage of his distracted state, Chu Liyue raised her hand and pinched his waist coldly, saying no. Xiao Wujie, caught off guard by her pinch to his sensitive spot, fell back into the bathtub with a splash, sending water flying onto Chu Liyue. Xiao Wujie gasped for breath, resting his wet head on her remarkably smooth legs, his voice filled with desire and grievance. "Sister, I feel uncomfortable, I really want." Chu Liyue affectionately stroked his head, yet her mouth, "Be good. Once you're better you can have whatever you want." With that she ignored Xiao Wujie's pitiful gaze, continuing to splash water and wash his body. With his head resting on her long legs, Xiao Wujie panted for a while, but the intense longing within him did not diminish in the slightest. As he exhaled hot breath that sprayed onto her jade-like legs, his lips grazed along the inner thigh of Chu Liyue. He immediately felt the beautiful leg he was resting on stiffen, and he couldn't help but smile while looking at her with watery, innocent eyes. But Chu Liyue bit her silver teeth tightly, appearing completely unmoved. At that moment, Xiao Wujie suddenly stopped all movements, as if deflated, his head weakly resting on her leg, half closing his eyes, and softly saying, "I didn't eat dinner, I'm hungry." "What do you want to eat?" Chu Liyue sighed in relief, her voice carrying an almost imperceptible tremor. Xiao Wujie suddenly opened his eyes and reached out, pulling Chu Liyue towards himself. With a splash, water flew everywhere, and the frosted glass reflected their alluring silhouettes, beautifully dreamlike. The minute hand of the clock completed a full circle. Chu Liyue, wearing a new nightgown, carried the bathrobe Xiao Wujie out of the bathroom. Xiao Wujie had an unusual flush on his face, leaning weakly against Chu Liyue, his chest rising and falling rapidly. His eyes, tinged with red veins, were filled with extreme fatigue and hints of satisfaction. It was unclear whether it was water droplets or sweat sliding down his slightly raised neck, tracing over his prominent Adam's apple and flowing onto his bare, pale chest. Chu Liyue pressed him against her chest, grabbed a hairdryer to dry his hair, and used a tissue to wipe away the moisture on his neck and chest. However, when she touched the glaring red marks on his pale neck, she unconsciously softened her grip. Xiao Wujie weakly grabbed her hand and kissed it, panting, smiling like a fox that had successfully stolen a chicken. "Sister, is your good treasure charming?" Seeing her carefully wiping her neck, he wickedly tilted his head back and puffed out his chest. With his movements, the opening of his shirt widened, revealing more densely clustered strawberry-like marks down his chest. Chu Liyue expressionlessly adjusted his collar, carried him to the soft bed, and carefully placed a cushion behind his waist to support him against the headboard. She then quickly left the room, and it was only when Xiao Wujie's eyelids fluttered and he felt drowsy that she re-entered with a tray in hand. The tray held a bowl of steaming soup with goji berries, red dates, angelica, and ginseng slices floating atop. Without waiting for him, she lifted a spoon and brought it to Xiao Wujie's lips. Xiao Wujie's expression cracked slightly. "Sister, I don't drink." Chu Liyue coldly interrupted him before he could finish. Thus, under her stern supervision, Xiao Wujie drank the entire bowl. After finishing the soup and watching him take his medicine, Chu Liyue gracefully pulled back the quilt and sat down, gently wrapping her arms around Xiao Wujie's waist to pull him into her embrace. Her fingers lightly rubbed the red marks on Xiao Wujie's neck, her eyes filled with ambiguous emotions. Due to his prolonged illness, Xiao Wujie's skin was as pale as marble, with even the pulsating veins visibly seen beneath. Those marks on his neck were particularly glaring. Noticing her actions, Xiao Wujie mustered his spirits, resting his face against her chest, and chuckled softly. "It's nothing, sister. They just look frightening." After a long silence, Chu Liyue finally spoke solemnly. "Be good, you can't do this." She was unclear about what had provoked Xiao Wujie today, as she had sensed a change in his emotions over the phone. Seeing him drink, she had intended to scold him. But looking at the unreserved attachment in his eyes, she couldn't bring herself to do it. She also sensitively perceived some of the reasons behind Xiao Wujie's emotional turmoil today. She thought perhaps it was her lack of reassurance that made him both crave the present beauty and fear losing it deep down, leading him to desperately seek everything. But he was just a youth burdened by illness, unable to act freely. Just moments ago, she almost had him, and the thought alone sent chills down her spine. She would use her actions to soothe his sensitivities and anxieties. What she wanted was his long-lasting, complete presence, not to pay an irrevocable price for a moment of pleasure. In the bedroom, a silence enveloped them, yet many things remained unspoken. Xiao Wujie nestled in her warm embrace, listening to the rhythmic beating of her heart, gazing down with a soft sigh. This time he truly was captivated by the allure of appearances. In the myriad of worldly appearances, the most enchanting to the eye, some things can only be truly felt with the heart, revealing that they have always been there. For instance, she would always watch over him, guarding the long years ahead, safeguarding the beauty he cherished. The warmth of the world, the splendid tomorrow she would give him. See Chapter 20. Morning light slipped through the narrow gap in the curtains, illuminating a corner of the room, and the graceful silhouette standing by the window bathed in golden radiance. She held her phone to her ear, her voice deliberately lowered, yet unmistakably sharp and commanding. On the bed, Xiao Wujie slept fitfully, half-conscious, catching only fragmented words. "Deploy every available resource. By this time tomorrow, I want that trending topic erased from all platforms. Have the PR department's writers draft counter-narratives immediately. I demand a full public sentiment reversal, today. And those who lack discretion, Silence them before they speak. Xiao Wujie groped blindly beside him, cold sheets, empty space. Instinctively he murmured, Jie. At the sound Chu Liyue whirled around. Seeing his drowsy, half-awake expression, she hastily murmured something into the phone and dropped it rushing to his bedside. She gently restrained his restless hands, then pressed soft, tender kisses along his earlobe, whispering soothingly, I'm here. It's still early, go back to sleep. Soon lulled by her gentle voice he stilled, clutching her hand to his chest before sinking once more into deep slumber. Chu Liyue remained by his side, gazing quietly at his serene, handsome face, her mind already calculating next steps. She hadn't intended to rise so early. Even though her body had woken naturally, she'd planned to linger in bed with Xiao Wujie a while longer. Xiao Wujie was particular about his sleeping environment, suffered chronically poor sleep, and found deepest comfort pressed against her chest, his arms coiled tightly around her waist, nestled securely in her embrace. Thus he clung to her fiercely each night. Any movement away from him would inevitably wake him within minutes. She ached for him, and cherished indulging him all the more. Normally she'd wait until he slept soundly before rising together. But this morning, glancing at the trending headlines on her phone, she could no longer sit still. Under her firm intervention, the controversy had already plateaued. What remained required no further personal oversight. Her team would swiftly suppress it entirely. What unsettled her was the deliberate manipulation steering public discourse. Increasingly hostile commentary, fixating on their relationship, exploiting the label of sibling to cast suspicion. Accusations ranged from moral decay to ethical transgression, though in truth not a single drop of shared blood bound them. Jie was merely a term of endearment, nothing more. How had their bond devolved into rhetorical outrage? Is this the collapse of morality or the distortion of humanity? Worse still, many seized upon Xiao Wujie's offhand remark to reporters, because I'm saw, and spun it into vicious caricature. Male seducer, male fox spirit, kept man, bed climber, duckling, plaything beneath the sheets. A torrent of vulgar epithets flooded online spaces. Her Ajia. She couldn't bear to scold him even once. Cherished him so fiercely, she longed to cradle him, constantly treasuring him like a rare, irreplaceable jewel. Who were these people to spew such filth so brazenly? She could dismiss all criticism leveled at herself, but never at him. And what truly crossed her red line was the grotesque speculation about his body. A walking corpse. His days are numbered. Just feigning illness to elicit pity. Physically frail and capable of self-care. The first two were distortions, half-truths at best, but the last accusation would provoke instant protest from Xiao Wujie should he ever see it. Incapable of self-care. For years, until yesterday, he had managed every facet of his life physically and mentally entirely on his own. His dependence existed solely before Chu Liyue, a deliberate surrender to her boundless affection, a quiet joy in being utterly spoiled. Yet Chu Liyue tolerated not a single word of such slander. Xiao Wujie's health was sacrosanct to her, especially terms like doomed to die young or fated for early death, which dared tread perilously close to her most unforgivable boundary. She immediately contacted her inner circle, issuing an unequivocal order to suppress the trending topic at any cost, within 72 hours. Simultaneously, she directed the PR department to draft a comprehensive statement clarifying her relationship with Xiao Wujie, their shared history, emotional journey, and correcting malicious misrepresentations to realign public perception. She would also issue a personal declaration. She did not seek blessings, only the right to walk openly as lovers unburdened by baseless defamation. As if they had committed some unspeakable crime deserving universal condemnation. This farce had gone on long enough. Chu Liyue stayed beside Xiao Wujie in quiet companionship, waiting patiently for him to awaken, naturally rested and serene. Half an hour later, Xiao Wujie's eyelids fluttered open. Sensing her familiar presence, he instinctively wriggled closer, nestling into Chu Liyue's embrace. Finding his perfect spot against her, he settled motionlessly, eyes half-flitted, voice hoarse as he murmured softly, Jie, I'm thirsty. Chu Liyue's lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. After sucking on me for half the night without water, of course you're thirsty. She reached for the honey water already prepared on the nightstand and brought the glass to his lips, yet he made no move to drink. Suddenly his eyes snapped open, pure, guileless, and disarmingly innocent. Jie, feed me. Chu Liyue paused, then tilted her head back, took a generous sip, and leaned down, swiftly pressing her lips to his to deliver the sweet, warm nectar directly into his mouth. She sensed this would soon become another quiet ritual in their daily rhythm. Only after finishing the entire glass, slowly, intimately, did Xiao Wujie settle, dressing calmly and rising from bed. In the bathroom, they stood side by side before the mirror, brushing their teeth, foam gathering at the corners of their mouths, their reflections drawn close in effortless intimacy. An ineffable warmth bloomed between them, like that honey water lingering on the tongue, smooth, delicate, profoundly simple, akin to the tender caress of spring's first dawnlight across the heart. Once freshened up, Chu Liyue applied a subtle, elegant makeup and slipped into a refined, tailored suit. Xiao Wujie assumed she was preparing to leave, until she asked him to wait quietly, then seated herself on the sofa and lifted her phone. Poised and statuesque, her voice cool and resonant. I am Chu Liyue, Xiao Wujie, and I share no blood relation. Our sibling title is purely affectionate. Regarding our romantic relationship, I initiated it. Before she could continue, Xiao Wujie gently pressed his palm over the phone's lens, halting the recording. Jie, this is something we do together. Without waiting for her reply, he gazed at her with soft, tender eyes, and the moment she raised her phone, he understood her intent. Recalling the fragmented phrases he'd overheard that morning, a complex wave of emotion washed over him. Tenderness, sweetness, aching protectiveness. Fool, you don't face the world alone. This belongs to both of us. Sunlight streamed gently through the half-drawn curtains, its fragmented golden rays dancing in the air like gossamer feathers. Within that soft, luminous halo, Xiao Wujie and Chu Liyue sat side by side with quiet elegance. The light played upon their hair, gilding their silhouettes with a delicate, ethereal rim, warm, tender, and profoundly romantic. Before them stood a smartphone mounted on a tripod. Exchanging a fleeting glance, they tapped the record button. I am Chu Liyue, and I am Xiao Wujie. In Chu Liyue, regarding our relationship, we are currently lovers. In the past, we were siblings. Yet we share no blood relation whatsoever. Our bond violates no ethical or moral principle. And to all online voices accusing us of moral transgression, withdraw those statements immediately. Should any such remarks persist, I shall, under the laws of the People's Republic of China, initiate legal proceedings against every individual who disseminates them, charging them with defamation and slander, and holding them fully accountable under the law. Xiao Wujie, as for me, I am indeed the male fox spirit spoken of by many. As a child, I was rescued from the jaws of a rabid dog by my elder sister. She raised me, cherished me, and cared for me unceasingly. Over time, my feelings for her shifted, deepened, darkened, became possessive. I longed selfishly to keep her near, to hold her heart, her presence, her tenderness, forever. So I cast aside propriety, shame, and restraint, and deliberately seduced her. The very day before our relationship was exposed, I confessed my love, because I adore her utterly and without reserve. He then took Chu Liyue's hand and brushed his lips softly across her knuckles. His gaze warm and tender, his expression reverent, almost sacred. With a tap, the recording ended. Sent successfully. Xiao Wujie turned to Chu Liyue and smiled. A gentle, guileless smile, radiant with sincerity. She held his gaze in silence, wordless and still. After a long, hushed moment, she drew him closer, her fingers lifting his chin with practiced grace. Her crimson lips parted slightly as her voice dropped low, husky, and intimate in, "Good boy, your sister's throat feels dry." Xiao Wujie understood instantly. His pale, cool lips met hers without hesitation. Chu Liyue did not leave the room all day. She had already expedited and resolved every matter requiring her personal attention the previous day. What remained would be handled seamlessly by Aero Man, the peerless workhorse of her inner circle. She settled beside Xiao Wujie at the desk, arms draped around his waist, and together they opened the USB drive entrusted to him by Gu Junsi. The contents did not disappoint. Their prior investigations had centered almost exclusively on Chu Feihong. Though they knew of his entanglements with the Gu family, their reach had been limited, and their evidence scarce. Now armed with intelligence anchored firmly in the Gu family's inner workings, they uncovered numerous leads previously overlooked, threads buried beneath layers of assumption. But what truly arrested Xiao Wujie's attention was the final file, a letter-like message from Gu Junsi addressed. She wrote that she had once obtained damning evidence against another branch of the Gu family, evidence so severe it would inevitably implicate Chu Feihong as well. She had attempted to wield it, covertly channeling it through intermediaries to dismantle her rivals. Yet just as victory seemed imminent, an unseen master intervened, erasing every trace of proof, leaving the matter unresolved. Given her deep familiarity with the Gu family, she was certain no such figure operated within their ranks. Therefore, the hidden hand behind the intervention most likely belonged to Chu Feihong himself. Xiao Wujie's eyes grew distant, thoughtful. A bold hypothesis stirred within him, but one he fervently hoped was mistaken. For if his suspicion proved true, toppling Chu Feihong would become exponentially more perilous. Chu Liyue's expression mirrored his gravity. Her own intuition had arrived at the very same conclusion. Even more than he did, she wished her intuition wrong. Because, just as the room settled into heavy, contemplative silence, Chu Liyue's phone rang sharply. She answered and activated speakerphone. Instantly, an exuberant voice burst forth, so loud that Chu Liyue instinctively cupped a hand over Xiao Wujie's ear. CEO Chu. The public narrative has reversed. NAFTA listening briefly to further breathless commentary, Chu Liyue ended the call. She opened the capital's trending topics list on her laptop. At the very top, bold and unmistakable, blazed the headline in Xiao Wujie, the nation's first moonlight muse. The background featured a striking photograph, Xiao Wujie, silver-rimmed spectacles perched on his nose, standing alone in a snow-laced gale, clad in immaculate white formal wear. The article had been penned by her publicity department's finest writers, the image supplied by one of her trusted assistants. It chronicled their meeting and deepening bond in meticulous, heartfelt detail, highlighting Xiao Wujie's heroic deeds in Bingqing, and revealing with sober honesty how his constitution had collapsed after poisoning himself to save Chu Liyue. Within moments of publication, hundreds of influencers amplified the piece, propelling it instantly to the summit. Since nearly every claim was verifiable, the article included their jointly recorded video as irrefutable corroboration. A seismic reversal, where the fox spirit was transformed overnight into the nation's purest moonlight muse, igniting a wildfire across the capital and beyond. Like the comment sections of his earlier chapters, legions of devoted fans emerged bearing witness in fervent, unfiltered voices. Forgive my youthful ignorance. I once called him a shameless fox spirit. Now I confess his charm pierces straight to my soul. And let's ship this fiercely. If I had a boyfriend as flawless as Jade, I'd gladly eat dirt for him. Up there, you've got a peculiar palate. And calling anyone Jade will only bring you ruin. In watching these cascading shifts in public sentiment, Xiao Wujie smiled faintly, not dismissive but detached, serene. Mountains, rivers, bronze cauldrons, all but dreams. Let neither honor nor disgrace stir the Chu Liyue, however, looked genuinely pleased. Apparently her PR and publicity teams had at last delivered something worthy. Just then her phone chimed again. The caller ID read, "Future mother-in-law, newly crowned first moonlight muse of China." Chu Liyue hesitated, then answered. For the past 2 days, overwhelmed and unsettled, she'd taken calls only from Aeroman and her PR and publicity departments. Bai Jingshuan, ever perceptive, had sensed her daughter's turmoil and wisely refrained from contacting her. Today surely she'd seen their official self-confirmed announcement and called to celebrate. Chu Liyue guessed correctly that Chu Yuntian and Chu Mingxing were also on the line. Indeed, for 2 full minutes after the call connected, neither man managed a single word. "Liyue, you're truly together with Wujie, my precious boy, and wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Beyond wonderful. And he's so extraordinary, and yet you delayed so long. Your mother could barely bear the suspense. If you two don't unite soon, I might just remarry him myself." In Chu Mingxing and Xiao Wujie. "Liyue, say something please." In Chu Yuntian. "Once young Wujie reaches the legal age, hurry and register your marriage. Don't let him slip away. Then urge him to try. Your grandfather yearns for a great-grandson, and you speak up." Chu Liyue. It took a long, awkward pause before either she or Xiao Wujie could interject, offering polite, clipped pleasantries before she gracefully ended the call. Chu Yuntian asked, "Liyue, why have you and young Wujie gone to Dongqing district? When will you return?" In exchanging a quiet look, Chu Liyue replied, "In tomorrow." In truth, they planned to depart early for Haijing Bay. The next day at dawn, Xiao Wujie and Chu Liyue set off on their journey to Haijing Bay. Tomorrow night marks the arrival of the batch of black goods at the port. Although they had made numerous arrangements, they decided to arrive a day early to oversee everything personally. Both of them sensed that the events at Haijing Bay would not be so simple. Furthermore, Haijing Bay is a famous tourist destination in the imperial capital, known for its coastal attractions, making it perfect for leisure. Chu Liyue thought about how she hadn't had the chance to take Xiao Wujie out to enjoy himself since he arrived in the imperial capital. She hoped to handle everything related to their tasks and then spend an entire afternoon having fun at Haijing Bay. In the back seat of the car, the two sat side by side, while the driver had tactfully lowered the partition. Xiao Wujie was busy on his phone making travel plans. After a while, Chu Liyue took hold of the phone in his hand, wrapped her arms around his waist, and softly said, "Stop looking at that. It's not good for your eyes if you stare too long. You woke up early today, and it will take some time to get to Haijing Bay. Sleep in my arms for a while." Hearing this, Xiao Wujie wrapped his arms around her waist, rubbed his face against her chest, and while drifting off to sleep, he said, "Sister, there's a concert by my brother at Haijing Bay today. I want to go. Can we go see the sea in the evening? I've never seen the ocean before." Chu Liyue nodded lightly at his words. Noticing his big, eager eyes, she playfully flicked his forehead with her fingers. "Be good, stop talking, and sleep well. Once we arrive, you can play however you want." Hearing this, Xiao Wujie gently closed his eyes, mumbling, "You're lulling me to sleep." Chu Liyue chuckled helplessly, her red lips brushing against his ear, softly her voice enchanting. "Sleep well." In the afternoon, 2 attractive figures donned in hats and masks, dressed in matching casual outfits, walked hand in hand through the bustling square. The two were, of course, Xiao Wujie and Chu Liyue. There was no choice. They had recently gained significant attention in the imperial capital and even across all of Huaxia. Despite having forged a fake itinerary, they still dared not reveal any flaws in public. In the crowd, Chu Liyue held Xiao Wujie's waist, carefully protecting him from being bumped into. If one were to ask why there were so many people in the square, it was naturally because the concert venue for the superstar Chu Nanfeng was located here. As they got closer to the venue, the air around them was filled with a palpable sense of anticipation and excitement. The venue was surrounded by various advertising boards, each displaying the handsome face of Chu Nanfeng. With a determined gaze looking forward, a confident and charming smile graced his lips as he tightly held a gleaming guitar ready to strum the strings at any moment and awaken the musical souls of everyone present. Xiao Wujie couldn't help but exclaim, "My brother is so handsome." Upon hearing this, Chu Liyue leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "No, my dear, you are the handsome one." As Xiao Wujie was about to respond, he suddenly felt someone standing behind them. He and Chu Liyue turned simultaneously to see a figure behind them wrapped even more tightly than they were resembling a mummy. Sister, brother-in-law, is that you? A cautious voice came from beneath a large mask. Before they could respond, he tugged at their arms and said softly, no need to go through the front entrance, follow me. The walking mummy led them through a side door that others were unaware of, bringing them into the venue and guiding them to a lounge. Only then did he remove his hat, sunglasses, and mask, revealing the handsome face of Chu Nanfeng, whom they hadn't seen in a long time. Chu Nanfeng, you've lost your mind. After taking off the mask, Chu Liyue coldly remarked. She never called Chu Nanfeng brother, always addressing him by his name. Her older brother had always been respectful in her presence. She stared at Chu Nanfeng with a distant gaze, her tone stern, exuding dominance. She simply could not imagine the kind of uproar that would ensue if the three of them were to be exposed in the square. Haha, this. It's just that I was afraid it would be troublesome for you to go through the front entrance. Chu Nanfeng scratched his chin with a smile, his voice somewhat awkward. Besides, we're all bundled up so tightly that no one will recognize us. Chu Liyue shot him a sidelong glance and chose not to respond directly, pulling Xiao Wujie to sit on the sofa. Xiao Wujie looked at Chu Nanfeng with interest and joked, brother, your powers of observation are quite keen. You could recognize us even when we've dressed like this. Hey, we are family. Even if you turned to ash, I would still recognize you. Chu Nanfeng replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Chu Liyue shot him a cold glare. Chu Nanfeng instantly wilted, lightly patting his own face with his hands. Phew, phew, phew. Look at my— You deserve it. You deserve it. Watching Chu Liyue's expression soften, he finally stopped his actions. Then he surveyed the two of them, chuckling softly, hee hee, you really make a good match. Under the lights, his gaze was gentle with a hint of shimmering tears in his eyes. After a while, he blinked twice, suppressing the moisture, his voice tinged with a barely noticeable huskiness. That's wonderful. You both must cherish each other. He felt guilty for the burdens his sister had to bear because of him. Seeing his sister no longer alone, and with someone who had warmed her life, brought him genuine happiness and relief. Chu Liyue's gaze softened a bit as she looked at him. She understood Chu Nanfeng's thoughts and had never blamed him for anything. One cannot choose their origins, but at the very least they should have the right to choose their own path in life. Chu Nanfeng merely chose the path he wished to take. His choice may have indirectly influenced her life, but she had never held it against him. Moreover, it was precisely because of his choice that she ended up in Ice City, meeting the greatest fortune of her life, the best gift from the heavens. After a moment of silence, Chu Nanfeng suddenly asked, what are you two doing sneaking around here? Xiao Wujie replied, maintaining his composure, we came to listen to my brother's concert, and also to travel a bit. Hey, when can't you listen to a concert? If you want, I can sing just for you when I have time. This isn't a good place, it's quite chaotic. After the concert, hurry back. Xiao Wujie merely chuckled, brother, a concert needs a crowd to create the atmosphere. Don't worry, my sister and I are just here to have some fun, and nothing will happen. Chu Liyue glanced at Chu Nanfeng, her eyes flickering, as if deep in thought. Just as Chu Nanfeng was about to speak again, Xiao Wujie timely interrupted, brother, it's almost time, you should change your clothes and get ready. My sister and I will enter first, or we'll wait for you inside. Without waiting for Chu Nanfeng's reaction, he took Chu Liyue's hand and walked into the venue. Chu Nanfeng was left standing in place, watching their departing figures, his eyes flickering. Why did they have to come here and wade through this muddy water? When Xiao Wujie and Chu Liyue entered the venue, the seemingly endless arena was already packed with spectators. Although Chu Nanfeng had arranged a private, secluded box for them, Xiao Wujie politely declined. As the crowd dispersed, silence and space for reflection remained. Within the throng, one could feel the unique vitality born of clamor and laughter interwoven. Whether serenity or bustle, both are indispensable landscapes along life's journey. Having endured profound solitude and long sat upon lofty, frigid platforms, both he and Chu Liyue wished to experience together those firsts they had never known. On such small matters, Chu Liyue would never allow him even the slightest trace of disappointment. His wishes were hers to fulfill. Yet she couldn't help but worry whether Xiao Wujie's body could withstand the venue's overwhelming noise and commotion. In an unobtrusive front row seat, she nestled against his waist, her cheek pressed gently to his ear, whispering patient instructions, darling. When Chu Nanfeng appears, shield your eyes from the flashlights. When fans applaud, remember to cover your ears. If you feel unwell, tell me immediately. Xiao Wujie listened attentively, at first nodding vigorously. Later, however, he could no longer hold back, and let out a soft, affectionate laugh. Sister, why have you become just like Aunt Jing? Chu Liyue froze at his words. Even the corner of her eye beneath her hat twitched faintly. Her, like by Jingxian. The image was too exquisite, utterly unimaginable. She stared at Xiao Wujie expressionlessly for a moment, then quietly slid both hands to his waist's most sensitive spots, and suddenly pinched hard. Xiao Wujie instantly recoiled, his entire body contracting before collapsing limply against her like a deflated balloon. Chu Liyue swiftly drew him close, letting him rest against her. Feeling him melt into her breath, ragged and warm, his damp, heated exhales brushing her neck and sending subtle shivers across her skin. A glint of amusement flickered in Chu Liyue's eyes. She gently stroked his chest with tender fingers, helping him regain his breath. Naughty boy, see if you dare again. Spectators in the rear rows instinctively broke into knowing, indulgent smiles. While the two playfully teased each other, the venue's atmosphere gradually intensified with time. Then, suddenly, the lights dimmed. Silence swallowed the arena whole, thick with tension and exhilaration. Every spectator held their breath, every gaze locked onto the center of the stage. Then a deep, powerful melody surged forth. Immediately afterward, a dazzling beam of light erupted from behind the stage, flooding the entire arena. Amid thunderous applause and cheers, a tall, elegant figure stepped slowly onto the stage. Xiao Wujie, cradled in Chu Liyue's arms with his ears gently covered, watched the indistinct figure approaching the stage's heart, his eyes alight with quiet mirth. Brilliant spotlights bathed him in radiance, revealing his striking features. Chu Nanfeng. His entrance ignited a blazing torch, instantly propelling the atmosphere to fever pitch. In the audience, countless fans waved their hands, wildly chanting his name in unison: Nanfeng, Nanfeng, Nanfeng. The deafening roar rose like tidal waves, wave after wave, so fierce it seemed the arena's roof. Clad in an exquisitely tailored performance outfit, Chu Nanfeng walked confidently toward center stage, arms outstretched in gracious greeting to his fervent fans. Beneath the spotlight, his shadow stretched long and commanding, each step resonant with self-assurance and strength, spurring the crowd to chant his name all the more passionately. Even Xiao Wujie, normally so composed and unruffled, graciously joined the chorus: Nanfeng, Nanfeng, a sight that left Chu Liyue stifling a delighted laugh. Yet this pleased her deeply. She often felt her darling possessed a maturity far beyond his years, an unnerving calmness toward everything. If possible, she wished him to shed some of that composure, to embrace more of today's innocent childlike joy. Perhaps stirred by Xiao Wujie's buoyant mood, she lifted her gaze toward Chu Nanfeng, radiant under the stage lights, and a subtle knowing curve touched her lips. Then astonishingly, she joined Xiao Wujie in softly calling Chu Nanfeng's name. Fortunately, their seats lay at a respectful distance, drowned amid the surging unified roar of thousands. Were Chu Nanfeng ever to learn that his ice-cold sister could watch him with such gentle eyes and murmur his name so tenderly, he might well kneel before tens of thousands of spectators. The instant he raised the microphone, every spectator's breath quickened, anticipation swelling as though about to burst from their chests. Sensing the imminent frenzy, Chu Nanfeng suddenly raised a finger to his lips in a hush. A sly smile played on his lips, and the music's prelude shifted abruptly into a breezy R&B groove. Fans exchanged puzzled glances. The announced opening number had not been R&B, but surely this was just their playful elder brother's surprise, and they obediently swayed lightly to the rhythm. Xiao Wujie, emboldened by Chu Liyue's boundless indulgence, tugged her into a gentle sway. Yet her lithe grace, unintentionally revealed in motion, nearly made his soul take flight. Chu Nanfeng sang a love ballad, his voice as smooth as velvet, each note delicately plucking at the listener. The sweet R&B-infused love song, rendered with exquisite nuance, melted effortlessly into the crevices of every heart. Xiao Wujie and Chu Liyue's hands had long since intertwined. He mischievously traced light, tickling strokes across her warm silken palm, transmitting that delicious, tingling sweetness blooming within him. Chu Liyue simply held him close, allowing him to play with her hand, savoring this rare, honeyed moment. After two more tender love songs, Xiao Wujie and Chu Liyue realized Chu Nanfeng was blessing them, in his own unmistakable way. Lost in music's ocean, time slipped swiftly by, until the concert soared into its climactic phase. Next came the expected setlist, Chu Nanfeng's most iconic hits. Yet unexpectedly, the host announced a classic love song, not originally performed by him. Pink heart-shaped balloons filled the LED screens surrounding the stage. Just as the crescendo loomed, the music cut abruptly, and he lowered the microphone. He drew a quiet breath, his gaze sweeping the audience, lingering a heartbeat longer upon two figures entwined in the crowd. He had improvised nearly every planned element tonight, a decision certain to bring complications, but he felt, gazing at the sea of faces, he lifted the microphone once more. Eyes soft, voice gentle. You may wonder why I've altered so many arrangements tonight, and sung so many love songs. My surname is Chu. My name is Chu Nanfeng. He paused and smiled faintly. Just yesterday, my younger sister Chu Liyue and her future brother-in-law officially announced their relationship. Thunderous applause erupted instantly. From early controversy to midstream vitriol, and now nationwide celebration. This extraordinary sibling romance had dominated headlines across China over the past 2 days. Hearing Chu Nanfeng speak thus, fans grasped his intent. He was blessing them in his own singular way. But were they even here? How else could they receive such a heartfelt blessing? As if reading their thoughts, Chu Nanfeng remained perfectly composed. No need to guess. You won't find them here tonight. They're watching this concert online. You all know how difficult their path has been, how much doubt they've weathered. Now at last they've stepped into the light. If you'll join me, I ask you to send them your blessings. He took a deep breath, and into the microphone declared Xiao Wujie, Chu Liyue, I wish you forever together. Music swelled anew. Chu Nanfeng poured raw emotion into the refrain, forever together. Pink heart-shaped balloons once again cascaded across the stage screens, Fans waved glowing light sticks, their radiant hues dancing in harmony with the stage's dazzling visuals, creating a vast shimmering sea of color. A deafening unified cry, Xiao Wujie and Chu Liyue forever together, rose to the heavens. Amid the human tide, Xiao Wujie and Chu Liyue held each other close. A prologue where the fleeting and the eternal entwined. As night fell, a profound tranquility spread across the surface of the sea. The starlight mirrored on the shimmering waters, resembling countless diamonds scattered across a black velvet canvas. The moon slowly rose, casting a silvery glow that echoed the distant city lights, creating a dreamlike Along the lengthy coastline, two figures walked side by side, the silvery moonlight stretching their shadows long. The sea breeze gently caressed their faces, bringing the unique salty scent of the ocean and a hint of coolness. Xiao Wujie coughed lightly, and Chu Liyue quickly draped her coat over him, wrapping her arm around his shoulder to snugly envelop him in warmth. Xiao Wujie slightly shook his head and said, "Sister, it's actually not cold." Chu Liyue remained unfazed, pecking his lips softly, her tone laced with coaxing affection. "Be good, it's always better to keep warm." Xiao Wujie said nothing more, leaning his head against her shoulder, his body inching closer to her embrace. Strolling along the coastline, the waves gently kissed the shore, producing a delicate and harmonious sound. It was the ocean's unique whisper, as if recounting ancient and distant tales. Occasionally, a few night-flying seabirds skimmed over the water, their silhouettes merging with the night, leaving only the faint sound of their wings flapping. Having experienced the raucous excitement of the concert, walking alone along the desolate night, sea felt as if the air was imbued with a mysterious yet peaceful essence, granting an unprecedented tranquility to the soul. Stepping on the soft, fine silver sand, Chu Liyue noticed that Xiao Wujie's pace had noticeably slowed and become unsteady. She halted, drawing him close to her, gently kissing his pale, cool cheek, her voice low and rich. "Tired, my dear?" Xiao Wujie rested his head entirely on her shoulder, saying nothing, merely blinking wearily and giving a faint nod. In the next moment, his feet left the ground, and he fell into her warm, fragrant embrace. Xiao Wujie's face nestled in her neck, gently closing his eyes, affectionately brushing his lips against her skin. She slightly turned her head, placing a soft kiss on the handsome youth in her arms, carefully wrapping him in the coat, and walked away along the path they had come. The sea breeze lifted her cascading hair, and the flowing white skirt danced gracefully like the waves. With gentle footsteps, she left a trail of faint footprints, soon smoothed over by the softly surging sea water. On the hotel observation deck, Xiao Wujie lay comfortably on a soft chair covered with a thick blanket. His figure was slender and delicate, seemingly unable to withstand even the slightest breeze. His skin was as pale as snow, resembling the most exquisite porcelain under the moonlight. His gaze was deep and distant, exuding a sense of the sacred. Behind him, Chu Liyue approached with a cup of hot water, elegantly sitting beside him, wrapping one arm around him, gently coaxing, "Drink some water and take your medicine." Xiao Wujie nestled closer into her embrace, his voice as delicate as a feather brushing against the heart. "You feed me." Chu Liyue's eyes were tender as water, her fingertip tracing over his Adam's apple, gently hooking his chin. She held the medicine in her mouth, took a sip of water, then suddenly leaned down her palm, gently caressing his face, her red lips covering his thin ones. In an instant, the fragrance between their lips diminished the bitterness of the medicine, making Xiao Wujie savor and reluctant to let go. His arms wrapped around Chu Liyue's slender waist, pressing their bodies together. After a long while, Chu Liyue gently pushed him away, and their lips parted. "Be good now," she soothingly coaxed the somewhat dazed Xiao Wujie. Xiao Wujie lay in her embrace, breathing lightly for a moment before gradually calming down. He then rested his head against her chest, quietly admiring the enchanting night sky, no longer making any movements. Chu Liyue carefully tucked the blanket around him, then held him close, gazing deeply into the distance. At this moment, the full moon hung high in the sky, a few lingering stars twinkled, and the moonlight poured over the vast ocean, covering the entire surface with a thin layer of silver veil. In the distance, the lights of several fishing boats flickered, swaying with the rise and fall of the waves. Life endlessly flows from generation to generation, yet the river moon remains ever similar year after year. Who is the river moon waiting for? Only to see the Yangtze River send its flowing waters away. A piece of white cloud drifts leisurely, and the Qingfeng shore bears heavy sorrow. Whose small boat is out tonight? Where does one yearn under the bright moon? These are lines from a poem that Xiao Wujie greatly admired. Though the scene is the sea, the sentiment resonates deeply within his heart. Life is short, yet the universe is eternal. Who does the unchanging bright moon wait for? The universe is vast, and the sea boundless. Where will those few fishing boats holding lanterns head next? Insignificant as dust, one feels an overwhelming sense of confusion in the face of the infinitely vast and unknown world. Perhaps the world is indeed boundless, yet it revolves around those tiny beings. Perhaps everyone is the one who waits for the radiant bright moon. The bright moon is merely a silver disk in the sky. Each person endows it with meanings of purity, nostalgia, and longing through their feelings. Thus the world revolves around people, and all things become beautiful because of humanity. Perhaps the heavens and earth have no destination, but as long as the heart finds peace, any place can be a homecoming. That small fishing boat will sail towards the harbor that brings it solace. Beneath the moon, the person is unparalleled in beauty, her embrace is his harbor, and her pampering brings him peace. Xiao Wujie's thin lips once again pressed against her sweet soft red lips, entangled in an endless dance of passion. After a long time his brows were tinged with captivating desire. Grasping her hand, his voice hoarse, "Sister, help me." Under the enchanting moonlight, two alluring figures embraced, the twinkling sounds fading away, and the bright moon stealthily slipped away, while a few lingering stars concealed themselves in the clouds. Exhausted, yet satisfied, Xiao Wujie lay in Chu Liyue's embrace, weakly saying that if there was a sunrise over the sea, she must wake him, for he had never seen it. As the eastern horizon began to blush with a faint light, a serene and mysterious atmosphere enveloped the sea. Gradually the edges of the clouds were brushed with a tender golden hue, as if nature's most delicate brush was gently tracing. The first ray of sunlight pierced through the mist, instantly illuminating the entire sea surface, with shimmering waves dancing in the golden light. The sun rose steadily, transitioning from pale yellow to dazzling golden, its rays spreading across the sea, resembling golden paths leading straight to the horizon. The warm, bright yellow beams also illuminated the two enchanting figures entwined in sleep. The waves gently lapped against the boat, carrying the freshness of the morning breeze and the salty scent of the sea, as the air was filled with a sense of newfound hope and strength. The world turned according to its inherent laws, delivering a magnificent sunrise over the sea. And yet neither of them woke. He awaited the person he longed for, finding peace amidst the vastness of the world. They had many long years ahead to witness more beautiful scenery. In the room, Xiao Wujie and Chu Liyue were both staring intently at a laptop, planning tonight's operation. Chu Liyue finished first, glanced at Xiao Wujie, who was on a call, then quietly closed the laptop and left the room. After a long while, Xiao Wujie put down the phone that he had pressed to his ear, leaning back on the sofa, his gaze deep. As he looked out the window, his expression somewhat grave. The quantity of black goods from Chu Feihong exceeded his expectations, especially the most detestable ice and powder. Such a large volume of black goods would not only draw his attention, but also that of the prominent families and high-ranking officials in the Huaxia government. The major families might watch from the sidelines, but the government officials would never sit idly by. If these ice and powder were allowed to enter the port, it would cause immeasurable harm to the capital and all of Huaxia. Various signs indicated that the government's power had quietly infiltrated Haijing Bay, and it would never allow this batch of disastrous black goods to enter the capital. Chu Feihong was a shrewd and bold figure. When faced with adversity, he would fight back with all his might, but he would not act irrationally and bring about his own demise. Faced with him, Chu Liyue, Gujun Ci, and other forces, he still chose to take such a reckless risk, swimming against the tide. Among them were those driven to desperation, but he surely had his own support. From what was known, he had brought along half of the Gu family and a mysterious ability user. Just based on that, Chu Feihong was practically courting death. He must have other support, but he couldn't grasp it at the moment. Just then Chu Liyue returned to the room with a plate of cut fruit. Seeing Xiao Wujie deep in thought, not even noticing her approach, she directly picked him up and sat him on her lap, lightly scratching his chin with her fingers. "Stop thinking, my dear, have some fruit." Xiao Wujie finally came to his senses, looking at the peeled oranges on the plate, his eyes suddenly lighting up. Xiao Wujie had a poor appetite, but oranges were his favorite fruit, one of the few things that could stir a bit of his appetite. His eyes lit up, but Chu Liyue's expression darkened slightly. When he was lost in thought earlier, he hadn't noticed her presence at all. Now being held in her embrace, all he could see were the oranges on the plate. Since she entered the room, Xiao Wujie hadn't even deigned to give her a glance. It seemed that even a few oranges were worth more than her. Xiao Wujie quickly sensed Chu Liyue's unusual demeanor. Normally, she would have brought the oranges to his lips by now. Today, something felt off. He reached out, wrapped his arms around Chu Liyue, his fingers gripping her back, and affectionately rubbed his head against her shoulder. Then he raised his watery eyes to look at her, filled with a pleading smile. "Sister is so good, Chu Liyue responded nonchalantly, turning her gaze away to look elsewhere, ignoring his pet-like plea for attention. "Huh, finally remembered me." Seeing this, Xiao Wujie blinked lightly. Something's off, very off. But he knew that a man who acted coy had the best fate, so he nuzzled against Chu Liyue's chest, curling up in her embrace. "Sister, why aren't you feeding me? It's better when you do." Chu Liyue replied with a blank expression. "Oranges are delicious. It's the same whether I'm here or not." Xiao Wujie then realized, looking at the proud Chu Liyue who wouldn't meet his gaze, a daring thought surged in his mind. "Sister, are you jealous? Jealous over a few oranges?" Rolling his eyes, Xiao Wujie sat up from Chu Liyue's embrace. Under her cold gaze, he pinched a piece of orange and popped it into his mouth. Suddenly, he wrapped his arm around Chu Liyue's neck, his soft lips instantly covering her red ones. "Then I'll feed you, sister." The sweet juice of the orange burst and mingled between their mouths as Xiao Wujie teased Chu Liyue with his tongue infused with the fragrance of citrus, until Chu Liyue could no longer hold back, entangled with him. After a long while, as a silver thread connected the corners of their mouths, they finally separated. Xiao Wujie breathed lightly, his lips close to Chu Liyue's ear, whispering with a smile, "Do you like it, sister? Which is better, the orange or me?" Hearing this, Chu Liyue's eyes darkened and she pinched his waist, sharply leaning in to press her red lips against his thin ones and his neck. After a long time, Chu Liyue held the weak Xiao Wujie, her gaze falling on the strawberry mark on his neck, a hint of satisfaction flickering in her eyes. Her treasure must bear her exclusive mark. She picked up segments of orange and brought them to his lips, worried that her long nails would poke him, so she removed her nail polish. Gently, she wiped the orange juice from Xiao Wujie's lips, and in his stunned gaze, she put her finger in her mouth and, "So sweet, sister, you're really something." They had been in this tender moment for an unknown duration, with Xiao Wujie resting his head on Chu Liyue's shoulder, his eyes half closed, as he softly murmured, "I hope tonight's events go smoothly." Chu Liyue gently kissed his hair. "Don't worry too much, my dear. I'll handle everything." Her gaze turned increasingly deep and complex as she looked out the window. No matter what happened tonight, she was determined to take down Chu Feihong. After years of entanglement, it's time for a resolution. Once this matter concludes, she would set off immediately for the far north to retrieve the third reagent. The scene before her was beautiful, but Xiao Wujie's health was like a massive stone weighing on her heart. What she wanted was not fleeting beauty, but a long life for her treasure, free from the torment of illness. Together forever, just as Chu Nanfeng had blessed. In the dimly lit room, Chu Feihong, with a pale and worn face, sat solemnly at his desk. His complexion looked poor, and if one got closer they would notice his breath was somewhat shallow. Given his condition, he should have remained in the hospital for recovery, but tonight was the time for the goods to enter the port. Success or failure hinged on this moment. He knew that those people had likely laid a trap, and they would never allow his goods to enter the port. If he succeeded, he would sweep away his enemies and rise again. If he failed, it would be a complete disaster at the mercy of others with no chance of turning the tide. They wanted to use this batch of goods to solidify his guilt, and he too wanted to use this batch to lure out all his foes and capture them all. In a narrow encounter, only the brave would prevail. This was a grand gamble, betting on who had the greater courage, who had the more meticulous strategies, with the stakes being the latter half of all participants' lives. Sitting across from him was a middle-aged man with a grim expression, another power holder of the Gu family, Gu Hongsheng, the uncle of Gu Junxi. Chu Feihong, it's not too late to regret now, but once the goods enter the port we will have no way out. Gu Hongsheng said in a deep voice. Gu Hongsheng, I will say this one last time, we have no way out. My forces have suffered heavy losses, and I almost lost my life at the hands of others. The people behind the scenes acted too quickly and ruthlessly, leaving no room for error. If I don't take action soon, I will undoubtedly perish. And you? Chu Feihong raised his head to look into his eyes, paused for a moment, then continued. Do you think you can contend with your niece without my assistance? Once I fall, you know what will happen to you. Gu Hongsheng's gaze flickered as his expression changed, for every word from Chu Feihong struck a chord with his vulnerabilities. Chu Feihong was his support, and they were already bound together. Without Chu Feihong, he could not compete with Gu. If Chu Feihong fell, he would surely suffer the same fate. Gambling offers a glimmer of hope. Staying put is certain death. You know which is more important. After coldly leaving a remark, Chu Feihong ceased to speak further, merely watching Gu Hongsheng's expression shift. He was not worried that Gu Hongsheng would change his mind, for, as he said, he had no way out, and thus had no right to choose. After a long while, Gu Hongsheng clenched his teeth, and, as long as you have made up your mind, I will check the related arrangements again. With that he turned and left. Chu Feihong glanced at his departing back with a hint of disdain, then stood up and walked to a massive bookshelf, gently rotating a vase placed on it. As the vase turned, the bookshelf automatically split in the middle, moving apart. Behind the bookshelf, there was clearly a hidden space. Chu Feihong calmly walked inside. In the secret chamber behind the bookshelf, several stretcher beds were laid out, each bearing a cold corpse. These bodies had died in an extremely strange manner, with no visible wounds, yet bleeding from all orifices, their faces contorted in agony. These were the bodyguards who had died under Xiao Wujie's soundwave abilities on the night he was attacked. The room was clearly empty besides him and these corpses, yet he calmly called out, "Sir, please reveal yourself." The voice echoed hauntingly in the empty and eerie room, creating an uncanny atmosphere. In the next moment, the air beside him suddenly shifted, and a figure shrouded in mist appeared without warning. "Tonight, please keep a close eye on that person with extraordinary abilities. Do not let him disrupt things. The rest I will handle myself," Chu Feihong said solemnly. "Rest assured, while that person has extraordinary abilities, it will not be difficult for us to hold him off. But are you sure you don't want us to provide you with additional support?" "We still have to give some face to Shun Yuan," the figure in black replied in a hoarse voice, clearly using a rasping, "No need. Also, all your expenses will go through my account. Do not involve my son." Chu Feihong shook his head. He could afford to lose everything, but not Chu Yichun. His reason for never letting Chu Yichun participate in these dark dealings was precisely that. A tiger doesn't eat its young. He did not wish for his child to struggle in darkness as he had. Chu Yichun had already helped him enough. He was still young with a long future ahead. He absolutely could not let him accompany him into the depths of hell, never to rise again. Haijing Bay is located along the coastline of Huaxia and is one of the few coastal areas near the imperial capital. Its port is spacious and deep with flat terrain, and it is situated within the economic hinterland of the imperial capital. The unique natural and social conditions have made it one of the important gateways to the imperial capital. The coastal area has been developed into a massive seaport where countless cargo ships come and go daily, creating a spectacular scene. The Gu family, the last among the four great clans of the imperial capital, rose to prominence by controlling the entire Haijing Bay. From an insignificant family through generations of effort, they have become recognized as the fourth great clan of the imperial capital. As night falls, darkness envelopes the sea like a massive black curtain covering everything in this area. Tonight, Haijing Bay lacks the usual brilliance of lights and bustling cargo ships, instead descending into a gloomy silence. The night is as dark as ink, and the black water glimmers under the moonlight, resembling a ghostly channel guiding a cargo ship silently into this sea. The cargo ship's hull is mottled, and its paint is faded, almost blending into the night. Only the occasional flicker of lights outlines its massive silhouette. The sea breeze carries a salty scent mixed with the faint sounds of distant city noise rushing towards them. The deck of the cargo ship is deserted, with only a few seagulls occasionally flying by, emitting sharp cries that echo in the night sky, resembling a ghost ship abandoned by the world. The scene at the docks starkly contrasts with the tranquility on the sea. A group of figures dressed in plain clothes moves stealthily in the shadows, communicating with glances and gestures in place of normal speech, each appearing exceptionally vigilant. The sound of the ship's engine gradually diminishes, accompanied by a gentle swaying of the hull as it slowly approaches the designated berth. As the cargo ship steadies, a man dressed in black and wearing a cap steps out of the shadows. He glances around before making a phone call. Soon after, several inconspicuous cargo trucks silently enter the dock area, stopping not far from the cargo ship. A few people get out of the trucks, quickly setting up unloading equipment and waiting for someone from the cargo ship to open the hatch. Minutes later, the hatch slowly opens, revealing the outline of the ship's interior. Inside the cargo ship, the lighting is dim, and only a mountain of stacked goods can be vaguely seen. Several tall figures in plain clothes emerge from the hold, moving swiftly and skillfully, clearly not their first time performing such a task. They quickly inspect the unloading equipment at the dock and begin directing the crane to hoist the first container slowly. This container is different from the others, with special labels affixed to its surface bearing blurred barcodes and codes. Clearly, these codes and barcodes contain special meanings and information. The people descending from the cargo ship are responsible for opening the container and retrieving specific packages, carefully handing them to those by the trucks. The person receiving the packages carefully verifies the codes on the packages, neatly organizing them into the truck. Throughout the process, no one speaks. Everyone executes their tasks orderly, and the entire unloading process proceeds exceptionally smoothly. As time ticks away, more and more packages are transferred to the truck. The night grows deeper and the port becomes quieter. The lights of the distant city blur into obscurity, with only the occasional sound of waves breaking this eerie silence. Finally, when the last package is placed, the person in charge closes the truck's compartment. Several trucks line up neatly, yet show no signs of leaving. Suddenly, a sound emerges again from the cargo ship, resembling the creaking of the deck being tread upon. Then a row of tall figures dressed in black plain clothes steps out of the hatch like a torrent of shadows surging towards the narrow dock passage. Each of them wears the same sunglasses and earpieces, armed with firearms flowing out of the ship in an orderly fashion like a well-trained army. It takes nearly 10 minutes for them all to disembark from the cargo ship. A dense ocean of black forms at the dock, almost stretching to infinity. Their faces are all stern, and their aura is powerful. Thousands stand together without a hint of disorder, even their breaths seem synchronized. A man with a wicked appearance steps out from among them, standing at the forefront of the group. He scans the surroundings, smirking with a hint of arrogance, and says, "Boss Chu, I've brought my brothers across great distances sailing here, and you don't even show your face." At this moment, from the darkness at the edge of the port, a large group of figures begins to emerge. Moments later, accompanied by a throng of bodyguards, Chu Feihong and Gu Hengxing appear in his line of sight. Looking at Chu Feihong's haggard appearance and the undeniable aura of decay about him, he can't help but smirk wickedly and say, "All right, Boss Chu, I was wrong. Walking around in your condition is truly a miracle." This time, Chu Feihong does not remain silent. Instead, he curls his lips into a sarcastic smile. "My injuries will eventually heal. What about you?" The man's smile immediately stiffens, his expression darkens, and after a moment of fluctuating emotions, he coldly replies, "Shut your filthy mouth. And you better not lie to me. Otherwise..." He doesn't finish his sentence, and the confidence he had earlier seems to dissipate. "Why would I need to lie to you? Whether I lie or not, how much time do you really have left to wait?" Chu Feihong, however, shows no mercy, directly hitting the man's sore spots with every word. Indeed, after finishing his sentence, the man's originally wicked expression now appears as dark as thunderclouds. Veins bulge on his forehead, his fingers crackling with tension as he glares at Chu Feihong with eyes that seem to want to swallow him whole. Chu Feihong, however, shows no signs of fear, maintaining a blank expression as he locks eyes with him. After a long while, the man finally shifts his gaze away, speaking in a grim tone this time. I brought all my elite members over, and I also hired a batch of top mercenaries from the organization. You'd better not let me down. Hearing this, Chu Feihong merely nods slightly, choosing not to provoke him further with words. Both are desperate individuals willing to take risks for a slim chance of survival. Why pretend? Gu Hongxing has been watching from a distance, not participating in their verbal sparring. He secretly feels a bit pleased. It seems that Chu Feihong has not only managed to keep him in check. Even this man who resembles a demon from hell is being bested by Chu Feihong. It isn't too embarrassing for him, who has been pressed down so hard by Chu Feihong. The attendants behind them bring chairs for the three, and thus they each sit with their legs crossed, quietly waiting. Outside, a net has already been laid out. Rather than actively taking the bait, it is better to sit and wait. The wicked man does not forget to sneer, "Damn it, first-time trafficking drugs waiting for others to come and catch us." They do not wait long. A few minutes later, accompanied by a wild roar, a flashy sports car comes screeching into view. Before the car door opens, a few cocky voices can be heard from within. A look had to change clothes, making everyone wait for it. As soon as the words fall, Lu Zhufeng, dressed in a black suit, strides confidently out of the driver's seat. Following him are several figures, with Chu Liyue in a black leather coat, holding the delicate-looking Xiao Wujie, trailed by the two knights, Chu Wan and Lung Ruxue. The vanguard, Lu Zhufeng, scans the vast army, blinking a couple of times. Then, amidst the bewildered gazes of everyone, he adjusts his pants and tightens his belt. Oh my, what a grand spectacle. A delicate-looking Xiao Wujie leaning against Chu Liyue coughs lightly, adding. The brief, absurd interlude involving the two obnoxious, manipulative figures soon concluded. Once the group steadied themselves, Chu Feihong, Gu Hongxing, and the man with a sinister, rakish countenance all rose to their feet. "Mr. Chu, you've truly regressed with age." In their eyes, subduing, "You wouldn't even require bringing along extra hands." The rakish man seized every opportunity to mock Chu Feihong, immediately delivering his barbed remark with biting sarcasm. Lu Zhufeng stepped in warmly. "Where did this foolish child come from? Help is already on its way. Your 2 grandfathers and 3 grandmothers are just moments away." His tone was effusively cordial, yet his gaze betrayed unmistakable condescension, as though sizing up a simpleton. Before the so-called fool could even react, 3 glares, sharp enough to pierce flesh, lanced fiercely toward him. He turned, and there they stood, Chu Liyue, Chu Wan, and Lung Ruxue, expressions frozen in surreal, ineffable brilliance. "Who among you dares call herself that fool's grandmother? Your entire family are his grandmothers." Lung Ruxue, fiery-tempered and unfiltered, voiced the unspoken sentiment shared by all 3. No sooner had her words faded than Lu Zhufeng's promised reinforcements arrived. Dozens of plainclothes officers surged in with military precision, swiftly taking position behind the group. Haijing Bay was not Chu Liyue's domain. Her local resources were limited, so she had naturally sought assistance from the regional government. The local authorities' top official had already received discreet directives from higher echelons. But upon reviewing the detailed intelligence dossier Chu Liyue handed him, he nearly doubted his own sanity, convinced he must be hallucinating. Never in his life had he heard of anyone audacious enough to orchestrate a drug smuggling operation of such staggering scale, let alone attempt it right beneath his very nose. He immediately deployed his most elite task force to support tonight's operation. Officer Su, leading the contingent, strode forward, nodded respectfully to Xiao Wujie and Chu Liyue, then fixed his gaze squarely upon the opposing side. His next words finally salvaged a sliver of dignity for the rakish man, who moments earlier had been humiliated and pinned to the ground. "Moreno, what brings you here?" His full name was Carlos Moreno, a globally infamous, ruthlessly brutal drug lord notorious for his cruelty and fluency in multiple languages. Countless tons of narcotics flowed from his factories and distribution networks. Even spectral accountants could not tally how many souls had plunged into addiction's abyss because of him. He was anathema to most nations worldwide, ranked among the top 5 on Interpol's most wanted list. Countless people for countless reasons had tried, and failed, to end his life. For years none had succeeded. Sensing renewed attention, Moreno's near-fractured expression instantly softened, and that familiar sinister smirk reappeared on his lips. "Officer Su, do you truly find my presence so unwelcome? This land belongs to China. No foreign scoundrel may act with impunity here. Moreno, having dared to set foot on our soil, you must be prepared to remain, permanently." Officer Su spoke sternly. "Ha ha ha. My dear little officer, then pray do your utmost. Should you manage to detain me." He let out a cold, derisive snort, then erupted into louder, more brazen laughter, locking eyes with Officer Su and enunciating each word with chilling deliberation. "You might just earn your promotion from Officer Su to Director Su." Ha 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 ha. Publicly mocked so shamelessly, Officer Su's demeanor hardened into icy resolve. "Moreno, you tread the path of self-destruction. The dignity of Chinese law enforcement will not suffer such contempt." At these words, Moreno abruptly halted his manic laughter. His gaze turned glacial, piercing and unblinking as he stared at Officer Su, his face twisting into a ghastly, malevolent grin. "Self-destruction? Must I seek out death's path when it already lies before me?" He raised a finger slowly, pointing directly at his temple, his voice dropping to a guttural infernal whisper as if dredged up from the deepest pits of hell. There's something growing inside my skull. The quacks tell me I haven't long to live. He shook his head with bitter self-mockery, then suddenly shifted his gaze toward Xiao Wujie, eyes blazing with sudden feverish intensity. Young sir, I've traded an entire shipload of cargo for this intelligence. Pray verify it for me. I hear you possess something called the Oblivion Reagent. Xiao Wujie appeared utterly indifferent, as if he hadn't heard a word. Instead, he nestled closer to Chu Liyue, arms gently wrapped around her arm, leaning his head softly against her shoulder. Like a startled lamb, his voice sounded plaintive and fragile, yet carried with crystalline clarity to everyone. Big sister, his voice is so grating. I don't like it at all. So, could you cut out his tongue and feed it to the dogs later? Chu Liyue affectionately stroked his hair, murmuring tenderly. Chu, don't be afraid. It's all right. I'll spare you the trouble. I'll sever his dog head instead and toss it to you like a ball. Amidst the razor-tense standoff, onlookers watched, each wearing a distinct, vivid expression, as this strangely tender moment unfolded. Just as Moreno seemed poised to erupt in impotent fury, Gu Hongxing, who had remained virtually invisible until now, stepped forward. Enough idle taunts. Perhaps you should first consider your own precarious predicament. With only those present, you'll leave here in coffins, not alive. Your fate is sealed. Oh, is that so? What if I join them? At that moment, a new voice, cool, clear, and resonant, cut through the air. Gu Hongxing's pupils contracted sharply. From the crowd emerged Gu Junsi, clad in sleek, tactical gear, standing motionless before him with an expressionless, unwavering stare. Within moments, dozens of Gu family bodyguards flooded in, forming a disciplined phalanx behind him. At the sight, both Gu Hongxing and Moreno's expressions flickered, though numerically their sides still held the advantage. Yet some adversaries cannot be overwhelmed by numbers alone. The figures standing at the front, none were ordinary men, each was a master of lethal precision. Chu Feihong, who had remained eerily calm throughout, now locked eyes with Chu Liyue and Xiao Wujie, and spoke slowly, deliberately. It appears everyone has arrived. Haijing Bay has been cleared, just as you see. The cargo is here, and so am I. After years of entanglement, tonight we settle the score, once and for all. His words prompted a brief, thoughtful silence between the two. Chu Feihong was indeed a ruthless, decisive warlord, deeply calculating, extraordinarily capable. He would never abandon hope, even at the precipice of annihilation. Though previous maneuvers had cornered him relentlessly, even forcing him into apparent desperation, the final confrontation paradoxically stripped away all complexity. What remained was stark, elemental truth, an ending forged in fire and blood. You know well. These people hold no decisive power. Chu Liyue declared, her voice glacial, her gaze unyielding. Chu Feihong's eyes momentarily clouded, not answering directly, but murmuring instead, voice low and distant. Recently I visited a temple to draw a fortune stick. The abbot told me it was the worst possible omen, that my endeavor would bring 9 chances of death to 1 of survival. But he banished the haze from his eyes, and his gaze reforged itself, cold, hard, indomitable. I told him I believe in fate, but I do not fear it. Fate may shatter me, but it will never break my will. Even if 10 deaths await me, and not a single breath of life, I shall fight, with everything I am, even if it reduces me to dust and ashes. Each syllable rang with iron resonance, unflinching, absolute. All who heard it felt a subtle, visceral tremor stir within their chests. Very well. Tonight I shall escort you to the afterlife. Second uncle. Chu Liyue spoke softly, her first time addressing Chu Feihong thus. Not for his virtue, but for his unbroken spirit. This was her final tribute to him, her last solemn respect. The night in Haijing Bay should have been bustling and busy, but tonight is destined to be unusual. The air in Haijing Bay is thick with the scent of gunpowder and blood. Even from a distance, the sound of gunfire echoes incessantly, like the drumbeats of death striking at the most vulnerable places in people's hearts. Within Haijing Bay, flames soared into the sky as bullets whizzed by like raindrops, tearing through the air and cutting through the night, leaving trails of death in their wake. The sounds of explosions rang out endlessly, flames blossoming in the darkness, illuminating the chaotic, and on the dock nearly 10,000 people were entangled in a brutal fight, shadows crossing and intertwining, making it nearly impossible to distinguish friend from foe amid the chaos. The gathered crowd had long since scattered, each seeking cover using abandoned shipping containers, scattered wood, or anything that could block bullets as makeshift shields. Everyone held tightly to their weapons, from simple sticks to various firearms, as one wave fell, and another wave of fearless charges surged forward. The lights flickered in and out, shimmering amid the smoke and dust, making the entire scene feel like a nightmare. The petite figure of Lung Ruxue stood behind a row of counters, wielding a heavy machine gun nearly as tall as she was amidst the chaos. As her fingers squeezed the trigger, the machine gun roared with a continuous and violent sound like thunder in a storm. The dense hail of bullets poured out like a torrential storm, drawing deadly arcs across the battlefield. Wherever they landed, blood sprayed and bodies fell in response. Her aim was precise, her gaze cold, as if she could see through the swirling smoke, penetrating all obstacles, reaching the very core of her targets. Despite her fragile frame, she stood like an indomitable barrier, single-handedly blocking a large number of elite thugs and mercenaries. Suddenly, several gunshots rang out from beside her and bullets flew toward her, but she nimbly rolled backward in an instant. Bullets struck the hard concrete ground, sending debris and sparks flying. Chu, who had been covering her, swiftly picked up a dagger and hurled it at the mercenary who had sneaked up beside Xiao. With a thud, the dagger accurately embedded itself in the chest of the mercenary. Chu coldly watched as the mercenary fell to the ground, then pivoted gracefully to land beside Xiao. Xiao unhesitatingly gave her a thumbs up. "Great job, Sister Wan." Chu remained her icy self, scanning the surroundings before speaking in a serious tone. "There are simply too many thugs and mercenaries. We can't take care of them all at once. We need to deal with Chu Feihong and the others first." With that, she shifted her gaze to another location. Following her line of sight, Gu Junzi and Officer Su were leading a large group, fiercely exchanging fire, with Chu Feihong and his two companions who were equally supported by a crowd. Chu Feihong and Gu Hongxing were basically hiding in the back, while Moreno, diagnosed with brain cancer, was under the cover of his bodyguards. He wielded a flamethrower, conjuring fiery serpents in the air, a grotesque grin on his face, making it difficult for the police to approach. Why does this idiot love to show off so much? With that deadpan expression, he dares to covet the little man in the box. "Let's go, Sister Wan. Take him down." Xiao spat lightly, then pulled Chu along, heading straight for. She had actually wanted to refer to that man cherished like a treasure by the boss as a little chick. His demeanor of needing the boss pampering for everything was quite bothersome to her. What kind of man is like this? But after witnessing Xiao Wujie's performance tonight, she suddenly fell silent. It seemed this guy was always playing the pig to eat the tiger. In the very center of the battlefield, unlike the bloody chaos elsewhere, no one dared to step foot there. A group of black-clad figures shrouded in strange mist surrounded Xiao Wujie, Chu Liyue, and Lu Zhufeng. Almost no one could see how they appeared. They simply felt the air in front of them distort strangely, and suddenly, they stood there without warning. Bullets flew toward them without mercy. But the next scene was so bizarre that it left people in shock. One of them stepped forward and reached out his hands toward the air ahead. In the next second, the bullets that had flown toward him seemed to be grasped by something, instantly halting in midair. He flicked his finger, and the bullet fell to the ground with a thud. Seeing this, Xiao Wujie merely curled his lips calmly. To be able to manipulate the chi wall to this extent, he indeed had some skill. "I presume those photos were taken by you, right?" Xiao Wujie said casually. "Mr. Xiao, there are influential figures applying pressure. Please forgive us. We do not wish to be enemies with Mr. Xiao. Our task today is merely to delay you. If Mr. Xiao is willing." The black-clad man spoke with an unusually low stance, his tone exceptionally amiable, giving the impression that they were not here to deal with Xiao Wujie, but rather to befriend him. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Xiao Wujie's calm "No need." If it were any other time, he might have played along, but he had not expected Chu Feihong to gather so many people. If the three of them were restrained, Gu Junzi and the others would absolutely not be able to take down Chu Feihong. 3's class, 5 a class, they really are generous. With a glance at their positions, Xiao Wujie could easily identify their levels as assassins. Given the connection between Chu Yichen and SL, his expectation of SL assassins appearing today was within reason. Yet this lineup still surprised him. There are only 108 seats for SL's class and a class assassins, 36 class, and 72 a class, representing SL's top combat strength. It's usually difficult to see even one, yet today they had mobilized 8 at once. Human nature is indeed complex. Chu Feihong is ruthless, yet he never allows any grime to taint Chu Yichen in the slightest. Chu Yichen hides deeply, but can still call in such a lineup for Chu Feihong. The human heart is truly the most difficult thing to fathom. Without further ado, Xiao Wujie stepped forward, ready to take. Seeing this, Chu Liyue grabbed his hand and softly said, "Sweetheart, I'll handle this." Hearing this, Xiao Wujie chuckled, "Sister, I'm not as fragile as you think. I won't bother with the others, but this one with strange abilities will be troublesome for you. Leave him to me." Chu Liyue wanted to say something more, but held back. This villain had ultimately let Lu Zhufeng take the lead, as he had rarely stood firm in front of the two major players. In the chaotic harbor, nearly 10,000 people were entangled in a fierce battle, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Gunshots roared like thunder and bullets swept through the air like a dense rain as the scent of gunpowder mixed with dust filled the atmosphere. The clash of steel and flesh produced deafening sounds, as if the entire world was trembling. In the midst of this chaotic battlefield, Xiao Wujie stood tall, his black hair swaying gently, completely untainted. Like a celestial being standing atop a distant mountain overlooking the turmoil of the mortal realm. Not far from him, Chu Liyue and Lu Zhufeng had already unleashed their full firepower. Chu Liyue moved with agile grace, her movements dazzlingly swift, turning and spinning with the elegance of a dance, yet exuding a fierce momentum. Her strikes were precise and ruthless like lightning amidst a storm, causing the shrank assassin before her to cry out in distress. She resembled a lotus blooming defiantly amidst a raging tempest, beautiful and untouchable. Victory was merely a matter of time. In contrast to Chu Liyue's elegant and ornate style, Lu Zufeng's approach was much more straightforward and brutal. His simple punches and kicks powered by extreme strength and speed unleashed a force capable of shattering myriad techniques. Even while facing 6 opponents, he showed no sign of decline. The principles of a heavy sword has no edge. Great skill is unrefined, and one force defeats 10 skills were vividly embodied in him. Xiao Wujie took a light breath, gauging his physical state. He had spent the afternoon napping in Chu Liyue's embrace, and before coming here, he hadn't even had to wash or change clothes by himself. At this moment, he felt invigorated and in excellent condition, perfect for some movement. In the next instant, a strange glint suddenly appeared in his eyes as he exerted a gentle force with his feet. An invisible shockwave surged towards the black-clad man opposite him, causing the hard ground to instantaneously crack with intricate fissures. The chi wall not only intercepted objects, but could also kill invisibly through shockwaves. Seeing this, the black-clad man immediately brought his fingers together, chanting a spell, and similarly formed an invisible chi wall that surged forth. The 2 invisible shockwaves collided, distorting the surrounding air. Xiao Wujie remained unfazed, exerting force beneath his feet, once more further extending the dense cracks in the ground. The black-clad man continued to create hand seals, releasing a more terrifying aura around him. Waves of chi began to spread from the 2 chi walls at the center. The ground suddenly split open, a deep chasm rapidly spreading to both sides. Yet neither of them showed any sign of retreating, continuously increasing the force of their collision. This clash lasted for an indeterminate duration until at a certain moment, both chi walls simultaneously collapsed. The forceful shockwave exploded outward, sending dust flying, and even the weapons that had fallen on the ground soaring into the air. Chu Liyue positioned closest to them, and the Shrank assassin swiftly dodged the blast. Surrounded by 6 attackers, Lu Zufeng, who was focused on battle, was momentarily caught off guard and nearly toppled to the ground, unable to restrain his anger as he shouted, "Damn it, stop!" with the indiscriminate attacks. After the wave of confrontation, Xiao Wujie remained motionless, his expression still calm. The black-clad man stepped back 3 paces, his hands hanging at his sides, trembling slightly upon closer inspection. "You do possess some skill. I assume your rank among the Shrank assassins is not low." The SL assassins had rankings, and these rankings were not fixed, but constantly changing. The so-called levels were also determined by rank, with the top 108 classified as a rank, while the top 36 were Shrank. Though they were all Shrank, their ranks varied and their strengths differed. The top 10 among the Shrank were known as the 10 Yama Kings, true killing deities of the mortal realm, extremely terrifying. This one before him was undoubtedly the strongest among the 3 present today, and his ranking was likely not low. "I am ranked 19th on the SL assassin list," the black-clad man replied in a low voice, breathless. "How many among you Shrank assassins are as proficient in strange arts as you?" "Under the 10 Yama Kings, there is only me," the black-clad man answered truthfully. "Do not ask him if there are others among the 10 Yama Kings who are skilled in strange arts. Asking would yield ignorance, and it would be a genuine ignorance, more sincere than pearls." The further down the SL assassin list one went, the greater the fluctuations, while the higher one climbed, the lesser the changes. After all, to reach such a position, who wouldn't possess some skills? In his recollection, the Shrank assassin list hadn't changed for nearly 3 years, with the last change being due to the one who forced him into this murky water achieving a ranking. As for the 10 Yama Kings, there had been no changes since he joined SL. The one who forced him was the only person perceived as capable of shaking the 10 Yama Kings, but since he successfully ranked 3 years ago, he had fallen silent. Xiao Wujie was slightly surprised upon hearing this. He had expected there to be more, yet there was only this one person. Indeed, strange arts were like a bug in this world, with very few who could wield them. It was uncertain whether any among the so-called 10 Yama Kings were skilled in strange arts. In his original conception, the 10 Yama Kings were merely a term, and he had not endowed them with a more tangible image. He knew nothing about these 10 Yama Kings. However, he was eager to witness their grandeur, and he had a premonition that one day he would encounter these 10 Yama Kings. He hoped that day would not come too slowly. After pondering for a moment, he snapped back to reality. These were all matters for later. The pressing issue at hand was most urgent. As Chu Feihong had said, it was time to settle this. You possess strange arts. To reach this level is no easy feat. Moreover, grievances have their source and debts have their owner. I know who is behind you, and I will settle this account with him. So I am giving you a chance. You may decide how to grasp it." Xiao Wujie stated calmly. The black-clad man fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, but did not keep Xiao Wujie waiting long, initiating the conversation. "Mr. Xiao, I apologize for the offense. Please forgive me. I will no longer participate in today's matters." In the recent clash, he had felt clearly that the other party played with him like an old man playing with a child. The person before him was not someone he could provoke. The other party had already given him an opportunity. If he hesitated any longer, it would surely lead to a dead end. "You are quite aware of the situation." Xiao Wujie chuckled lightly at his decisiveness. He then disregarded the black-clad man and turned to survey his surroundings. The battle had reached a boiling point at this. The fight seemed to have lost all order and rules as those deeply entrenched in it nearly forgot their original purpose, struggling only to survive until the end. As he had anticipated, the arrival of Lung Ruxiue and Chu Wanjian had forced Chu Feihong into a passive position, but under the tactics of sheer numbers they were unable to do anything against him. Only by shedding the last drop of blood could the end be achieved. The sea breeze mingled with the saltiness of the sea, and the metallic scent of blood cast a shadow over the entire harbor. War is often like this, with no absolute winners. When the last gunshot faded into the night sky, all that remained was a scene of devastation and endless sorrow. After a moment's hesitation, he took a deep breath, feeling the lingering metallic scent of blood in the air, and suddenly spoke to the black-clad man beside him. "Open your eyes wide and watch closely. Next, I will show you what true strange arts look like." As Xiao Wujie's voice fell, a brilliant light surged in his eyes and wisps of grayish-white aura steamed out from within his body. This aura was extremely strange. Once it touched the surrounding objects, they immediately appeared as if drained of color, presenting a grayish-white hue. In the next moment, the grayish-white eerie aura spread outward from beneath Xiao Wujie's feet at a visibly rapid pace. An extraordinary scene unfolded. The trees that had originally swayed endlessly in the wind gradually stopped their movements after being tainted by this grayish aura. The leaves began to dissolve at a not-so-slow pace, turning into dust that danced in the air. Those who had become frenzied and lost all reason upon being tainted behaved as if they were pets that had their first stroke, their fierce movements suddenly stiffening. Even their gazes began to turn vacant. Centered around Xiao Wujie, it seemed as if the entire world had been isolated. Time stood still, and all things withered. Everything was gray and lifeless except for Xiao Wujie. This technique is known as the world loses color. It can render objects within a certain space around oneself infinitely slow, approaching stillness. Those caught in this move will experience numbness and weakness in their senses. Their movements will become stiff, their thoughts sluggish, and it can even drain a person's life force until they perish. It is eerily extreme, making it nearly impossible to guard against. This move is considered a divine skill, even in fantasy novels, let alone in this application. Those with enough strength and resolute can still resist, though their movements are hindered, and it is extremely uncomfortable. Those lacking strength and will, however, are completely frozen in place, their thoughts scattered, unable to move, with no power to resist. Chu Liyue and Lu Zhufeng, closest to Xiao Wujie, felt no abnormalities, evidently due to Xiao Wujie's intentional actions. Seizing the opportunity while the opponent was affected, Chu Liyue, already in the advantageous position, kicked the opponent in the chest, sending him flying far away, ultimately crashing into a wall, spitting blood and losing strength. Chu Liyue immediately ceased to care about him and quickly turned to Xiao Wujie's side. This was her first time witnessing such a terrifying technique displayed by Xiao Wujie. Amidst her shock, there was even more profound concern. To execute such a terrifying and eerie technique is a significant test of the practitioner's mastery. One can only imagine the difficulty of someone like Xiao Wujie recklessly performing it on tens of thousands of people. Though it did not show on the surface, Chu Liyue keenly captured the hint of fatigue that he had buried deep within his brow. Upon closer inspection, his face appeared a few shades paler. Evidently, this level of technique exertion was not without burden for him. "Are you okay, my dear?" In this battlefield resembling the end of the world, Chu Liyue's melodious "my dear" blew into his heart like a spring breeze, quietly brushing away the weariness brought on by the technique. He couldn't help but turn to look at her, meeting her beautiful eyes filled with concern. It was then he realized that, like everyone else, Chu Liyue was also enveloped in the gray darkness of the world loses color. Although still remarkably beautiful and coldly stunning, she ultimately lost those vibrant colors. He initially wanted to snap his fingers stylishly to restore her to her original state, while also slightly concealing his own condition. But upon meeting her cold gaze, seeing the deep affection and indulgence that surged only for him beneath the ice, he found himself uncontrollably leaning into her embrace. He tightly wrapped his arms around her waist, greedily inhaling the intoxicating scent of roses, then gently pressed a kiss on her forehead. In the next moment, like a prince in a fairy tale waking the sleeping princess, he began to live a happy life. His world once again burst into vibrant colors. He gently lowered his head, affectionately nuzzling against her neck, then softly kissed her earlobe a few times. After speaking, he gently left Chu Liyue's embrace, directing his gaze towards Chu Feihong. At that moment, He Guheng Sheng and Moreno were rapidly retreating, with a group of loyal followers attempting to escape the realm of the world loses color. Unfortunately, those wisps of grayish-white aura slithered like agile little snakes, swiftly attaching themselves to their bodies. In an instant, their bodies stiffened, their movements began to slow, and they struggled to free themselves from the suppression of the world loses color. The loyal followers surrounding him were quite formidable. While struggling, they did not forget to protect him with all their might, shielding him from harm. However, Xiao Wujie keenly sensed something unusual about a man dressed in a kimono who was closest to Chu Feihong. The suppression effect of the world loses color on him was evidently weaker than on others. If it weren't for this man constantly staying close to protect Chu Feihong, he certainly would not have remained unharmed despite his severe injuries. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Xiao Wujie took Chu Liyue's hand and moved. In the next instant, he appeared directly in front of Chu Feihong and his bodyguards. The bodyguard positioned at the outermost edge felt a jolt in his pupils, almost instinctively, wanting to swing the weapon in his hand, pulling the trigger. Before they could act, they felt as if a strange light flickered in the man's eyes before them. That light seemed capable of penetrating one's soul, reaching deep within. With just a glance, they fell into a bizarre world, unable to remember what they were supposed to do next. Chu Liyue twisted her wrist, and a dagger gleaming with a cold light quietly appeared in her hand, accurately slicing through the throat of the bodyguard. Several bursts of blood splattered, and amidst the hazy blood mist, the bodyguard fell to the ground without a trace of pain. At the moment Chu Liyue struck, the man in the kimono beside Chu Feihong suddenly moved. A shadow flashed, and a long knife pierced through the air towards Xiao Wujie's neck, moving so quickly that its trajectory was almost untraceable. Just as the long knife was about to stab Xiao Wujie merely an inch away from his neck, it seemed to encounter an invisible barrier, unable to advance even a fraction. The man in the kimono was extremely cautious. When his strike failed, he immediately attempted to withdraw, turning his head and closing his eyes to avoid meeting Xiao Wujie's strangely glowing gaze. Suddenly, a detached voice, chilling and tightening him up, rang in his ears. "Did you think closing your eyes would make you safe?" He instinctively opened his eyes, and the scene before him made his pupils sharply constrict. He was still in the harbor, but all the noise and chaos had bizarrely vanished. Only he stood alone in the eerily calm harbor, facing the boundless silence, unsure of what to do. "Are you also a killer from SL?" A calm and indifferent voice unexpectedly sounded from behind him. He instantly turned around to find a slender figure standing there, having appeared unknowingly. SL killer ranking 27 Kazama Ryuji. After hesitating for a moment, he finally spoke up, his Mandarin quite standard but infused with a unique Japanese flavor. "For S-class killers, that's quite the bold move." The exceptionally handsome man chuckled upon hearing this. "Since you were chosen to protect Chu Feihong, you must have a close relationship with him. Choose your death method. Ooh, I can make your death less painful." The man smiled gently at him, that smile like a spring breeze reviving all things, or like the warm sun in winter melting the snow. "You are indeed strange, but using these dark arts consecutively, I don't believe it has no effect on you." So, he didn't finish his sentence, but raised the long knife in his hand, adopting a charging posture. Courage is commendable, but there's an old saying in Huaxiao, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. I suggest you point the tip of the knife at yourself and shout for the emperor's loyalty. After all, he had never seen it firsthand, and he was quite curious to see it, saving him the trouble of taking action himself. The man named Kazama Ryuji ignored the teasing of the person before him, stepped on his wooden clogs, and suddenly leaped the long knife, striking down. Xiao Wujie slowly opened his eyes, and in the next second, 2 streams of blood tears flowed from his eyes. The man in the kimono with a long knife piercing through his chest knelt before him. He raised his bloodstained eyes, giving a gentle smile to the almost empty Chu Feihong, Gu Hongsheng, and Moreno beside him. Between heaven and earth, a desolate gray shrouded the world. The once chaotic Haijing Bay, where gunfire and explosions had raged, sank into an eerie, transient silence. No one knew who first stirred from shock. A sharp, involuntary gasp cut through the stillness. All those still conscious stared dumbfounded at the tall, motionless figure standing calmly, his hem stirring faintly in the wind. Before him knelt the man in traditional kimono, his own blade buried deep in his chest. A cohort of elite martial artists they had besieged in vain now stood frozen, like puppets ensnared by sorcery, faces blank, throats bared to the cold edge of steel. In moments they collapsed upon the ground, their expressions serene, almost smiling, as if death were not an end but a gentle entrance into blissful dreams. This uncanny, horrifying spectacle sent chills racing down every spine. Even the black-clad assassin, possessing esoteric arts and extraordinary prowess, whispered voice trembling such terrifying power. In that instant he felt profound relief that unlike Fuma Ryanosuk, he had chosen restraint over recklessness, and refused to make this man his enemy. Otherwise his fate would have been no kinder than Fuma Ryanosuk's. Chu Feihong, Gu Hongsheng, and Moreno gazed ahead, their eyes quivering with disbelief. Before them lay every single one of their hand-picked elites, none spared. And the fierce, ruthless islander knelt there in utter abject defeat. The frail, sickly man they remembered, so delicate he seemed a mere breath could topple him, now stood amid carnage and bloodshed, immaculate, untouched by dust or gore. 2 streaks of crimson tears traced down his alabaster cheeks, strange, haunting, unearthly. He smiled at them then, warm, gentle, tender, like a blood-soaked azura wearing the guise of an angel. A serene expression stained with blood. That sight made their very souls tremble unbidden. Yet one person reacted differently the moment she saw those twin streaks of blood well from Xiao Wujie's eyes. Her heart clenched sharply. Without hesitation she surged forward, swift as lightning, straight toward him. Xiao Wujie turned his gaze warm and tender toward her approaching figure and gently brushed away the blood tears from his lashes. Before she could even steady herself or speak, he swept her waist into his arms and drew her close. His lips grazed her ear, his voice low, soft, resonant. "Elder sister, I'm unharmed." Fearing she might hurt him, with sudden movement, Chu Liyue gently eased herself from his embrace. Her gaze lingered on his deathly pale complexion and the shallow, uneven breath, barely perceptible unless listened for closely. Clenching her teeth, she lifted her eyes to glare at him. She met his clear, bottomless eyes, filled with quiet devotion, and his gentle, soothing smile. Her fists tightened, her expression flickered, conflict, tenderness, resolve, shifting like stormlight across water. At last she closed her eyes, a quiet surrender, in turn drawing him into her arms as they faced Chu Feihong and the others together. They were seasoned veterans, deeply calculating, weathered by storms. Having passed beyond initial terror and shock, they now stood composed, each wearing a different mask of composure. It was Moreno, the arrogant untouchable, who stepped forward first. His gaze, complex and unreadable, settled upon Xiao Wujie. A sardonic smile curled his lips. "Fate, fortune, timing, beyond my control. A lifetime of glory, decades of dominance. Yet today, shut your disgraceful mouth. You, a cowardly drug trafficker who hides like a rat, call yourself a hero. How dare you plaster such delusions onto your dog's face?" The speaker was Lu Zhufeng, just having dispatched the remaining assassins. He'd been dragged into battle by Xiao Wujie before even finishing dinner. Now that the fight was over, and dinner finally within reach, this fool dared to spout pretentious nonsense. Who taught him such tiresome theatrics? Onlookers watched Moreno lie broken on the ground, face unrecognizable, limbs slack. So lifeless it seemed even an ambulance would be superfluous. After delivering the final blows, Lu Zhufeng planted his hands on his hips, exhaled deeply, then fixed a glacial stare upon Chu Feihong and Gu Hongxing, and gestured sharply. Next. Silence fell. Xiao Wujie leaned lightly against Chu Liyue's embrace, fingertips idly tracing the elegant curve of her waist. He smiled faintly and glanced sidelong at Gu Junzi. "Elder sister Gu, you may begin." Without pause, Gu Junzi stepped forward, her gaze locking coldly onto Gu Hongxing. Her usually calm, detached eyes burned with raw, barely contained hatred. "Give me one reason why you betrayed my father." Her voice was so frigid it could freeze mist into shards, yet beneath its ice ran a current of sorrow no outsider could fathom. "Born of the same root, why must we boil each other alive? Fratricide among disciples is the most grievous sorrow of all, yet it never ceases. Reason? You dare ask me for a reason?" Gu Hongxing sneered, his eyes blazing with hatred equal in depth to Gu Junzi's brows narrowed slightly, her expression tinged with confusion. "So your grandfather told you nothing?" Seeing her bewilderment, Gu Hongxing's voice dropped, venomous and cold. He paused, sweeping his gaze across the scene. No opponent remained standing, even the legion of bodyguards lay subdued, entranced by Xiao Wujie's arcane art. He understood clearly tonight's outcome was irrevocable. Only two endings awaited him. Either legal judgment and certain execution, or death at Gu Junzi's hands tonight. Either way, death was inevitable. But this time he would choose how it came. "Do you truly believe yourself so formidable?" Gu Hongxing suddenly challenged her, and without waiting for reply continued, "Yes, you are formidable. No wonder your grandfather cherished you so. I admit, I am inferior to you." He scoffed openly, then fixed her with a mocking, scathing look. "You hunger so desperately for my reasons. I shall deny you that satisfaction. If you're truly capable, uncover the truth yourself. Let me point you in the right direction. Go ask your grandfather." Watching her stunned expression, he let out a hollow, jagged laugh. Huh. Did you really think he knew nothing? I tell you, he knows everything. He simply chose not to tell you. When you ask him, do me one favor. Ask whether he feels joy at how this ends after orchestrating it all himself." His eyes locked onto hers, unblinking. Each word deliberate, venomous. "I bear guilt, but your entire bloodline is equally damned. None of you will escape retribution." And before anyone could react, he raised his pistol and fired straight into his own. A deafening gunshot cracked the air. He crumpled, eyes wide open, fixed unblinkingly upon Gu Junzi. She stared back, her face paling, her expression shifting like storm-tossed waves. His death stirred no pity in her, but his final cryptic words left her dazed adrift. She prided herself on incisive intellect and meticulous reasoning, yet his words unsettled her certainty, suggesting she had glimpsed only fragments of the full truth. Xiao Wujie glanced quietly at Gu Junzi, her pallor unmistakable. He had sensed Gu Hongxing's intent to end his life long before the trigger was pulled. He also knew truths Gu Junzi sought. Yet their alliance was forged in mutual interest, and must dissolve when interest ceased. He had already delivered what she needed, victory. To intervene further would violate the unspoken boundary between them. He was no Buddha of universal salvation, nor did he possess such power. Tonight's intervention, turning the tide, sparing lives, was the utmost he could offer. All worldly suffering finds its end only in self-liberation. Some wounds cannot be healed by others. They must be borne alone, slowly untangled across the river of time. His eyes met Chu Liyue's. With Moreno and Gu Hongxing eliminated, only Chu Feihong remained. There was nothing left to say between them. Only the ancient law of victor reigns, of vanquished descends into hell. Chu Liyue loosened her hold on Xiao Wujie's waist, drew her dagger, and strode forward, expressionless, toward Chu Feihong. Then a voice rang out, old, commanding, unwavering. Halt! As the powerful and aged voice of stop rang out, Chu Liyue's body stiffened for a moment, but in the blink of an eye a glint of cold light flashed in her eyes, and she was poised to strike again. However, in that brief moment of distraction, Chu Feihong seized the opportunity to take 2 steps back, quickly creating some distance between himself and Chu Liyue. Liyue. Upon noticing Chu Liyue's actions, the old voice rang out again, tinged with a hint of helplessness. The speaker was none other than Old Master Chu Yuntian. Dressed in a black suit and holding a lion-head cane, he was followed by a group of bodyguards from the Chu family, his aged face wearing a stern expression. The mighty lion may be old, but his presence still commands respect. The powerful aura he emanated caused those around him to involuntarily straighten their backs and regard the former head of the Chu family with reverence. Xiao Wujie couldn't help but shake his head upon seeing who had arrived, or it seemed that he and Chu Liyue's little lie had failed to deceive this old patriarch. He respected Old Master Chu's character, but that did not mean he would condone all of his actions. Some matters were non-negotiable. Grandfather, what do you intend to do? To shield Chu Feihong's crimes and save his life. Chu Liyue coldly looked at Chu Yuntian as he approached her words sharp and unyielding. Liyue, you know that's not what I mean, Chu Yuntian said with a hint of helplessness. Then what do you mean? After all, you've done this kind of thing many times, haven't you? Chu Liyue retorted mercilessly. Liyue, why do you Grandfather has never engaged in favoritism. Chu Yuntian frowned slightly. He came from a military background, and many high-ranking government officials and military generals were once his comrades. Years of military education instilled in him a sense of pride in serving the country and a heavy emphasis on personal integrity. In his youth, he had the opportunity to elevate the Chu family to the position of the foremost family in the imperial capital, but he chose to generously donate instead of profiting from national calamity, thereby losing the opportunity. Miss Gu Junyi had once received concrete information about Chu Feihong, Gu Hongxing, and overseas drug traffickers engaging in trade. However, before she could take action, the cargo ship was destroyed during transport, and all the traffickers were eradicated without a trace. This must be something Grandfather did. Chu Liyue's brows furrowed slightly as she stared coldly at Chu Yuntian. Hearing this, Chu Yunshan's expression stiffened. Her words struck a nerve. If there was indeed any blemish on his life, it would be this incident. Years ago, he had been called into an office by an old friend in a high position who had solemnly informed him that Chu Feihong might be involved in illicit dealings. An overseas operative reported that a significant amount of contraband was intended to be smuggled into the imperial capital aboard a normal cargo ship, with Chu Feihong being one of the suspected individuals. Due to Chu Feihong's special status, the friend hoped he could investigate the matter discreetly. If the information were incorrect, it would clear Chu Feihong's name. If accurate, he hoped to persuade Chu Feihong to turn back from the brink. However, Chu Feihong was extremely cautious in his actions. Although the news had leaked, he left no tangible evidence. Unless the cargo ship was grounded and there was evidence of him receiving the goods or the transaction amount, it would be impossible to accurately determine whether he was genuinely involved. In Chu Yunshan's impression, Chu Feihong had always been respectful, mature, and composed in front of him. Lacking evidence, he deceived himself into believing that Chu Feihong had been framed by malicious individuals and had not participated at all. Uncertain if it was a subconscious fear of the information becoming true or genuine trust in Chu Feihong at the time, he inexplicably sank that cargo ship and wiped out all the involved traffickers. Afterward, he found Chu Feihong and earnestly inquired about the matter. Naturally, Chu Feihong shook his head, claiming to be wronged. He solemnly explained the stakes involved and reprimanded him, then foolishly believed that the matter had passed, and in hindsight this was indirect complicity in criminal acts. Seeing Chu Yunshan's face suddenly freeze, Chu Liyue chose not to pursue the matter further. She understood that Chu Yuntian valued his reputation more than life itself. This incident was likely a moment of self-deception on his part. However, what she could not comprehend was why someone as clear-cut as Chu Yuntian would commit such a blunder regarding. Seemingly aware of her doubts, Chu Yuntian slowly began to speak. In the past, when the country faced calamity and foreign invaders attacked several old friends, and I pledged to drive out the enemies and restore the glory of China. We all resolutely joined the National Salvation Army, which included Feihong's biological parents. As someone from the military, I naturally led troops into battle, fighting bloodily on the front lines. Feihong's parents, however, infiltrated enemy lines bearing infamy and contributed to China in another way. During one mission, they sacrificed their lives to send vital intelligence that could turn the tide of the battle. While the intelligence was successfully delivered, the outcome was as perfect as they had anticipated. However, their true identities remained confidential, and they continued to bear the name of traitors. Feihong was still very young at that time. In a single day, he lost both parents and had to carry the stigma of being the child of traitors. Those years were filled with disdain and humiliation, making his life unbearable. Chu Yunshan's emotions were slightly stirred as he spoke, his eyes gently closing for a moment before he continued. He is clearly a child of heroes and should not suffer such humiliation. Hearing this, Chu Liyue fell silent for a moment, but still spoke in a deep voice that does not excuse his crimes, it will only tarnish the title of hero. Chu Yuntian nodded gently upon hearing this, murmuring, I understand, I understand. His gaze was somewhat dazed, as if he had yet to awaken from those long-ago memories. How long have you been here, grandfather? Seeing Chu Yuntian fall silent again, Chu Liyue suddenly asked. Just arrived. Chu Yuntian replied without hesitation. If today I were to be defeated by Chu Feihong, what would you do then? Chu Liyue gazed coldly into Chu Yunshan's eyes and said in a deep voice. Liyue. Taking a deep breath and straightening his back, Chu Yuntian said seriously, I did not come here today to save anyone, but to prevent conflict among my own disciples from occurring within the Chu family. As I speak, my gaze inadvertently glances at Gu Hongxing, who lay on the ground, and Gu Junyi, who seems slightly dazed. My intention was not to involve you and Xiao Wujie in this matter. I had planned to resolve it myself. Now that it has come to this, I shall not say more. I will not shield him because of Feihong's identity. His life will be judged by the law. I do not wish for you to take action. Although he has committed grave sins, Yi Chun is ultimately innocent. Should he perish at your hands, it will simply add another layer of bloodshed. When will this cycle of vengeance end? Before I came, I had already notified an old friend. He will arrive soon, and the remaining matters will be left to the law. Having said this, he sighed deeply, fixed his gaze on Chu Liyue, and fell silent, leaving her space to contemplate. After a long while, Chu Liyue slowly nodded. Only then did Chu Yuntian turn his gaze toward Chu Feihong, his eyes filled with indescribable complexity, disappointment, helplessness, regret. Finally, he closed his eyes and looked away slowly, uttering, Feihong, you are truly disappointing. Chu Feihong fell silent at these words, his expression devoid of emotion. Just then, several military vehicles rushed in, and an elderly man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, followed by special forces soldiers in combat uniforms and helmets, descended. The old man approached, looking at Chu Yunshan's complex expression as if he had aged 10 years, and glanced at Chu Feihong, beside him, also falling into silence. This heavy atmosphere lingered for a long time, interrupted by a few light coughs from Xiao Wujie. His face was pale, and his body swayed slightly as he covered his mouth to cough. Excessive use of energy and forcibly turning the tide had greatly drained him, making it difficult for him to stand. Not far from him, a straight-backed special forces soldier seemed to move instinctively, wanting to help him. But a figure moved faster, supporting Xiao Wujie's waist and pulling him into an embrace. The elderly man in the Zhongshan suit, seeing this, did not hesitate any longer, lightly patting Chu Yunshan's shoulder before signaling to the special forces soldiers behind him. Several special forces soldiers quickly stepped forward to put handcuffs on Chu Feihong. As they reached Chu Yuntian, Chu Feihong suddenly stopped, looking deeply into Chu Yunshan's eyes. He knelt on both knees and performed a solemn bow before following the special forces soldiers ahead. Chu Yuntian gripped the lion's head of his cane tightly, and as Chu Feihong got into the vehicle, a tear escaped from the corner of his eye. The engine roared, and the vehicle quickly drove away, disappearing without a trace. Chu Liyue picked up the weak and powerless Xiao Wujie and walked forward. As she carried him away, the endless grayness receded like a tide, and Haijing Bay regained its original colors. At this moment, dawn was approaching, and the sunlight would soon illuminate every corner of this place. Time flowed like water. 3 days vanished in the blink of an eye, and Xiao Wujie spent all of them lost in unconscious slumber. Having repeatedly unleashed devastating esoteric arts, he had exhausted both body and spirit. Compounded by nights spent shivering beneath cold winds, he collapsed into fevered illness that very night. To ensure his uninterrupted rest, and given that Yi Jinyu was already stationed at Haijing Bay, Chu Liyue arranged for him to be admitted directly into the Gu family's private hospital, where Yi Jinyu resumed responsibility for his treatment. At first, his symptoms were mild wind-cold invasion, physical debility, and profound mental fatigue. But soon the illness escalated. Despite being utterly insensate in sleep, he trembled violently from unbearable pain. Initially, he clenched his teeth unconsciously, his frame quaking with strain. Gradually, as agony overwhelmed him, he bore down savagely upon his own lips, teeth sinking deep until blood welled freely, yet refusing to relent even a fraction. Later still, his jaws moved without volition, gnawing wildly, his mouth flooded with crimson. Fearing he might sever his own tongue, Chu Liyue, undeterred by the attending medical staff, seized his jaw firmly, forced his mouth open, and pressed her crimson lips to his, her silken tongue slipping gently inside to soothe his torment and calm his fraying nerves. Thankfully, Yi Jinyu was already intimately familiar with his condition. Her diagnosis was precise, her intervention swift. Through a night of intense, meticulous care, she stabilized his deteriorating state. Yet even so, days of unbroken unconsciousness left him unable to ingest even a grain of rice, sustained solely by intravenous nutrients. His already slender face grew visibly gaunter, his complexion waxen and hollow, evoking a sorrowful ache in the heart. Numerous visitors came to inquire after him, each turned away without exception by Chu Liyue, whose mood had grown increasingly tempestuous. Not until the third evening did Xiao Wujie stir awake, his eyes opening slowly, dazed and fragile. The first face he saw was inevitably Chu Liyue, unwaveringly present, having never stepped more than a pace from his side. Yet her appearance bore signs of disarray, her usually lustrous flowing hair dulled and tousled, her garments rumpled, stripped of their customary elegance and polish. Though her gaze remained tender, brimming with quiet solicitude, Xiao Wujie, ever perceptive, immediately sensed something amiss. She did not embrace him. Chu Liyue knew how deeply he cherished her embraces, how even after long days at work her first act upon returning home was always to hold him close, how on many nights she would cradle him through sleep, arms growing numb, yet unwilling to loosen her grip for even a breath. Today, though he lay broken by illness, she withheld that embrace. Nor did she speak. Her replies reduced to terse fragments of 2 or 3 words, the manner she reserved for strangers, never for him. With him, she had always been patient, generous with words. She helped him sit upright against the headboard, cushioning his lower back with a soft pillow, tucking the blanket carefully around him, then fell silent, saying nothing at all. Still, she did not embrace him. Just as Xiao Wujie began to pout, seeking comfort in her arms, she rose abruptly, avoiding his gaze, and murmured coolly, "Rest now. I'll freshen up." "Sister." The moment she turned to leave, he called out, voice raw and trembling, eyes shimmering with Her fingers tightened, briefly forcing herself not to turn back. After a suspended pause, she walked out, leaving instructions for Lu Zhufeng, who had stood vigil outside the door, to stay with him, and departed without glancing over her shoulder. Lu Zhufeng entered to find Xiao Wujie gazing blankly at the doorway, motionless as a stone sentinel waiting for his beloved, his expression etched with desolation and exhaustion. Seeing that hollow-stricken look, Lu Zhufeng swallowed the teasing remark rising to his lips. He scratched his head, then sat beside the bed, waiting in silence. For long minutes Xiao Wujie continued staring fixedly beyond the threshold, absent-minded and distant, not granting him even a glance. Lu Zhufeng sighed, tilting his head toward the ceiling before softening his tone. "You always pushing yourself beyond limit. Can't you see your body simply can't bear such abuse? She's angry." Xiao Wujie whispered, voice faint and unfocused, gazing into the distance. "You're always making her worry. How could she not be furious? She won't hold me. She didn't call me little treasure anymore." Lu Zhufeng watched helplessly as he drifted further inward, as if the world owed him millions and every soul within it had betrayed him. "Shut that foul mouth now!" Lu Zhufeng roared, the sound reverberating sharply across the room and jolting Xiao Wujie from his stupor. After a stunned pause, Xiao Wujie shot him a silent, incredulous look. "Are you speaking to me?" Lu Zhufeng's bravado instantly wilted. Yet after a moment's hesitation, he spoke again, voice low but firm. "I know what's turning in your mind. But consider this, she values your life above all else. When you treat your own existence so lightly, how could she not feel shattered? You only make her believe your heart holds no regard for her feelings." This time it was Xiao Wujie whose resolve faltered. He slumped weakly against the headboard, tilting his face upward toward the ceiling, his voice barely more than a murmur. You're right," he responded to the latter half of the sentence, though he understood profoundly the sanctity of life. It was precisely because he grasped its fragility so acutely that, witnessing others consumed by bloodlust, life reduced to chaff in that instant, he felt compelled to act. Yet behind such triumph lay untold rivers of tears, countless families shattered beyond repair. He was no saint, but he refused to let others pay such a harrowing price for his sake. So he chose to force the esoteric art, seizing control of the battlefield, not through slaughter but through restraint, achieving victory at the lightest possible cost. This time, however, he had chosen the world, and failed the one he loved. The bitterness of that realization was ineffable, a cruel paradox where every path led only to incompleteness. Lu Zhufeng, seeing his friend's anguish, needed no explanation. Though dubbed the jade-faced Rakshasa, Xiao Wujie was no bloodthirsty monster. The violence he wielded was merely armor forged to shield a tender core. The world's currents swirl unpredictably. Too many forces descend unbidden like ceaseless vortices from which no soul may escape. Even one as formidable and cunning as he remains shackled by countless helplessnesses. Though compassion stirred within him this time, he resolved to play the villain. "I'm not saying you erred, but sometimes you must speak with her, truly speak. You are not alone in this world. Love wears many faces, but empathy is among its most essential. Imagine, just for a moment, what if your roles were reversed? How would you respond?" Glancing at Xiao Wujie, head bowed, eyes downcast, utterly still, Lu Zhufeng sighed inwardly. Years of solitude had trained him to bear every burden in silence. Having weathered relentless storms, he clung fiercely to warmth he'd never known, grasping it too hastily, overlooking subtleties. He remained, after all, only human, no matter how piercing his insight. Love demanded a wisdom he had yet to master. He hoped his words would take root. He trusted that a mind as brilliant as Xiao Wujie's, sharp as a celestial blade, would grasp their truth. With a gentle pat on the shoulder and a glass of water placed beside him, he turned and strode from the room. First, to grant Xiao Wujie space for reflection, a second because, by his reckoning, Chu Liyue would soon return. She would never entrust him to another for long. In the hushed expanse of the empty ward, Xiao Wujie remained silent for a long while. then slowly lifted his gaze toward the doorway. He knew she had returned, yet she did not enter. Drawing a quiet breath, he summoned the last of his strength. If the fault was his, then the mending must begin with him, immediately, deliberately, without delay. Chu Liyue stood at the door of the hospital room, wearing a bathrobe, her hair damp with droplets clinging to the end. Although the VIP room, where Xiao Wujie was located, had a washroom, she chose to go to the next room to avoid disturbing his rest. After a hurried shower without drying her hair or changing her clothes, she stepped out. She was worried that during her brief moment of bathing, she might miss any news about Xiao Wujie. But standing in front of the hospital room, it was quiet inside. With Lu Zhufeng accompanying him, there shouldn't be any major. Having thought this, she relaxed and stood by the railing at the edge of the corridor, lightly playing with her damp hair to dissipate the moisture on her body. The corridor at the entrance of the VIP room was spacious. It was a private hospital, not open to the public, so it was not crowded like an ordinary hospital, but rather empty and extremely quiet. She leaned both hands on the railing, her posture relaxed, soothing the tension and fatigue from days of vigil by Xiao Wujie's bedside. Her eyes were somewhat dazed as she watched a few medical staff hastily moving about below, making her feel her emotions were complex, a tangle of feelings intertwined within her, making it difficult to untangle or understand what she was truly upset about. Yet that feeling pressed heavily upon her heart, refusing to dissipate. Perhaps she was just creating her own troubles, getting upset with herself. Did Xiao Wujie do anything wrong? He had done everything he could to minimize sacrifices and resolve the situation as quickly as possible. In the eyes of many, he should be considered a hero. Who did Xiao Wujie risk his life for in his two encounters with Chu Feihong? Ultimately, it was still for her. What could she blame him for? From what angle could she even criticize him? She could only conclude that she was making a fuss over nothing and was angry with herself. But when she saw him struggling on the hospital bed, the feeling of life slipping away from him, as if he might vanish before her eyes at any moment, made her heart ache and fueled her anger. What did he treat his own life as? Has he really become indifferent to life and death? Then what were his words about liking her and wanting to stay together forever? Was he trying to make her happy? Didn't he realize how terrified she was of losing him and how hard she was trying to keep him even for just a moment? She had originally planned to set off for the extreme north as soon as the matter in Haijing Bay was resolved, determined to retrieve the third reagent. But given his current state, how could she reassure herself to go? Even if she went to the extreme north to retrieve the third reagent, she would still need to conduct continuous experiments to perfect it. With him acting so recklessly, could he still wait for her to perfect the reagent to save him? She couldn't make sense of it, and didn't want to reveal these unpleasant thoughts to him while he was still unwell. She wanted to show him her best and most beautiful side, not let him be affected by her negative emotions. Therefore, she chose to calm herself down first before facing him. A gentle breeze in the corridor brushed through her slightly damp hair, gradually easing her chaotic emotions. Suddenly, the sound of a water cup shattering in the hospital room broke her thoughts. Shortly after, she heard a thud as someone fell to the ground along with a muffled groan of pain. Her heart skipped a beat. Without any hesitation, she rushed into the hospital room as fast as she could. Upon entering, she saw Xiao Wujie pale as a ghost lying on the cold floor with shards of the broken cup and spilled water scattered around him, and all the various tubes and 4 needles that had been attached to him were removed. Xiao Wujie was now lying on the ground covered in glass shards and water, struggling to get up. He wanted to explain clearly that he had not acted recklessly, nor did he disregard her feelings. He would actively cooperate with treatment, strive to live, and do everything possible to fulfill his vow of staying together with her forever. He understood that misunderstandings only grew deeper and the rift between them widened. He was at fault from the start, and he didn't want to waste any time. He wanted to explain immediately to seek her forgiveness. But he had overestimated his physical condition, carefully removing the various tubes and 4 needles attached to him. Supporting himself against the table, he wanted to get out of bed to find her, but the little strength left in his hands and legs was not enough to support him in walking. Instead, he accidentally knocked over the water cup and fell to the ground. He had once longed for Chu Liyue to come in and accompany him, to hold him, to pamper him, but now he dreaded her entering, and the moment he saw her come in, he was extremely frightened. He feared that Chu Liyue would misunderstand him as being reckless with his life, intentionally degrading his own body to attract her attention. They already had one misunderstanding because of him, and he didn't want to deepen the rift between them again. At that moment, he saw Chu Liyue standing there, her gaze evasive, not daring to look at him. He struggled to get up, but lacked the strength, and as he struggled, his hands were covered in shards of glass. Seeing him like this caused a sharp pang in Chu Liyue's heart, as she immediately came to her senses and rushed to lift him from the ground. Perhaps not wanting her to see him in such a disheveled state, Xiao Wujie was somewhat resistant to her embrace, for the first time struggling aimlessly. After placing him on the hospital bed, he did not nestle into her arms as usual. Instead, he averted his gaze and shrank to the other side of the bed. Chu Liyue felt a pang in her heart. Xiao Wujie in this state reminded her of when his health first deteriorated. Being strong-willed at heart, he found it hard to accept that he had gone from being a healthy person to one requiring constant care. He resisted the approach of anyone, even her, unwilling to reveal his vulnerable side. She had patiently stayed with him for a long time before gradually easing his resistance. Now due to her own trivial emotions it felt like they were back to square one. Chu Liyue, it couldn't help but scold herself in her heart. He hadn't done anything wrong, it was just that he hadn't cared for his own body. She should have communicated well with him. He wasn't a thick-head youth who couldn't take advice. He was already sensitive, and she had to maintain a cold demeanor while he was unwell. Now it had come to this, making him feel so devalued that he didn't even dare to approach her. Was she satisfied? Suppressing the overwhelming regret in her heart, she pulled Xiao Wujie closer, embracing him, wanting to examine his hands. She clearly saw that his hands were covered in shards of glass. Be good, let me see your hand. She tried to soften her voice, not wanting the person in her embrace to feel any fear towards her. She could feel him tremble slightly at her words, but he still kept his head down, tightly gripping his own hands, unwilling to let go even a little. Seeing this, she lifted his chin, her warm red lips meeting his pale thin ones, continually kissing him gently. Under her tender coaxing, Xiao Wujie's body gradually relaxed, and his hands unconsciously moved to her. Taking the opportunity, Chu Liyue released his lips and pried his hands apart. His hands were covered in glass fragments, and because he had been gripping tightly, they were now bleeding profusely. The sight was gory and gruesome. Chu Liyue looked at his hands, the veins on her forehead bulging. Xiao Wujie instinctively said, "Sister, I'm not doing it on purpose." His voice trembled a bit, and after speaking he attempted to clench his fists, wanting to break free from her embrace. She held him down firmly, her red lips pressing against his thin ones again, gently licking and kissing him, her fingers caressing his face. Watching him gradually calm down, she finally released her lips and pressed the nurse call button. Moments later, Yi Jinyu arrived with 2 young nurses, performed some simple checks on him, bandaged his hands, and then left the room. Xiao Wujie remained completely quiet throughout, leaning against Chu Liyue's shoulder, not clinging to her as he used to. Chu Liyue felt the lack of weight on her shoulder, realizing he hadn't truly relaxed. Just as she was about to take further measures to help him relax, Xiao Wujie suddenly buried his head in her embrace, his fingers gently grasping her back. A moment later, a slightly trembling whisper emerged. "Sister, I'm sorry. I won't act like a hero anymore. I'll just be your good treasure. So can you forgive me? I will no longer be a hero. I will only be your obedient darling." Xiao Wujie said with a slightly trembling voice, burying his head in Chu Liyue's embrace, not daring to lift his gaze. In 2 lifetimes, having weathered countless storms, he had never feared anything. But this time he was truly afraid. He feared that she would not forgive him. In the desolate ends of the earth, the cold moon pierced through the sound of a broken flute. In the silent, chilly corners of the world, a solitary lamp extinguished all thoughts of longing. The so-called smiling in the face of adversity, standing proud against the snow, was merely self-comforting in the face of a world that stood alone. How could a fallen flower not yearn for the warmth of a flower house? How could a broken ship not long for a sheltered harbor? If there were someone to share a life together, who would wish to freeze alone in the wind and snow? Perhaps Lu Zhufeng was right all along. He was indeed a sentimental fool. Clearly capable of ruling the world, he preferred to drown in her embrace. He walked through the endless long night alone, and had already stood atop the highest mountain, finally witnessing his own world. He could let go of everything, but this one matter once grasped, he could not bear to release. He spoke from the heart. Even without his intervention, who could hinder Chu Liyue's steps forward with her abilities? All he did was accelerate the process, unwilling to be a useless figure standing behind her. But now he understood that this frail body might not allow him to act freely. He came to terms with it, and became indifferent. He would no longer be a hero pushing this or that process. He would simply be her obedient darling. But the premise was that she could forgive him. For a long while he heard no response from Chu Liyue, and the hand he had on her back trembled slightly. Gritting his teeth, he decided to fight for himself once more. Lying in her enchanting embrace, he took a deep breath of the intoxicating rose fragrance, and then suddenly lifted his head. "Sister, I'm not reckless with my life. I just don't want more people to sacrifice because of us. I didn't expect the consumption of these unusual techniques to be so great. I will never do this again. I only wanted to go out and find you. I didn't mean to fall, really. I will definitely cooperate positively with the treatment. I really will cherish my life." After saying a long string of words, he felt somewhat parched, breathless, and his voice gradually weakened. Seeing Chu Liyue staring at him silently, he felt a bit at a loss. Gritting his teeth, he gathered all his strength and softly said, "I'm sorry. Can you forgive me?" Chu Liyue remained motionless, gazing at the flustered Xiao Wujie, her breath carrying a subtle hint of disarray. Beneath her seemingly calm eyes lay a turbulent wave of emotions. Xiao Wujie rambled in a panic, but she couldn't clearly hear many of his words. "I'm sorry. Not just once, but repeatedly, I'm sorry." Everything he did was for himself, yet in the end, he still had to say sorry. "I will no longer be a hero. I will only be your obedient darling. You are already a hero born with noble spirit. Why should you bow down for me? Can you forgive me? You did nothing wrong at all. Why should you seek forgiveness?" She could not describe her current feelings: pain, guilt, regret, discomfort. In short, she felt she was wrong, completely and utterly wrong. Self-proclaimed wise throughout her life, yet blinded by a single leaf. She was trapped in his reckless act of using techniques against his own health, neglecting the deep emotions behind such actions. Moreover, he was inherently meticulous and sensitive. When he was sick and frail, needing her care and affection the most, she had turned cold towards him. What had she done? Looking at his pale and weak face, clearly exhausted, yet still forcing himself to explain, she suddenly didn't know how to act, as she wanted to embrace him, but felt somewhat unworthy. Until she saw Xiao Wujie's eyes trembling as they looked at her. The light in his gaze began to fade away. Unable to hold back any longer, she suddenly pulled him into her arms, tightening her grip with all her strength. Hearing Xiao Wujie let out a muffled groan, she realized she had to ease up a little. One hand wrapped around his waist, the other gently stroking his hair, pressing his head against her neck. At that moment, mixed with endless regret, she wished to blend him into her very being. Her heart swirled with complex emotions, and the constant pangs of pain made her bend slightly at the waist. Feeling the person in her arms tremble, she lightly closed her eyes and pressed her red lips to his ear, her voice hoarse and unsteady. "Darling, hold me." It had always been Xiao Wujie who clung to her for a hug. This time, she needed him to hold her back. For the first time, she felt an overwhelming need for his embrace, otherwise she would drown in the surging emotion. The person in her arms seemed incredulous and wanted to lift his head. She gently pressed down on his head, then guided his hand to rest on her waist. Her hand caressed from his head to his back, continuously soothing him. After a long time, she felt the weight in her arms. His cool cheek was pressed tightly against her chest, and his arms were wrapped tightly around her waist. The soft light cast a deep and affectionate silhouette of their embrace. She lifted her hand to gently raise his chin, revealing his pale, weary, yet peerlessly beautiful face to the air, and the mist in his eyes slightly eased her heart, but she couldn't help but draw a breath. Sister, did you forgive me?" Before he could utter the words that would break her heart, she sealed his lips. With slightly furrowed brows, her beautiful eyes half closed, her red lips continuously brushed against his thin ones, tenderly entwined. In the midst of it all, she leaned close to his ear, and 1,000 words condensed into one sentence. "I will always love you, darling. I will never abandon you. You will always be my best, darling. Here you are never allowed to say sorry, because it would break my heart. And you are so good." In the softly lit hospital room, Chu Liyue elegantly leaned against the head of the bed, while the Xiao Wujie, tightly clinging to her, had already fallen into a deep sleep. He had just awakened from a coma, having experienced a whirlwind of emotions and various trials, and was already exhausted. At that moment, back in the embrace that brought him peace, he could no longer hold on, slipping into unconsciousness within moments. Chu Liyue gently shifted her position, pulled the blanket up to wrap him tightly, and lightly caressed his weary and worn features. He must have been dreaming of something. His lips moved slightly, mumbling a few indistinct words. "Sister, I'm sorry." Chu Liyue lightly kissed his trembling eyelashes and thin lips, wishing to dispel his deep-seated anxieties. She silently gazed at his unparalleled beauty. If one ignored his frail and sickly appearance, she truly felt that this face gathered all the beauty in the world. A good man aspires to great heights. He trembled as he said, "I will no longer be a hero. I will only be your obedient darling." Her darling born with wings should soar above the 9 heavens. Why must he break his wings for her and crawl forward? She did not want him to stop for anyone, even for her. Because she wanted to reclaim his future life from the hands of heaven. He need not look back. She would always be by his side. She wanted him to continue as before, walking his own path, singing his own song, striding forth in his unique manner into the future. "Along this journey, through mountains and rivers, through wind and snow, I will accompany you." In the gentle evening breeze, the small misunderstanding quietly withered away like flower petals washed by a light rain, dissipating into the wind without a trace. The hearts that had been momentarily separated seemed to return to their original orbits like the brightest stars in the night sky, shining even more brilliantly together. After 2 days of rest, Xiao Wujie's condition had noticeably improved. His energy was more abundant, and of course, he became more clingy. Chu Liyue was also happy to be by his side, having spent these days in the hospital with him. Due to the daily intravenous drips and medication, Xiao Wujie found the taste bitter and was reluctant to eat, preferring instead to have some fruit. After consulting with Yi Jinyu about letting him eat some fruit to supplement his vitamin C, Chu Liyue felt relieved. She specially sent someone to pick the freshest fruits from various places in Huaxia, airlifting them to the imperial capital that same day and delivering them to Xiao Wujie's hospital room. At this moment in the hospital room, Xiao Wujie was sitting on Chu Liyue's slender legs, wrapped in stockings, playing with a strand of her hair, enjoying her feeding. After feeding him 2 slices of orange and noticing his appetite seemed good, Chu Liyue gently scratched his chin and coaxed, "Good boy, do you want to eat something else?" To acquire these additive-free fresh fruits, she had put in a lot of effort just to ensure that he would have a good appetite. As long as he was happy to eat, she would find a way to get him even the dragon meat from the heavens. Xiao Wujie looked at the colorful array of fruits on the table and couldn't help but sigh to himself. He only mentioned that he wanted to eat some fruit, yet his sister seemed to have laid out every seasonal fruit from across the country before him, some of which he couldn't even name. Moreover, the quality looked like it had just been freshly picked from the fruit trees. Surely they couldn't have been airlifted from all over the country, could they? Although he felt that his thoughts were somewhat absurd, thinking of Chu Liyue's unwavering indulgence towards him, he suddenly felt that this possibility was not entirely out of the question. Tentatively expressing his thoughts, he saw the look of assumption on Chu Liyue's face, and his expression couldn't help but show a hint of cracking. The situation of a concubine laughing amidst the dust, unaware that lychees have arrived, had unexpectedly happened to him again after 1,000 years. At this moment he could only say, "Sister, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Ooh, I won't strive anymore. This bowl of soft rice is really intoxicating." Careful not to poke him, she used a specially prepared blunt fork to delicately feed him the assorted fruits she had peeled. She knew her precious one's blood coagulation function wasn't that good, so naturally, she wouldn't let him handle any sharp objects, and she would pay extra attention when feeding him. Watching Chu Liyue focus solely on feeding him while he hadn't had a taste himself, Xiao Wujie's heart fluttered as he popped a sweet ripe strawberry into his mouth, and at the right moment leaned in to share it with her. The strawberry juice burst forth in both their mouths, the sweet flavor sliding down their tongues and deep into their hearts. Chu Liyue's fork had unknowingly fallen to the floor, and as they embraced each other's waists, they found it hard to part. Just as they were about to give in to their deepening feelings, 2 knocks suddenly echoed from outside. They both snapped back to reality, pulling away from each other. Chu Liyue knew it must be AI Roman coming to report work to her. During these 2 days she had been in the hospital, with Xiao Wujie leaving all matters to AI Roman. Looking down at Xiao Wujie in her arms after their intense kiss, he was leaning against her, gasping lightly, with a few beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The strawberry juice stained his pale lips, giving him a somewhat enchanting look. It was hard not to want to savor him thoroughly. But such an alluring treasure shouldn't be seen by others. She casually grabbed a tissue, gently wiped his mouth, and then indifferently said, "Come in." AI Roman, with heavy dark circles under her eyes, stepped in, and immediately saw this scene. Her cold and stunning superior was affectionately wiping sweat off her boyfriend, sitting on her lap, his clothes slightly disheveled, as if someone had grabbed him, with strawberry juice still lingering on her red lips. Her boyfriend had a slightly unusual rosy hue on his lips, softly leaning against her, gasping for breath. She could probably guess what they had just been doing with just a thought. She was exhausted, working harder than a donkey in a production team. Was she here to report work only to be fed a mouthful of dog food? If it weren't for the generous pay, she wouldn't have been able to endure this job for a single day. After settling Xiao Wujie, Chu Liyue wiped her own mouth, allowing him to lean against her while her fingers lightly fiddled with the buttons of her shirt. With one arm around Xiao Wujie's waist and the other resting on the sofa's armrest, her cold gaze, devoid of warmth, exuded dominance as she tilted her chin slightly towards AI Roman, who was preparing to report work. AI Roman quickly opened the documents she was holding and began her report. AI Roman, first regarding last week's sales data, our sales have increased by 15 compared to the same period last month, especially with the launch of a new product line contributing significantly to the overall performance. Chu Liyue, what feedback have we received? AI Roman, the feedback has been very positive. We've received a large number of favorable reviews, especially on social. The PR team has compiled some user comments and plans to use them in future advertising campaigns. Chu Liyue, what about the suppliers? AI Roman, we have completed the contract renewal negotiations with our main suppliers. We successfully negotiated a better price and ensured a stable supply of raw materials for the coming year. Essentially, Chu Liyue asked, and AI Roman answered. Since today was their last day at Haijing Base, several matters that required Chu Liyue's presence had piled up for today. Just as AI Roman was about to announce today's arrangements, her pupils suddenly widened, staring at Xiao Wujie and Chu Liyue's arms, her lips trembling as she struggled to speak. "Beast, what are you doing?" Xiao Wujie was not interested in Chu Liyue's complex work. Unlike him, Chu Liyue was the family heir, and the business involved many family interests, so she couldn't just be a carefree bystander like him. Profit or loss didn't matter. After all, he had plenty of assets, so it was of no concern. Even if he lost everything, he still had his sister to support him. Out of boredom, he could only play with Chu Liyue's hair and then fiddle with the buttons of her shirt. The first button of her shirt was undone, revealing her elegant swan neck and charming collarbone, while her ample bosom was just concealed. Xiao Wujie gazed at the second troublesome button for a long time, his eyelashes fluttering, and then, as if possessed, he unbuttoned it and pressed his entire face against her. Feeling the exquisite softness of her skin, realizing he had been caught in the act, he rarely blushed and immediately buried his face in Chu Liyue's embrace, hiding from the view of his exclusive beauty. Leaning towards Chu Liyue's ear, he whispered hoarsely, "Sister, I feel a bit unwell." A completely empty trash can is filled with crumpled tissues. AI Roman has long been driven out, and the ward is suffused with heat, the air thick with an ambiguous atmosphere. Xiao Wujie, drenched in sweat, has a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes, his pale face unusually flushed as he buries his head into Chu Liyue's embrace. His body is a mess, and outside the tightly shut door, Lu Zhufeng and AI Roman act as guardians, having already chased away several waves of medical staff who came to check on him and administer for drips. Chu Liyue meticulously uses a warm towel to clean the marks on his body. Seeing him curled up in her arms, shy and reluctant to face the world, a smile dances in her eyes as she gently kisses his hair. Be good, there's no shame in this. Patiently and carefully, she helps Xiao Wujie clean up, changing him into a clean and oversized casual outfit. As for why it isn't a hospital gown in Lu Zufeng's words so pretentious, just as she settles him into bed and tucks him in, a cautious knocking sounds from outside the door. Chu Liyue, and knows this is AI Roman, urging her to leave. Glancing at her phone, she gently strokes Xiao Wujie's face and softly coaxes, be good, I'll be back soon. Xiao Wujie, who had initially pretended to be asleep, immediately opens his eyes upon hearing she's leaving, reaching out to grasp her sleeve, his eyes misty. His pitiful demeanor reveals a bit of clinginess. Chu Liyue kisses his soft lips, twice, her voice gentle and enchanting. Be good, I'll return shortly. After soothing him a bit more, she turns to leave. Just when Xiao Wujie thinks he will be alone in the empty room for the entire afternoon, a visitor arrives at his ward just in time. Gu Juanji, dressed in a white silk shirt and holding a bouquet of carnations, walks into the ward. I originally wanted to bring a fruit basket, but I heard Miss Chu had already sent over fresh seasonal fruits from all over the country. So I brought a bouquet of flowers instead. I hope you like them. As soon as she enters, she teasingly remarks, elegantly sitting down on the chair beside the bed and placing the fragrant carnations on the bedside. Although she still wears an appropriate smile and appears astute and capable, Xiao Wujie keenly detects a hint of weariness hidden between her brows and a string of black prayer beads on her slender wrist. In his impression, Gu Juanji is not someone who reveres deities or fears ghosts. His gaze shifts slightly, and he simply chuckles and nods. I heard you were leaving today, so I came to bid you farewell. You seem to be recovering well. Gu Juanji laughs lightly, her eyes carrying a hint of surprise. The shock Xiao Wujie brought her that night was immense, making even her question whether such power truly belonged to a human. Now she completely understands why Lin Qingyi, so astonishingly talented, willingly chose to stay quietly behind him. But was what he revealed that night truly all of his strength? She has no answer in her heart. The person before her feels like an abyss, as if no one can see through the vast unknown hidden beneath his seemingly gentle exterior. Thank you, Sister Gu, for your concern. I am doing well here. How have things been on your side? Xiao Wujie replies with his usual gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Gu Junzi's expression stiffens for a moment, and her gaze trembles, slightly falling into a brief silence. After a while, with her eyes lowered and a faint smile tugging at her lips, she says, everything has been handled. Seeing her complex expression, Xiao Wujie understands that she has likely received the answers she didn't get from Gu Hengxing that night. Gu Juanji indeed received the answers, and they were as unacceptable as she had anticipated. These past few days might have been the most torturous days of her life. When she returned to the Gu family with Gu Hengsheng's corpse, the entire Gu family erupted. She found old Master Gu and voiced her doubts, but he was silent for a long time, eventually only telling her that she would know everything the next day. When she saw old Master Gu the next day, he was already peacefully lying in bed without a single breath. The old butler who had served the old master for many years handed Gu Juanji an envelope stating that the old master had instructed him to give it to her on his western journey. The letter clarified everything Gu Juanji wanted to know and revealed many things the old master found difficult to say during his lifetime. It turned out Gu Hengxing and her father were both sons of old Master Gu, but born of different mothers. Gu Hengxing's mother was the old master's original wife, chosen through a family alliance. Their feelings were shallow, and due to her strong personality, their relationship had always been lukewarm. Old Master Gu had thought he would simply safeguard this family fortune for the rest of his life. However, in this complicated world, fate is the most inscrutable. An accidental encounter, a ridiculous night, the classic story of a domineering CEO falling for a Cinderella unfolded in the life of old Master Gu. In a high position, already married, old Master Gu fell deeply in love with his gentle and unassuming grandmother, even fathering Gu Junzi's father with her. Knowing his behavior was improper, although he loved deeply, he kept both mother and child hidden. Yet paper cannot contain fire forever. His frequent absences and unusual behavior were ultimately discovered by Gu Hengxing's mother. Strong-willed and ruthless, Gu Hengxing's mother in her fury sought to eliminate Gu Junzi's grandmother and father. Though old Master Gu felt guilty, he could not allow them to come to harm. Gu Hengxing's mother, thwarted in her attempts, left in anger, but met with a fatal accident on her way out. Already not so young, Gu Hengxing personally witnessed all this, planting a seed of hatred in his heart. The death of his lawful wife left old Master Gu feeling deeply remorseful. Although Gu Hengxing hated him, he still did his utmost to nurture him. In the world of the wealthy, there were only interests, not familial bonds. Upon reaching adulthood, Gu Hengxing quickly revealed his inadequacies. His abilities were nowhere near those of old Master Gu and the late Gu Taizhong, making him an unsuitable candidate for the family head. At this time, the elder members of the family turned their attention to Gu Junzi's father, the illegitimate child. Due to his guilt over his deceased wife, old Master Gu hoped Gu Hengxing would take over, but the Gu family was not solely his to decide. The elders of the family subtly indicated that Gu Junzi's father should be brought back for training. Surprisingly, although he was an illegitimate child, he was exceptionally talented, outperforming Gu Hengxing in every aspect. Sharing the blood of Old Master Gu Junzi's father naturally became the better choice for the next successor. According to Old Master Gu's plans, it was indeed a fact that Gu Junzi's father was more suitable to take over than Gu Hengxing. If Gu Hengxing could not become the family head, he would also arrange a good future for him, ensuring he would be worry-free for life. However, Gu Hengxing, who had long buried a seed of hatred in his heart, became completely disillusioned with the family and reached an alliance with Chu Feihong. He amassed a vast fortune through illicit dealings, firmly grasping the power of the legitimate line. With Chu Feihong's help, he orchestrated the death of Gu Junzi's father. He showed no intention of concealing anything from Old Master Gu. When Old Master Gu angrily demanded that he pay with his life, he clutched his mother's portrait in one hand and handed over a knife with the other, offering no resistance, allowing Old Master Gu to take his life. Looking at the seemingly resentful gaze of his deceased wife's portrait, he fell silent. Gu Hengxing was indeed the rightful heir of the Gu family. His mother, enraged by Gu Junzi's grandmother and father, accidentally passed away, and he himself was deemed inadequate by the elders of the family. What he did was merely reclaim what was rightfully his. Who could he blame? All the sins stemmed from him. He was the true culprit, and if someone had to die, it should be him. He understood Gu Hengxing's character very well, and he knew the extent of his hatred towards Gu Junzi's line. If he did not take action, Gu Juanji and her family would surely be exterminated by Gu Hengxing. Thus, he could only struggle to hold on and continue sitting in the position of family head to ensure that Gu Junzi's line would not be completely wiped out. Fortunately, Gu Juanji did not disappoint him. Her exceptional abilities and extraordinary talent allowed her to support an entire realm even at a young age. He originally intended for all sins to end with him not wanting Gu Junzi's generation to be embroiled in the grievances of the previous generation. Therefore, he concealed the truth about her father's death from her. But Gu Juanji was smarter than he had imagined. From the very beginning, she did not believe her father's death was normal. Once in power, she quickly used various means to uncover the truth. Her abilities surpassed her father's. If it weren't for Chu Feihong's support behind the scenes, Gu Hengxing would likely have already fallen to her hands. Faced with such a situation, he was utterly exhausted and did not want the Gu family to bleed due to old grievances again. Even though he had long relinquished power, he still sat in the position of family head, hesitating to step down, aiming to let them restrain each other and avoid further bloodshed. Yet once the seed of hatred is sown, how could it stop growing because of his attempts to restrain it? When Gu Juanji returned to the Gu family with Gu Hengxing's corpse, he knew he had utterly become a joke in his life. Fate seemed like a hidden puppet master toying with him like a fool. Everything he did was merely useless struggle. He was already old, and after such events he had lost the strength to change anything. Gu Juanji graciously brought forth Gu Hengxing's last words to him. Now this outcome only proves that he is the source of all the Gu family's sins. Having foolishly sustained for so many years, in the end he is nothing but a joke, so he no longer wishes to hold on. He chooses to end this sinful life himself. In the end, he left 2 sentences for the old butler to convey to Gu Juanji after his departure. The first is that he has lived a life of deep sins and cannot face the ancestors in the underworld or his wife and loved ones. After death, no funeral will be held, no memorial ceremony, no grave will be built, and he will not enter the ancestral hall. With a handful of ashes, he will wander the world, no longer troubling any descendants. The second is, we are of the same root. Why must we be so harsh on each other? All sins are attributed to him. While he cannot manage the affairs after his death, he hopes that Gu Juanji will not commit further sins and truly bring the Gu family back on track. Gu Juanji cannot describe her feelings after reading the letter and hearing her grandfather's last words. Fate's hand has manipulated them like clowns, turning everything into a grotesque mess. She fulfilled half of Old Master Gu's last wishes by scattering his ashes in the mountains and rivers, allowing him to no longer be bound by the net of this earthly world. But the remaining sins still require someone to bear them. Although Gu Hengxing is dead, those tied to him by interests will still not spare her. That night blood flowed like rivers. All those tied to Gu Hengxing by interests were eliminated by her. All sins ended with her, and all evil was born solely by her. If there is indeed punishment from heaven, let it all come to her. Perhaps due to the commotion that night, her younger brother, who usually loves to sleep and woke up very early the next day. He wandered into the now much emptier Gu family old residence, trembling as he reached out a small hand to wipe away a smudge of blood on her face. Her mother, who had not come out for many years, personally went to the temple to pray for her, seeking a string of prayer beads to bless her, cleanse her of impurities, and ensure her peace for the rest of her life. The dawn's light poured into the courtyard as a new day arrived. Quite well. The sins are borne by her, and happiness is left for them. Xiao Wujie looked at the fair and beautiful woman before him with a somewhat complicated expression. Fate is like a whirlpool, once trapped within it is as if an invisible hand tightly grips you, making it hard to escape. It spins in the river of time, creating wave after wave of ripples, forcing every life to drift along. It appears to change in an instant, but always moves toward a fixed endpoint. He is not a savior. The absurdities of the Gu family are not for him to manage. The cycle of heaven and earth will naturally handle fate and the future generations. After a long while he slowly speaks, you have followed me for 5 years. I will ensure the Gu family does not get kicked out of the 4 great clans. This clever woman approaches everything with purpose. How could she come to this hospital room without reason, displaying such unusual emotions before him? Upon hearing this, Gu Junzi's gaze subtly shifts, and she ultimately smiles. Complexly, pleasure doing business with you. Xiao Wujie then turned his gaze to the window, gently exhaling. This trip to Haijing Bay has come to a complete end. As the morning light of 9 o'clock quietly descended, a ray of sunlight silently squeezed through the gap in the curtains, entering the room. With the spreading light, the entire room was bathed in a warm and gentle golden hue, as if everything was enveloped in a tender beauty. The door was gently pushed open. Dressed in professional attire, Chu Liyue kicked off her high heels and quietly approached the bed to sit down. Xiao Wujie on the bed had yet to awaken, tightly holding onto a pillow that had been sprayed with the same perfume as hers, sleeping soundly. The sunlight danced lightly on his face, and his delicate skin appeared even smoother under the morning light, with long eyelashes fluttering slightly, creating a scene so beautiful that it seemed unthinkable to disturb it. Due to his body still not having fully recovered, Xiao Wujie had been somewhat drowsy these past few days. Chu Liyue, not trusting him to sleep alone at home day and night, decided to take leave from work and returned home early. Gazing quietly at the boy's beautiful sleeping face, her fingers gently traced his brows and eyes. She wished for time to freeze at this moment, letting this beauty become eternal. After a moment, she gracefully walked into the dressing room and emerged wearing a sexy, comfortable black spaghetti-strap dress. Although it was already May and the temperature in the capital was quite warm and comfortable, Xiao Wujie always had cold hands and feet when sleeping alone. Today, with the sun shining brightly, she wanted to take him out to bask in the sunlight and get some fresh air. She tried to take away the pillow she had placed in his arms when she left in the morning, but to her surprise, he held onto it tightly, mumbling incoherently, and turned his back, as if fearing someone would snatch it away. She couldn't help but laugh softly. So was she being neglected? She could only lift the blanket, pull him into her arms, and her fingers slipped inside his clothing, teasing the sensitive spot on his waist, while delicate kisses fell upon his ear, her voice low and enticing. Good boy, let go him right here. Did you really prefer the pillow over me? The ticklish feeling in the sensitive area made him unconsciously squirm a bit, and upon sensing Chu Liyue's familiar warmth and scent, he quickly loosened his grip on the pillow. His arms wrapped around Chu Liyue's slender waist, his face pressed against her chest, unconsciously rubbing against her. Seeing this, Chu Liyue smiled and gently stroked his hair, picking him up and carrying him outside, heading towards the back garden. In the back garden, flowers bloomed in competition, creating a dazzling sea of colors. Chu Liyue, holding the still sleeping Xiao Wujie, settled under the sunshade in the center of the floral sea, lazily leaning against the broad and comfortable rocking chair. With a gentle breeze blowing, she lightly caressed the back of Xiao Wujie's head, feeling his warm breath softly spraying against her neck, her gaze deep and focused on the blue sky and the floral sea outside. She wished to hold on to the fleeting moments, wishing time would forever stand still at this instant. However, the frail body in her arms was like a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment, threatening to erase all the beauty before her eyes. In the coming days, she would embark on a journey to the extreme north, doing everything possible to retrieve the third. God is a place where the most extreme geniuses and madmen gather. Xiao Wujie had never been interested in what they studied, as she didn't want him to wade into this murky water. Moreover, the extreme north is a harsh and bitter land, and given Xiao Wujie's physical condition, it would be impossible for her to take him along. However, retrieving the third reagent from that group of people who were half geniuses and half madmen was no easy task. She had no idea how long her journey would take, ranging from at least half a month to possibly several months. Looking at the person in her arms who clung to her tightly, she felt uncertain about how to speak as their departure approached. Just as her thoughts flowed, she felt the person in her arms stir. Looking down, she saw him nuzzling against her chest, his eyelashes trembling, as if he couldn't handle the bright light outside for a moment, and he frowned uncomfortably, squinting his eyes. Chu Liyue hurriedly covered his eyes with her hand to help alleviate the irritation from the light outside. When she felt it was enough and lowered her hand, she saw him droop his eyelids and suddenly ask, "Sister, is it already dark?" In his fixed impression, Chu Liyue always left for work very early and returned only in the afternoon. Seeing his bewildered expression, she couldn't help but chuckle and gently kissed his long eyelashes, laughing softly. "Can't you take a look yourself? My sleeping beauty." Sitting up from Chu Liyue's embrace, he looked around with a dazed expression, his eyes filled with innocent confusion. After a while, he leaned back into Chu Liyue's arms, gently nibbling on her alluring collarbone, and softly asked, "Why did you come back so early, sister?" Chu Liyue stroked his well-defined six-pack abs, and upon hearing his words, her fingertips teasingly grazed over them as she chuckled, "Of course, I came back to be with my little treasure." In this tender exchange, time tiptoed lightly, quietly slipping away through their fingers. In the blink of an eye, it was already afternoon. They had not left the back garden, and lunch was also resolved here. A bowl of century egg and lean meat congee. Chu Liyue personally fed Xiao Wujie for a full half an hour. The afternoon sun, like golden satin, gently spread over every corner of the back garden, dispelling the chill around and leaving a warm feeling. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying a faint floral fragrance and the scent of distant grass, fresh and natural. Xiao Wujie quietly leaned against Chu Liyue, closing his eyes to rest. A somewhat hesitant and anxious voice floated into his ears, causing him to open his eyes instantly. Good boy. I might be out for a few days. The subject is I, not we. Xiao Wujie raised his head, his eyes fixed intently on Chu Liyue. Where? A pretty far place. How? Half a month. He could actually guess where Chu Liyue was going and what she was going to do. But he didn't press further. If she didn't want to say, he wouldn't ask. Even if he couldn't guess, it would still be the same. Xiao Wujie's eyes rippled slightly as he quietly gazed into Chu Liyue's seemingly calm, cold eyes. The wind lifted a few strands of her hair, gently brushing against his face with the sound of her soft breathing in his ears. At this moment, time seemed to stand still, and the entire world was left with just their gaze locked on each other. The wind continued to blow, and after an unknown amount of time, Xiao Wujie gently lowered his gaze. Forget it. If she didn't want him to know, he wouldn't ask. If she didn't want him to take risks, he would obey. His hands tightly wrapped around her waist, pressing their bodies closely together, greedily feeling the softness and warmth of her body. His pale, bloodless lips gently brushed against her red lips, his voice soft and gentle. I mean what I say. I will wait for you. The wind swept by, stirring a vibrant sea of flowers, creating ripples of brilliant colors that obscured their tint. The petals gently brushed against each other in the wind, producing faint rustling sounds that masked those enchanting voices. As the first golden ray of dawn pierced through the clouds, a luxury sedan came to a smooth halt before the towering Tianqi Group headquarters. A pair of exquisitely crafted high heels emerged first from the car, followed by Chu Liyue, elegantly dressed in a professional suit, as she carefully guided her drowsy beloved out onto the pavement. Then with serene composure, she slipped an arm around Xiao Wujie's waist and strode into the corporate tower. Dressed in a navy and white striped shirt and blue jeans, Xiao Wujie, nestled within her embrace, resembled nothing so much as a university student tenderly sheltered by his elder sister. In a former life, such a scene might have inspired yet another novel. I am irresistibly handsome, the beloved in my CEO elder sister's arms. Xiao Wujie's drowsiness vanished almost instantly. From the moment Chu Liyue looped her arm around his waist and entered the building, the sharp thuds of employees' heads colliding with walls and the crisp clatter of dropped documents filled the air. The spectacle before them was undeniably commanding. Their usually brisk, windswept and now moved with deliberate gentleness, cradling an ethereally beautiful, delicate man as if he were porcelain. Sensing every gaze fixed upon the man in her arms, Chu Liyue swept the room with a chilling, imperious stare, then without hesitation lifted him effortlessly at the waist and strode into the elevator. All they caught was a soft, tender murmur. Elder sister. Good heavens, he called her elder sister. Ever since the tabloid headlines broke and their CEO publicly confirmed her relationship with her young partner, the entire nation had fallen headlong in love with this transcendent elder sister younger brother romance. Her company in particular erupted into joyful chaos. Who could have imagined that their ice-cold, unapproachable CEO would be so utterly claimed, without anyone's knowledge? And the benefits of her being thus claimed manifested swiftly over time, diminished dramatically. In the past, the CEO worked day and night, practically residing at the office. If the CEO never left, how could anyone dare clock out? Now, however, with a breathtakingly exquisite, capricious, and enchanting young lover awaiting her at home, what lingering reason remained to stay? Employees watched daily as their CEO led the charge in quiet rebellion, leaving early consistently. Reprimands too grew scarce when one scarcely bothered to show up who had time to scold others. Most astonishingly, salaries remained unchanged. Frankly, everyone in the company longed to meet the anonymous benefactor who'd brought such grace into their lives. And today, seeing him in person, they were left speechless, awestruck. Tsk, so lovely, so delicately petulant. Anyone gazing upon him would yearn to spoil him utterly. No wonder the CEO had become so utterly entranced that even the office lost its allure. Had this benevolent savior exerted himself just a little sooner, they might not have suffered so long. Meanwhile, Chu Liyue radiated unshakable authority as she carried a faintly blushing Xiao Wujie straight into her office. Behind her, AI Roman calmly pulled up a chair and settled herself squarely at the doorway, standing sentinel. From this moment onward, the office was strictly off-limits to all outsiders. The events unfolding within might well prove unsuitable for younger audiences. As it turned out, AI Roman's instinct was impeccably sound. No sooner had they crossed the threshold than Chu Liyue shut the door with a casual flick of her wrist and pressed the slender, mischievous figure in her arms down onto the broad expanse of her desk. With one hand, she pinned both his wrists above his head. With the other, her fingers traced the elegant curve of his waist. A gentle pressure, and the young man beneath her melted like warm silk. Without pause, her lips claimed his fierce and fervent until the metallic tang of blood mingled sweetly with breath on breath. When male colleagues glanced his way, he offered only a courteous faint smile. Yet when female colleagues looked, Each and every one received that same gentle, dazzling smile, igniting waves of ecstatic shrieks. She hadn't seen him bestow such a smile upon her, not once this morning. The wet, intimate sounds of their kiss echoed softly, until she sensed the young man beneath her beginning to gasp for air and mercifully released him. Then lifting him effortlessly, she seated herself in her office chair and drew him onto her lap, her palm gliding soothingly across his back to ease his breathing. Xiao Wujie slumped weakly against her fragrant, supple warmth, chest rising and falling rapidly as he drew deep, shuddering breaths, his eyes shimmering with a soft, dewy haze. He couldn't help wondering, did his elder sister possess a trace of obsessive devotion? Then again, the sensation of being pinned atop this very desk held a uniquely thrilling edge. No wonder so many authors had long been drawn to office romances. Lost in that thought, he recklessly slid his hand along the sensual line of Chu Liyue's waist, fingers tracing slow, teasing circles. His entire body draped over hers, his lips brushed the delicate shell of her ear, his voice low, smoky, and intoxicating. "Elder sister, if it's permitted, I wish to try it here." At those words, Chu Liyue stiffened entirely, her gaze darkening, her teeth unconsciously clenching. What she truly longed to say was, if it were possible, she would do it right now. Though circumstances forbade it, for now, she would certainly lavish this audacious, reckless young man with another round of fierce, tender affection. Warm sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the spacious office while a gentle breeze drifted in, softly dispersing the lingering haze of intimacy. Chu Liyue offered Xiao Wujie some warm water, then let him settle comfortably onto her lap as she resumed her work. She had scheduled her departure for 3 days hence. Upon hearing the news, Xiao Wujie clung to her even more tightly, and she too wished to cherish every remaining moment before she left. Though she verbally promised to return within half a month, she held no certainty she could keep that vow. The far north, remote, untouched by industrial civilization, offered notoriously poor signal strength. Even a simple call or video chat would prove nearly impossible. Instinctively, she drew him closer, holding him tighter, treasuring these final fleeting moments of tenderness before parting. Xiao Wujie did nothing, merely resting quietly in her arms, watching her work. In human life, true delight often lies in such quiet simplicity. Often profound connection requires neither elaborate dialogue nor intense emotional collision. Merely sitting side by side in silent companionship is more than enough. Their mere presence beside one another becomes a source of deep, abiding comfort, like a gentle sunbeam on a winter's day or the hushed golden stillness of twilight on a summer evening, softening the world, making it infinitely kinder. After an indeterminate span of time, Chu Liyue felt his weight shift gently upon her shoulder. His eyes were closed, his breath steady and calm, his lips curved in the faintest, most elusive of smiles. As though nestled within her embrace, he had found the entire world. Time flows like rivers, stars rise and fall. Each dawn and dusk whispers its own quiet chronicle of passing years. 3 days slipped away, unseen, unmarked, until the first streak of dawn cleaved the horizon, revealing the city's silhouette in soft, diffused light. In the dim quiet of the bedroom, Chu Liyue gently unwound his arms from her waist, then sat gracefully at the edge of the bed, gazing silently, tenderly upon his sleeping face for a long, suspended moment. Only when her phone began to vibrate beside her did she finally lift her eyes, bending down to press a soft, lingering kiss upon his forehead. "My darling, wait for me." Forcing herself not to look back, she strode swiftly from the room. Moments later, a helicopter rose into the sky, vanishing swiftly beyond the horizon. At the floor-to-ceiling window, Xiao Wujie stood motionless, watching the helicopter recede, fade, and disappear entirely, lost in silence, unable to stir. In a distant land, an expansive and boundless world of ice and snow stretches endlessly to the horizon. A faint blue-gray hue hangs in the sky, with the sun seemingly forever hidden beneath the horizon, casting only a weak light upon the silver-clad earth. Thick layers of snow blanket every inch of the land, forming undulating snow hills, with a few massive ice crystals occasionally visible, shimmering with a cold glow in the dim light. The cold wind howls past, stirring up fine snowflakes that dance in the air before swiftly vanishing into the vast snowfield. This is the far north, the northernmost tip of the world, where human civilization rarely reaches, long considered the last pristine area on this planet. But few know that a group of self-proclaimed deities, even deemed unacceptable by the mundane world, have stepped foot here and made it their home, conducting research that could upend human understanding yet remains unknown. This group has gathered together to form an organization, God. The influence of God extends to nearly every corner of the globe, with the far north being one of its main bases. The world's perception of the far north is largely of thick ice layers and endless, white wasteland, yet few know that beneath the ice lies an entirely different world. This is a complex, maze-like city of steel resembling an underground labyrinth. Countless towering steel frameworks are deeply embedded in the ice, supporting the entire architectural complex. The core area consists of a series of tall, domed structures that bear the pressure of the crust while providing spacious, bright interiors. Beneath these domes are various laboratories, data processing centers, and simulation environment testing zones, each steel door clearly labeled with names and numbers. The internal lighting system simulates the natural changes in light, allowing one to feel the passing of day and night, even in this underground world devoid of sunlight. In the dimly lit corridor, a small figure leisurely weaves through, stopping in front of a door. After seemingly confirming the room number, they gently press the doorbell. Moments later, the door opened from the inside, and the small figure quickly entered. The room was shrouded in darkness, the only source of light coming from a glowing computer screen on the table. As they turned on the light, they couldn't help but mutter, "Beishan, could you not be so frugal with electricity?" "No, I just prefer a darker environment." With the lights on, the speaker's figure was revealed. It was a short but exceptionally cute, chubby individual sporting a buzz cut and remarkably fair, smooth skin that seemed to glisten. Their round belly resembled a ripe watermelon, creating a prominent curve. With a magnetic and deep voice, their small eyes naturally squinted into slits when they spoke. Although appearing harmless, those who know him understand that he is a ruthless character. His name is Beishan, a concealed computer genius ranking among the top 5 hackers in the world. He can instantly analyze complex code structures and identify vulnerabilities, capable of draining all the money from someone's account in seconds, even able to breach most so-called impregnable security systems with a mere flick of his fingers. What does a single penniless guy like you need with such darkness? The newcomer couldn't help but scoff. He appeared to be a well-behaved child, but his voice was deep and powerful, emanating a maturity that starkly contrasted with his appearance. His words further raised doubts about his true age. In reality, he was already an adult, but due to certain special reasons, his height and appearance remained forever stuck at 11 or 12 years old. "Yunimo, you've really picked up some bad habits from Brother Liu. You should learn more from your teacher's eloquence." Beishan couldn't help but roll his eyes, exclaiming helplessly. The childlike Yunimo was momentarily taken aback, then shot him a dazzling look as if to say, "Are you alright?" Thinking of his teacher's cold, ethereal appearance, literary charm, yet secretly lewd. Cough, cough. After all, the teacher is impressive, always managing to confuse this silly chubby guy. According to Lu Zhufeng, the teacher recently managed to impress a stunningly beautiful master who was beyond comprehension. Indeed, as the teacher said, he has a long way to go and much to learn. After exchanging a few playful words, Yunimo then became serious, asking, "So have you figured out the layout here? Can you breach the security system?" Despite the playful banter, he had not forgotten their purpose for coming here: to steal the relevant formula documents for the forgotten reagent. "The security system is not a problem, it's just that I haven't fully grasped the layout yet." He scratched his rounded chin, which was almost non-existent, looking somewhat troubled. The structure of the God Far North underground base was more intricate than he had imagined, and he had yet to completely replicate its three-dimensional layout. He clearly remembered entering here by a specially designed ice-drilling submarine, slowly descending through a tunnel carved by advanced laser technology, flanked by natural ice layers, ultimately reaching the core area of the underground base. The core area is the experimental zone, equipped with the most advanced experimental apparatus of the time. Beyond it is the research area, containing a vast collection of precious documents, and further out is their current living area. Different areas are interconnected by maze-like corridors, and moving between different regions requires identity permissions. Non-God internal members cannot freely navigate the various zones. He deliberately exposed his abilities to accept God's invitation solely for the purpose of stealing data, having little interest in genuinely joining them. However, this would prevent him from entering the research and experimental areas without understanding their internal structure. Even if he successfully stole the data, escaping would be challenging. Unmo fell silent upon hearing this, momentarily at a loss for a good solution. He could handle a fight, but such delicate work required Beishan. Unfortunately, he lacked the skill. He remembered that his teacher had a particularly powerful phantom clone technique, which could penetrate any obstacle and allow the main body to instantaneously shift to the clone's location. If he could master that technique, things would be easier. "Don't worry, Brother Xiao told us to stay calm and act according, since he said that he must have his own plans. Let's observe the changes and wait for an opportunity." The atmosphere in the room fell into a moment of silence until Beishan softly broke the stillness. Yun Imo nodded slightly at this, just about to turn and leave, when he suddenly thought of something, his eyes flickering, as he said, "I overheard some news while hiding in the shadows with my invisibility technique. You should pay attention." From what they said, it seems that some prominent figures are arriving here in the next few days, seemingly related to the forgotten reagent, possibly to contend for the ownership of a particular vial of the reagent. Perhaps we might catch some opportunities. In the dimly lit room, the few wall lamps cast a pale and feeble glow, barely illuminating a large oak round table and the high-backed leather chairs surrounding it. Abstract paintings hung on the walls with lines that were wildly erratic and colors that were gloomy and chaotic. The heavy curtains were tightly drawn, isolating the interior from the outside world, creating a closed space cut off from reality. In the high-backed leather chairs by the table, shadowy figures sat in various postures, half hidden in darkness, silent, as if waiting for something. The entire room exuded an eerie and quiet atmosphere, with the occasional sound of fingers tapping on the table echoing in the empty space, sending shivers down one's spine. With a soft beep, a clear electronic identification sound resonated. Immediately after, accompanied by a deep and powerful electromagnetic drive sound, the heavy electric door slowly began to open. A slender figure walked in against the light, the sound of her high heels clicking against the floor as she took a seat at an empty chair in front of the conference table. A hoarse and unpleasant voice broke the silence. "Hee, everyone is here, we can begin." As the voice fell, the various figures sitting up also straightened slightly. After rounds of competition, those capable of contending for the ownership of the third reagent are all present, so let's not waste time. Let's each state our chips, let the capable take it. It would be best to determine the final ownership of the third reagent today. It's been nearly half a month already. A slightly languid voice spoke up. "I'll go first. I can submit 3 papers to the organization published in world-class journals. I've taken on the mechanical intelligence project that was left vacant. All the data from my research on third-generation semiconductor materials. A comprehensive upgrade plan for the air purification and circulation system at the extreme north base. 100 billion plus the latest achievements in biological gene modification technology." A cold, emotionless voice echoed through the room, abruptly cooling the atmosphere. This was the only chip that mentioned money. Money talks. This saying holds true even in a place like God. Operating global forces, maintaining various base laboratories, breakthroughs in cutting-edge human technology. None of these can be supported without massive capital. Money may not be omnipotent, but being without it is absolutely untenable. This is a reality that even God cannot escape. Indeed, as this was said, an abrupt silence fell over the room. There was no helping it. Although they were not short on money, most had long been entrenched here, and few could afford such extravagance. He missed Chu as expected of a leader from a wealthy family. At this moment, a relatively young-looking man turned to the slender figure seated across from him and suddenly spoke up. "Rosso, I'll say it one last time, I'm claiming the third reagent." The slender figure straightened up from the shadows, revealing half of her exquisite face. It was Chu Liyue. Her cold eyes were devoid of warmth. Her voice was hard and frigid, radiating a powerful aura akin to an empress. The man sitting opposite her was Vito Rosso, a genius pharmacologist, one of the developers of the third reagent, and also one of its strongest competitors. "Miss Chu, you are the developer of the second reagent, and also its holder. Why must you compete with us for the third reagent?" Vito Rosso wore a cold smile, speaking softly. "My reasons are my own, they concern you not." Chu Liyue showed him no favor, replying coldly. At her words, Vito Rosso's brow slightly furrowed and his expression darkened. He was an unparalleled medical genius. Even in the realm of prodigies that was God, he remained an absolute standout. Accustomed to being admired and envied by others, having repeatedly suffered setbacks at the hands of this woman in recent days left him quite displeased. The third reagent is renowned for its restorative effects. It can even restore the broken yin and yang of an. "I've heard Miss Chu has a boyfriend. He could it be?" Vito Rosso said with a sinister smile, but before he could finish, a dagger cutting through the air shot straight towards his throat. With his pupils suddenly constricting, Vito Rosso instinctively sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. When he turned back, a long streak of blood marked his face, oozing from the wound. "Do not seek death." Chu Liyue's cold gaze bore into him, her eyes brewing a tempest. With a barely noticeable tremor in his fingers, Vito Rosso lightly brushed the blood on his face, his own gaze turning icy as he looked back at Chu Liyue. From this prickly woman, he sensed a palpable killing intent. He thought that if it were in a different place, she might have already. Coincidentally, at this moment, his desire to kill the woman before him peaked. He detested nothing more than others touching his face. This woman had successfully provoked him. The third reagent is not something you can just take away. Since the chips are all here, let's report them directly and let the higher-ups decide the ownership of the third reagent. Vito Rosso spoke in a cold tone, unconsciously clenching the fist hidden beneath the table. After finishing, he paid no heed to the reactions of others and coldly snorted before leaving the room with a dark expression. How coincidental. He was also determined to claim the third reagent. No matter the means, he would stop at nothing. In the spacious and bright room, Chu Liyue had already returned to her quarters. She was sitting on the sofa with her long legs crossed, arms folded, her gaze fixed ahead, her eye color shifting constantly. She had been here for over 10 days, with only a few days left before the half-month deadline she had mentioned. Today's meeting ended once again in discord. Every time Vito Rosso was the one causing trouble. If not for him, the ownership of the third reagent would have been practically assured to her. However, after rounds of competition, only a few capable individuals remained to contend for the final ownership of the reagent. No matter how much he delayed and disrupted, it was of no use. She had absolute confidence in the chips she put forth. She believed that barring any unforeseen circumstances, the issue of the third reagent's ownership would be resolved in the next few days. Then she could return quickly. As this thought crossed her mind, warmth flickered in her eyes. She took out her phone, and the lock screen displayed a photo of Xiao Wujie confessing to her. Opening the chat page with Xiao Wujie, the background was a photo of him feeding her cake. Her finger gently brushed across his face, and her gaze softened involuntarily. Her chat history with Xiao Wujie was quite simple. "Baby, have you arrived?" "Her, I'm here." Then there was a record of a video call she made to him after several days. In the video, he seemed to be perfectly fine, not causing her any trouble. Yet she keenly noticed the dark circles under his eyes. It must be due to poor sleep quality from her absence. His face appeared slightly thinner. Without her around, she wondered if he had been eating well. Just yesterday, he had sent her, "When will you be back, sister?" She saw it, but had yet to reply. After hesitating for a long time, she simply sent back a "very soon." He must have sensed something, as he didn't ask further questions. After all, he was so clever and attentive. Gently rubbing the screen with her finger, she then lifted her head, her expression once again returning to indifference. "Soon, very soon. Wait for me, baby." The warm sunlight quietly slipped through the crevices of the intricately carved wooden window into the study, where the golden rays danced in the air, as if carrying countless tiny dust particles in a graceful ballet. This beam of light eventually tenderly fell upon Xiao Wujie, who was asleep against the bookshelf. Chu Liyue had been gone for more than 10 days, and although the sun had been splendid during this period, Xiao Wujie felt that nothing could compare to the comfort of Chu Liyue's embrace. His recent sleep quality had been terrible, often suffering from sleepless nights, and unable to bear it any longer, he resorted to sleeping pills just to catch a bit of rest. He had already gone 2 consecutive days without sleep, and the estate's doctor had increased the dosage of his sleeping medication yesterday. This morning, he woke up feeling somewhat dazed, leaning against the desk while reading, and unexpectedly dozed off. His already exquisite features, akin to a work of art, gleamed under the sunlight, enhancing the tranquility with a touch of dreaminess and beauty. A gentle breeze occasionally blew by, lightly swaying the half-drawn gauze curtains. The book held in Xiao Wujie's hands was also teasingly flipped, producing a faint rustling sound. The line he was pressing his finger against read, "This affection cannot be dispelled, it only leaves the brow, yet ascends to the heart." A faint sound of footsteps came from outside the door, and Xiao Wujie, who was not in deep sleep, suddenly opened his eyes, the faintly bloodshot gaze fixated on the door. With a click, the door was pushed open. Lu Zhufeng, dressed in a black suit, walked in, and was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Xiao Wujie's bloodshot eyes fixed on him. What happened? Upon recognizing Lu Zhufeng's presence, Xiao Wujie wearily withdrew his gaze and asked in a faint voice, "Mr. Chu and Mrs. I have arrived." Lu Zhufeng's eyes flickered slightly as he spoke softly. Although Xiao Wujie's reaction was quick, he still keenly sensed the fleeting hint of disappointment that crossed his eyes. Lu Zhufeng had been observing Xiao Wujie's condition these past few days, and it was evident that he deteriorated day by day. With his frail and sickly physique, if he continued to endure like this, something bad was bound to happen. "Miss Chu, please come back soon." A trace of worry crossed his eyes as he couldn't help but call out in his heart for the only remedy that could save the person before him. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Wujie's brows twitched slightly, and he propped himself up against the bookshelf, standing up and walking outside. When he entered the living room, Chu Mingqing, clad in a suit, and Bai Jingshuan, dressed in an elegant black dress, were already seated on the sofa. Chu Mingqing still wore his usual serious expression. After Xiao Wujie called out "Uncle Chu," he nodded indifferently. Bai Jingshuan, having pinched him at the waist, made him shudder, forcing a stiff smile. It was Bai Jingxian who, with a bright smile in response to his Aunt Jing, eagerly pulled Xiao Wujie to sit beside her. "Darling, why have you lost weight again?" Gently pinching Xiao Wujie's pale, thin face, Bai Jingxian asked with a hint of concern in her eyes, "Darling, have you not been resting well recently? Are you sick or just not eating properly?" Before Xiao Wujie could open his mouth to answer, she continued. Xiao Wujie was barely half an arm's length away from her, and she could clearly see his slightly sunken eye sockets and the dark circles underneath, indicating that he hadn't been resting well. In her impression, her daughter had always taken good care of him. How could he have become so haggard in such a short time? Has she gone to work again? She couldn't help but ask. "Sister has gone out." Xiao Wujie finally had a chance to respond, but the answer he didn't want to face was a question he was reluctant to answer. Unable to avoid it, he lowered his gaze and softly replied out. "When did that happen?" Bai Jingxian instinctively inquired, and Chu Mingqing beside her also turned his gaze toward Xiao Wujie. "It's been more than 10 days. She said she had important matters to attend to, but I don't know where she went." To prevent her from asking endlessly, Xiao Wujie spoke in one breath. After speaking, he coughed lightly a few times with his fist pressing against his mouth. More than 10 days out. No wonder they couldn't contact her. This child, leaving for so long without a word. Realizing this, she felt a bit regretful for having asked so directly. Xiao Wujie's tone carried an obvious hint of melancholy and longing. No wonder he looked so haggard. It turned out it was because his daughter was not there. "Darling, don't worry too much. Eat well and rest. If Liyue sees you like this, she'll be heartbroken." Bai Jingxian lightly patted his back and spoke with a touch of concern. Hearing this, Xiao Wujie nodded slightly, and then asked Aunt Jing, "Did you and Uncle Chu come for something?" Only then did Bai Jingxian remember the purpose of their visit. She hurriedly said, "Liyue told me some time ago to let her know promptly if there was news regarding Chu Feihong. I couldn't reach her on my phone, so I came over." She hadn't realized that her daughter had been away for over 10 days. "I really have failed as a mother. What is the outcome regarding Chu Feihong?" After a brief silence, when Bai Jingshuan's hint of loneliness had slightly dissipated, Xiao Wujie spoke. "The outcome hasn't come in yet. Mainly there are too many things concealed by him, and it can't be investigated thoroughly in a However, based on what has been confirmed so far, he won't escape the death penalty. The outcome will likely take some time." Bai Jingxian said, slightly tugging at her lips. Wasn't she also eager to see her daughter? She couldn't help but rush over as soon as she had some news, only to find it was in vain. Xiao Wujie nodded slightly and said nothing more. Chu Feihong's situation was within his expectations. The crimes he committed were such that even 10 heads wouldn't suffice. But before execution, the authorities had to clarify all his hidden misdeeds. It was indeed necessary to quietly push the investigation forward to avoid prolonged consequences. After some idle chat, noticing it was almost lunchtime, and that Chu Mingxiang had official business to attend to, the couple prepared to leave. Darling, you should go back with Aunt Jing. Liyue isn't home, and there's no one to keep you company. Go back with Aunt Jing, your grandpa Chu, and I will keep you company. Bai Jingxian said with concern in her eyes. Lu Zhufeng thought, am I not human? Seeing Xiao Wujie shake his head, she didn't insist further, thinking that the child wanted to wait for his daughter to return personally. She stopped him from getting up to see them off, reminding him to eat well and rest. She then linked her arm with Chu Mingxiang's and walked toward the door. Upon reaching the door, she suddenly paused, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, Darling, did Liyue tell you when she would be? Hearing this, Xiao Wujie's eyelashes trembled slightly, and his fingers unconsciously tightened, as he lightly bit his lip, softly replying soon. After saying this, he lowered his gaze, sitting still as he looked out the window. It wasn't until the sun had completely set that the evening light streamed into the living room, casting a long shadow of him. The food on the table, untouched, had already gone completely cold. The scent of sandalwood lingered in the elegantly arranged room, where Xiao Wujie looked weary, leaning back in a soft and comfortable chair, holding a handkerchief to his mouth as he coughed lightly. Unparalleled in beauty, yet his complexion was pale, and his brows were drawn with exhaustion. Lin Qingyi, dressed in a black qipao, sat gracefully beside him, her delicate and fair fingers resting on his wrist. His eyes were deep and solemn. As Xiao Wujie coughed violently again, Lin Qingyi silently withdrew her. His chest heaved with a sudden rise and fall, furrowing his brows as he tried to alleviate the stabbing pain in his chest, and only then did he cast a somewhat dull gaze towards her. You, truly. Noticing Xiao Wujie's gaze, she sighed softly. Looking at his haggard appearance, the words on her lips were swallowed back. You should rest first, I will go prepare some medicine for you. After speaking, she immediately stood up and walked out. The persistent itch in his throat made him cough a few more times. As the coughing subsided, the room fell into silence. He leaned uncomfortably against the back of the chair, tilting his head slightly, his gaze flickering as he stared blankly at the ceiling. The half-month deadline had passed, and it had been 20 days since Chu Liyue had left. He had sent her a message in between, but she had yet to reply. He was almost certain that she had encountered some troublesome matters. He had wanted to personally go to the extreme north to find her, but unfortunately his body failed him at a critical moment. Yi Jinyu was out consulting, and Lu Zhufeng had directly dragged him to Lin Qingyi. As his thoughts whirled, Lin Qingyi had already entered with a medicinal pot. Bright yellow flames rose steadily from the furnace, and the charcoal crackled softly. Lin Qingyi held a small fan, gently waving it. Her gaze was focused and profound, the glow of the fire casting a soft shadow on her cheeks, accentuating her originally exquisite features. Qingyi, thank you for your trouble. Xiao Wujie said softly, lowering his gaze. Lin Qingyi merely sighed at his word. What is my current condition? His gaze flickered slightly as Xiao Wujie still asked. Your emotions are internally wounded, leading to a lack of nourishment for the spirit and stagnation of liver qi. Lin Qingyi replied, gently noticing his puzzled expression, and continued, the heart houses the spirit governing the blood vessels. When the spirit is disturbed by external environments or internal emotions, it cannot find peace, leading to insufficient heart blood and symptoms such as palpitations and insomnia. The liver governs the regulation of qi and the smooth flow of emotions. When emotions are obstructed, it easily causes liver qi stagnation, affecting the circulation of qi in blood, which can lead to various diseases over time. Common manifestations include feelings of depression, chest tightness, and sighing, sleep disturbances, and loss of appetite. At this point she paused, and a rare look of curiosity and teasing flickered in her eyes. You seem to have all the symptoms. Cough, cough at such a time, Qingyi, please don't tease me. Xiao Wujie coughed lightly, his tone slightly awkward. You are a person of exceptional intelligence and broad-mindedness. You should understand that harboring emotional burdens can harm the body in the long run. With your temperament, you shouldn't be experiencing such ailments. Lin Qingyi, seeing his expression, also retracted her teasing demeanor and spoke seriously. What cannot be cut off yet remains tangled is the sorrow of separation. It is a flavor unlike any other in the heart. I cannot help it. Xiao Wujie said self-deprecatingly. How could he not understand the reasoning Lin Qingyi spoke of? He also wished for his heart to be like still water, to laugh it all away, but he found it impossible. Some emotions clung to every inch of his soul like shadows. Like the fine rain and the cold wind, silently soaking through the fabric of the soul, leaving one to feel a bone-deep chill in the endless darkness. No matter how many times he tried to shake it off, it stubbornly stirred ripples in his heart, unable to settle for a long time. Initially unaware of the meaning in the poem, upon hearing it again, he had become the person within the poem. He once considered himself extraordinary, laughing at the joys of the world, yet now it seemed he had merely been too young to know the taste of sorrow. Feelings arise from nowhere, yet run deep. Humans are not grass or trees, who can be without feelings. It is just that feelings should be expressed, not bottled up. You might try to find other ways to relieve them. Lin Qingyi spoke softly. She could understand Xiao Wujie's feelings, and she even thought this version of him was quite nice. In the past, Xiao Wujie had given her the impression of being too ethereal, as if nothing could stir the waves in his heart. There was always a sense of ethereality, an elusive feeling one could not grasp. Now seeing him display emotions that everyone experienced, she felt he seemed more vibrant and real. With this in mind, she said, "You often say you want to live a carefree life. In fact, being too carefree may not be a good thing. In life, some attachments can be beneficial." Xiao Wujie paused slightly at her words, momentarily speechless. He once thought that life was just a fleeting dream amidst the coolness of autumn. All things in the world could be laughed away. Now he also knew the pain of longing that gnaws at the bones and the heart-wrenching sorrow. Perhaps, as Lin Qingyi said, some attachments might not be so bad. This feeling did not seem to disgust him. As the flames in the furnace grew stronger, a fragrant aroma of medicine began to waft through the air. Lin Qingyi set down the fan in her hand, carefully removed the medicinal pot wrapped in gauze, poured out a bowl of medicinal soup, and brought it to Xiao Wujie. She blew lightly on the bowl placed by his mouth, and Xiao Wujie cautiously took a sip. A bitter taste instantly spread across his tongue, causing him to furrow his brows. "Drink it. No matter how bitter, can it be worse than the pain in your heart?" Lin Qingyi narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly teasingly, saying. Xiao Wujie looked troubled, but an enchanting face involuntarily appeared in his mind. If she were here, she would definitely feed him herself. Surely it wouldn't be so bitter then, right? "Drink it. I burned incense for you. Drink it, and rest well afterward. No matter what you want to do, you must first take care of your health," Lin Qingyi said seriously while fiddling with the incense burner. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wujie gritted his teeth, pinched his nose with one hand, threw his head back, and downed the entire bowl of medicinal soup in one go. Then he leaned back in the chair, emptying his thoughts, and ceased to speak. The smoke from the incense burner gently curled, resembling the morning mist in a serene valley, slowly rising and gradually dispersing. Amidst the swirling smoke, he gradually closed his heavy eyelids. Before him fell into darkness. Amidst the faintness, a beautiful face seemed to emerge. He did not know how long this darkness lasted when he suddenly felt something tapping at him. In a struggle of consciousness, he suddenly opened his eyes only to see Lu Zufeng's face filled with distress. "Something has happened. The God Extreme North base has exploded, and Yun Mo and Bei Shan have stolen reagent No. 3. Miss Chu. There is currently no news." Gritting his teeth, Lu Zufeng still spoke with difficulty. "Go to the extreme north." The quiet night sky resembled a deep black velvet curtain dotted with twinkling lights like distant lanterns. The moon hid behind the clouds, leaving only a faint outline. A fighter jet sliced through the stillness of the night sky like a silver lightning bolt, leaving a long trail against the dark backdrop. The astronaut's exterior featured a streamlined design, its body covered with a layer of nanomaterial that shimmered with a silver sheen, ensuring stability under various radiation and extreme temperatures. The aircraft was equipped with foldable wings on both sides, capable of automatically adjusting their angle during high-speed flight to achieve optimal aerodynamic efficiency. The fighter jet came with an array of high-tech weapon systems, including energy cannons, particle beam emitters, and micromissiles, alongside stealth devices to conceal its presence and evade tracking. This fighter jet was a gift from Chu Liyue to Xiao Wujie, stemming from a childhood moment when Xiao Wujie, while eating jelly, unconsciously repeated to Chu Liyue, "I want to be an astronaut when I grow up." Later, having gained the ability, she decided to gift this astronaut fighter jet to him. Rin Cold as Snow served as the chief designer, leading a research team comprised of top experts from various fields, and it took them over a year to complete. It was subsequently handed to Bei Shan by Xiao Wujie, who enhanced many algorithms of the aircraft systems. Currently, it is fully capable of operating in water, land, and air with intelligent unmanned driving. The cabin space was spacious, with high-gloss wooden panels and exquisite metallic trim, reflecting each other, devoid of any industrial atmosphere, instead exuding a noble and elegant ambience. By the window, Xiao Wujie sat in a black coat, legs crossed, expressionless as he leaned against the seat. Opposite him sat the elegant and dignified Lin Qingyi, alongside Lu Zufeng, who was analyzing the situation. According to reports, the competition for the third reagent is extremely fierce, with preliminary competition lasting over 10 days. By the second round, there were fewer than 10 contenders left, and Miss Chu was one of them. After the second round of competition, only one person was left contending with Miss Chu for the third reagent. This individual is one of the developers of the third reagent, and also Miss Chu's most formidable rival. Xiao Wujie expressionlessly uttered a single word, "Who?" The intel suggests that he is called Vito Rosso, Lu Zufeng stated deliberately. Xiao Wujie's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing the name. This was a character beyond his expectations, and he knew nothing about this person. Lin Qingyi, who had remained unfazed, suddenly reacted to the name, her beautiful eyes widening as her fingers clenched tightly under the table. "Sister Qingyi, do you know this person?" Xiao Wujie immediately noticed her unusual reaction and spoke up. "No, just that the name seems somewhat familiar, but I'm not sure." Lin Qingyi replied softly, lowering her gaze. When she looked up again, the strange expression in her eyes had vanished, as if the earlier anomaly had been an illusion. Xiao Wujie pursed his lips slightly, choosing to remain silent. Lu Zhufeng also withdrew his curious gaze, turning his attention back to Xiao Wujie, speaking solemnly. According to intelligence, just a few days ago the upper echelon of God decided that the final ownership of the third reagent would belong to Miss Chu. Once again, this veto Rosso strongly opposed it, continuously obstructing and refusing to let go. Just yesterday, an explosion occurred in the core experimental area of the base, causing countless casualties. Unmo and Beishan, situated in the outer area, were not affected by the explosion. In the chaos, Beishan hacked into the entire base's system and deduced the location of the third reagent. The two joined forces to steal it. This explosion had immense power, and the cause is currently unknown. Although there were countless casualties, many survived and escaped the base, including Unmo and Beishan. After a brief pause, he added, "These are the known details so far." After saying this, he fell silent, leaving the cabin in a moment of quietude. Xiao Wujie's gaze shifted slightly, his fingers lightly rubbing together as he sank into thought. Lin Qingyi lowered her eyes, seemingly pondering something. After a long while, it was Lu Zhufeng who broke the silence, looking gravely at Xiao Wujie, and said solemnly, "In about 5 to 6 hours, we will enter the extreme north. What are your plans?" While they had a clear objective and sufficient supplies, finding a person in the vast and unknown extreme north was no. Find a way to contact Unmo and Beishan and locate them first. Xiao Wujie's gaze wavered for a moment, tightening his fingers as he spoke slowly. His expression was cold, his voice low and hoarse. He did not believe she would come to harm. She had promised to return, merely momentarily hindered by trouble. With her obsession to retrieve the third reagent to save him, he believed that even if the third reagent were to reach the ends of the earth, she would chase after it. Hearing this, Lu Zhufeng nodded, slightly understanding his thoughts, and then got up to arrange related matters. Xiao Wujie glanced at the still silent Lin Qingyi, and also rose to head toward the resting cabin. Under the lights, only Lin Qingyi remained, her slightly frail figure trembling slightly, her knuckles turning white from clenching. In the resting cabin, Xiao Wujie leaned against the head of the bed, lightly coughing a few times. He was already unwell, having worked tirelessly for so long. At this moment, he felt extremely fatigued, yet the heavy environment and thoughts kept him from falling asleep. He could only cast his weary gaze out the window, trying to alleviate the oppressive fatigue in his body. Looking out through the fighter jet's window, the stars twinkled, and the moon hung softly in a corner of the sky, emitting a gentle and clear silver light. As the plane passed through the clouds, a few light and fluffy clouds occasionally drifted past the window, like cotton candy floating in the night sky, light and dreamy. In the distance, the city's lights became sparse, faint points of light dancing in the darkness, echoing the stars above as the boundary between heaven and earth seemed to blur at that moment. This scene was so beautiful that it enchanted the heart, yet it lacked the one person willing to accompany him to behold the world's scenery. At that moment, the cabin door was knocked, and Lin Qingyi entered gracefully, holding medicine and an incense burner. She had reverted to her usual graceful and gentle demeanor, and after handing the medicine to Xiao Wujie, she began to tend to the incense burner. "Take the medicine, I'll light the incense for you. Lie down and rest well." Her face bore a soft smile, her voice gentle and melodious. Xiao Wujie nodded lightly at her words, frowning as he raised the medicine bowl in his hand and drank it in one go. He then lay down, closed his eyes, and inhaled the sandalwood, with calming properties, drifting into sleep. Lin Qingyi sat elegantly beside him, her slender fingers gently brushing the smoke from the burner, silent. "If you need anything, don't hold back." Without opening his eyes, Xiao Wujie suddenly spoke softly. Lin Qingyi trembled slightly at his words, merely looking down at the swirling incense and continuing her actions. After a long while, she finally responded with a barely noticeable hum. The smoke from the incense curled upwards, soon filling the entire cabin with a calming sandalwood scent, leading Xiao Wujie to unknowingly fall into a dream. Gazing quietly at his sleeping face, Lin Qingyi's gentle gaze flickered slightly, and she unconsciously reached out to touch his cheek. In the extreme north, an endless expanse of snow blankets the entire view, as if the entire world has donned a silver garment. The faint sunlight slants down, reflecting dazzling glimmers on the snow. In this white world, a small black that suddenly appears, swiftly moving in a certain direction, like an ink drop left on the snow, particularly striking. As the distance closes, the black gradually becomes clearer, revealing a snowmobile speeding across the terrain. The roar of its engine echoes in the cold air, shattering the tranquility of the snowy landscape. On the vehicle, two figures, one plump and one thin, sit dressed in heavy winter gear, wearing furry hats and goggles. Unmo and Beishan, who have escaped from the god base. Unmo at the driver's seat gazes forward through the goggles, his eyes filled with focus and seriousness. In the back seat, Beishan holds a large package of supplies in one hand, while searching for a signal with his phone in the other, carefully clutching a box under his arm. The snowflakes stirred up by the vehicle resemble white waves scattering in the wind. The wheels carve a straight track across the snow, quickly buried by the swirling snowstorm. After an unknown duration of travel, the roar subsides, and the snowmobile comes to a halt in the vast snowy field. Yun Mo, feeling slightly stiff, jumps out of the vehicle, stamping his feet and rubbing his nearly numb hands. I can't take it anymore, let's take a break, he says, haltingly, struggling to speak. With each breath, his exhaled air becomes puffs of white mist, crystallizing into frost in the air, obscuring his goggles. He quickly removes the goggles, wipes the moisture off the lenses with his sleeve, then puts them back on, ensuring his vision is clear. After adjusting the goggles, he tugs at the heavy mask on his face, wrapping it tightly around him, leaving only his eyes exposed, which are filled with weariness. Upon hearing his words, Beishan has already opened the package of supplies, retrieving a folded tent. The two quickly set up a small tent in unison. Inside the tent, Yun Mo presses his entire body against Beishan's rounded form, rubbing his face against Beishan's thick coat. This damned place. Beishan, I'm really afraid you'll freeze into jerky, he says, his lips trembling and his teeth chattering. After earning a dramatic eye roll from Beishan, he quickly adopts a more serious demeanor. So do you have any idea where we might be? The sturdier Beishan has now recovered a bit, his fair round face carrying a hint of color as he quietly replies, we should be in the northern region, they've been pushing us further north. Casting a glance at the box Beishan has been holding close, Yun Mo can't help but complain. Damn it, why is this piece of junk so sought after? That group of crazies, even after barely escaping with their lives, continues to pursue them, especially that terrifying woman. If it weren't for her injuries and the way he used the snowstorm to obscure their trail, they might have been caught by now. I heard from Lu that this reagent can revive the dead and restore flesh to bones. It's expected to cure Brother Xiao's condition, Beishan replies earnestly. Yun Mo falls silent for a moment. Despite his complaints, he does not regret stealing the reagent even a bit. Their original mission was merely to obtain the formula materials, but he always understood that taking the reagent directly was the most advantageous course of action. It was merely that their teacher was worried about his and Beishan's safety, lowering the difficulty and only instructing them to steal the formula materials. Now, hearing Beishan say this, he feels even less regret about his decision. He must bring back the reagent to save his teacher's life. Is there any way to head south? Yun Mo muses. In his impression, the extreme north is a desolate place. Once pushed there would be no way out. No way. Those two groups must be extremely familiar with the terrain of the extreme north. They've been blocking our retreat and forcing us northward, Beishan says helplessly. When they first escaped from the god base, the ones pursuing them were not limited to just two groups, but most have been dealt with or shaken off by him, and Yun Mo, leaving only two groups with formidable combat power relentlessly chasing them. With no way to fight back and no means to escape, they can only be forced to move northward, struggling to survive. Seeing Yun Mo's heavy expression, he sighs and comforts him. I've already sent out a rescue signal. I just don't know if it can be received. After a brief silence, Yun Mo sits up, looking at Beishan seriously, saying, if there really is no way out behind us, I'll draw their attention while you find a way to take the things back. Beishan opens his mouth about to say something, but Yun Mo raises his hand to interrupt him. My teacher has given me a new lease on life. Ooh, I would do anything for him, but you're different. You don't need to risk yourself for this. Beishan purses his lips, but still replies, Brother Xiao has treated me well. I won't let this be mentioned unless absolutely necessary. Yun Mo, upon hearing this, chooses not to press further. He understands that Beishan has agreed to his plan. Although this hefty fellow values his own life after years of working together, he still trusts him in critical moments. If it were someone else, he might have considered switching places. When it comes to his teacher's life, he is willing to do whatever it takes, even if it means engaging in less honorable actions. How much time do we have left to rest? In other words, how long until those people catch up? I estimate no more than 3. Looking at the monitoring screen on his phone, Beishan speaks. Sleep. Don't forget to set an alarm. With that, Yun Mo simply collapses. After a moment, he sits up again, scratching the back of his head. Without a pillow, it's a bit hard. He glances over at Beishan, who is sprawled on the ground in a big character posture, his round belly protruding like a small mountain. He then tilts his head, resting it on Beishan's large belly. Not bad. It is said that being in a beautiful woman's embrace or on her lap is even more comfortable. I wonder which lucky individuals have had that privilege. Amid thick clouds, a silver-glossed astronaut travels steadily, leaving a clearly visible path through the clouds resembling a silver crack in the sky. As they draw nearer to the extreme north, the temperature drops further and obstacles like frost and snow become more abundant. Xiao Wujie leans against the window, his gaze deep as he watches outside. A hurried sound of footsteps approaches, and Lu Zhufeng strides over to him, speaking in a low voice. The warplanes are about to enter the extreme north, and we've received Beishan's distress signal. It seems they've encountered trouble being forced to move further north. Hearing this, Xiao Wujie's gaze sharpens, and he coldly commands increased speed pursue. In the silent and tranquil world, a specially designed crimson vehicle was racing swiftly. From a distance, it resembled a tiny red duck carving a striking trajectory through this pure white expanse. The vehicle's body appeared to be meticulously designed and modified, standing out from the crowd. The most eye-catching feature was its wide snow tires, ensuring stability on the ice and snow-covered ground undeterred by the harsh environment. Sitting in the driver's seat was Lung Ru petite and clad in a mink coat. She glanced back through the rearview mirror, her expression tinged with concern as she spoke. Boss, why not take a break for a bit? Chu Liyue, who accompanied her in the back seat, showed some concern in her usually indifferent eyes as she remarked, you don't. Chu Liyue wore an exquisite mink hat and a fox fur coat resembling a snow fairy with an ethereal beauty that took one's breath away. However, her complexion appeared slightly pale, and her lips barely parted showed little color, revealing an unusual pallor. No need. Keep pursuing. She remained with her arms crossed, her cold gaze fixed ahead, her voice authoritative yet indifferent. The dim light outside the window flickered across her pale face, exuding a noble aloofness that was both intimidating and awe-inspiring. Seeing this, Lung Ru bit her lip, not daring to say more. During the explosion at the god base, the boss had been in the core experimental area. Though it didn't show on her face, Lung Ru knew she must have been gravely injured. Otherwise, with her strength, that thieving little rascal could never have escaped from her grasp. After a brief silence, she hesitantly asked, Boss, don't you think that explosion was a bit too coincidental? Hearing this, Chu Liyue slightly lifted her gaze, her eyes dark and inscrutable, making it difficult to fathom her thoughts. After much negotiation, the upper management had already designated the third reagent to belong to her, with even the date for retrieval set. Yet just a day before the scheduled date, a thunderous explosion erupted unexpectedly from the core experimental area, followed by a massive shockwave and a sea of flames sweeping across the entire base. At that moment, she was very close to the explosion's epicenter. If not for her quick reflexes, she would have perished in the flames like most others. After narrowly escaping death, the first thing that came to her mind was the third reagent. The storage place for the third reagent was far from the explosion source, and it should be safe for now. Without a moment's hesitation, she immediately rushed towards the storage location of the third reagent. However, she did not anticipate that when she arrived there were already two individuals present, the unscathed Vito Rosso and the thief possessing extraordinary skills. She was never one to make unfounded conclusions, but if she were to say that this explosion was not man-made, she would never believe it. Yet at this moment, she could not ascertain who was behind it. But for now, she could not afford to think too much. Everything revolved around retrieving the third reagent. She had to hurry and get it back. There were still people waiting for her. How much longer until we catch up with them? Chu Liyue asked expressionlessly, her tone indifferent. If we take a break, it would be 3 or 4 hours. Through the rearview mirror, seeing the cold light that spilled from Chu Liyue's eyes as she looked at her, Lung Ru immediately changed her response. At our current speed, 2 hours. This is all for your own good. Don't glare at me. Indeed, ever since that pretty boy appeared, her feelings had become distant. Seeing that Chu Liyue finally withdrew her deadly glare, she added, Boss, besides us, there's another group also pursuing them, and their speed is not much slower than ours. Upon hearing this, Chu Liyue's expression grew even colder. The other group naturally referred to Vito Rosso. First, we retrieve what belongs to us, and we will deal with that group as the situation demands. Her instincts told her that this explosion was closely related to Vito Rosso. He was a pharmacologist and adept in chemical engineering. Orchestrating an explosion would be a trivial task for him. If given the chance, she would not hesitate to eliminate him. The roar of the wild motorcycle echoed across the snowy plains once more, its wheels racing and kicking up flurries of snow. The motorcycle seemed to move tirelessly, continuing onward until a dark and perilous ice canyon loomed ahead. At the northernmost, in the frozen ghost domain awaited. A place eternally ruled by ice and snow, where the air remained piercingly cold, shrouded year-round in thick snow mist, as if it belonged to another world. The ice walls on both sides of the canyon towered into the clouds, shaped into various grotesque forms by the erosion of time, resembling the fangs of ancient beasts or the claw marks of demons ready to devour any living being daring enough to intrude. The swirling snow mist seemed to have a life of its own, wrapping around every corner, blurring visibility. Even at high noon, the sun barely penetrated here, and the scant light was obscured by heavy fog enveloping the entire canyon in a perpetual gloom. Legend has it that this was the dwelling place of monsters from ancient myths wandering in the long night searching for lost souls. Every inch of this land is filled with the unknown and peril, warning all living beings this is a forbidden zone of life, a realm of darkness. The motorcycle halted before the frozen ghost domain, and Yun Imo quickly jumped down from the driver's seat. Gazing at the hellish canyon ahead, she could not help but grit her teeth, cursing, damn it. We've been chased all the way here. Initially, they thought they could rest for about 3 hours, but unexpectedly, in less than 2 hours, the advanced monitoring software of Beishan had already issued a warning. They had to flee in a frenzy, ultimately driven to this place with no way out. Furrowing her brows as she looked back, she knew that within 10 minutes that group would appear here. She glanced at Beishan, her eyes narrowing, and she raised her hand to draw a strange rune, which instantly penetrated Beishan's body. Beishan's eyes widened in shock, his body stiffening with a look of struggle, yet he could not move. Though this was a basic immobilization technique, Beishan was not skilled in combat, and was caught completely off guard, unable to break free for the moment. Ignoring the struggle on Beishan's face, Yun Imo formed another hand seal and pointed beside her. The The swirling snow began to converge, and in no time a figure identical to Beishan appeared. Even the spark in its eyes was identical. What the world refers to as the pointing beans to form an army technique is just like this. Confirming that the reagent box was tucked securely in his clothing as Beishan's eyes widened in shock, Yun Imo swiftly hoisted him up. She quickly ran to a snow pile nearby, and without further ado threw him in. The icy snow seeped into his clothes along his neck, and despite being immobilized, Beishan still trembled violently, nearly brought to tears. I have temporarily concealed your presence. Try to slow your breathing. They will find it difficult to detect you amidst the wind and snow. An hour later, the immobilization seal on you will be lifted. Gasping for breath, he paused for a moment before taking a deep breath and said, "Do whatever it takes to help me get out alive." After saying this, he spoke no more. With a hand seal, the snow beneath began to lift, burying the wide-eyed Beishan. Beishan thought, you could at least give me an extra layer of clothing. When Chu Liyue arrived, what she saw was Yun Mo riding the motorcycle with Beishan plunging headfirst into the frozen ghost domain. On the vast and boundless snowfield, delicate white snowflakes resembling feathers slowly drifted down from the sky, covering all traces of human presence. After an unknown amount of time, a silver dot appeared in the sky, gradually becoming clearer, eventually revealing an elegantly designed silver fighter jet. As the roaring sound grew closer, the silver-winged fighter jet steadily lowered its altitude. Passing through clouds and swirling snowflakes, it finally landed on a relatively flat patch of snow, stirring up a flurry of fine snow mist. The fuselage reflected a cold and dazzling light, appearing particularly bright against the backdrop of the white snow. Until the sound of the jet's engine gradually diminished to a complete stop, silence returned to the surroundings, leaving only the sound of snowflakes gently falling. The cabin door of the fighter jet slowly opened, and three figures dressed in coats gradually stepped out. It was precisely Xiao Wujie, Lu Zhufeng, and Lin Qingyi who had pursued the astronaut all the way here. Although they had seen it clearly inside the jet, stepping into this distant and mysterious world of ice and snow still filled them with wonder. Slightly shaken, the three quickly regained their composure. Glancing around at the desolate and uninhabited surroundings, Lin Qingyi furrowed her brows slightly. Though the biting cold wind filled her lungs, she couldn't shake the feeling that there was a trace of a repugnant aura lingering. Gazing blankly at the vast snowfield, Lu Zhufeng spoke in a deep voice. The distress signal from Beishan ultimately pinpointed here. But where are the people? His eyes swept around, finally landing with a slight tremor on the ominous and terrifying canyon. Despite some guesses in his heart, he forced himself not to speak, fearing that he would jinx their situation. Damn it. I'm not a harbinger of doom. Please don't let it be. The cold air outside contrasted sharply with the warmth inside the cabin, and Xiao Wujie, dressed in a thick black coat and high-neck sweater, couldn't help but cough lightly twice. His gaze swept around, finding nothing as well, and then he darkly asked, "Are you sure the distress signal from Beishan is—" Lu Zhufeng nodded with difficulty upon hearing this. His gaze unconsciously drifted toward the canyon, his hands in his coat pockets tightening instinctively. He felt a twitch in his right eyelid, and his mind became somewhat anxious. Taking a deep breath of the cold air, he forced himself to calm down. The icy wind filled his lungs, bringing a sharp pain to his chest, causing him to shiver involuntarily, but at the same time it cleared his mind a bit. In a storm, what is needed is not faster running, but to stabilize one's footing. Panic solves nothing. Even when the sky falls, someone still needs to hold it up. He was someone who could remain calm, even when facing a mountain collapsing in front of him, so naturally, he wouldn't lose his composure in a critical moment. Closing his eyes, his mental energy surged outwards like a tide, unwilling to miss any detail. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, his sharp gaze darting toward a snowdrift. With a stride, he was already standing in front of the snow pile the next moment. With a flick of his finger, the accumulated snow burst open, revealing a large hole inside, which was a chubby man with tearful eyes and frozen lips. In the warm cabin, Beishan's lips trembled slightly, his hands tightly gripping a cup of steaming tea, feeling the warmth spreading from his fingertips throughout his body, awakening every inch of skin that had been invaded by the cold. His face, which had turned purple from the cold, gradually regained some color, and the tiny ice crystals clinging to his eyelashes melted into water flowing down his cheeks. Yun Mo hid me in the snow cave, which is why I wasn't discovered. Those two groups of people have already entered the frozen ghost realm after following Yun Mo. After tremblingly explaining the situation, Beishan rubbed his still numb face vigorously. As his words fell, the cabin fell into a deep silence. Xiao Wujie sat opposite Beishan, his face as cold as water, not saying a word. Based on Beishan's account, he could almost be certain that the three women he mentioned were Chu Liyue, Rushua, and Chu Wan, while the other man was Vito Rosso. The situation had developed to this point completely beyond his expectations. As for the third reagent, he had always prepared two plans. One plan was to send Yun Mo and Beishan to steal the related formula, while the other was for Chu Liyue to successfully retrieve the reagent. The best outcome was clearly for both parties to succeed, while the worst was only one side succeeding. It was unlikely for both sides to fail simultaneously. The waters of God are too deep. Even the personnel he could insert are quite limited. He didn't want Yin Mo and Beishan to get too deeply involved, so he only assigned them the task of stealing the reagent formula and didn't tell them too many of the secrets behind it. Knowing too much would only put them in danger. But he didn't expect that today, due to this minor information gap, it would inadvertently bring harm to them as well. He prided himself on being meticulous and having no plans go awry, yet in the end, he faced such a situation. Ironically, the result was precisely the best outcome he had once envisioned. With this thought, he couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Many things are truly difficult to explain. One can only say that man proposes, but heaven disposes. Even if he had calculated everything possessing extensive connections, there were still matters beyond his reach and control. Looking up at that abyss resembling hell, a glimmer of a smile flashed in his eyes. At this moment, he found himself surprisingly calm. In a sense, his schemes were not a failure. At least the formula for the third reagent and the third reagent were laid out before him, weren't they? The remaining matters were clear. As long as they were willing to descend into hell for him, he would bring them back. At worst, I will accompany you in your burial. He then stood up, grabbed a pack of supplies, and walked toward the cabin door, casually leaving behind a sentence, "Wait for me here. I will bring them back." His tone was calm, as if he were discussing a mundane matter. Lu Zhufeng was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly reacted, his pupils widening as he stood up and pulled him back. "Are you fucking kidding me? What kind of place is that you make it sound so easy as just going in to take a piss?" Lin Qingyi also immediately reacted, standing up with a serious expression, coldly, saying, "No way. You absolutely can't go in alone." Xiao Wujie's gaze was calm, yet incredibly determined as he met their eyes. After a long silence, Lu Zhufeng was the first to break it. "I will go in with him, Lin Qingyi, and Beishan, you wait for us here. In such a place, it doesn't matter how many people there are." Hearing this, Xiao Wujie turned his gaze toward him, and he met his eyes fearlessly. After a moment, Xiao Wujie lowered his gaze and softly said, "As you wish." Seeing that Lin Qingyi was about to say something, he lightly smiled, his eyes bright, his voice calm and warm. "Sister Qingyi, I need someone to guard the rear. Trust me." In the end, under his gentle gaze, Lin Qingyi nodded slightly. He then turned and walked toward the cabin door, his steps steady yet powerful. Lu Zhufeng grabbed a supply pack and pulled the one from Xiao Wujie's shoulder, walking alongside him. "With your weak appearance, how far can you walk with such a heavy load?" Outside the cabin, the wind and snow swirled the entrance to the ghost realm, shrouded in mist like a dance of demons. The two figures appeared small and insignificant before the abyss-like ghost realm. Xiao Wujie smiled. "Are you afraid? You might die?" Lu Zhufeng snorted lightly. "You saved my life, so consider it a repayment." The strong wind howled, swirling up the snow and mist from the ground, like demonic claws engulfing the figures. "I think it's quite cool." The frozen ghost realm. The towering ice walls stand like two gigantic barriers isolating the outside world. The swirling snow obscures vision, allowing only a vague glimpse of a few meters ahead. Here, light seems to lose its effectiveness. The canyon is perpetually shrouded in darkness, with only occasional faint rays penetrating through the gaps in the clouds, casting a dim glow in the murky surroundings. The surrounding ice walls reflect this meager light, creating a bizarre blue-white hue that evokes an even deeper chill. A beam of light breaks through the gloom, illuminating a small patch of ground. Xiao Wujie and Lu Zhufeng walk side by side in the dim canyon, with Lu Zhufeng's flashlight barely illuminating their path. The cold wind sweeps across the icy surface, producing a haunting wail, as if countless ghosts are whispering. The snow mist dances like phantoms, shifting into various shapes under the flashlight's beam, instilling a sense. The ice beneath their feet is covered with a thin layer of powdered snow, each step producing a faint crunching sound that echoes sharply in the silent canyon, creating an eerie atmosphere. Lu Zhufeng hunches his shoulders, one hand holding the flashlight, while the other rubs his arm, his gaze constantly scanning the surroundings. He feels as if a strange aura permeates the air, like invisible hands gently brushing against his spine, sending shivers down his back. Suddenly, a loud crack echoes from the snow mist, piercing the silence of this space. Lu Zhufeng's body jolts, instinctively jumping closer to Xiao Wujie. "What the hell is that sound?" Lu Zhufeng exclaimed. Unlike him, Xiao Wujie remains calm, a contemplative look in his eyes as a faint glow flickers in his gaze, peering into the depths of the snow mist to explore the source of the sound. After a long moment, the light in his eyes fades, his expression turning solemn. Seeing his face, Lu Zhufeng could not help but ask, "What happened?" Xiao Wujie takes a deep breath, his voice heavy with gravity. "That was the sound of ice blocks cracking and shifting. The ice layers here are constantly breaking, moving, and merging. It's like a set of manipulated building blocks. The terrain is ever-changing." He finishes, gazing seriously back at the path they came from. Though the snow mist obscures visibility, he can still clearly see a faint crack emerging ahead. It won't be long before this path disappears. What the hell is this creepy place? So unsettling. Lu Zhufeng couldn't help but shout. As soon as his voice fell, faint strange sounds emerged from the snow mist, and several dark shadows flitted by before vanishing. Oh my god! This commotion frightened Lu Zhufeng so much that he wrapped his arms around Xiao Wujie, pressing his whole body against him. Xiao Wujie, looking annoyed, swatted away his hands, his voice laced with exasperation. It's just a few polar creatures, is it really that scary? Watching the shadows swiftly disappear into the snow mist, Lu Zhufeng finally realized they must have been startled by his voice. Damn it. He thought it was something truly terrifying. Under Xiao Wujie's disdainful gaze, he couldn't help but clear his throat a couple. I just haven't seen anything like that before. He glanced around, then suddenly lowered his voice, trembling as he asked, there won't be any monsters written about in books here, right? Xiao Wujie nodded without hesitation at his words. Monsters in essence are simply things that people have never encountered. This place is one that humanity has rarely stepped foot in, and naturally it harbors many things beyond human understanding. His perceptive abilities allow him to see things that ordinary people cannot. He can vaguely hear the deep and distant echoes from the canyon's depths, as if some indescribable presence is lurking in the shadows, observing everything here. Even the madmen from God dare not tread here. This place undoubtedly conceals countless secrets unknown to humanity. Hearing this, Lu Zhufeng covered his mouth with his hand, his gaze trembling slightly. Is there really something? Did I just summon a monster to eat me? Am I afraid it wouldn't notice me? Xiao Wujie couldn't help but chuckle at this. What? Are you scared now? Lu Zhufeng this time did not put up a brave front, trembling as he nodded slightly. He wasn't afraid of fighting, killing, or sacrificing blood, but it was precisely the unknown that terrified him the most, making even someone as strong as him instinctively feel fear. However, glancing at Xiao Wujie, who appeared utterly unfazed, he couldn't help but feel a sense of confusion. Why does this guy look so unafraid? Could it be that he is simply too weak? As if sensing his thoughts, Xiao Wujie shot him a look that said, just practice more if you're weak, then turned and walked ahead. Lu Zhufeng felt his great dignity had been insulted, glaring at Xiao Wujie's back. After that, he hurriedly quickened his pace to catch up. Damn it, wait for me. I am really scared in this forsaken land. Even time seemed to have frozen. Before them lay endless darkness, and in that dimness the two were unaware of how long they had walked. As time passed, Xiao Wujie began to look pale, his physical strength waning and his steps becoming unsteady. Lu Zhufeng immediately noticed his unusual condition, grabbing him to stop, and placed 2 supply bags on the ground to help him sit down. Indeed, he was still quite useful. After quietly praising himself, he took out a thermos from his bag and poured a cup of hot water, handing it to Xiao Wujie. Let's rest for a while. You have an illness. Tightening his coat, Xiao Wujie sipped the hot water, feeling somewhat more. Seeing that he was unwell and reluctant to drink more water, Lu Zhufeng couldn't help but advise, there's still plenty of hot water left for you. I can manage with bottled water. Xiao Wujie smiled lightly at his words, then shook his head. Although they carried a decent amount of supplies in such a desolate place for humanity, even the most abundant supplies could be depleted. Especially in this icy environment, even a sip of hot water could be a lifesaver. While resting, he was also contemplating their situation. At this rate, he feared he would never find Chu Liyue and Yun Mo again. The supplies they carried and his own body would struggle to endure in such an environment for much longer. He lightly tugged at the collar of his sweater, his gaze filled with thoughts, staring blankly at his feet. He had been searching for any traces they left behind. As long as he could catch even a hint of their scent, he would have a way to quickly pinpoint their location. He regretted not having collected a strand of Chu Liyue's hair or brought an item she had worn. This way he could use the residual scent to quickly locate her. Just as he was lost in thought, the ground suddenly trembled, and a fissure opened up without warning beneath his feet, causing the ice layer to crack instantly. With a muffled crack, the ice beneath Xiao Wujie shattered instantly. Standing beside him, Lu Zhufeng quickly reacted, lifting Xiao Wujie with one hand, while grabbing 2 supply bags with the other, rapidly retreating to the undamaged ice surface. Just as he set Xiao Wujie down, he felt the ground beneath him shake. Immediately a series of deafening explosions erupted, and he saw the ice further away begin to crack, with massive ice blocks slowly shifting, shaking the entire canyon. Lu Zhufeng steadied the pale-faced Xiao Wujie, his gaze scanning the trembling canyon as he struggled to speak. It feels like trouble is coming, and the ice walls on either side might collapse. Just as he finished with a crack, a huge ice block rolled down from the heights of the canyon. In his widened pupils it magnified, crashing to the ground with a thunderous sound. At the same time, a succession of ice blocks of varying sizes fell from the ice walls, some crashing down towards where they were. Seeing this, Lu Zhufeng's eyes widened, and he swiftly picked up Xiao Wujie's body, dodging quickly. While dodging, he quickly observed the situation. As more ice blocks crashed down, the ice beneath their feet began to crack, with numerous fine fissures threatening to shatter completely at any moment. Xiao Wujie, held in his arms, swept his keen gaze around and said coldly, "Run forward." His voice was calm and detached, bringing a sense of reassurance. Looking at the snow and mist swirling ahead with ice blocks flying, Lu Zhufeng gritted his teeth, exerted force beneath his feet, and while evading the ice blocks crashing towards them, charged forward rapidly. As more ice blocks fell to the ground, the ice surface beneath them began to bear the weight, cracking inch by inch. Lu Zhufeng could only keep jumping back and forth on the broken ice, unable to make much progress. "This won't do, we can't escape," he shouted in frustration while dodging falling ice. "Keep running," Xiao Wujie replied coldly, his gaze penetrating like an eagle's, fixed unwaveringly ahead. Through the thick snow mist, he clearly saw that ahead there was no path, just a massive ice face and cold sea. But further ahead, a colossal expanse of ice was crashing towards them with the flow of water. He was waiting for the perfect opportunity. With more and more ice blocks crashing down on the surface, the ice began to crack increasingly severely. Initially, there were still considerable areas of ice left, but gradually there was hardly any solid ground to stand on. Leaping quickly onto a piece of ice that barely supported his weight, Lu Zhufeng struggled to stabilize himself. Ice fragments rained down from above like raindrops. He dodged the larger ones while the smaller ones he had no time to evade. He could only block with his body, ensuring that the Xiao Wujie he held would not be struck. Damn, that hurts. A not as small chunk of ice hit his shoulder, causing a flurry of pain, and he couldn't help. Have you thought of a way out? If they couldn't think of anything, they would be finished. Xiao Wujie continued to fixate his gaze ahead, responding softly, almost. Lu Zhufeng couldn't help but grit his teeth at that. Damn. What he hated most in his life were phrases like almost and soon. Who knew how soon almost was, or how long soon would take? Just as he was unable to suppress his complaints, he suddenly felt a massive shadow loom over him. He looked up abruptly, and a gigantic ice block was plummeting directly towards them. He couldn't help but close his eyes. This is it. I haven't even had a girlfriend yet. A flash of white light seemed to pass before his eyes, and the cold, piercing chill spread. Why hasn't it landed yet? Could it have ascended to heaven in an instant? He couldn't even feel the pain. Furrowing his brow slightly, feeling the weight on his arm and the chilling temperature in his embrace, he immediately opened his eyes. At that moment, Xiao Wujie, whom he held, was emitting cold air, his face pale, continuously exhaling white mist laced with chill. Suddenly looking up, he saw a thick mist of ice before him, with huge ice spikes protruding. Time seemed to freeze, and everything was encased in ice. Everything around was covered by a heavy layer of ice-cold air constantly emanating, reflecting his shocked face and the surrounding scenery in a mirror-like world. He couldn't help but open his mouth, his dazed gaze directed at the Xiao Wujie in his arms, who was continuously exuding coldness. Is this still a human? I call this move Ice Age. Xiao Wujie gasped for breath, blowing a cold breath directly onto his face, immediately leaving spots of ice crystals on his skin and snapping him out of his daze. We're still alive. Still alive. He couldn't help but break into a sincere smile, his eyes shining with light. Let's move forward. Xiao Wujie continued to breathe heavily, his voice slightly airy as he reminded him. The ice surface beneath his feet had been forcibly frozen and connected by his unique technique. Although the falling ice fragments were also frozen by him, safety could not be absolutely guaranteed. Only then did Lu Zhufeng react, hurriedly holding him as they bypassed those protruding ice spikes and quickly ran forward. After nearly 5 minutes, they finally escaped the ice forest created by Xiao Wujie. He couldn't help but glance back a few more times, his eyes filled with lingering shock. What an impressive weakling. Until he heard Xiao Wujie cough lightly twice, he snapped back to reality, quickly setting down the supply bag to use as a seat and placing him on top. Xiao Wujie's face was somewhat pale, and the breath he exhaled also carried a chill. After using the ice sealing technique, he felt icy all over, and the waves of cold made his body shiver. Lu Zhufeng quickly took out hot water and poured a cup to bring to his lips. After drinking 2 cups of hot water, Xiao Wujie felt the chill in his body dissipate significantly, and his pale face looked a bit better. Are you alright? Lu Zhufeng's voice carried a hint of concern. The shock was one thing, but using such a power beyond human limits was clearly a heavy burden on the person before him. Lightly shaking his head after a brief pause, Xiao Wujie stood up, preparing to continue forward. After taking just 2 steps, he suddenly paused, stopping in his tracks. Lu Zhufeng, who had just picked up the supply bag, nearly bumped into him due to inattention. He hurriedly stopped, looking alarmed and asking, "What happened?" Xiao Wujie, expressionless, pointed ahead. Following the direction of his finger, he saw 2 wide tire tracks on the ice surface ahead, extending into the distance. You mean these are the traces left by Miss Chu and her companions? Lu Zhufeng exclaimed, somewhat surprised. He clearly remembered that Bei Shan had mentioned that 3 women suspected to be with Miss Chu had entered the canyon in a snowmobile. However, recalling their recent encounter, he couldn't help but feel deflated. In this cursed place, the ice surface is like drifting. With just this, we can't find them. Xiao Wujie suddenly gave him a profound look and then approached the trace. With a thought, a shadow resembling his form emerged from his body. The shadow moved as if it had a mind of its own, bending down and pressing its fingers against the trace. After a moment, it suddenly stood up and disappeared into the distance in a few flashes. This is my shadow clone technique, which can track traces based on energy signatures while allowing the main body to teleport to the clone's location, Xiao Wujie explained slowly, as if aware of Lu Zhufeng's confusion. Lu Zhufeng's expression showed contemplation upon hearing this. He indeed had some impression of this technique. Yun Mo had practiced it in front of him before, and he vividly remembered how Yun Mo's eyes sparkled with longing when the technique was mentioned. Unfortunately, he had seen Yun Mo chanting spells and using hand seals, exhausting all his energy, yet had not seen him execute it. At that time, he had even joked that Yun Mo had been fooled by Xiao Wujie. Now looking at Xiao Wujie, who was calm and collected silently using the technique that Yun Mo revered as divine, he realized that in such a cursed place the reliable ones were indeed the straightforward ones. Just pack up your bag and hold on tight to his thigh. Thinking of this, he actually bent down and hugged Xiao Wujie's thigh, his tone reverent like a devotee. Driver, take me with you. Xiao Wujie couldn't help but take a deep breath. Actually, I still prefer the way you were when you arrived. In the depths of the dimly lit ghost domain, thick snow mist swirled around every corner of the canyon. A bright and unusual light pierced through the snow mist, followed by a low rumble as a specially designed snow vehicle sped forward. Soon the vehicle stopped in front of a dead end with towering ice walls. On board, Chu Wan sat in the driver's seat, while Lung Ruxue in the passenger seat held a luxurious sniper rifle, seemingly locking onto a target. As the vehicle came to a stop, she couldn't help but clench her teeth. The snow mist here is too dense, and that damned little thief has that cursed invisibility technique. I can't get a fix on him. Glancing at the dead end ahead, she chuckled slightly with a sense of satisfaction. Now let's see where he can run to. They had pursued Yun Mo relentlessly, yet the thick snow mist and ever-changing terrain had prevented them from. Fortunately, they did not encounter any ice fractures, and while sitting in the vehicle, they had not faced any significant. However, the cunning little thief had accidentally driven into an ice pit and could only escape on foot with those strange and cursed techniques. She had to thank that ice pit. If the thief hadn't lost his vehicle, it would have been difficult for them to corner him into a dead end. So, this place is not suitable for lingering. Let's get out and capture him, Chu Liyue said coldly from the back seat. After speaking, she stood up, pushed the car door open, and stepped out with Chu Wan and Lung Ruxue closely following. Standing at the dead end where snow mist swirled and ice walls loomed, Chu Liyue's sharp gaze swept through every corner. Inside, apart from the swirling snow mist and protruding ice spikes, it seemed utterly empty. Moments later, her gaze firmly locked onto a thick ice spike. Behind the spike, Yun Mo pressed his body tightly against the ice wall, trying to lower his breathing, his expression filled with gravity. Among the three women chasing him, he was not afraid of the other two. It was only the leading woman who gave him an overwhelming sense of dread. Aside from his teacher and Lu Zhufeng, no one had ever made him feel so helpless. If it weren't for her injuries at the god base, coupled with the interference of the extremely northern and strange environment, he was certain that he would have no chance of resistance against this woman. Suppressing a flicker of fear in his eyes, he quickly regained clarity and began to force himself to calm down. His teacher had said that strong individuals never let their emotions control their minds no matter the circumstances. He understood that being cornered here meant he had no chance of turning the tables. But even if he were to die, he would take some. He thought that the immobilization talisman on Beishan must have automatically been released by now. He just wondered if he had found rescue. Hopefully everything would go smoothly for him. He had truly tried his best. Just as his thoughts flowed, a gunshot rang out beside his ear. In the next moment, a crack appeared on the ice spike that concealed his form. In the blink of an eye, it collapsed with a thunderous sound, his figure completely exposed in the canyon. The woman in the black coat, holding a rope, swiftly leaped to stand before him. The rope in her hand whistled through the air as it rapidly entwined towards him. His pupils constricted, his body moved, and he sidestepped to avoid it. The woman's movements were incredibly nimble and graceful. As she spun, she swung the rope again towards him. Taking advantage of his smaller stature, he dodged between the protruding ice spikes, using them as cover to evade the rope's binding. It seemed she realized his intention. The woman in the distance, holding the sniper rifle, kept pulling the trigger, not giving him a chance to find cover. While dodging both the pursuit and the bullets, his gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings, ultimately landing on a stunning woman in a fox fur coat who had not made a move. To be honest, he had never seen such a beautiful woman in his life. If possible, he truly wanted to take her home as a wife. He had never been in a relationship before. Far away, Xiao Wujie suddenly sneezed violently. But he also understood that this woman was too terrifying, someone he could never hope to handle. He did not know why she was so fixated on the third reagent, but the third reagent was meant to save his teacher's life, and he could not let anyone else have it, even if it cost him his life. After all, he was already on a dead-end path. If he could drag this terrifyingly beautiful woman down with him, it would be worth it. His gaze flickered as he once again evaded the rope that was entangling him. Seizing the opportunity, he kicked over a sharp ice spike and drew a rune with his fingers. The ice spike instantly shot towards the woman holding the rope, as if it had come to life. Taking advantage of the moment when the woman dodged the ice spike, he once again formed a hand seal, and in the blink of an eye his body became ethereal, disappearing from everyone's sight. In the distance, Chu Liyue, who had remained expressionless, subtly curved her lips. In the next moment, her expression hardened, and her body quickly retreated a step. A glinting dagger suddenly appeared in the air, its trajectory aiming right where her throat had just been. Without any hesitation, she swept her long leg towards the empty air in front of her. A muffled sound echoed, and with a thud, Yun Mo fell to the ground, revealing his figure. Frowning, he looked at Chu Liyue, who regarded him with indifference, a trickle of bright red blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Chu Wan, holding the rope, quickly rushed over and bound him tightly, making it difficult for him to move. Seeing this, Lung Rushue, with a sniper rifle taller than herself, walked over with a smile, her eyes filled with delight. Little thief, not running anymore. Finally caught you, it was exhausting. I'm small. You're big. The youthful voice of Yun Mo mocked. After saying this, his gaze swept over her body from top to bottom, finally settling on a spot beneath her neck. Lung Ruxu's face instantly turned pale as she noticed where his gaze lingered. After speaking, she straightened her posture and gritted her teeth, saying, "Are you blind? Little thief." Upon hearing this, Yun Mo casually glanced at Chu Liyue. Lung Rushue, following his line of sight, was momentarily speechless. Alright, compared to the boss, she truly. If you don't want your eyes, I don't mind helping you dig them out. Chu Liyue's voice was devoid of warmth. Her cold and indifferent gaze fell on Yun Mo, making him somewhat unable to meet her eyes. After a moment, she continued, "Hand over the reagent." There were no conditions or consequences, just a simple sentence that carried an undeniable sense of pressure. "It's on me, you can look for it." With his gaze lowered, Yun Mo spoke lightly. Chu Liyue, and Chu Wan's eyes immediately shifted to the pale-faced Lung Rushue. "You've dealt with this kind of thing the most here. I bet you're quite skilled at it." Noticing their gazes, Lung Rushue paused for a moment before quickly reacting, saying viciously, "He's too small. He doesn't deserve it." Yun Mo. This is too much. Men shouldn't always be belittled. Seeing Lung Ruxu's face filled with resistance, Chu Liyue shifted her gaze back to Chu Wan. Chu Wan's eyes flickered as she met her gaze for a moment, then she turned expressionlessly and walked towards Yun Mo. Accompanied by an indescribable sound, Chu Wan returned to Chu Liyue's side, shaking her head. On the ground, Yun Mo, whose face was flushed, looked at Chu Liyue and scoffed, "With your intelligence, can't you figure it out?" Upon hearing this, Chu Liyue's expression darkened. She had roughly guessed it when a person was missing from the motorcycle. The third reagent had already vanished without a trace. The pressure around her dropped suddenly, and her fingers unconsciously clenched tightly together. Just as she was lost in thought, a flash of light suddenly appeared in Yun Mo's eyes. A streak of eerie light unexpectedly shot towards Chu Liyue's brow, and by the time she realized it, it was too late to evade. Suddenly, a shadow flashed before her eyes. In the next moment, as she flashed, an arm wrapped around her waist, and a distinctly defined hand caught the eerie light aimed at her brow. Simultaneously, a somewhat foolish voice echoed, "Damn, time travel." In the depths of the ghostly realm shrouded in swirling snow and fog, two figures appeared without warning. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. "Wow, that's so cool." As Lu Zhufeng regained his senses, witnessing the scene before him change abruptly, resembling a time travel sequence from a movie, he excitedly clapped his hands in delight. After Xiao Wujie released his phantom clone, they had remained stationary. Although aware of Xiao Wujie's exceptional skills and unconventional arts, he still advised Xiao Wujie to perhaps move forward a bit. If someone as extraordinary as him could feel dizzy in such a ghostly place, how could a dark shadow fare any better? To his surprise, Xiao Wujie calmly informed him that taking another step would be a waste, and it was best to just wait patiently. Just as he was bored and waiting with a disdainful expression, Xiao Wujie suddenly lifted his gaze, grasped his wrist, and coldly instructed, "Steady yourself." Then he felt a blur before his eyes, and his figure swayed. The next moment, he found himself here, coming and going like the wind, a thrilling experience that left him exhilarated. The first to react was Yun Mo, who, seeing the phantom clone and the real Xiao Wujie appear in the same spot, quickly deduced the situation. Noticing the slightly dazed expression on Yun Mo's face, Xiao Wujie smiled gently at him. "You, master you." He stuttered slightly, his gaze uncontrollably drifting towards the hand Xiao Wujie had wrapped around Chu Liyue's slender waist. "No, it couldn't be. You reckless creature, do you realize you almost made a grave mistake?" Lu Zhufeng's deliberately stern voice resounded at the right moment. Under normal circumstances, even if he couldn't defeat Lu Zhufeng, Yun Mo would at least retort with a few words. Such trivial matters were hardly worth worrying about. But at this moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Lu Zhufeng's statement annihilated any shred of hope in his heart, leaving his feelings beyond description. He wanted to take his master back home as his wife. His master's handmaiden had thoroughly groped him all over. Just moments ago, he had resolved to eliminate his master. Damn it, this is exhilarating. With a hint of amusement in his eyes, Xiao Wujie glanced at Yun Mo's remarkable expression, then lowered his gaze to the person he held in his embrace. His gaze shimmering, he slightly tightened his arm, pulling her closer to himself. Gently rubbing her icy fingers, he unconsciously reached out to touch her cheek, as if caressing the most precious treasure in the world. Carefully and tenderly, until Xiao Wujie's cool fingers touched her cheek, and she felt the real sensation of skin against skin. Chu Liyue finally came back to her senses. Instinctively, she grasped that icy hand, trying to warm it up a bit. In his cold, deep-set eyes, a ripple of emotion stirred as she softly murmured, almost in a daze, "Good treasure." Feeling the bone-chilling temperature of his hand, her gaze drifted to his pale, wan face, causing her heart to twitch. Then, with a slight bite of her silver teeth, her voice tinged with a hint of anger, she exclaimed, "You're being disobedient." He was already sensitive to the cold. Even a slight exposure could cost him dearly. This was the extreme north, the frozen, ghostly realm with temperatures plummeting to 30 or 40 degrees below zero. How could he have come here like this? Just as her anger surged ready to erupt, she noticed the man holding her was looking down, glancing away with a slight furrow in his brow, gently biting his lip. His voice was low and suppressed, bearing a subtle tremor. It's been more than 20 days. Upon hearing this, Chu Liyue's body instantly stiffened as though doused with a bucket of cold water, extinguishing her anger. This. And there's been no news. No one cares about me anyway, I'm unwanted. Huh, what was that supposed to mean? As he spoke, the corners of his eyes were tinged with a shade of red, and his tone was laced with nasal congestion. The biting cold wind tousled Chu Liyue's long hair, leaving her momentarily disoriented in the wind. They had agreed on half a month. She had broken her promise. Her phone was left at the base, and she hadn't replied to any messages. Having traveled great distances to arrive just in time, he had only just shielded her. She still wanted to be angry. Looking at Xiao Wujie's handsome face flushed at the corners of his eyes filled with melancholy and bitterness, he appeared like a child abandoned by the entire world. Guilt quickly engulfed her heart. Why did she feel so despicably guilty? Perhaps it was due to the howling cold wind. Xiao Wujie suddenly coughed a few times, discomfort evident in his brow, his demeanor showing signs of exhaustion and frailty. Combined with that pitiful look, it almost provoked Chu Liyue into an impulse to sacrifice herself as atonement. Suddenly Chu Liyue felt the hand around her waist loosen, and she saw Xiao Wujie cover his mouth as he coughed softly, looking dejected and wanting to distance himself from her. She quickly grabbed his icy hand, her warm palm rubbing his hand back, trying to warm him up a bit. At the same time, she awkwardly called out, "Good treasure. I'm disobedient, I'm not good." Tears glimmered in her eyes, her expression weary and unfocused. Xiao Wujie murmured in a pitiful tone, his hand still attempting to struggle free. With a gentle tug of her arm, Chu Liyue pulled him into her embrace, while also unfastening the clasp of her fur coat, opening it wide to wrap him tightly within. One hand holding the coat, the other encircling his waist, she held him securely in her arms. Her fair snow-like cheek pressed against his pale, icy face, her lips brushing against his side, her voice soft and husky. "Good treasure, don't be sad. I'm sorry for making you worry and feel sad. I apologize." As she spoke the words sorry and apologize, she couldn't help but laugh helplessly. This was truly the first time in her life apologizing to someone. Given the circumstances, she was struggling to get the words out. Unsurprisingly, the person in her arms shifted slightly, his head not resting against her shoulder as usual. She lightly kissed his thin lips twice, her fingers teasingly scratching at the flesh of his waist, her tone low and alluring. "Sister apologizes, there will definitely be no next time. Are you not angry anymore?" Especially the way she raised the pitch of her voice at the end, with an enticing inflection that tugged at the heartstrings. Then she finally felt a weight on her shoulder and instinctively let out a breath of relief. The cold wind continued to howl, stirring up flurries of snow, while everything around fell silent for a moment. Lung Rushua thought, "Is this really my leader?" Unmo reflected, "Master, I genuinely feel that I still have so much to learn." Lu Zhufeng observed the various captivating expressions of the onlookers, calmly crossing his arms. "Just get used to it, it's nothing unusual." Noticing that the person finally appeased looked pale with an unmistakable fatigue and weakness in his brows, Chu Liyue felt a pang of sympathy and gently coaxed, "Shall we go to the car? It's cold outside." The person in her arms didn't speak, his head nestled against her neck, giving a slight nod. Chu Liyue's gaze flickered, her fingers gently rubbing his waist as she tentatively suggested, "Would you like me to carry you?" The person in her arms remained silent, but the arm encircling her waist tightened a little. The next moment, she directly scooped him up and walked toward the snow-covered vehicle. Mo Lung Rushua and Chu Wan stood rooted in place, mouths slightly agape. Lu Zhufeng took a couple of steps forward, noticing no one was following, and waved his hand. "Hurry up. What are you dawdling for? Keep up." As night descended, the glacial canyon grew ever more sinister and forbidding. Within the darkness, the occasional crack of splitting ice echoed like an ancient leviathan stirring from slumber, each sound enough to quicken the pulse. Now and then a fierce gust swept across the frozen expanse, whipping up snow dust and mist into eerie vortices, as if something unseen were stealthily circling within their swirling depths. A ragged expedition pressed forward against the blizzard's fury. After a long, arduous march, they finally entered a glacial cave, offering scant shelter from the storm, and halted their advance. They lowered their supply packs and settled in for rest. One of them glanced at his wristwatch and turned to the leader, "Rosso, it's nightfall now. We've been inside over 7 hours. Let's rest tonight." The leader was Vito Rosso. With him traveled survivors from the god base who had chosen to join his desperate bid for the reagent, and a handful of mercenaries he'd hired at exorbitant cost. Vito Rosso nodded faintly after glancing once more at the tempest raging beyond the cave mouth. Many among them were bound only by transactional alliance. Seated and slightly unburdened, they relaxed enough to begin idle conversation. What rotten luck. Losing the vehicle to collapsing ice. Things would have been far easier with it. True enough. But what's truly maddening is how the base exploded without warning. So much gear, So many vital supplies. We couldn't salvage a thing. Damn it all. If it was mere accident, fine. But if it was deliberate, I'll tear the bastard's head clean off. At these words, a flicker of obscure, almost imperceptible shadow passed through Vito Rosso's otherwise that needn't concern you. With losses this catastrophic at the Arctic Base, higher command will scour heaven and earth to uncover the truth. Fair point. Still, I regret stepping foot in this accursed place. I came only to witness Reagent No. 3, and nearly paid for it with my life. We are outcasts, monsters in the eyes of the world. Do we fear death? I hold no fascination for the reagent itself. I simply wish to behold this frozen realm of phantoms. Rosso, what about you? Amid the easy banter, someone suddenly turned to Vito Rosso, long silent. Naturally, I seek the reagent. I was one of its principal developers, and thus bear responsibility for safeguarding my own creation. He replied calmly, almost offhandedly, but deep within his eyes churned a turbulent sea hidden from all but the most discerning gaze. It was true. He had helped develop Reagent No. 3. Yet no one knew of his involvement, or the profound personal motive behind his obsession with that reagent. He could erase the grave error he once committed. Wait for me. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will find you. Meanwhile, across the frozen wasteland, the snowmobile, offering rare refuge from wind and frost, was a treasure beyond measure. Inside, the vehicle space grew tight, with the addition of Xiao Wujie, Lu Zhufeng, and Yun Mo. To ease the crowding, and better soothe her beloved, Chu Liyue lifted Xiao Wujie onto her lap, cradling him close. Yun Mo dared not steal another glance at his senior madam. Instead, he surreptitiously watched Chu, the stoic, expressionless woman who had earlier examined his entire body. She sat, rigid eyes fixed unblinkingly on the back of Lu Zhufeng's head. Lu Zhufeng at the wheel stared blankly ahead. Cold Ruxiu sat upright in the passenger seat, stealing furtive glances into the rearview mirror. Only Chu Liyue gazed unwaveringly, not at the road, nor at her companions, but wholly upon her beloved, still unsettled and in need of comfort. To conserve fuel, the heater remained off. Though not as bitterly cold as outside, the interior held a biting chill. Chu Liyue drew the sable-lined greatcoat tighter around Xiao Wujie, her fingers slipping gently into the soft recesses of his hair, stroking tenderly. Feeling the unnatural coldness radiating from his skin, she frowned faintly, her voice laced with unmistakable, "My dearest, are you unwell?" Xiao Wujie shook his head weakly. The repeated use of his taxing arcane arts had left him utterly drained. Now nestled against Chu Liyue's chest, enveloped in that long mist aura of profound safety, waves of drowsy exhaustion rose from deep within his soul. "Are you tired?" Chu Liyue softened her voice, deliberately noticing the deep weariness etched across his brow and the dark smudges beneath his eyes. During the days she'd been absent, his sleep must have been even more fractured than she'd imagined. Seeing his pallor, his forced vigilance, and the faint tremor of his lashes as he fought to stay awake. Her fingertips brushed lightly over the shadows beneath his eyes, her thumb traced gentle circles, then she bent low to press 2 soft kisses upon his trembling lashes, her voice low, rich, and honeyed. "Sleep now. As long as I am here, you need fear nothing. Rest safely in my arms. Even if the heavens collapse, I shall hold them aloft." Xiao Wujie, ever perceptive, straightened slightly in her embrace, summoning what strength remained. His gaze swept across the others in the vehicle, each covertly watching them, and he spoke hoarsely, "We've been inside over 7 hours. It's night now. Senior sister and Yun Mo both bear injuries. Let us rest tonight. My illusory shadow clone technique cannot evacuate us all at once, but I left contingencies upon entry. With careful preparation, escape remains possible." All present had witnessed his abilities firsthand. None objected, merely nodded in quiet assent. Seeing the subtle flicker in his eyes, the thoughtful pause, the utter absence of drowsiness, Chu Liyue firmly guided him back into her embrace and commanded, voice edged with authority. "Sleep deeply, securely." Though her tone carried command, her eyes and hands were impossibly tender. Her warm, delicate palm covered his eyes, massaging gently. Her other hand rhythmically soothed his back, while soft, intimate kisses dusted his earlobe, her voice intoxicating as aged wine. "My dearest, obey me." Under her unself-conscious tenderness, the accumulated fatigue of relentless spell-casting and days, without rest, finally crashed over Xiao Wujie. His eyelids fluttered, light and heavy, his consciousness slipping into gentle oblivion. Like a wayfarer lost in endless night, finding his guiding star, like a storm-tossed vessel returning at last to its safe harbor. Boundless devotion, boundless peace. His lashes trembled as he gazed entranced at her exquisite face, reluctant, almost pained to close his eyes. Compared to the void of darkness, her visage seemed to gather all beauty into itself. If he could, he would steal her into his dreams. "The moon adorns my window, you adorn my dreams." Gazing into his eyes, open, vulnerable, overflowing with pure, unguarded love, Chu Liyue pressed a kiss filled with infinite tenderness upon his eyelids, closing them softly. Face buried in the supple, alluring warmth of Chu Liyue's embrace, his cheek resting against her chest, he lifted his head instinctively in that final breath before surrendering to sleep, and brushed his lips featherlight against her soft crimson ones. He sought a goodnight kiss, and Chu Liyue granted it, her lips lingering gently upon his. Good night, my. Outside, the vehicle wind and snow wove a vast, ethereal veiled snowflakes danced like countless sprites across the sky, while the howling gale stood sentinel, fierce, faithful, unyielding. Inside, a slender beam of light fell tenderly upon their faces. They leaned into each other, breaths mingling, woven together into a warm, hushed lullaby. In this hushed, sacred night, it seemed the entire world had narrowed to this single stillness, this profound serenity, where even dreams bloomed with spring's first blossoms. In the eternally dim ghost realm, time seemed to stand still, making it difficult to discern between day and. For the sake of safety, the few people besides Xiao Wujie agreed on a schedule to take turns resting, and by the time everyone had finished resting, it was already the following afternoon. In the most dangerous and eerie environment, Xiao Wujie had the most peaceful and comfortable sleep he had experienced. Looking at his serene, sleeping face, Chu Liyue ignored the soreness in her body and watched the hands of her watch go around in circles, unwilling to wake him. Every time the talkative Lu Zhufeng wanted to say something, he felt the temperature in the car drop suddenly, and turning his head, he was met with Chu Liyue's cold, emotionless gaze looking at him, as if he were a corpse. Only after Xiao Wujie had slept for nearly 16 hours did Chu Liyue finally wake him up amidst the excited gazes of the others, who were so moved they could almost cry. Perhaps having slept too long, Xiao Wujie found it a bit difficult to wake up, instinctively wrapping his arms around her neck, his face rubbing uncomfortably against her chest. With his brows furrowed and his eyelashes trembling, he still couldn't open his eyes, and mumbled hoarsely, "Sister, tired." Chu Liyue's eyes flashed with a hint of smile, though indeed after more than 20 days apart, he had become even more clingy. She extended her delicate fingers, gently brushing away the tiny beads of moisture from his eyelashes, like willow branches caressing the water's surface in early spring. A soft kiss landed on his cheek, her cool voice carrying a sweet tenderness. "Good boy, sleeping too long is bad for your health. Be good, listen, don't sleep anymore." Xiao Wujie's eyelids fluttered open slightly as he raised his head from her embrace, his lips gently brushing against her chin as he murmured in a husky voice, "I want a good morning kiss." Chu Liyue helplessly cupped his face with both hands, her red lips gently grinding against his soft lips, her tongue teasingly exploring. "Good morning, my dear. The others, it's already afternoon." Cold as snow, he looked at the calm Lu Zhufeng beside him, his eyes filled with the question, "Is this how it usually is?" Lu Zhufeng, seeing this, lazily leaned back against the chair, shrugging lightly and looking up at the sky. Under Chu Liyue's unrestrained coaxing, Xiao Wujie finally opened his misty eyes, his gaze regained, gently kissing her cheek twice. He could clearly feel her body was a bit stiff. In a state of wakefulness, he instantly realized. In such a small space, holding him in one position for so long must be uncomfortable. How could he have so selfishly slept for so long, knowing she was injured? In an instant, a wave of guilt surged in his heart, and he struggled to get up from her arms, his voice filled with deep remorse. "Sister, I'm sorry, you must be very tired." Chu Liyue quietly moved her slightly sore body, then pinched Xiao Wujie's waist, pressing him back into. The snow-covered car was not like her luxurious ones. The seats were not that comfortable, let alone the fact that the car was so crowded now. Despite the poor conditions, she still tried her best to make him more comfortable. This little hardship was nothing to her. After all, she was willing to pamper her obedient and considerate darling. She took everything seriously, especially matters of the heart. She wouldn't easily fall in love, but once she did, it meant she had found someone worth pouring her heart and soul into. Her darling was not just a casual term, it carried a lot of meaning. Fearing to exert too much force and make her even more uncomfortable, Xiao Wujie twisted his waist, gently tugging at her hand, struggling lightly. Slap. Chu Liyue lightly slapped his bottom, holding him tightly in her embrace. Xiao Wujie's face instantly flushed bright red, and veins of red appeared in his eyes. "Sister," Chu Liyue softly pressed a kiss on his lips. "Be good, it's not tiring." Clearing his throat and coughing a couple of times, Lu Zhufeng timely suggested that. "Even though we've rested well, the space is small, and it's probably uncomfortable for everyone. How about we find a cave sheltered from the wind to move around and eat something?" Yun Mo almost cried out upon hearing this, urging, "Hurry up, please, there are people torturing single dogs here." The others nodded in agreement, unable to endure it any longer. Hearing this, Xiao Wujie finally stopped struggling slightly, sitting up to avoid putting all his weight on Chu Liyue, while also extending his hand to gently massage her waist like a well-behaved little wife. Bearing the hopes of everyone, Lu Zhufeng quickly found a cave to shelter from the wind and snow. Everyone hurriedly got out of the car, as if fleeing, and at the very back, Xiao Wujie carefully helped Chu Liyue out. After being in a confined space for more than 10 hours, it was inevitable to feel stuffy. When their feet finally touched solid ground, the sense of relief was indescribable. Even though the outside was filled with howling winds and snow-biting cold winds cutting like knives, it still brought joy to people. Lu Zhufeng couldn't help but stretch his arms wide, allowing the howling cold wind to fill his chest, shouting a couple of woohoo. The others all wore expressions of disbelief, but their eyes held slight smiles. At the back, Xiao Wujie and Chu Liyue smiled as they watched this scene, their faces like works of art, showing natural smiles momentarily overshadowing the magnificent ice and snow. Chu Liyue quietly adjusted her body, fearing that too much movement would make her sensitive darling feel even more guilty. She carefully tucked Xiao Wujie's coat and then pulled at his sweater collar. In the swirling wind and snow, her autumn water-like eyes reflected Xiao Wujie's smiling face. A captivating tenderness flowed within. It was very bright, very warm. With smiles in their eyes and no words exchanged, she gently took Xiao Wujie's hand, walking hand in hand through the snowstorm. Inside the cave, Yun Mo formed hand seals, igniting a warm and bright flame without fuel. Beside them, the usually expressionless Chu Wan revealed a hint of brilliance in her beautiful eyes, causing Yun Mo to unintentionally blush. Everyone took out food from their supplies and sat around the fire. The outside world seemed to be swallowed by an endless storm of wind and snow, the white expanse almost rendering the boundaries between heaven and earth indistinguishable. Snowflakes danced like countless sharp blades, swirling in the air, fiercely beating against the glacier's surface, producing sharp sounds. Inside the cave, Lu Zhufeng rummaged through the supplies, pulling out a few dried fish, holding them over the flames to roast, occasionally producing crackling sounds. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted through, making everyone look at him with newfound favor. The ice crystals on the cave walls sparkled softly in the faint firelight, illuminating everyone's faces. At the edge of the extreme north, in the human world's desolate land, there was a hint of unique warmth.